Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 210, A Psychopath. What is this place? Arthur wondered to himself as he felt the runes that covered every inch of it. Unless someone knew this place like the back of their hands, they wouldn't be able to step a single foot into it. But there was also Arthur, who can feel the existence of runes as if they were a part of his own body. He had his doubts whether he should just leave, but he didn't have a good argument why he should do that. Since this place was in the pocket dimension, it must be a part of the test. Was it specifically designed for runes apprentices? That would explain why it was filled with runic traps. Crouch or you die, Arthur whispered to Jonah. The latter obediently followed as he whispered back. Why are we whispering? I fear we're not alone in this place, Arthur said with a frown. He could distinctively feel it. The existence of other people. The only reason he could feel their fading existence was his art that used existence as a fuel. Why are they not moving? Arthur's gut feeling was screaming at him. However, he was trapped currently. Whatever choices he chose to escape, he would end up showing his cards. It was a stupid thing to do, revealing your strength. No matter how thrilling it is to prove himself, he knew that there was an advantage in remaining in the shadows. He only had one life, he couldn't just risk it and hope some divine being would protect him. Arthur kept going. There were two reasons for that. The first one was that to go back, he would have to beat that middle high-tier monster alone. Only peak Ray rankers were capable of that feat. The second reason was that if there was a key in Girano, this place would be one of the possible hideouts. With how many traps Arthur encountered along the way, this place was protecting something. Or locking something. Arthur thought to himself as he felt the suffering of the people around him. After he started practicing his art, it became easier for him to gain insights into the existence of others. He didn't know, but his mission here wasn't to study but to find the key. As the two kept walking through the corridor that was lined with traps, doors began to appear. What are these? Jonah whispered with a pale face. The doors had a single small window with bars in it. They looked like prison doors. Arthur had the same question. He walked slowly toward the door and peeked through the window. His vision adjusted after a few moments and he stood in front of the door, rooted in his place. Inside the empty room, there were tens of chains protruding from the walls to its center. All of the chains collided around a single figure in the room. When Arthur peeked, the figure raised his head and looked back at him. Arthur had never seen such eyes before. Savagery, hunger, and hollowness twirled together in them. They radiated dangerous light as they looked at Arthur. What is it? Jonah asked and tried to peek into the room, but Arthur pulled him away. Without saying anything, Arthur kept marching forward. Boss, what's wrong? Why is your hand shaking? Jonah said as he looked at his wrist that was being pulled by Arthur. Arthur let go of him and shook his head. Listen, don't go near those doors. I think I know what this place is. Arthur said in a serious tone. Jonah looked at him with a frown. This is a prison. Jonah's eyes widened as he started looking around at the doors and taking a step back. This, then, that. Then, we need to leave, he said in a bumbling and panicked tone. His face paled when Arthur shook his head. Leave where? The monster is still outside. Arthur shrugged. Before he could say anything more, a deep roar shook the corridor originating from the cell. It was hard to say that this was a human that was making such a sound, as it sounded like 1,000 animals being killed. Arthur placed his finger on his lips as he led Jonah further inside. Even though this place was filled with convicted people, it wasn't that dangerous given that they were chains. They passed many cells that had another prisoner before reaching a great hall. The hall was circular and had a single platform in the middle of it. A teleportation circle. Arthur looked at the platform. They stepped into the hall and looked around. There was nothing else to note but the barrier enveloping the circle. Who are you? A voice came from somewhere and it pressed against their chests, making it difficult to breathe. What are you doing here? The voice, magnetic and might, asked again. Hey, you should identify yourself before asking us who we are. Pulling out a strong front from somewhere, Jonah reprimanded. Arthur almost facepalmed at the ill timing of Jonah's aggressiveness. The voice went quiet for a few seconds as if it was stunned by the idiocy of Jonah. You intrude upon this space and demand explanation. The voice seemed genuinely confused, and Arthur knew it had every reason to. Arthur had a general guess about the owner of this voice. It was weird that the prison was so empty with only runic traps lining its corridors. There were usually guards or something that protected this place. We're taking the national exam, we're no intruders. Jonah said with a raised index finger. If you're going to tell them who we are anyway, do it before you get us killed. I would have accused you of lying if I didn't know. The voice replied after a while. However, I still don't understand how you reached this place. Using our feet, obviously, Jonah answered in annoyance as he crossed his arms around his chest. You're not very bright. Is this guy an idiot? Arthur sighed as he smacked Jonah on the head. He then bowed slightly as he introduced himself. Greetings, Great One, Arthur said. My name is Alexei Linen. We chanced upon this place as we were taking Girano's exam. Are you the guardian of this prison? A polite one you are. The voice said in amusement. However, you're not very honest. He might be a fool, but your friend is more worthy of talking to me than you are. Arthur felt like someone has slapped him in the face. Still, you're peculiar. The voice continued and hummed a little. Do you know who I am? No, Arthur answered. That's an honest reply. The voice decreed. Very well. You may leave this place. This teleportation circle is going to lead you to the outside world. Furthermore, you'll reach the other island that you aim for. Really? Jonah shouted with zeal. Of course, you need to offer something in return. Arthur smiled. There was always a catch. What is it? He said, dropping off the polite act. The voice answered shortly after. The crystal that you have. Hearing his words, Arthur frowned slightly. He didn't say anything, and the crystal he gained from the Sandman appeared in his hand. It's only just that I don't let you pass easily. Give me that and one of you can use the teleportation circle. 1. Jonah's face paled as he glanced at the crystal in Arthur's hand. His expression said it, he didn't have a crystal of his own. You wretched thing. Arthur thought inwardly with a sneer as he looked around the hall. It's trying to test us. Yes, 1. The other one needs to find his way out. Arthur understood its plan. If Jonah stayed here, he would never be able to leave this place. The runic traps that Arthur had guided him through would rip him to shreds the moment he walks into them. A gentle reminder, the voice said, and Arthur knew it wouldn't be gentle. No one has passed the test yet. Whoever of you two teleports away now, he is going to be this damned psychopath. Arthur grinned inwardly as his face remained stoic and devoid of emotions. The number 1 ranker on the second test. Here comes the reward. The incentives are now laid on the table. The punishment and the reward. The glory and the failure. This voice knew how to tempt people. I like to be just, it continued, much to Arthur's liking. Since both of you reached this place, I'll give you the same opportunity to leave it. What do you mean? Jonah asked with a frown. You can decide who gets to leave by discussion, of course. The voice said. But if you like to fight, I'll give you the chance to prove your skills. Your strengths are now the same. Arthur felt no change in his body, but Jonah's body began to glow. This voice knew that Jonah was weaker, but it didn't weaken Arthur. It wanted to tempt Jonah with a false sense of power. People would show their colors when they feel powerful and when they are cornered. Now, Jonah was feeling both. However, Arthur turned apologetically at Jonah. I think I'm a psychopath myself. Arthur realized as he wanted to test Jonah himself. He was glad that they were given this choice this early. After all the things he saw, he needed to test others to trust them. What is it going to be, Jonah Raver? Arthur thought to himself as the crystal flew from his hand and hovered in the air. Jonah turned to face him. Chapter 2:11, Absurd Ability. Arthur had seen the zeal of passing this test in Jonah's eyes firsthand. He knew how much he wanted to pass and knew how tempting the new surge of power was. After all, he had experienced it countless times with his release rune. Jonah looked at his palm with a stoic expression, clenching his hand into a fist as he enjoyed the surge in power. He then glanced upward and looked at the crystal hovering midair. "This is a test, right?" He turned to Arthur and asked. Arthur simply shrugged as he answered. "It might be, but the stakes are the same. I'll probably get accepted into Girano if I become the first to pass the second test," Jonah told Arthur, and the latter nodded. "You would?" Arthur smiled. "So, what's your choice?" "Well, I don't know you much." "I don't know you at all. It has been literal hours since we met." "True." Arthur nodded his head, disappointment pooling into his heart. "But I know myself for as long as I can remember," Jonah said, and Arthur didn't understand what he meant. "If I betray my principles here, I'll forever live as a hypocrite. I can never choose the side of morals again without being a hypocrite. I'm the same." Arthur grinned. "So, what is it going to be? Do you trust me, boss?" "At this point, I barely trust myself. People change." "Ah, that's so mean." Jonah laughed helplessly. "Nonetheless, I implore you to trust me. Let me have the crystal." Arthur looked at him silently, trying to see through him. If Jonah had asked any other way, he would have struck him down here and now. Yet, the straightforward approach of Jonah made him doubt his motives. "No," Arthur shook his head. "I hate being fooled." "Boss," Jonah looked torn as he seemed to think of ways to make Arthur trust him. After a certain time, his face brightened as he took a step forward. "You can restrain me." "What?" Arthur was stunned before he grinned and shook his head. "I doubt I can restrain you with how much power you've gained." "Oh," Jonah seemed to remember the surge of his power only then. "Mr. Hot Voice, can you take away this power?" he asked the empty air. "Are you sure you want to give it away? It's your only chance to pass this test. We know fairly well that with your strength alone, you won't be able to pass. Why are you so adamant about this?" Jonah asked the voice. "Is it because I'm handsome?" A moment of silence followed as Arthur waited for Jonah to laugh. However, his serious face seemed to be anything but joking. The voice seemed stunned as well before replying angrily. "I seek justice." The voice replied righteously. Jonah, however, seemed not that convinced as he adjusted his hair. Sure. Now, take away this strength," Jonah said in a tone that would have killed the voice's owner. With a powerful snort, the light around Jonah disappeared. "Now, boss." Jonah turned to Arthur with a grin. "You can restrain me." Arthur didn't know what to do anymore and simply restrained him. Jonah's arms folded together behind his back as a pained expression overtook his face. "This is boss's true powers. Don't say weird things." Arthur walked toward the place beneath the crystal. "I want to see what you have to offer." Arthur raised his hand toward the crystal and it landed in his hand. "Here you go." Arthur placed the crystal in front of Jonah. However, the conceited fool simply slumped to the ground and sat. He then gestured to Arthur with his chin. "Place the crystal on the ground, boss." Arthur did as Jonah said and retreated backward. He watched with interest as Jonah closed his eyes and began meditating. "I bet he's watching this, that psychopath," Arthur thought to himself. However, I doubt he knows what Jonah is trying to do as well. Arthur didn't want the crystal, to begin with. He had no plans on ranking first and missed the chance to increase his strength in this place. However, he wanted to see the true colors of Jonah. Jonah had two choices: to give Arthur the crystal or to fight for it. However, he had surprised Arthur by a different choice. As he looked at the young man meditating, Arthur wondered what he wanted to do. Mana began to gather around Jonah as his hair rose upward. Jonah's mana gathered around the crystal as the world buzzed. Arthur felt that weird sensation he felt when Jonah used his ability earlier. Jonah's body was shaking as the core rose in the air. To Arthur's dismay, he began bleeding from his nose and mouth. Arthur took a step forward but a force restrained as a voice whispered in his head. "He'll be fine. Let's see what he has in store." The psychopath's voice appeared in his head. Arthur frowned but he couldn't move. It was then that something happened to Jonah's hair. A black hair strand turned into a light shade of gray in front of Arthur's eyes. At that moment, something happened to the crystal. Or rather, something happened beside the crystal. Arthur's heart began palpitating wildly as he realized what Jonah was trying to do. He was trying to replicate the crystal so that both of them could use it. In a hurry, Arthur removed the restraints from Jonah's body, afraid he might make it more difficult. At what price? Arthur thought to himself as he looked at Jonah's hair. It seemed even the voice was captivated by this ability as it released Arthur. Arthur walked toward Jonah to stop him, but the crystal has already formed. Floating beside each other, the crystals looked identical. The mana current subsided as Jonah fell face forward before Arthur grabbed him, allowing him to lean on him. "Are you all right?" To Arthur's amazement, Jonah was still conscious. He nodded weakly as a thin smile appeared on his lips. "Told you that you can trust me, boss." "You're an idiot." Arthur smiled helplessly. "I can see how much of a price you paid for this feat. It wasn't worth it. I'll stop at nothing to become stronger, boss. Accept your morals." Arthur nodded in approval. "That's why you deserve the first place." "What?" "No." Jonah was stunned as he looked at Arthur. However, Arthur didn't reply and looked upward. "You've had your answer. Now, can you teleport him out of here?" Arthur asked the voice, and he was met with silence. "Please." "All right," the voice said, and Jonah rose in the up. With panic, he looked at Arthur. Picking up a crystal from the ground, Arthur handed it over to him. Jonah looked at him with confusion. As Arthur grinned, "Jonah Raver, you've earned more than the first place this time around," he said to Jonah as he began to float toward the teleportation crystal. "You've earned my trust." Arthur waved as the circle lit up, teleporting Jonah away. "Congratulations, Arthur Silvera." The voice was different now. It was calm, like a refreshing breeze on a sunny afternoon. Arthur looked with a blank expression as his name was revealed. "Do you wish to leave as well?" "No." Arthur shook his head. "I want you to tell me who you are. That's a request that needs more than a crystal to fulfill." "I expected as much." Arthur nodded as he picked up the replicated crystal. He could feel it. This was a perfect replica. What kind of absurd ability was this? "What's your price?" "A few tests and truths. Honesty is appreciated." "That means you don't need to lie to me since I can see through it." "But you can't see what's in my head." Arthur grinned as he tapped his temple. "You can only see if I lied." "What makes you say that?" "You had no idea how we got here." Arthur started to walk toward the barrier as he circled the platform. "If you can see what's in my head, you would have known how we got here. You're a lot sharper than your friend." "I learned to question things." "That means a lonely end. And a lonely journey." Arthur stopped in front of the other door that the hall had. "Now, let me see you." "I'll allow you to try." The voice answered stoically as the gears on the door began to shift. "I'm curious, however. What is it that you seek?" "I have some questions and I have a hunch that you have some answers," Arthur said in all honesty. "To be the warden of this prison, you must be connected to Gerano College." "Indeed." The voice laughed. "You're right. There are very few questions that I can't answer. That's why it would take a hefty price for you to obtain those answers." "What kind of price are we talking about?" Arthur frowned. "Truth, my dear." The door swung open. Arthur looked on and stepped through it. Chapter 212, World of Memories. When he stepped through the door, Arthur thought there would be another corridor or a hall. Yet, he stepped into empty space. The starry night surrounded him as he floated in the darkness, only illuminated by countless spheres of light. "Welcome to my world, Arthur." "Your world?" Arthur looked around at the infinite light surrounding him. Inside of each sphere of light, different scenes were playing. "Yes, the world of memories." The voice answered. "This is no ordinary prison. It's a place where those with forbidden knowledge are kept." "What does that have to do with the test?" "Impatient." The voice admonished. "I can't allow you to see the forbidden knowledge. However, if you see the inconsistencies in a memory I choose, then I'll allow you to ask a few questions in return for a few." "That doesn't sound fair. My knowledge exceeds yours, child." What if you don't know anything that I need? Arthur frowned. A hunch was still a hunch. I'm not the one who asked for a chance. This made Arthur close his mouth instead of complaining further. This was true, and Arthur was the one who followed his gut feeling into here. Furthermore, seeing that this person was the warden of forbidden memories, his feeling was right. He had known Arthur's name even though he didn't reveal it. Arthur didn't know how this person was able to, so he can only make a few guesses at most. Well, I won't be losing anything. Have you decided? The voice asked again, and Arthur nodded. As soon as he did, a bright star descended from a distance as the voice talked to Arthur again. This memory has been constructed by the clues found in the owner's memory. It's not a telling of real events, but only a simulation of what might have happened. Find a way out of this memory by killing the owner. They will try to hide themselves and their evil deeds, and you need to find them. The bright light collided with Arthur's body as the scenery changed in front of him. The next moment, Arthur found himself sitting in a room in front of a desk. This is a memory. Arthur marveled. He looked at his hand and clenched his fist. He felt his fingertips dig through the flesh of his palm. His fingers, however, weren't his. They were tinted by a purplish color and extremely long. This is the body of a person in the memory. Use it to find the owner of the memory. The voice spoke his head and Arthur nodded. He stood up and opened the door. He was met with a plaza with a single fountain. The walls were old and vegetation and mold have covered most of them. There was the scent of incense and autumn. Arthur's body slightly shivered at the cold breeze and he wrapped himself in his robe. As he looked around, there was no soul in sight. The day has just started and Arthur could see that by the dark blue light of the sky. However, he had no idea where to go from here. You're an orphan who hasn't found a family. Your job is to assist this orphanage in taking care of the children. The first thing to do is to prepare their breakfast. So, breakfast he started to make. Arthur found the kitchen after a while and made some hot peas gravy served with bread. When he finished, a bell rang throughout the orphanage. Soon, kids of all sizes started to pour in. They grabbed their plates as they chatted happily and waited for Arthur to serve them. As he did, Arthur kept an eye out for any suspicious people. All of them are kids, I doubt they are the owner of this memory. Arthur was serving the food to the kids when someone tapped on his shoulder. He turned around and found an older woman. She smiled sweetly at him and took over to serve the kids. Thank you for making this every day. Arthur couldn't hear the last words as it sounded like someone has muted the woman at that moment. His confusion was answered by the voice. No knowledge shall be divulged other than what you already know. It seems he couldn't know the names of the people in this place. He nodded at the woman and thanked her before grabbing a plate and eating on his own. The woman finished serving and came by to sit beside him. Arthur thought for a second before trying to ask her some things. Are there any troubles lately? The woman had a look of surprise at his question. She nodded with confusion as if Arthur asked something obvious. Haven't you heard that the Count is visiting today? He's cutting funds again, it seems. Why would he? Arthur asked. He pondered if this person was the owner of the memory. The woman shrugged. Probably to host one of his parties. Arthur was about to ask more when a child ran into the woman's embrace. The woman's face broke into a smile as she hugged him tightly. Mommy. The child was about 7 years old and had one of his teeth missing. He had brown hair that resembled the woman, proving they were relatives. Arthur stared at the child in silence. He didn't look anything peculiar, but two things bothered Arthur about his existence. The first one was that if he was this woman's child, why were they in an orphanage? The second was the fact that this child looked somewhat familiar. As he was pondering these two options, Arthur's nose pricked with the foul sense. The Enders. Arthur stood up from his seat and left the hall in a hurry. He couldn't mistake their stench even if he wanted to. His soul hated their very existence, making him unable to not feel them. Before he realized it, he found himself in front of the orphanage where a carriage has been parked. A group of people surrounded the carriage as their voices rose loud enough for Arthur to hear them from a distance. Show mercy, my lord. The voice of an old man rang loudly, despite how hoarse it was. By the time Arthur reached them, the Ender's stench was no longer there as it hid quite well. Why is it gone? Arthur questioned. Do they have a way to hide from me? For a moment, he forgot that he was merely in a memory. Even with a simulated world, there was no mistaking the foul mark they left on the world. The world rejected them. As Arthur was someone connected to the world, he rejected them just like the way oil didn't mix with water. They were two different things. A mercy for you means feeding 100 mouths a day. Send those leeches to the mine so they can earn their food. It's better than keeping the search for them going. A haughty voice answered by the time Arthur was able to see the people around. Several guards were surrounding a fat man wearing extravagant clothes. As he said the previous phrase, he kicked the old man who was clinging at the edge of his sleeve. Disgusting. The nobleman, who Arthur assumed to be the count, spat on the old man before leaving with his group. Arthur walked toward the old man, whose frail hands were shaking, and helped him stand. His eyes were murky and his beard was fully white. Thank you, Dot. The old man said weakly as Arthur handed him his cane. Is everything okay, sir? Yes, but I fear not for long. The old man sighed weakly. The Count has decided to cut a large portion of our funding. Why is that? It's because of our incompetence at keeping the children safe, he says. The old man said with regret. With how many have gone missing, he says it's better to send them to the mines to work. Sir, you still haven't found why they're going missing. Arthur frowned and asked as if he already that there was such an issue. No, the old man shook his head. It's still a mystery. I lock the orphanage's gates and doors every night before I sleep. However, some of them would still be missing by early morning. Rumors have it that there's an evil mage in the forest. I fear that. The old man trembled and didn't continue talking. He grabbed his cane and went back into the orphanage with slow steps. Arthur stood there, brooding, as he tried to think of a possible owner for the memories. Is it the Count? The rumored mage? Or someone else I haven't met yet? Arthur pondered. Whoever it was, this was related to the orphanage in some way. There was an issue with the funds and an issue with the missing children. The owner had to be involved in one of those issues. Either way, this will take him quite a while to figure out. Arthur thought he can handle the situation quite fast since this was a simple test, but it seemed to be more difficult than he thought. Is this a simple test? Arthur questioned as he gazed at the departing carriage. Chapter 213, Tormented Monsters. Using the cover of the night, Arthur snuck out of the orphanage before the headmaster locked the gates. He followed the trail of the carriage into the city as he asked the memories warden. Can I use my ability? No, the warden answered. You can only use the abilities you were given. This person is a non-awakened. Arthur grumbled in his mind as he stopped to take a break. This body tired out easily. The warden thought audibly. All right, I'll give you a power called the ultimate finger. Point at someone and call ultimate to activate it, killing them. No one can withstand it. If you kill the wrong person, you fail. Arthur felt relieved that he wouldn't have to come up with a way to kill someone a lot stronger than him. This way, he was only left with the question of who was the owner of this sinful memory. Despite hating the thought of him yelling out ultimate, he was still grateful. Kids being kidnapped and funding being cut short. Are these two related, or is he reading too much into it? Was the Count behind both incidents, and was he a fallen one too? Arthur was heading toward the Count's castle to find out. It seems this estate was a small one in the rural parts of the countryside. Houses were scarce and they were mostly farmers doing their bidding. Arthur walked through the streets that began smoother as he approached the Count's mansion. If I can find information about what's going on, it should be at the Count's mansion. Arthur stood a distance away, eyeing the giant mansion that was lined with guards. But how should I get in? He looked around and saw a bar on the side of the road. He cleaned his robes and headed into the bar, looking for any way of value. Even though it was night, the bar was still lit brightly. Hello, Arthur walked up to the bar as he placed a currency he didn't recognize, but it was a paper currency. I want a cup of your best drink, he said and placed another paper. I'm also looking for some help. The bartender glanced at him before sweeping the money with his towel, stuffing it into his pockets. He played with his beard as he nodded at Arthur. What kind of help? I'm from the orphanage and I fear it will be closed soon. Do you know anyone that can get me a job at the Count's house? I've heard about that. The bartender nodded in understanding. It seems you've done your last job carelessly, losing so many children. He clicked his tongue as he poured Arthur a cup. Unfortunate circumstances, yes. Arthur sighed and tried to fake regret. They say that they're still looking into it. It's an evil mage, I tell you. The men spat to the side. I've been with my brother, he works as a hunter. Strange things are happening in that forest. What kind of things? Dying ones, for sure. The forest is dying as if life has abandoned it. The bartender wiped the counter. I've seen a monster so strange and yet so tormented that I didn't know whether to fear or pity it. What do you mean? Arthur frowned. This was another confusing piece of information. What was going on in this place? The Count's issue, the missing kids, and now tormented monsters. I don't know, it's hard to describe. The bartender shook his head and didn't say more. I think there's a job as a stable boy in the estate. Ask Dylan, he's the Count's clerk. He usually comes around here in an hour or so. I doubt he'd hire you, though. He'll be too busy with those. The bartender pointed with his chin at a few women wearing revealing clothes in the corner. Ah, I see. Arthur nodded and suddenly had a plan in mind. He walked up to a woman and whispered in her ear. She looked confused but agreed easily once Arthur gave her half of his savings. This money was in the room he woke up in, so it was probably belonging to the owner of this body. Arthur questioned how he can gain so much money, but he wasn't about to look through some embezzlement criminal. All he had to do now was wait for the clerk, Dylan, to show up. Sure enough, a scrawny man walked into the bar and headed straight to the prostitutes. He ended up accompanying the girl Arthur had a deal with, who was also the most beautiful one in the group. Arthur began his act and started drinking, despite faking it mostly. He glanced at the woman and she was sweet-talking Dylan the clerk. He averted his eyes when she pointed at him. Dylan looked on skeptically but didn't say anything. Arthur had paid the woman to talk of him to Dylan, hoping to get a job. He had bet his money on the fact that Dylan wanted to show around his authority, and a beautiful woman was the best audience for that. Of course, Dylan wouldn't be the one to go after Arthur. That's why Arthur stood up from his seat and pretended to walk outside when he stood in front of Dylan's table. Aren't you Master Dylan, sir? He stuttered and looked with wide eyes. The clerk nodded with a haughty glance. Arthur fell to his knees immediately and brought his hands together. Sir, I've heard of your generosity and kindness for so long. Please, let me work for you. I have nowhere else to go. His eyes teared up slightly as he begged. He heard the woman call him poor boy in a pitying tone to Dylan's ears. And that's how he got the job. Master Dylan wrote him a paper that he showed to the guards and was allowed entry to the mansion. He was instructed to sleep in the stable for today, but Arthur had other plans. He slipped into the kitchen and looked for a servant's clothing. He found some in the laundry room and put the ones that fit on and started roaming the mansion. With servant clothes on, no one questioned the average-looking Joe. Arthur was amazed at how lax the security was and attributed it to the fact this was a rural estate with 0 offenders. He made his way deeper into the mansion and asked a servant about the Count's study. When faced with suspicion, he said that he was a new servant hired by Master Dylan and showed the paper. Arthur found the study at last. He kept walking around the place until he was able to slip in without being noticed. Once he was inside, he was able to breathe in relief. He hadn't felt the existence of anyone here, so he didn't fear being found. He looked around the room, scrutinizing it. It had 2 giant bookshelves at each side with a desk in the center, a window standing behind it. Arthur headed straight to the desk as he began looking through the drawers. He then found several letters hidden deep inside and took them out to read them. They were exchanges between the Count and someone else, agreeing on a time and place for them to meet. However, this was a month ago. There were also mentions of the orphanage and how that person's visit would be facilitated. Who is this person? Arthur frowned. Does he have anything to do with the kidnappings? It was then that he heard the door's handle move. Arthur slipped into the space between the bookshelves and the wall as he used his insignia. Luckily, he was able to use it even though he couldn't use his abilities. He hid his existence as he heard people come into the study. There was a thud and a low threatening shout as 2 people seemed to be fighting. Are you mad, Ilian? The woman's voice was angry and panicked. The emperor is looking for his son and you're working with this crazy woman. I don't have a choice. It's either we help her or she ends our houses standing in the capital. She said it would be quick. The count's voice was shaking. Quick. The woman laughed. Have you heard of the monsters appearing in the forest? It's all their fault. They are. To those children. Arthur's mind raced as he tried to glance at the woman. He peeked from behind the shelf but he could only recognize the count, cornered by his desk. The woman looked frightened and disgusted by something. The emperor will get wind of this soon. At that time, our standing is the least of our worries. You need to stop them. She paused as she sniffed with her nose. Arthur hid into the shadows as he hoped she didn't notice him. Have you been drinking? The woman asked as she smelled her husband. It's not from you. Arthur sighed in his mind. The smell of the alcohol he consumed earlier seemed to be giving him away. Who's there? And there it came. Since they would find him sooner or later, Arthur leaped from the bookshelves and threw himself through the window. The glass shattered as he fell to the bush beneath. Intruder. Guards. The count roared as Arthur began running away madly. There was only one place he can flee to. The forest. Chapter 214, Shocking Past. The forest cradled the estate and the farms around it, making it easy for Arthur to reach it. However, a giant fist made of orange ethereal energy came from behind him as he was running, sent by one of the guards. Arthur had to use his insignia again to defuse it before diving into the forest. This body's stats were average at best, but the instinct to survive allowed it to sprint well enough to flee. The roots of the forest were intertwined and so were the branches. This made it easier for Arthur to flee, even though the dim moonlight made it hard to navigate. Through sheer luck or simply the incompetence of the guards, Arthur was able to cut a distance ahead. However, he had left an obvious trail that would surely be traced to him. As he was running, Arthur didn't see a route that made him trip and roll down a hill. He bawled himself as he rolled down, pain tearing through his flesh. Over there. Arthur heard a shout from above as his body collided with a giant tree. The air was kicked out of his lungs as he felt a throbbing pain in his back. The footsteps of the soldiers grew closer and Arthur knew he had to run away. As he stood up, his face twitched as a foul smell entered his nose. This is. Arthur frowned since the scent was familiar, yet different. He looked around and saw a shadow creep out of a tree beside him. Arthur held his breath as the shadow revealed itself. He recognized the structure, but his keen senses toward existence were thrown off by what he was feeling. Aha! A low scream was issued from the creature as if crawled on the ground. Arthur backed away with fear as he saw the bones snap and reattach themselves. This can't be human. Arthur covered his nose as the creature, which was like a humanoid centipede, crawled in front of him. The distinctive dark substance oozed out of it resembling an ender, but Arthur knew it was human. Is this the monster the bartender mentioned? Ah! The high-pitched scream took Arthur by surprise and he stumbled backward, tripping again. This time, he didn't look back as he began running away from both the creature and the guards. What is this? He heard a shout accompanied by the sound of clinking armor behind him. Kill it. Swords were unsheathed as the monster, or the human, issued another scream. Arthur shook his head as he dived deeper into the forest. His thoughts were chaotic as he began connecting the dots. The missing children and these creatures were the same. They were humans plagued by the dark substance of the fallen ones. However, why would they be in such a state? Arthur's mind began racing even faster than his feet as he ran in the direction of the orphanage. He connected what the Count has said with what he just realized and concluded that someone was doing this to these children. The Count mentioned a woman and there was only one woman that Arthur had met that can be the person. The mother of the child in the orphanage. Her existence has bothered Arthur since the first moment he met her, but she didn't look like the owner of this memory. He reached the end of the forest in a blur and could see the tiled roof of the orphanage from a distance. Arthur tottered toward the gates and found them to be already closed. He tried to open them by force but his strength betrayed him. Falling to his knees, Arthur tried to gather his breath. He needed to decide now who the owner was. Even though he suspected the woman, he didn't feel that she had anything with the Enders when he sat next to her. However, he felt the Ender's existence in front of the orphanage. The people gathered there were the count, his guards, and the orphanage master. If one of them was a fallen one, and the count had nothing to do with the missing children, and the missing children having been turned to those creatures. Arthur's eyes sharpened. He stood up and started running around the orphanage. He found that a part of the wall beside the yard had a crack. He used it to start climbing, despite the skin on his fingertips being torn apart. He winced as the dirt mixed with his wounds but kept climbing. As he reached half of it, he slipped and fell. Arthur's body, or the owner's body, was begging to be spared. Not heeding its prayers, Arthur picked himself up and climbed again. If his guesses were right, another kid was being turned into that creature right now. Even though this was a simulated world, the faces of those kids were still in his mind. Somewhere far away from my life, Arthur thought as he climbed again. He couldn't feel his fingers anymore. These kids have seen hell. Sadness pooled in his heart. How much despair did they feel if no one rescued them? He grabbed the edge of the wall with one hand and pulled himself up through gritted teeth. He had no energy to adjust himself and rolled over the wall, falling directly to the ground. He heard a distinct crack and his leg burned with pain. He picked himself up, gathering all of his willpower, as he started roaming the orphanage. He could feel it, the power of the enders. He headed straight into the master's bedroom and used a knife he grabbed in the kitchen to unfasten his door. As he entered, the room was empty. The smell of incense burned through his nose, but it didn't cover the foul smell coming from under the carpet. Arthur removed the carpet to find a staircase. They're down there. Arthur realized as his stomach turned. He began descending the stairs as his consciousness blurred. The pain worked great to keep him awake, allowing him to reach the underground corridor. Arthur could hear mumblings as his body rejected the ender's existence. As if two magnets with opposite poles, his every cell repulsed these creatures. His body was in tatters, torn at places and broken at others. However, he kept going forward since it will all be over soon. As he saw the lit archway in the distance, he began hearing the voices of the people clearer. "Mommy, why are we here?" The child's voice rang in Arthur's ears. His words made Arthur realize it was the child from this morning. He frowned at the unexpected coincidence that this child would be the one brought here. "Don't worry, sweetie," his mother's voice answered. "After this, you'll live safely with your father. I'll make sure you become a big and strong handsome man. Take care of yourself." Then came the sound of a leaked sob. "What are they trying to do?" Arthur quickened his pace as the mumblings grew louder. He gritted his teeth as the ender began descending. The woman's scream resounded into his bones as Arthur passed the archway into the wide and lit underground abode. Rather than an abode, it was an altar. The mother has been strapped in the middle with the child strapped next to her. The old man was mumbling as the mother's scream tore through her throats. Her voice became hoarse when her body was fully covered with dark matter. The old man controlled the matter as a tongue protruded from the other and entered the child's body. Arthur pushed the tools and tables away as the child screamed. The old man turned his way and Arthur raised his finger and pointed it at the old man. Ultimate. Something left his finger and headed toward the old man, striking him in the chest. The old man began convulsing as his skin began to rot. Arthur ignored his screams and headed straight to the child. The darkness has barely touched him but the skin was withering visibly. As for the mother, Arthur glanced at her and saw that all of her body was withering visibly. Arthur fell to his knees and grabbed the dark matter with his hand. It began to rot as the darkness tried to swallow it. Begone. Arthur's eyes glowed brightly in the darkness as the darkness retreated. Arthur unfastened the child that had its skin still rotting with sadness. "I'm sorry." Arthur knew it wasn't real, but this has happened before. "I'm sorry that this happened to you." The child was crying and calling for his mother. Arthur watched as the mother raised her hand in their direction. He saw her lips move as she whispered to him. "Please." Her voice was weak and hoarse. "Take care of." Her hand fell to the ground. "Euron." Arthur's body began shaking as he heard her last word. The world began breaking apart as Arthur felt people arrive at the orphanage from above. He turned at the child and finally realized why he was so familiar. Ah. The pieces began to gather in his mind as Arthur's heart felt like a chunk of wood at that moment. A lump blocked his throat as he reached out. "You are." The world disappeared and was replaced by dark space. He was back at the world of memories. "You've done well," the warden said to him, but Arthur was still staring blankly ahead. He clenched his fist as he realized why Euron has been called a cripple in the trial. "Why have you shown me this?" Arthur gritted his teeth and asked the warden. "Did you know?" Chapter 2:15, A Manticore. "What I know doesn't matter," the warden said in his stoic tone. "What you know, however, can change things. You've shown me someone who I know. If that's the case, then you too must be fated to cross paths here." "There's no such thing as fate," Arthur shouted, making silence descend on the hall. "Things aren't predetermined," he said as he stood up. "They are not indeed," the warden answered. "Yet, a few things gravitate toward each other. For example, why have you sought this place?" Space began to disappear as a narrow platform connected Arthur with another door. "To seek answers," Arthur said, reminded of his quest. "I wasn't here to see someone else's past." "You didn't want to, it doesn't mean you don't need to," the warden said as his voice drifted away. "You have passed the test. Now, you can meet me." With that, he disappeared. Arthur stood on the floating platform connecting him to the door as his mind raced. He had seen Euron's past and the reason he was shunned by the 7 families. Someone has tried to inject the Ender's powers into Euron. Did they succeed? Arthur wondered as he remembered the last time that he met Euron in the capital. He didn't feel the existence of the Enders in him. Hopefully, they did not manage to do it. However, what about his mother? What fate did she end up with? Arthur had so many questions, but he can only shake his head and move forward. After all that he's been through, questions have become something he must carry along with him as he finds answers for them. From the moment he accepted his legacy from Jizo, he has been carrying the responsibility of unearthing the secrets behind the world. Arthur touched the metallic door and it opened on its own, revealing a stone corridor that was very much unlike the space he walked out of. He kept walking forward until the corridor turned into a giant hall. The scent of flowers and soil stuck his nose as soon as he stepped into the hall. Rather than a hall, this was like an underground paradise. With lush greens and blue skies, the space looked as if Arthur had walked into one of the most beautiful places in the world. Animals danced and birds sang as they flew through the air, passing over the water stream. "What is this?" Arthur was stunned. He looked back and could see the corridor he walked out coming out of a giant mountain range. He had just been underneath a desert and now he was standing in greenery. Maybe this is a product of the pocket dimension, Arthur thought to himself as he started walking through the forest. He kept himself prepared for any dangers, but there was none. He tried to look for the warden but didn't dare to use his detection rune. The fact that the warden knew a lot of things bothered him and made him reluctant to share any more about it. He spent an hour walking through the forest until he found a trail. He saw footsteps that had been left there and followed them to find a giant stone ring surrounded by pillars. With the light cascading on the white marble, the ring seemed to be shining brightly midday. Arthur's eyes widened at the serenity of the place before he saw something move in the middle of it. Surrounded by trees that intertwined with the pillars, Arthur saw something inside. He walked forward, prepared to teleport away at the sign of danger, to see what was inside. The first thing that Arthur saw was the fur, then the shell, and then came the giant claws. His steps slowed as horror seized his heart. It's a manticore, Arthur realized, his feet not moving to make a run for it. He studied the creature in front of him with such fascination and fear that he forgot it can kill him. With the body of a lion, the manticore looked nothing like a lion should look. Its tail was covered with hard dark purple shells with a sharp stinger at the end. Its claws were that of a lion but his feet were armored with cells as well. Its head was the most bizarre. It had the head of a horned lion with a large mouth covered with teeth but had a face that resembled a handsome man above its mouth. It had its eyes close until Arthur tried to take a step back. The face's eyes opened to reveal two intersecting lines, looking like a plus in each eye, looking straight at him. Arthur was disturbed by the monster's eyes and almost teleported away if it hadn't opened its mouth. "I see that you fear me, child." The warden's voice came out from the monster and Arthur paused. "You are not human?" Arthur asked, hating how his voice trembled at the end of it. Manticores were things of myths even for strong awakeners. "I never said I was." The manticore answered as its tail swayed dangerously. Do you fear for your life? Only a fool wouldn't, Arthur said with a frown. Do you know what manticores are called? No, I've spent the last of my years digging instead of learning. We're called the creatures of truth. We can't lie and you can't lie to us. The monster's face smiled, showing its human-looking teeth. Arthur frowned as he picked his words wisely. What happens if humans lie to you? Our mana shall curse them. Curses are scary, I warn you. The manticore said with a smile as it stood up and took a step toward Arthur, to which Arthur mirrored with a step backward of his own. I won't hurt you. I can't trust you. Arthur raised his head to look at the creature that was twice his height. You've trusted I wouldn't hurt you until you saw how I look like. The manticore's words stabbed into Arthur's heart. He did indeed trust that he wouldn't get hurt because this person was allied with Geronimo. However, he wasn't so sure after he saw that it was no person, but a monster. I'm sorry, Arthur said after a moment, remembering his goblins, Kira, Lilo, and Rucky. I didn't mean to. It's all right. The manticore stopped a few steps away from Arthur. I see that you don't hate monsters as much as other humans. I don't hate mindless monsters. You're picking your words very wisely. The face grinned again. You also don't hate the monsters you can control. Arthur nodded his head, that was true. Come and have a seat, the monster turned as a branch crawled from one of the trees, making a seat for Arthur beside it. I know you have some questions for me. Arthur hesitated for a moment before he walked toward the branch and sat on it. Until now, the manticore has kept to his word and even allowed Jonah to pass the test. After cheating his way through. I'm glad you're a lot more docile than earlier, Arthur Silvera. How do you know my name? Is that one of your questions? Arthur closed his mouth, making it a straight line, as he sulked. The manticore gave a laugh as a bird flew over and perched itself on its horn that was protruding from the side. You can ask me 3 questions in return for answering 1. That's my offer, what do you think? I will take it. Arthur nodded his head. Then think wisely of what to ask, every question counts. The monster said as it closed its eyes again. Arthur looked at the bird as it stood on the monster's horn, unafraid. It was safe to say that all animals feared monsters because of their survival instinct. Yet, the animals here seemed to be different. I have my first question, Arthur said, and the monster opened its eye. Looking at them directly, Arthur slowly moved his mouth. What can I ask? The monster seemed to be amused at Arthur's question, which was directly gauging the extent of its knowledge. It didn't hesitate to answer. I know of every science that humans know and every experiment that took place and was recorded. I know of every tragedy that befell the world and every genocide that marked the soil red. I know of every secret the world tries to hide and every sin they have committed. That's enough of an answer. Arthur shook his head. Please elaborate. You also didn't tell me what I can ask, you only told me what you know. The monster seemed further amused as its tail swayed from one side to the other, cutting across the air. It rested its chin on its leg and looked at Arthur at his eyes level. The people kept here aren't simply criminals, but those with forbidden knowledge. I have seen their memories for decades, gaining the knowledge of some of the greatest minds in existence. That means you don't know the specifics of the world. Yes, I'm not omniscient. The monster nodded. Are you disappointed? No, Arthur shook his head. Rather relieved. This way, the monster didn't know everything about him. I have my second question. Chapter 216, An Insight. What is it? The manticore smiled and asked. Arthur rubbed his hands together as he pondered. The Enders, you know them. Arthur mouthed out slowly. The manticore's smile vanished. What is their current goal? This was Arthur's chance to gain an insight into this. The manticore's demeanor changed as it stood up. Its fur swayed gently in the wind as it drew closer to Arthur. Why are you asking? Is this your question? Arthur teased and used the monster's words against him. However, the manticore was still expressionless. With a serious face, it shook its head. I'll rephrase it. Why are you here? Arthur was taken aback. He didn't think the monster would throw away its only question on this one. However, if it did, then the answer must be important to it. To stop the Enders. Arthur didn't try to lie or sugarcoat it. He could already feel the monster's mana spreading. Then, they're here already. The manticore nodded. It seemed as if it had finally found the answer. I wondered how much time it would take for them to make their moves. How did you know they would be here? Arthur asked with furrowed brows. Is this another question? No, forget it. Instead of sating his curiosity, it would be better to gain some information about his goals. You haven't answered me. Arthur urged. What is their current goal? You must already know that. Yes, but I don't know why they're here. I want to know the details. Most of the convicted here have fallen to the dark side, so I can answer that. They're looking for the artifact that links both worlds. That's not their final goal. Arthur pushed again. He already knew that, but he didn't know why. He only had guesses but nothing certain. They call it End Day. They're trying to remerge the world again. What we live in is an incomplete dimension, a place. They can't manifest. That's why they use the mediums to descend. However, even that is barely possible. Arthur slumped on the branch as he allowed the information to sink in. Jizo has only told him that if the two worlds become one, calamities would ensue. At that time, Arthur didn't know about the 7 families or the Enders, so Jizo hasn't told him. Rather, Arthur wasn't so sure Jizo knew the future at all. He did know about the past, but that doesn't mean he knew about the present. After all, what can a soul fragment from someone that died countless years ago know about the current world's affairs? As he realized this, Arthur felt like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. It was contradicting feeling if he was, to be honest. However, the feeling that Jizo wasn't omniscient somehow relieved him as well. Maybe deep down, he feared the person who changed his life more than he feared anyone else. After all, this person can take away this strength he gave him as easily as he gave it to him. Master Ronan always wanted him to believe that this was his strength, but it didn't feel like it. Even if it wasn't Jizo, what about the person he has seen behind the portal in the runic world? The person that was on the other side of the reality gates was the source of Arthur's powers, but it wasn't Jizo, so what does that mean? Does it mean that Jizo's powers are also borrowed from something else? You have one more question left. The manticore sat back down in front of Arthur, pulling his attention from his thoughts. Arthur stood up from his seat and dusted himself. He looked at the manticore's bizarre eyes with hope and expectations. Where is the artifact? If he got an answer, then his second legacy quest would be over. I don't know, the monster of truth shot his hopes down with a single phrase. It has never been a part of Girano. If it's going to be here, then it'll be in the future. That's a realm I do not know of. All right. Arthur nodded. Then I get to ask something different. The manticore grinned at his words and nodded. Since it couldn't provide an answer, it was obliged to take on another question. This time, Arthur had to ponder his question seriously. He wanted to know how the monster knew his name, but he guessed it was because of his ability. In the end, he had to settle for erasing his fears. Are you going to tell anyone about my identity? This time, the manticore fell silent. This was not a question of knowledge, but a promise of secrecy. Whatever it would say would be the absolute truth. That means if it goes back on its answer, this would kill it. Arthur looked at the monster as it pondered his question. He had chosen his question wisely for it to fall in the realm of the future rather than the past. This way, he would know the monster's true intentions. I would only do so if you threaten Girano. The manticore answered at last. If you intend to fight against the dark side, then I won't reveal your identity unless it compromises the safety of Girano or myself. The moment that the monster finished its words, Arthur felt its mana construct a bond between them. This was a promise that can't be broken. That's fair enough. Arthur nodded. Now, I wish to leave. Since he got his answer, Arthur planned on raising his strength before passing the second test. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Arthur Silvera. Same goes to you, Rakeson. The manticore smiled. That's what they call me. You have earned the right to know who I am. I am Rakeson, the spirit guardian of Girano and its first founder. The manticore began floating and so did Arthur. With a sudden acceleration, they began soaring across the sky toward the edge of the space. At the end of the space, Arthur found a window in the middle of the blue sky. He landed safely on the Window's edge as he turned to face Rakeson. Why is such a space hidden in plain sight, open to the public? Arthur asked as he looked through the window. It was on top of a hill in a forest. That is also a question. Rakeson smiled and Arthur found himself tongue-tied. However, it doesn't make a difference if I answer since you can ask any of Girano's staff once you leave. Haha, Rakeson laughed when it saw Arthur's face go from frowning to relief. It's far from being open to the public. I control this pocket dimension and overlooking the test. I could have made it impossible for you to access my abode, but I did. Arthur didn't say anything but his face conveyed his confusion. The Manticore continued one leisurely. I didn't because I saw how easily you unlocked that runic door. Then, I saw how you navigated through those traps. I wanted to meet you, and I'm glad I did. Protect my city, Arthur. With that, Rakeson flew away. Arthur looked at it for a moment and opened the window and jumped out of it. He felt the tall grass brush against his calves and turned to see that the window has already disappeared. Hide your strength from others, but you can use it if I'm the only one watching. Rakeson said in his mind as the voice drifted away for the last time. Arthur smiled and shook his head. Truly, it's scary how he knows things. Arthur could understand that this monster's powers aligned themselves with truth, but he couldn't fathom how something so powerful could exist. Yet in the end, this was a world of magical miracles. As Arthur looked around, he found that he was at the edge of the desert. Remembering the words of Rakeson, he couldn't stop a grin from appearing on his face. Ah, the Falcon. He looked toward the desert and started sprinting again toward the location of the entrance to the underground prison. A middle high-tier monster would provide him with a lot of experience as well as essence. He felt sorry for taking down one of Rakeson's minions, but these monsters were placed here to be hunted by the students. He found the window he fell from again and dropped down. The moment that he landed, he was already sprinting and leaving a trail of sand behind him. His blood was boiling with excitement from the anticipation of the fight. At first, he feared these monsters as they endangered his life. That changed when he gained strength as he began seeking ways to use his abilities. It was as if using this power that he was given would make it feel more like his. Even though he commanded these runes and these stats were his, he wanted to control them more. He wanted to feel in control of his life. The Falcon shrieked when it sensed Arthur's presence and turned to face a new threat. It spread its wings and flapped them, generating wind blades all in Arthur's direction. With a grin, Arthur interlocked his arms to block them as his skin turned metallic. Come. Chapter 217, The Fallen One. The Falcon's wind blades collided with Arthur's skin, causing a metallic clinking to reverberate throughout the corridor. They left white marks on Arthur's iron skin, but he wasn't injured in a way that mattered. Seeing how futile its attack was, the Falcon chose to dive personally with its talons trying to rip through Arthur's flesh. Arthur didn't use any skills and simply sidestepped fast enough for the talons to miss their marks. He grabbed the monster's leg and began spinning while it tried to flap its wings to flee. Let's dance. Arthur laughed as the monster struggled. When green light began to surround them, Arthur knew that the monster was summoning a tornado. The wind began to gather as they tried to cut through Arthur's flesh. Seeing this, Arthur's hands began to radiate golden light as fire appeared. You didn't think I would have so many tricks, huh? Arthur laughed as the Falcon screeched. Arthur let go of it when he sensed it uses its mana on its talons. The Falcon ballistically flew away once Arthur let go of it, and as he suspected, the talons elongated to be as long as swords know. All right, Arthur grinned. Let's get demonic then. His hand began turning into a monster's as the Falcon dived in again. The light faded from the Falcon's eyes as Arthur pulled his hand away from its heart. He frowned at the blood dripping from his hand as it turned human again. It was bluish, a trait of the Falcon's race. He has finally reached level 36 after hunting for a day in this place. As he was standing thinking about his extra 4 legacy points, a voice appeared in his head. 83 students has passed. It was the first time that he had heard this announcement. After a moment of confusion, he thought that perhaps the one sending them is Rakeson himself. Since Ha had been with Rakeson this whole time, he didn't get an announcement. Arthur thought it was a good time to start trying to get off this island. Arthur smiled as he felt his strength increase once again. However, his legacy had more messages that made his eyes widen. New skill has been absorbed. Wings of Wind, See a skill to use the winds to glide and low-speed flight. A second of flight costs 7 points of mana. What? Arthur wondered if he has seen right and had to rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. What? He repeated. I can fly. Arthur tried to calm himself down as he didn't know if Rakeson was watching him right now. The excitement Arthur was feeling was unbearable and he couldn't keep still. After all, one thing that made Awakeners superentities is their defiance of gravity. To soar across the sky was a thing of legends and Arthur was presented with such an opportunity. That means, almost 37.5 seconds of flight if I use all of my mana. If I combine that with restore, that would be 75s. Arthur was fidgeting. Even though it was a low-speed flight, it was still flying. He ran back to the hall he fell into and looked up to see the window. All right. Arthur breathed in and out as he used his skill. The link he always felt to his skills activated as his mana turned to the wind that surrounded him. As if it was programmed, the wind started lifting his body upward. Even though he was unstable at first, his skill allowed him to gain balance as he rose higher by the second. Let's pump it. Arthur grinned as he poured his mana. His speed began accelerating as the sand began rising underneath him due to the wind. The sun glared in his eyes as he saw the window get closer to him. With another portion of his mana gone, he was out in the open. Oh ho! Arthur couldn't help but shout when he was soaring through the desert toward the forest. However, his mana began to run low and the wind carrying him got weaker until he rolled awkwardly on the sand. Ah, downcast, Arthur sighed. His moments of flight had been short, but they were still liberating and awesome to have. He stood up and checked his mana and he had a quarter left. Maybe it's time that I take the crystal and create a boat. Can I ask Rakeson to teleport me, though? Arthur pondered with his hand on his chin. At that moment, he felt something coming from afar. They have finally shown themselves. Arthur snapped his head toward the deeper parts of the desert. He could feel the existence of the enders just like the one he felt before the chains of fortune. This confirms his fears, there's a fallen one among the students. Without further ado, Arthur began sprinting toward the deeper parts of the desert. The ender's existence was barely noticeable as if it was about to fade out. Arthur also sensed that it was a distance away from him. He had revealed enough of his powers and he didn't want to teleport in front of Rakeson, no matter how helpful the manticore was. His feet left deep marks on the sand as he felt the temperature start dropping. It became with a slight frosting on the sand until it turned to an ice desert. The dunes were covered with snow as sand rolled underneath them. The chilling breeze of the desert made Arthur shiver, but he didn't slow down. Even though the sun was high, the fog began to arise. Damn, Rakeson needs to tune it down with this abnormal weather, Arthur grumbled as it felt like someone has thrown the climate's elements into a blender and expected it to work together. Fatigue began accumulating and Arthur needed to take a rest. Even though his high stamina allowed him a high regenerative speed, his breath became shallow due to the cold. Fuck it, I'm not taking this. Arthur spread his arms as the flames covered his body. He was like a human torch now, but he didn't care. A warmed-up human torch, at least. At the expense of his mana, Arthur's travel across the ice desert became a lot smoother. He felt the existence of the ender disappear suddenly, but he kept traveling in the same direction. When it finally reappeared, the ender was in a different direction and Arthur changed ways. It disappeared again as Arthur was close to him, but he didn't care. He can already feel the sound of battle cutting across the silent desert. Arthur slid down a dune as he saw the fog twist itself and flee as two figures clashed against each other. With how high the fog was, Arthur couldn't tell their appearances but can see someone struggling. A powerful spear ripped through the fog and made a clearing for Arthur to see. The first face that he saw was a familiar one, the spearman that has tried to attack him earlier in the chains of fortune. As he looked at the receiver of the attack, Arthur's heart clenched. Without thinking, he used his shadow space to appear in front of the incoming attack. He raised a barrier that deflected the man's spear. Arthur could see the surprise in the man's eyes as his attack was deflected so effortlessly. "Who are you and why are you interfering?" The spearman's voice was deep, suiting his battle-crazed look. Arthur on the other hand ignored him and turned to the petite person behind him. "Are you all right, miss?" He had to act like a stranger, but he knew this person. Ellen stood in front of him with her small frame, blood trickling down her arm as she breathed in huffs. "Move." Ellen spat a single word, but it came in a whisper. Arthur could see from her pale face and messy hair that it had been a difficult fight. "I would, gladly. I simply fear this isn't your fight. You need to listen to that snobby brat, girl." The spearman interrupted, placing his spear on his shoulder. "You might have been trying to get that crystal first, but it's pointless without strength." From the man's words, Arthur understood that this fight was after one of the crystals required to pass. He stood there quietly as he had no idea what to do. He had no obligation to take the crystal from this man to help his friend, not to mention unfair. Furthermore, even though he was distracted by Ellen's appearance, this man was dangerous. Arthur had felt the Ender's existence earlier, and it must have been this man using his strength. Arthur could feel the bloodthirsty aura still surrounding him. Even more, he could feel the Ender's energy coming out of his body. The man was muscular, but he seemed extremely tired. Arthur wondered if this was a price for using the Ender's powers. "It was mine," Ellen said through gritted teeth as she took a step forward. Arthur sighed and raised his hand to stop her. "Miss, you'll die if you go against him." However, Arthur turned to the fallen one. "You have attacked me earlier on the chains of fortune. Allow me to give you a small payback." Chapter 218, True Monster. The spearman looked on with a frown. He had witnessed Arthur's strength firsthand, so he looked conflicted about fighting him. Arthur, on the other hand, was the same. He didn't want to be the kind of person to carry others through, but the fact that this person has fallen for the Enders made things different. If this man was a minion of the Enders, then Arthur had every reason to prevent him from passing. This way, he would hinder them from getting their hands on the artifact. At this point, Arthur realized that his legacy quests only appeared when the Enders were involved. This suggests that the purpose behind his legacy was to stop these creatures. As the tension rose, Ellen was the first to break the silence. She pushed Arthur's arm away as she took a step forward. "You have nothing to do with this," she said, holding her injured arm. Arthur sighed and threw out his hand. Ellen stiffened before she fell backward for Arthur to catch her. Restrained, Ellen looked at him with fear and anger. "Lie down and allow me to handle this." Arthur placed her down and turned toward the men. "I'm sorry, but this is as far as you can go. I don't think you wish to antagonize me," the spearman said as he strapped the spear to his back. He crossed his arms as he looked at Arthur. "It's better that we both forget this. Sorry, I'm a petty person. If you attack me once, I'll bite you." "That's not how the saying goes," the spearman said, his accent clear. "Joke's on you, I didn't even know there was a saying." Arthur stretched his neck. "What I do know, and you know as well, that you can't win against me." "Yeah, that's true." Unexpectedly, the spearman nodded. "I can know a man's strength by trading punches with him." Sadly, his voice trailed, making Arthur have an ominous feeling. "I'm not alone." Then, the men roared. Or imitated roaring. Arthur looked at him with furrowed brows as the man's veins bulged as if he was screaming, but no sound came out. "Are you silent acting?" Arthur leaned forward and dashed toward the men. "Sorry to interrupt your performance." Before Arthur could reach him, the ground began shaking. After steadying himself, Arthur used his detection rune. It hasn't been there earlier, but something was approaching from underneath them. "All right, we need to run." Arthur turned and picked up Ellen, who was still struggling to run away, and threw her over his shoulders and jumped. His skill got activated as the two rose in the air. The ground split apart as an earthquake struck the desert. The iced sand rose in the air as a monster revealed itself from underneath the spearman. The spearman landed on the monster's giant head as it appeared from the underground. Arthur landed on a nearby dune as he looked with a frown at the monster and human duo. "A tamer," Arthur muttered as he looked at the giant worm that had appeared. It looked like a train rather than a worm, only if the train had legs wiggling like scythes. Its mouth was as wide as its body, looking like a hollow cylindrical with many teeth that could shred you to pieces. The spearman had his arms across his chest again as he smirked. "You don't look so strong now, huh? That's a true monster, idiot." Arthur's heart was beating loudly as he looked at the gigantic monster. "Do you think you can tame it with a simple roar?" He could see the pale face of the spearman and how the giant worm was growing unstable by the second. He guessed this was only a show to intimidate him, but there was still a problem. What would happen once this idiot can no longer control it? Arthur's heart was cold. He can't take on a true monster with his current strength. It would take a party of Ray-rankers to contend against this monster. True to Arthur's expectations, the worm began to shake its head in protest as the spearman's mana dwindled. Arthur had expected a great nemesis for the fallen ones, but this man looked like a piece of paper as the monster threw him off. Are you seriously going to summon that thing just to lose control of it? Arthur shouted as he saw the worm rise in the air issuing a growl. With a high-pitched roar that made Arthur's ears tingle, the worm threw itself in his direction and the ice caved in underneath it. Arthur started running away with Ellen on his back and she was equally trembling. The worm slithering across the earth made it tremble as the ice began to break and the sand began to shift. Arthur's senses tingled, fearing the incoming danger as he felt the monster behind him. Suddenly, the air around them grew more humid and warmer. Arthur frowned and looked back to see fumes coming out of the worm's mouth as an orange fluid began emerging. This shit is spouting out lave. Arthur almost tripped over himself. Why is it living beneath the ice desert then? However, his grumbling went unanswered. He felt Ellen's tiny fists clench to his body in fear. It seems she was scared Arthur would throw her away to run away since Alexei, was a total stranger to her. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you, Arthur said, but she was anything but calm. The thing is that he was the same. His mind raced of possible solutions, including teleporting away. However, that would not only make things messier with Rexon, Ellen would also become suspicious of him. I'm not in Girano yet, but I already have so much mess to deal with. His shadow grew longer as an orange hue appeared in front of him. Arthur's back felt as if a heater was strapped to his back and he knew that the worm has unleashed an attack. Looking back, Arthur got to see the sky raining lava for the first time in his life. He would have loved to enjoy the view, but he had to grit his teeth and use his skill. He hugged Ellen in a tight embrace as the sand began drifting apart underneath them. They began sinking into the ground as if the sand was water. The world turned dark beside them, but Arthur kept using his skill to dive deeper underground. The sand structure made it easy to manipulate, but his mana was still draining at an alarming rate. He could feel the worm making its way toward them, and Arthur used his stealth rune on both of them. Given the circumstances, he doubted Ellen or Rexon would know that he used the rune. They were still diving deeper into the sand as the sand raced by. Arthur used his skill to keep the sand away lest they suffocate. Yet even with that, there was very little air. The earth trembled again as Arthur felt the monster's presence go in a different direction from them. He didn't know if his stealth rune was enough for that eyeless bastard or if it was simply going crazy, but they at least got it off their backs. He had the mind to fly in the air, but the lave rain made him change his mind. However, now that they were diving underground, Arthur realized that oxygen was becoming an issue. He used his detection rune and found a cavity underneath the sand, separated from it by a mass of hard rocks. Arthur made the last ditch for it and their feet rested on the rock. Are you okay? Arthur asked as he expanded more mana to push the sand away. Ellen, on the other hand, was breathing heavily. Arthur felt her blood cover his hand and used his other hand to touch her face. She was smoldering. Is the wound infected? Arthur frowned. Fever was a serious symptom of an infection. However, there was also the possibility that it was mana deprivation. Arthur realized she needs to rest. He didn't have the mana to break through the rocks. Rucky, go to the inside of this cave and break the rocks beneath us. Arthur knew there was a possibility the cave might collapse, but he didn't care at the moment. Yes, my lord. Rucky slipped away from his shadow and traveled into the cave. After a few seconds, Arthur could hear loud sounds, accompanied by shaking coming from underneath him. The rock underneath them cracked as the sand began to pour in. Arthur used the last of his mana to push the sand away and slip into the cave with Ellen still in his embrace. Suddenly, the sand disappeared from underneath him and Arthur fell. He hugged Ellen and landed safely on the damp cave's floor as he felt the chilly frost covering it. Arthur looked around and saw that he was in a tunnel. He placed Ellen down after taking out a blanket from his subspace and covered her. As he lit a fire to keep her warm, Arthur looked at her breathing rapidly with a red face. Covered with the blanket, she looked like a giant burrito. Arthur sighed and sat beside her to rest as he wondered why his friend was in such a place. Chapter 219, What is the point? Ellen's fever got only worse and Arthur didn't know what to do. After resting for a bit, Arthur carried her on his back and headed deeper into the tunnel. He had to keep her warm so fire surrounded them both. He traveled away from the desert as he used his detection rune. Like a normal awakener, also known as superhumans, Ellen started recovering after a while. Her breathing became more stable as her fever subsided. As he was walking and replenishing his mana, Arthur felt his skin itch. He realized that it has been a day already since he used the artifact. Taking it from his subspace, Arthur poured mana into it and his face was back as Alexi linen. As his foot left marks on the frozen rocks, Arthur pondered what he should do. The Ender's minion has fled and the Guardian of Rexen knows of his identity. However, that left with a certain doubt. Didn't Master Ronan know of the Guardian's ability? Why didn't he warn Arthur? Did he believe that Arthur wouldn't meet the Guardian or did he believe in the Guardian itself? As the walls around them began to get warmer, Arthur felt Ellen shift on his back. Arthur stopped and placed her on the ground. Her eyelashes trembled before she began waking up. Where am I? Her voice was weak as she whispered. Still wearing his disguise, Arthur lit a fire on his finger to illuminate the dark cave. We're underground. We've managed to flee from the worm, although I doubt it cared much about us, to begin with. What are you going to do with me? She asked, frightened. Arthur could see her tighten her grip on her shoulder as she looked at him wearily. Nothing, calm down, Arthur said, although he admired how on guard she was. He would have ended up in better situations if he didn't trust people easily in the past. I'm simply carrying you until we find an exit. After that, it's on you. Ellen went quiet like usual as she looked at Arthur, examining his face. On the other hand, Arthur had prepared some meat from earlier to give to her in his pouch and handed it over. Eat. You'll get better faster if you do. It can be poisoned. And I could have killed you while you're asleep. Heck, I could have just thrown you to the worm. You think I want to harm you after all that? His point was made and Ellen nodded her head, taking the meat from his hand. She started chewing it like a hamster would do as Arthur lied on the other side of the cave, replenishing his mana. His mana-breathing technique, which wasn't much, to begin with, was discarded after he learned his art of creation. Using his art, he can replenish his mana depending on existence in the dimension he was. The last bit was important because Arthur had realized earlier that it was harder to recover in this unstable pocket dimension than the outside world. If he used the same logic, he could assume that he would get stronger if the two worlds remerged. It seems that would also be the case for everyone, so why did Jizo want them to keep living as two entities? It didn't take a lot of time to answer. Jizo was afraid of something else that would be strengthened by the stabilized dimension. That thing, probably related to the Enders, has caused the betrayal of the 7 Guardians. Jizo has told him that 5 Guardians tried to betray their people and the other 2 kept neutral, not helping in the calamity the world was facing. However, he never mentioned what they betrayed, how, or why. Those were questions he would need to find the answer for. Oh. Ellen tried to stand up on her own before she weakly fell back down. Arthur sighed and stood up to help her. Leave me alone, I can stand by myself. You can also freeze to death here. It's a lot faster if I carry you. I refuse. I can't die here anyway. You're okay with failing this test? Arthur raised his brow. Ellen assumed her signature silence. Arthur walked toward her and she stiffened. You have every right to doubt people, it's best for your survival. But at this moment, what options do you have but to rely on me? There are fates worse than death, Ellen said with wary eyes. Arthur was taken aback by her words and stared at her for a while, wondering what made her say that. That's true. At long last, Arthur sighed. Staying weak is the worst of them. His words left another silence before Ellen nodded her head. Arthur crouched with his back to her and she slid her arms around his neck. He then carried her on his back as he began traveling across the tunnel again. What happened between you and the spearman? Arthur asked, trying to glean information about the Enders. Why did you fight? I was trying to get a crystal from a fog spirit, but he snatched it. I think that crystal is the key to leaving this place. You're right, it is. Arthur nodded. I think it's used to create boats that can carry us across the acidic sea. I've seen it as well, but I didn't see the goal. It's on the other side of this island, Arthur said, and there was another silence before he continued. Did you notice anything strange about the spearman? His behavior or skills? Ellen didn't answer until they were out of the ice desert. However, they were met with a dead end on their way. Arthur sighed and used his detection to find another cave. He found a nearby one, but he would have to dig through the rocks for it. He felt dangerous, that's all I can remember. Arthur nodded at her words and attributed this to the ender's energy he felt on his body. He placed Ellen on the ground and placed his hand on the cave's wall. It then began to disintegrate as Arthur created a path to the other cave. However, the path was oblique and he doubted Ellen can slide into it without hurting her shoulder. Arthur carried her between his arms and hugged her tightly. Like a scared mouse, Ellen grew frustrated as she tried to push him away. What are you doing? Unhand me, she said in a weak protest, and Arthur didn't want to make her any more afraid. We need to take down this path, he said as he stepped toward the path. Just bear with it, please. Ellen stopped fighting and Arthur slid down the path and landed on the other side safely. Thank you, she said quietly, and Arthur simply smiled. He carried her between his arms for the rest of the way where they emerged at the end of the desert. Arthur placed Ellen beside a tree as he looked around. This was the beginning of the forest he met Ray at, so he was wary he would meet her again. However, she had probably already passed by now since the announcement said that more than 90 people have passed already. What do you want to do now? Arthur asked Ellen and watched as she used the tree to stand. This time, she didn't fall and simply looked at Arthur through her black bangs. Thank you, sir. It's Alexei. Linen. You're welcome. Oh, my name is Ellen Dervo. She bowed slightly. I don't know how to repay you, but I'll make sure that I do so in the future. Now, I need to find one of those crystals. She was about to walk away when Arthur called out for her. She turned toward him with confusion and Arthur scratched his nose awkwardly. He remembered what she told him back in his house when they were over for food. She said that she would do anything to reach her goal. That was before he died and lost all contact with her as Arthur Silvera, but that didn't mean he couldn't help her now. I know the location of some crystals. However, you'd need a team to get them. They are surrounded by ancient knights. What are you suggesting? She looked at him with well-hidden interest. Arthur smiled and replied. We can work with a few others to get those crystals. The ancient knights are mostly mid-tier with a few high-tier ones. If we can create a distraction, we can steal those crystals. Although he wanted to hunt monsters and get stronger, he still remembered how Ellen helped him without being asked to when he was still learning about runes. She was also one of the few people who never judged him for how clueless he was at first regarding runes. This might hinder him a bit from getting stronger, but what was the point of getting stronger if he didn't use that strength to help his friends? All right. Let's find a few more then. Ellen smiled at him for the first time. Chapter 220, Teaming Up. Their plan was simple. To get a few others who can help them against the ancient knights. The question was, who can they trust? Arthur had a few people in mind, but he didn't know how to contact them in the middle of the test. He hid the fact that he already had a crystal, the copy he got from Jonah, from Ellen, as that would make her doubt his intentions. Even though he could pass anytime, Arthur still wanted to get stronger and help his friend. Even though it looked disadvantageous for him, he was still benefiting from this. The ancient knights were monsters he had never fought before, golems of a higher species than the normal golems. This would mean they would provide him with levels and stats. However, their numbers made it hard for Arthur to fight them alone, so it was good to have people who could distract some of the knights. What do you plan to do with that? Ellen asked as she looked at the giant boar that Arthur had hunted earlier. The perfect summoning ritual. Arthur smiled as he threw another group of branches that he had gathered using his skill, Bladeless Windstorm. He lit a small fire on his fingertip and ignited the wood. Mana was stronger than any gasoline fuel to burn the wood. A strong fire was ignited before it died down, leaving a trail of smoke, tongues of flames, and embers. The smoke is going to give out our location. That's the plan. What if others come after us? Ellen was worried, but Arthur shook his head. They don't need to. If we're still using fire and making food, they would know we don't have any crystals. Why would they fight and waste their energy? Then why are we doing this? Ellen looked at Arthur as he grabbed the boar's thigh and skewered it using a branch he sharpened. Using 2 rocks to hold it, Arthur placed it above the fire. To summon a person. You can't be serious. Ellen was taken aback. Arthur noticed that she was more talkative when she had something at stake. You hope to get the attention of someone using the food smell. There are 5,000 students. Well, it's a bet with nothing at stake. What's the worst that can happen? That we lose our food. Arthur shrugged. Furthermore, I also want to warm up. Before Ellen could say anything, a growl startled her from behind. She turned with fright as a small wolf, covered in armor, looked at the food with greed. It's the bullet wolf. Ellen gaped. This is bad. This is bad. That's a horrible name for it. Arthur turned toward her with confusion. Why wasn't it called the armored wolf? As if answering Arthur's question, the wolf lunged at them with unprecedented speed. Despite its small stature, and maybe it was because of its stature itself, the wolf was shockingly agile. Careful. Ellen's hands glowed as she took a stance. The wolf was already in front of them, trying to take down Ellen, who was the weaker of the two. Its maw was inches away from Ellen when Arthur slapped the wolf, sending it crashing toward a tree. Its whimpered spread in the hill as Ellen blinked her eyes with daze. Okay, that's a befitting name. It really looked like a bullet. Arthur shook his hand as he looked at the wolf, who stood up again. Its lower jaw was dislocated as its salvia and blood fell on the ground. It looked at Arthur with fear and turned to run away. Not so fast. Arthur used restrain and the wolf fell helplessly. Arthur walked over to it and grabbed it by the throat, one of the few places it didn't have any armor on. I'm sorry, he whispered as he sent a wind blade, cutting through its flesh until it died. After that, Arthur stood up and wiped away his hands. He turned to face Ellen, who was still stunned, before he pointed at the wolf. I don't think we can eat this with how many scales it has. Ellen stared at him silently. It was at this time that Arthur could hear the whistling wind and steam engine huffing. He smiled as he looked in the direction of the sound. Our summon is a success. Behold, the air balloon monster. From between the trees came a flying spherical object, red in shape. Arthur was conflicted when he felt relieved that this person hasn't been eliminated yet. Ellen stared with shock as the round person landed a few feet away from them, rolling on the ground. Arthur walked over and looked down on him as he grinned. Did you lose some weight, Oliver? He looked at the red-faced noble young man who was still huffing. Oliver looked back at him with shock before he sprung up and hugged Arthur. Brother. I can't believe we met. It's fate. It's your belly guiding you to food, Arthur laughed as he pushed Oliver away from him. I didn't think you would be the first person to appear for food. You talk as if you don't know me, brother. Oliver pawned his chest in pride. As long as there's food, I'll be there to beg for it. You have done this before. Yes. I also got kicked away many times. People are stingy these days. I can't believe how much I know you. Arthur shook his head. Well, you can go ahead and eat. We have work to do when you're done. All right, Oliver nodded his head before he gaped. No, my meat is running away. He cried in terror. Arthur turned around to find that the meat he was roasting flying away. He squinted and saw that it was connected to a white thread. It was something that he has seen before but didn't expect he would witness it again. Come out, Ray. He called out. I have tons of meat. I'll give you most of it if you agree to work together. You don't need to steal. The meat disappeared into the forest before silence descended. The sound of footsteps then came as a figure appeared from behind the bush. I have no idea what you're talking about, Ray said with a frown. I didn't steal anything. Did you say something about a deal? I'll listen to you. You're still eating the meat. Arthur said, speechless. Never mind, I didn't expect you'd still be here. Do you want to take down the ancient knights together? The valley where the ruins of the ancient knight were located was filled with students eyeing the plaza. 3 crystals floated gracefully in the middle of the ruins, becoming the target of many people's greed. These were the only ruins that had more than 1 crystal in the same place. Even though the difficulty was higher for these ruins, the reward was also bountiful. That's why many noblemen gathered their followers to use numbers to secure the crystals. Their plan was simple. Use numbers to take down the knights and secure the crystals. This team consisted of 3 leaders. The first was the second ranker, Trevor Reagan, from the Republic of Orlon. The second was the son of the ruling tribe of Thyria, Farron Alsana. The last one was Princess Nera of the Yalan royal family. These 3 people have used one of the most successful tactics to pass this test, and that is teamwork. There was no rule against teaming with others to make things easier. However, the resources were few and the fact that the powerful didn't team up with the others made things difficult. Luckily, these people had the connection to bring people together and work to secure enough crystals for those involved. Whether you were powerful or weak, you need a single crystal to pass the test. This made the weak naturally inclined to work for the strong to gain their protection. Today, they were planning on raiding the ruins of the ancient knights. There have already been almost 100 people that passed, making it a lot more stressful to keep the team going. That's why the crystals were given to the most powerful person in the group, Trevor Reagan. They had created a shelter for themselves in a clearing by the forest. As the 3 were conversing among themselves regarding today's plans, a scout came rushing in to interrupt them. What's the matter? Trevor Reagan was wearing a suit even in this place, making him look odd. However, he was still respected by all of these people because of his strength. We spotted a few people near the ruins, sir. The scout said as he regained his calm. That's not uncommon. Trevor frowned. Yes, but one of them is on the list you gave us, sir. Continue. It's the first ranker, Ray. The scout tensed when he saw Trevor's frown deepen. Is she alone? No, she's with a few others. I believe they're trying to go after the ruins of the ancient knights. She's with others. Trevor clenched his fists. He had asked Ray to join him but she refused, saying that it was too boring to team up. Now, she was working with others. Let's move. Gather everyone, we're raiding the ruins as well. Chapter 221, Conflict of Morals. Arthur looked at their group with amusement. First was the quiet Ellen, who was wary like a mouse as she nibbled on her food. Then came Oliver, who was as chatty as a jammed radio that wouldn't turn off. Then there was Ray, the threatening first ranker who all she cared about, for the most part, was food and fighting. This was the mayhem of a team with no qualities that would make them cooperate. However, they were still gathered here because of one reason. Food. Ray demanded as she stretched her hands without looking. Arthur sighed and handed her another piece of meat. Ray, I wanted to ask. Why haven't you passed the test yet? Arthur probed as he was sure that someone as strong as Ray had the capabilities to do so. Well, I would have loved to be the first ranker again. Number. Ray said as she chewed her meat. But someone beat me to it, so it doesn't make a difference anymore. I'll just eat and have fun. Oh, Arthur snickered inwardly as he imagined Jonah as the first ranker. The chaos that brought to the top rankers, who were eyeing the first place, must have been unimaginable. He imagined Jonah now, on the outside, being the center of attention of Girano's students and staff. He liked that image. I'm not going to help you, Ray said. I fight alone. She said with a grease smudge on her chin. Arthur smiled and handed her a napkin. She coughed and snatched it. That's even better, we won't be fighting. Not all of us. Arthur said with a smile. Oliver and Ellen, he had introduced everyone earlier, including himself. Will be the one targeting the crystals. You and I will be having. Arthur paused as he saw the interest in Ray's eyes. She was hooked. A competition. A bet. Ray licked her lips. Yeah sure. Arthur smiled helplessly. A bet it is. Whoever takes down more knights will be the winner. What are we betting on? Ray asked with a childish smile. Arthur felt that she was just like a child, impulsive and dangerous. However, he would need her to take down the ancient knights. How about a favor? That's boring. Whoever loses becomes that other person's slave. You're kidding. Arthur was taken aback. That's absurd. He thought it was a prank, but Ray looked at him with confusion as what she just said was normal. It was then that Arthur felt a disharmonious withdrawal from reality. These people were different from him and their ideologies were also different. Girana was an international college, meaning that most of these people were from different cultures. Being the elites that they are, they talked in most languages. The Yalvaran language was widespread on the continent of Anara, learning it was a necessity. However, that didn't mean they thought the same way. Slavery was a taboo in most countries and the media always advocated for a slaves-free world. However, was that the case in the ranks of the upper class of societies? Didn't the feeling of strength also compel people to have others submit to them? No. Arthur rejected with a frown. "You can leave now," he said curtly. Ray stared at him silently as if she didn't understand his reaction. She stood up from her seat to leave, but Oliver suddenly bolted from his place and blocked her path. "Miss Ray, please wait." He then turned to Arthur and gave him a knowing look. "There's no need for us to fall apart after all we've been through together. Only half an hour," both Ray and Arthur said at the same time. They glanced at each other with discontent and looked away. "Yes, but you know what the great Maestro Angelian once said, a bond of food lasts 1,000 years. Oliver adjusted his sleeve and coughed. "A small misunderstanding shouldn't make us petty. Let's talk rationally, a life of slavery is too much over a small bet. How about we bring it down?" "I'm fine with that," Ray said as she crossed her arms. "I still want to beat this ignorant fool." "Ha, a fool." Arthur laughed. "You're the one who came sniffing here like a dog." "What did you say?" Ray glared at him and her eyes glowed scarlet. She looked quite intimidating with her unnatural white hair, but Arthur didn't back down. "A deaf dog, even." He stood up and looked her in the eye. Tilting his head to the right, he continued. "Just because you're the first ranker, that doesn't mean you get to throw your weight around." "Oh, excuse me, the ex-first ranker." His words made the tension rise further and both Oliver and Ellen were sweating buckets. The two glared at each other and Ray was the one to break the silence. "I bet it is. Whoever takes down more golems wins. The loser has to write 'I'm a dog' on their forehead for a day in the academy." "Fine." Arthur stretched his hand for a handshake and Ray gripped it. The two clenched each other's fists and Arthur was amazed that their strength was around the same. What did this girl go through exactly to be this strong? However, he wouldn't back down. Even though their fight began for a difference in ideologies, slavery wasn't forgivable in his opinion. He can accept murder in the path to become strong. It was unavoidable to make enemies and some people deserved to die. However, slavery wasn't a forgivable thing in his opinion. To strip people of their rights had nothing to do with benefit, but a twisted mindset. The two ended the handshake and began marching toward the ruins without a second of delay. Ellen and Oliver looked at each other before following after them hurriedly, leaving their food behind. "Brother Alexei, what's the plan?" Oliver asked as they were walking. "The plan is that I win." "Are you doing it in your dreams?" They were about to bicker again when Oliver sent a gust of wind in their direction, making them stop marching. Ray glared at Oliver but he was unfazed. "I do appreciate that you two are excited about this, but don't forget that we're also a part of the team. I won't simply throw away my chance of passing for your bet," he said with a despondent face. Arthur sighed and nodded. He looked at Ellen, who seemed uncomfortable with how this going, and berated himself inwardly. He was forgetting the reason why he was doing this. Helping his friends. "I'm sorry, the plan is as follows. Ray and I are going to fight the ancient knights. Oliver, you're to help Ellen so that she can sneak in and steal the crystals. Do you think that Miss Ellen is suited for this task?" "It's dangerous," Oliver said with a frown. Arthur was glad that even at this moment, he was concerned with her safety. It might be due to the fact Arthur introduced her as a friend, but still. "Yes, I trust her." Arthur nodded toward Ellen and she looked at the ground with haste, fidgeting. "I don't care as long as I get to fight." "Oh, and I'll be the one writing the words on your forehead," Ray said with a grin that Arthur wished he could slap away. He was used to be the mellow guy in a conversation, trying to get people on his side unless they were foul. However, he was getting tired of people mistaking it as a weakness. With this, they began heading toward the ruins. The trip was filled with Oliver's chatter now that he was more relaxed. There were also a few snarky remarks, but it didn't dissolve into a fight. Finally, they reached the Valley of the Ruins. Arthur used his detection rune as he crouched beside a tree and found that there were a lot of people around the valley. Furthermore, there were a big group of people spreading around the ruins. Arthur frowned as he realized that someone was using their tactic too, only with bigger numbers. A change in plans, Arthur said. Oliver, take Ellen and head in that direction. Go around the valley and infiltrate the group of people trying to take down the ruins. You two need to sneak in as me and Ray create a diversion to attract both the knights and the awakeners. Brother, are you going to be okay? Oliver asked worriedly. He then came closer and whispered in Arthur's ear. You can't think you can win against her, do you? It was just baiting her to help us, right? I'm not that dumb. Ray snapped and then grinned at Arthur. I've seen what this little rat can do. You heard the dog, now go. Arthur sent the two away as he looked at Ray, who was glaring at him. I'll make you swallow your words. Sure, good job acting tough. Now, let's go in there and split some heads open. Arthur loosened his neck as Ray and he began walking toward the ruins. Ah, this is fun. Ray smiled. We need code names. You'll be Stinky Rat. Then you'll be Crazy Dog. Arthur can see the ruins in the distance as they bickered. He could also see many people starting to appear from the forest and descending into the valley with them. The group was a myriad of people and nationalities. Arthur spotted a few people, who seemed to be the one in charge, coming their way. Miss Ray. The second ranker came forward in his suit. I thought you didn't want to team up with anyone. He glanced at Arthur with disdain and disgust. Stay out of it, Trevor, Ray said. We're having a bet of our own. A bet. Trevor raised a brow. I'm sorry, but the only one emerging victoriously is me. Everyone. The people took a step forward. Let's raid these ruins. Chapter 222, Raid. Well, that wasn't so bad. We're raiding this together in the end. May the strongest awakener win. Arthur turned to face Ray but Trevor answered in her stead. Not so fast, I'll have you stay here. We can't let you hinder us. I'm sorry Miss Ray, I'll have to stop you right there. Trevor said as he unbuttoned his sleeves. By force, if I have to. The moment Trevor finished his words, Arthur appeared next to him. He patted his shoulder with a smile as he passed him by. I'll leave you two lovebirds here, I'm winning this. He whispered and rushed forward as Trevor stood there, stunned. I'm not doing that good at keeping low, Arthur thought to himself as he sprinted forward. He heard Trevor's roar behind him, asking his followers to stop Arthur. Fuck keeping low. If things come down to it, I'll fake my death again. Arthur knew that he would walk around the academy unhindered if he had fewer eyes on him. However, he wasn't going to allow people to step on him simply because he was cautious. His mindset changed about the situation and he would use his strength if necessary. Catch him. Trevor kept roaring with rage as he clutched his shoulder. The look he had was of pure shock and humiliation of what Arthur just did. Do you think you can stop me, Trevor? Ray grinned like a wild beast. You can try. I did want to beat you up for a while now. Trevor gritted his teeth as mana seeped from his body threateningly. It began manifesting half a body of a black knight behind him. Heh, I always wanted to fight against another manifester. Ray grinned as her white scarf surrounded, hugging her tightly. But I have a bet to win, so brace yourself. By this time, Arthur was already a distance away. However, the alliance of awakeners has already spread in the ruins, making it impossible to avoid them. As they heard Trevor's command, they assembled and blocked Arthur's path. He didn't choose to stop and kept sprinting at full speed. Dallo. One of them shouted and a giant man stepped in. He clapped his hands as a giant wall appeared, blocked Arthur's path completely. Arthur increased his speed as he saw the giant man frown. He was probably from Hallen with his stature and Arthur heard him mumble something in a foreign language. The moment the collision was about to happen, Arthur slipped into his shadow like a pebble falling into a pond. The last thing he saw was Dallo's stunned face. It's a skill. He appeared behind the group as he heard their shouts. Arthur kept sprinting forward as he saw an ancient knight rush forward to stop him. Let the diversion begin. Arthur stopped and waited for the knight to get closer as he flexed his arm backward. The moment the knight was close, Arthur punched with all of his might. There was a resounding dull voice as if Arthur struck a hollow tank before the knight was sent flying, a giant dent in its chest. However, it was still alive and Arthur rushed forward to send another kick toward its armor, breaking it in half. The knight's hands glowed as several swords appeared around it and rushed flying toward Arthur. This was one of the monster's skills, and it was bothersome to deal with unless you had an ability like Dallow from earlier. Arthur was tempted to use his barrier, but he simply used his shadow space skill again. The more cards that he reveals, the more questions would be asked. He was already pushing it with this show of strength, and he didn't know if Lin and Son's identity could handle it. Arthur appeared above the knight and punched it again. The armor broke down as the mob surrounded him, but Arthur was already on the move toward another one. Not so fast. Dallow shouted and constructed a wall around them, trapping Arthur in the middle. Seeing this, Arthur sighed and was about to use his skill again when the soil around him began gathering around his feet and solidifying. Hee, now wait here like a good boy. A girl with a curly ginger head laughed from Dallow's group and laughed. Arthur turned to face them and engraved their faces in his memory. You're a good group. Why would you follow others? He asked as he tilting his head. Dallow's face grew dark as he spat. None of your business. Arthur nodded. All right. You still can't stop me. With a tug of his legs, Arthur broke down the soil around him. Storm. Dallow shouted as the dirt rose in the air and began whirling around Arthur. Arthur was confused about how can this be practical in a fight until he felt his hair raising. He frowned as he felt the static electricity all over the dancing soil. He had seen on television once that even sandstorms can cause lighting, so this was a manifestation of that. Arthur was in awe at the creative use of this ability, but he couldn't risk it. He threw his hands out as the dirt retreated. His mana was consumed as he used his skill, earth manipulation. Sadly, it had only 1 meter in range, so he can only protect his own body. He rushed forward and appeared near Dallow in an instant. He grabbed him by the arm and collar as he threw the man away to slam against his ethereal wall. Arthur then rushed toward the girl and heard her scream when he appeared in front of her face. He didn't wish to hurt another student, so he simply flicked her forehead, making her lose focus. Ouch! She grabbed her forehead as her ability stopped working. Arthur smiled at her and pointed to her comrade, who was sprawled on the floor. Take care of him, he said as he began walking away from them and rushed to hunt more knights. He began raiding the ruins on his own as more and more knights poured in. Arthur got into a frenzied massacre as he ripped the knights apart the more that they flooded his way. After his 5th kill, a white light descended a distance away. Ray appeared with her white scarf as she demolished those knights. She gave him a grin as she raised 4 fingers with a smug face. Her face was priceless to behold when Arthur raised 5. She gritted her teeth as she strode forward with such intensity that the ground started cracking underneath her. With a snicker, Arthur rushed toward another knight. Most of these guys were at the mid-tier, so Arthur had no issue taking them down. However, there were also a few at the high tier, making the hunt quite bothersome. Distract. Arthur reminded himself of his objective as he took a deep breath and used a giant portion of mana around his body. The air around him buzzed as his presence grew stronger. Most of the knights looked his way, including the high tier one. Ray glared at him from above the ruins before also unleashing her mana. Sensing these 2 violent waves of mana, the ancient knights gathered together to fend off the invasion. You lunatics, stop! Trevor descending to the battlefield with his manifested Black Knight. He had a stain of blood over his face and Arthur gazed. He got beaten to a pulp by Crazy Dog. The knights flooded from the ruins as they gathered like an army instead of roaming about. The team of Awakeners looked with terror as the troops marched forward. Oops. Arthur blinked twice as he was taken aback by the result. However, this would provide Ellen and Oliver with a bigger chance to steal the crystals. After all, they went to another entrance for the valley. Luckily, most of the Alliance gathered here to stop Arthur and Ray. This meant that they would have a better chance at slipping into their ranks. You. A low growl came from behind him and Arthur turned to see Trevor standing there like a demon from hell. He was fuming in his dusted suit and bloodied face. Trevor. It's been a while. I hope there are no hard feelings. Arthur raised his hands with a troubled face and backed away. I'm sorry for what just happened, I can't control my mana. By the way, I'm a bastard. Shut up. Trevor spat. Whoa, even the bastard card didn't let him look down on me. I should have gone with a commoner identity. Arthur sighed inwardly. Look, I'm sorry. We shouldn't fight since both of us are students. Do you remember what the dean said? They'll judge our character. It's possible that they already are. Let's shake hands with a smile. We can. Strength prevails. Trevor adjusted his necktie and said coldly. I'm sure taking down someone who sabotages our operation wouldn't be judged as an ill act. Now, you're just making me look like the villain. The knights are coming here, are you sure that you want to do this now? I'll take care of that after I make sure you stop sabotaging my team and deceiving Miss Ray. Oh, you like her? Arthur raised his brows. I think you're coming at her a little too strongly. You. Trevor seethed. You have no business in this, bastard. Now, die. Trevor's manifested knight raised its black sword and slashed it toward Arthur's head. Chapter 223, Great Ancient Knight. The alliance surrounded Trevor and Arthur in a semicircle as they prepared for the incoming ancient troops. They looked on with tense faces as Trevor attacked the noble youth that had given them a headache. As the sword descended, Arthur looked on unfazed. His hand glowed gray as the air was compressed inside the ethereal rods, increasing the density of the restraints that shot out of his hands. The restraints coiled around the knight and his sword, making the giant blade halt its movement an inch away from Arthur's face. Arthur's blonde hair fluttered in the wind as the air pressure from the attack descended. You can't break my restraints, Trevor, Arthur said as he tugged hard. My ability might be of the support type, but it has its uses. Oh, is that right? Trevor leaned forward and rushed forward, appearing in front of Arthur in an instant. It's still useless in an actual fight. He punched toward Arthur's ribcage with crystallized hands. Arthur guessed this was a skill Trevor had that he was employing. He didn't wish to take the attack head-on since that would be a waste of time. Using his agility, Arthur redirected Trevor's fist before he headbutted Trevor in the face. Trevor's head jerked backward as blood spurted from his nose after a distinctive crack. His nose took a weird angle and he covered it with his hand, hiding his face. Oh, damn. Dallow looked to the sides with a side glance as the scene turned as still as a picture. It happened so fast and smooth that no one had any reaction. Trevor's nose dripped blood on the grass as he stood there in silence. Arthur paused. It was purely a reflex to his attack, but he didn't think it would be this bad. Well, would you look at the time? I'd better get going. Arthur turned away before sprinting toward the ruins. Holy Black Knight. He heard Trevor's roar. From behind him as his restraints were broken. Arthur felt a heavenly presence descend and turned to see that the knight was glowing with runes on its armors as wings protruded from its back. The knight had a black halo on its head and rushed toward Arthur, cutting across the sky. Even though it had no legs and was simply an ethereal creature, it was still a high-grade manifestation that was as strong as real summons. The knight stabbed with its sword as Arthur felt a pulling force gravitate him toward the tip of the blade. It was as if his body and the sword were meant to meet, but he simply slipped into his shadow. However, Arthur felt his shadow space get breached by the knight's blade, following after him. Away from sight, Arthur summoned Rucky in the shadow space where she was at her strongest. The shadows coagulate in front of her as the attack was blocked. Without a moment of delay, Arthur emerged from the shadows and resurfaced onto the world. As coincidence would have it, he appeared next to Ray. The two looked at each other for a moment and glanced toward the incoming troops. How many have you killed so far? Arthur asked and Ray grinned. 6. Keep at it and you might win. Arthur gave her a thumbs up before sprinting toward the troops. Stinky rat. Ray shouted from behind him and followed after. Soon, the whole alliance was also following after them. Arthur jumped over a set of ruined pillars and threw himself in the middle of the knights where he began his attack. The white scarf of Ray covered most of the battlefield as it sliced up the knights like vegetables. Alexei. Arthur heard Trevor roar with madness as he dashed toward him, killing the knights in his way. He had no idea from where he learned of his name, but it was probably told to him by Ray when he left them together earlier. Geez, this guy is persistent. Arthur felt a headache as he wondered how he should deal with this person. Trevor wasn't weak in any way, he was objectively strong. That's why Arthur wondered why these people remained behind and didn't try to pass the test as soon as possible. Instead, they chose to team up with others and gather the crystals. All he could think of is forging connections and establishing circles. The elites were gathered here for more than just studying, there was also politics involved and trades made. As for the genius commoners and those that managed to make it, they would be recruited as well by the guilds and families. It was strictly forbidden that a student at Girano enroll in a guild before their senior year, as that would clash with their studies. Oops, I got absorbed in thoughts. Arthur saw the Black Knight's blade head his way, so he grabbed an ancient knight and used it as a shield. Does that count as my kill? Arthur shouted toward Ray, who was madly fighting. No way in hell. Her reply came and Arthur sighed. It would be difficult to get this person off his trail, but he didn't need to. He was only here to distract them. If that was the case, then he can simply make a mess of things. That's why Arthur grabbed another armored knight and threw it in Trevor's direction. A knight closed on him from behind, and it was taller than the others. It was a high-tier monster that was a league above the other knights. Arthur dodged his attack before circling behind the knight and kicking it in Trevor's direction. As the suit-wearing demon got busy fending off his attackers, Arthur kept tackling the other knights as he kept his count. 6, 7, 8, and 9. He was fighting multiple enemies at the same time, something he prepared for in the Tower of Yearning. His restrain rune showed its might as Arthur used it to hinder the enemies before taking them out. As the ruins turned into a battlefield, Arthur found himself enjoying the chaotic situation. After his 15th kill, Arthur felt the earth shake. He turned toward the center plaza of the ruins as a giant head peeked from above the pillars. The great ancient knight, who was at the peak of the high tier, left its post to attack the offenders. Arthur and Ray both stopped and looked with a serious face before turning to each other. Your kills? Ray asked him, and Arthur told her the number. She gritted her teeth and seethed. I'm also 15. How about we settle this? Arthur smiled at her. He dodged the incoming attack of a knight before striking it with his knee. Whoever gets to kill the great knight wins. Deal. They moved at the same time and rushed from the battlefield toward the great knight. The monster paused for a second before grabbing a pillar and taking it out of the ground. What Arthur thought to be a pillar turned out to be a handle. His shadow, which he used to scout earlier, didn't get to see this part, so he was stunned. The giant sword was almost 7 meters tall, only a few meters shorter than the knight. Looking like a small house, the knight swung its sword with a horizontal slash that turned into an arc of hidden force, ripping through everything in its path. Damn it, Arthur prepared himself to use his shadow space but heard the cries of the people behind him. He glanced backward and saw that Dallo and the ginger-head girl from earlier were directly behind him. If he dodged, Arthur didn't know what would happen to them. Eliminated, most likely. However, he wasn't their savior or guardian for him to interfere. Ah, whatever. Arthur resigned himself as he braced himself. He stood in the face of the wave of destructive energy as his skin turned metallic. With a stomp on the ground, Arthur waved his arm in a punch that collided with the destructive energy. The moment before he struck the force, a wall appeared in front of him to hinder it. Arthur smiled knowingly as he saw the wall get torn down easily, albeit it managed to hinder the attack. Ray appeared by his side as her scarf coiled around her arm. She didn't dodge as well and punched alongside Arthur to stop the horizontal slash. Their fists collided with the great force as it pushed them back. Without using his release rune, Arthur's strength was still below the peak high tier. His feet left a trail on the ground as his fist shook. However, the force slowed down as Arthur and Ray shouted and pushed with every strength that they had. There was a booming sound as the field of force was broken and negated by the two. However, the fact that it was a horizontal slash remained to stand, making it impossible to fully block it. Arthur huffed as the knight took another step in their way. He turned to Ray smugly as the words left his mouth. How come you didn't dodge? I'm not a coward. Moreover, we planned to distract them. She grinned at him. I'm still going to win this, stinky rat. In your dreams. The great ancient knight slashed at them vertically this time. Arthur grinned and turned to face the monster. Chapter 224, Too Prideful. As the sword descended, it brought along a heavenly pressure that threatened to crush them. However, Arthur and Ray didn't stand still this time to block it. Using the opening left by this attack, They split apart and ran in different directions before turning toward the Great Knight. As the attack descended, it split apart the earth as people fled everywhere. Arthur was climbing a pillar when he heard Trevor give commands. Tankers, up front. Sharpshooters and healers to the back. The Alpha team should split in two and attack from different directions. It seems he had swallowed down his anger and focused on the big picture. Arthur was glad he wasn't that petty to compromise his followers' lives for revenge. As for you, I'll bring you down myself. Trevor roared from behind him. You've just ruined my good impression of you. Arthur felt betrayed as he began jumping over the pillars. As soon as the knight's attack finished, the sharpshooters started bombarding it with elemental spells and different types of attacks. There was even a guy holding a rifle that he had manifested. The manifestation was a special kind of ability that wasn't static, but something more dynamic. It can be genetic, but it can also be trained. For example, a person can train to manifest an item with similar properties to a real-life object. Even though it might not be the same, it could achieve a similar result or even a more destructive one. The Great Knight ignored the attack and raised its sword again. It looked at both sides that were approaching him before he picked Arthur's direction to attack, given that it had both Arthur and Trevor who were strong. Are you looking down on me? Ray shouted with a frown as she headed directly toward the knight. Arthur sighed at her impulsiveness as he saw the giant sword slash in his way. This time, he didn't try to help whoever might get involved. That was to say, he slipped into the shadows, letting Trevor take responsibility for his recklessness. Arthur began traveling in the shadow space before appearing beside the giant. He looked back and saw Trevor flying a distance away after he got swept off his feet by the attack. At this time, Ray has also managed to make it to the giant. She didn't even glance at Arthur before jumping high in the air with her scarf that turned into a giant spear. This one is mine. She struck the knight in the chest and it issued a low-pitched roar like a suffocated engine. The Great Knight let go of its sword and threw out its arms as a giant energy field exploded from within its body. Arthur found himself being pushed back by the energy field. He tried to stand against it, but his feet were already leaving marks on the ground as he was pushed back. He saw Ray stretch her scarf midair and it coiled around the knight's arm. The scarf kept her in place and this gave Arthur a certain idea. He slipped into his shadow again and appeared from Ray's shadow from behind her. He then grabbed Ray's shoulder as she gave out a startled scream and pulled himself upward. You rat. She was about to turn to strike Arthur, but he was already stepping on her shoulder and jumping. I'll kill you. Arthur had no mind to consider her threats as he found himself in front of the knight's helmet. He threw his arm backward, preparing for a punch as he burned the tiniest portion of mana using his release rune. He punched the air and there was a booming sound as if a cannon was fired. As his fist collided with the metal of the knight, Arthur felt the helmet dent inward as the knight's head jerked backward. He then began falling toward the ground but felt something approach him from behind. Arthur turned midair and blocked with both of his arms crossed as the white scarf struck him with such force that it felt like a train. Before he can do anything, he was already flying a distance away and crashing to a set of ruins, breaking them down, and continuing. His back ached as he crashed to a giant pillar that broke down and fell to the side. Arthur coughed violently as his arms felt numb. The dust stuck to his throat, making it even more difficult to breathe. He opened his eyes to see a figure coming from behind the dust cloud. It was Ray, surrounded by her white scarf. Her eyes were glowing scarlet and her face was etched with cold rage. She stopped a distance away from Arthur, who looked at her with a stoic expression. You dare to step on me? Her voice was nothing like he had heard before, only an array of emotionless sound waves entering his ears. Do you know who I am? As she said that, she threw a kick at Arthur's chest. This time, Arthur blocked her foot with his palm and his body was pushed deeper into the pillar. I don't care who you are. Arthur spat. You attacked me in the middle of our bet. Are you fucking insane? I never go back on my words, but you aren't worthy of them. Ray was just as cold. Don't dream of living if you disrespect me. Her white scarf turned into a sharp blade and she stabbed toward Arthur's throat. Ha! Arthur exhaled. He grabbed and pushed away her foot as he slapped away the white scarf using his release rune. The strength of the collision destroyed the nearby wall, leaving T in rubbles. Arthur pushed himself up before she can react and punched toward her abdomen. The scarf stood in the way, blocking his attack. Ray slid back several meters away before stopping. I'm sick of you people thinking you're too high to be touched by others. It's about time that someone strikes you down. Arthur's rage was also undeniable. He can understand that she was mad, but he didn't think it was enough for her actions. He didn't attack her or obstruct her, only using her to get close to the giant. They were supposed to be working together to distract both the Awakeners and the giant, so Arthur didn't think she would react this strongly to it. He had missed the fact that this person was too prideful to work with anyone. Ray lifted her head after her body came to a stop. Arthur felt like he was looking at the eyes of a wild beast rather than a human. Her rage was undeniable as she exhaled white mana from her mouth. It was then that the sound of fighting reached his ears. Arthur heard a low roar before someone shouted from the crowd. The great knight has fallen. Arthur snapped his head toward the direction of the knight. The knight's body was on the ground as a man stood above it with his manifested knight. Trevor has slain the knight while they were fighting. It was at this time that Trevor looked at them and flashed Arthur a smug smile of victory. He mouthed several words that Arthur managed to pick up. You are next. He wasn't even a student yet, but he was making enemies left and right. To be accurate, the whole thing began with his entanglement with Ray. We've lost the bet. Arthur turned toward Ray. Because of your arrogance. No need for a bet since you're going to die. Ray took a step forward as her scarf danced around her. You can't kill me here. I will, at most, get eliminated. Good luck killing me then. Arthur grinned at her and she stopped walking. Oh, she let go of a breath to calm down. You're right. If I kill you now, I'll only be sparring you. Prepare yourself for a life of suffering as my slave, Alexei Linen. Ray turned and started walking toward the great knight. Arthur sighed and followed after her. Trevor jumped from the knight's corpse and blocked their paths. Where do you think you're going? Trevor glared at both of them. We're the ones who are getting the crystals. I was the one to defeat that knight. You simply snatched its death at its weakest. Arthur didn't stop walking. Trevor's armor stood in front of the two imposingly. It's true that your puny attack had an effect, but remember you wouldn't have had the chance to attack it without my team holding the other knights back. All right, we split it. Arthur compromised. He wasn't unreasonable, and it was true that the team's efforts were a factor. No, you scram. Trevor spat as he adjusted his tie. We were going to take the knights down before you two showed up. You think you can stop me? Ray laughed at him. Not by myself, but we can. Trevor looked at her and spoke. Everyone. The alliance began surrounding the two. It was also at this time that more people came from the other parts of the ruins. Arthur saw people he didn't notice before and figured that these people were the rest of the team that Oliver and Ellen should infiltrate. Alexei, Nera stepped up from the arriving newcomers as she stood beside Trevor. I didn't know you were one of those trying to snatch our prey. I didn't see your names on any of the knight's armor. Arthur shrugged. Fine, we'll leave. He then turned around to leave. Not so fast, Nera gestured. You can't leave without your friends, now can you? Arthur stopped and turned to glare at her. The crowd parted as several people brought Oliver and Ellen. Arthur frowned and so did Ray as they saw Oliver crying. I'm sorry for letting you down, brother. I didn't think Nera would be involved. My handsomeness made them catch us before we get to the central plaza. Your little friend, Nera gestured with her chin toward Ellen. Tried to make a run for it toward the plaza. Sadly, her legs weren't fast enough. I guess this was your plan. Nera laughed. Let them go. We failed, so we're leaving. Unless you two want to fight. Arthur said to both Nera and Trevor coldly. You can leave, Trevor gritted his teeth and spat. He was wary of losing most of his men if the two sides fought. Now that they had the crystals, they had achieved their victory. But don't think this is over. Release them. Oliver and Ellen were released and they walked toward Arthur and Ray, downcast. Arthur smiled toward them before beginning to walk away with his group. The crowd parted and allowed them to leave. As Arthur passed Dallo and the girl, he heard a low whisper. Thank you for earlier. He smiled unknowingly at their words. Once they were away from the alliance, Arthur turned to the rest of his team with a grin. All right, let's run away before they realize what happened. What? Oliver looked at him with confusion. Realize that they have the crystals now. Arthur shook his head as he slipped his hand into his pouch. From within it, he took out the 3 shining crystals. Oliver gaped at him and his mouth was as wide as an egg. The other 2 looked at him with equal shock. Now, we need to run. Arthur grinned. Chapter 225, Interview. The branches broke beneath their feet as they ran through the forest. It was usually quiet, but the army of awakeners pursuing them made sure that wasn't the case. Shouts, broken trees, and abilities being used filled the forest as Arthur and his team ran toward the shore. Luckily for them, the shore wasn't that far from the ruins. That was why they managed to reach it by the time the Alliance finally caught up. "Brother, I'm dying to know how you pulled that off," Oliver said while huffing. The other 2 also looked at Arthur with interest. Arthur couldn't possibly tell them the truth, because that would mean revealing his shadow. He had asked his shadow to remain in Ellen's shadow until they were close enough. He feared that it would be stopped if he used it in public and didn't want anyone to link it to him. Ellen, who was almost as fast as Arthur and Ray, was perfect to get the shadow there. That's why Arthur trusted to be close enough for the shadow to sneak as Ray and he distracted the others. After that, the shadow left the crystals in his shadow space before disintegrating. It had only half an hour before disappearing, so it was a close call. "We have no time for this, they'll soon be here. Do you know how to use the crystals?" "I've seen a guy uses it to pass the test. He made a boat from it." Oliver shrugged. "We can do that." "Yes, here you go. But there are only 3 crystals and we're 4. Shouldn't we try to get one more?" Oliver mumbled without taking the crystal from Arthur's hand. Arthur saw Ellen's face pale. It seemed she thought they were going to cut her off since they were 1 crystal less. Before she could try anything reckless, Arthur threw a crystal her way. She clumsily caught the crystal as she looked at Arthur with a stunned expression. What?" she asked meekly. I don't think I should get one." "Of course, you should, we couldn't have made it without you." Arthur laughed. "Inject mana into the crystal and you can make a boat out of it." Ellen looked blankly at the crystal and nodded. She hugged the crystal as if she was afraid that she would lose it. Arthur smiled and threw the other one to Oliver, who caught it easily. "Oliver, did you see how that person made it across the sea?" "I think the crystal naturally gravitates toward the goal," Oliver said as he looked at the crystal then looked at the one Arthur had. "Brother, what about the last one? Who is?" He then glanced at Ray. "We'll solve this." Arthur waved his hand. Ray stood there expressionless as she crossed her arms around her chest. "Use the crystals now. They're close." The sounds of the army's march started making the shore vibrate. As if 1,000 horses were coming their way, the forest buzzed with activity. "They're at the shore." He heard a fairly close shout. "Now." Ellen and Oliver hurriedly made boats of their crystals. Arthur watched with fascination as the small crystal stretched and turned into a small boat. They threw the boats into the water before jumping on top of them. The moment their feet touched the small boat's crystal floor, it began zooming across the acidic sea. "Say, Ray," Arthur called out without taking his eyes off his departing comrades. "Don't you find this island weird?" "What do you mean?" Ray looked at him with confusion. "It is weird, it's artificial." "Are you an idiot?" "Huh," Arthur sighed as he turned to her. "We'll never get along, huh? Not in 1,000 years. I'll make you my slave and I'll make you suffer. Whatever helps you sleep at night." Arthur threw the crystal her way and she snatched it midair. She looked at Arthur for a moment before smiling. "You already have one, huh? You're a softie and that's disgusting. You went through all that trouble to help your friends. I didn't think it would be this troublesome." "No, I didn't think you guys would be this troublesome." "What if we didn't get the crystals?" Ray asked as she toyed with the crystal in her hand. "What other plans did you have?" "Why would I tell you that?" "To show off, probably." Ray shrugged. Arthur shook his head as the other students reached the shore. "Don't you think that it's weird how this island still stands even though it's surrounded by such an acidic sea?" "You mean?" "This island soil is immune to the acid. You don't need to be strong to pass this test. I think a lot of people had already passed this way as others chased after the crystals." If you knew already, why would you go after the crystals yourself? For fun. Arthur took out the crystal Jonah gave him. I didn't plan on passing from the beginning. He had no issue saying this because Ray already witnessed his strength. Arthur created a boat with his crystal as the Awakeners surrounded him and Ray. He threw the boat into the sea and jumped on it. He turned around to Ray and the army and waved his hand. The boat raced across the acidic sea as the Awakeners threw out their ability and skills at him. However, none of them reached him and Arthur managed to slip away. He looked across the acidic sea with a calm expression as he wondered what was his ranking. Hopefully, it wouldn't be high nor low. Along the way, Arthur saw other rankers coming from different directions and heading toward the island. As soon as his boat touched the island's shore, a voice rang in his ears. You have passed the second test. Your rank is 186. After that, the scene in front of him disappeared. Arthur found himself standing in front of the gate that he went into the dungeon from. There, Linda was still standing taking count. Come here, Junior. She waved at him and Arthur walked toward her. She handed him a badge and pointed toward a corridor. Follow the badge, congrats on passing the second test. When would I take the last one? Simply go through the corridors and you'll figure out the rest. It's not that difficult. Linda winked at him and Arthur nodded his head. He then went through the set of corridors and met an old man guarding a door. The old man glanced at him before opening the door, allowing Arthur to enter. Inside, Arthur found several young people fidgeting in their seats. The hall was rectangular and there were students seated everywhere. He found an empty seat next to a student that was sweating too much. The last test was thought of as the hardest for Geronimo, but also the simplest. It wasn't anything complicated but a simple interview with the principal, Henrik Ozzy. Even though it didn't require you to be strong, it was the most unpredictable. Even Arthur can fail to pass this test if he wasn't careful enough. Soon enough, his turn arrived. He stood up and headed straight to the room where he met the principal and his signature mustache. He was wearing a monocle on one of his eyes. Arthur felt that the monocle wasn't that simple as it glistered with light. The principal gestured to the seat in front of him and Arthur took a seat. Hello, I'm Henrik Ozzy. The principal politely introduced. This is your interview, but I need to tell you a few things first. Arthur nodded his head and greeted. The principal continued explaining. This monocle here is a bit special, he adjusted it lightly. It would tell me if you were lying, so we call it the monocle of truth. Arthur felt his back tingle as heard these words. This was bad news for him, who had a hidden identity. Why didn't Master Ronan tell him about this artifact? Before Arthur could answer, the room's door was knocked. The principal frowned and called out for the knocker to come in. To his surprise, Arthur saw Master Ronan make an entrance. Teacher. The principal stood up hurriedly as he bowed. What brings you here today? Hello, Henrik. Master Ronan smiled warmly. I see that you've taken the position quite well. You look like a real principal now, unlike your mischievous past self. I learned from the best. Henrik laughed warmly. If I had known you were visiting us, I would have made the proper preparations. No, it's all right. Master Ronan shook his head. I'm here for young Alexei here. He nodded at Arthur. Seeing himself being acknowledged, Arthur stood up and bowed. He's the son of a friend of mine, Rune's Master Linen. Sadly, it has been recently that he returned to the family. Master Ronan shook his head. He used to go by a different name that I helped to discard, fearing that he wouldn't fit into the noble society. Are you saying that it's problematic that he's doing the interview? Henrik frowned. It shouldn't be an issue if he changed his name. I can simply make sure of his identity by asking him about his relationship with Rune's Master Linen. You see, Alexei didn't acknowledge his father yet. With the Rune's Master being of troubled mind at the moment, we have no way of resolving this. Very well. Henrik nodded. Then I would simply test his character. If you're willing to vouch for him this much, I'm helpless against it. The principal shook his head helplessly. Thank you, Henrik. Master Ronan bowed slightly. Please excuse my insolence for interfering in your matters. Not at all, sir. Henrik shook his head. You're one of the pillars that made Geronimo what it is today. Let's meet to discuss things after the third test is done. That would be lovely. Master Ronan then bid his farewells. All right, Alexei Linen. Principal Henrik sat down in his chair. Now, let's see what's so special about you that Master Ronan went out of his way for you. Arthur felt a slight tone of jealousy from the principal. Chapter 226, A Lead. Have you killed someone before? Henrik asked with a stoic expression as if he was asking about the weather. Arthur flinched and his mouth felt suddenly dry. This wasn't the first question that Henrik asked, but it was the one that stumped Arthur the most. His earlier questions were normal, mundane to put it more accurately. His interests, his aspirations, and his fears. Runes, to become stronger, and to be helpless were his answers respectively. Yes, Arthur nodded with hesitation. Henrik looked through his monocle and it didn't react. Reasons. Self-defense. His words were true again. At this time, Arthur remembered how he had massacred those soldiers that were trying to invade the Union. In a way, his words were true. Henrik nodded as he jolted things down. Even with how advanced their civilization was, there were a lot of outlaws living in the wilderness. It wasn't odd to kill or be killed for awakeners, as that was one of the reasons why one aimed to become stronger. What would you do in a dungeon break? Hunt the monsters. Arthur's words came as soon as the question was asked. Why not evacuate the civilians? That can be achieved by government workers and non-awakeners. My job is clear as soon as I awaken my ability to hunt. Very well, Henrik nodded. Would you risk your life to stop the monsters from hurting the public? Arthur paused here as Henrik's earlier words resurfaced in his memory. The third test was a test of character, so this question was crucial. If the odds aren't against me, I would protect them. If I would end up dying, I will protect myself. Henrik stared at Arthur quietly and nodded. He then gestured for Arthur to stand up before throwing another question. Why have you applied to Girano, Alexei? To get stronger and learn about runes. Is that all? Henrik stared at him, using his monocle to find the truth in Arthur's words. The answer was no, but Arthur couldn't trust him. Yes, Arthur stared at the monocle and it was unresponsive, the same as it was earlier. He felt relieved that his hypothesis was correct. The quality of this artifact to be a lie detector didn't come from runes, as he would have felt that when he first saw it. It stemmed from something external and Arthur already had an answer in mind. Rexin. He had gambled that Rexin would keep his identity and motives a secret from Girano and it fruited in success. This monocle was connected to the guardian of Girano and it was the way they discovered lies. Arthur left the room after that and saw Master Ronan standing beside a window, looking at the lively streets of Girano City. As Arthur came and stopped next to him, Master Ronan began speaking without turning toward him. It was one of my great fears and anticipation that you would meet Rexin. You knew I would meet him. Arthur furrowed his brows. Why didn't you tell me about his ability? I do not temper with fate. Master Ronan shook his head. Rexin is trustworthy, one of the few that you can trust. It's the ancient guardian of Girano, the lighthouse of knowledge in the academic world. He knows of my identity. He knows of my prophecies. It wasn't hard for him to connect the dots when you stumbled upon his space. It was by chance that I did, Arthur said. Was it also by chance that you listened to Seer months ago? It was because of your legacy. It's the instinct that drives you forward. Haven't you realized it yet, Arthur? You're slowly, but very subtly, changing into someone else. Or rather, becoming yourself. Master, you know something. Arthur squinted his eyes. Why is that you like talking in riddles? They're no riddles. But I want you to find your answers. Master Ronan said and paused. Why don't just give them to me, then? Sometimes, we know the truth. Despite that, we need to taste it. Master Ronan stroked his beard. Me telling you things isn't the best way for you to believe them. Go out there and find your answers, see the truth for yourself instead of listening to me. You're simply making it more difficult for me. Arthur sighed. I am, and that's the point. We grow through difficulties. That's all I care about, your growth. Arthur stared into Master Ronan's eyes, lined by his aged eyelids. They were clear and unwavering. Sincere, even. He nodded his head and bowed his head before turning away. That was my plan since the beginning. Arthur never questioned his identity before, but now he did. Master Ronan's words seemed to imply that he had changed after his legacy. As Arthur looked back, there were instances where his legacy guided him. He was influenced by his legacy to make certain decisions. He hated this notion that made him question his free will. He still debated whether he wasn't the one to make those decisions, but he wasn't sure anymore. Am I becoming like Seer? Arthur wondered to himself as he followed after a student who guided him toward a giant park in the middle of the city. Is Jizo trying to take over my body? The doubt was there, but Arthur didn't know what to do even if his fears were real. At the moment, he needed the legacy more than ever. He had enemies and he had barely left his weak past behind. He was committed to this hand of cards that he was dealt. If he backed away now, he would simply be throwing himself into the lion's den defenseless. That's why he had another goal now. Master Ronan asked him to find his answers and Arthur planned on doing that. He would search for clues of the Guardians and investigate Jizo's identity and past. The senior led him to one of the residence complexes beside the park and explained that he would need to spend the night until the interviews are over. Arthur took a key from the reception and headed to the room he was assigned for. He walked into the room and whistled at how well organized it was. There were a bedroom and a bathroom with a balcony outside. There were also a study desk and a couch beside the bed for Arthur to make use of. He saw another door and found another room, as big as the bedroom, that had black floor tiles with a spongy structure. It was a training room where Arthur can use his art or learn certain battle arts. It had a giant TV and a mirror to help his training. Arthur threw himself on the bedroom as a sense of déjà vu overtook him. He snapped from his daze and ran to the bathroom, opening the door to see what was inside. To his relief, there was nothing in there. A bathtub, a shower, a sink, and a separate toilet. Arthur walked to the bathtub and pushed the curtains away. There was nothing. Thank God he's not here. Let's take a bath together, Junior. The shout made Arthur flinch and he turned to see a fat orange cat standing in front of the bathroom's door. It began walking toward him as its fat jiggled. Reese. Arthur sighed with resignation. How did you find me so quickly? I looked through the names of the students and found your room's number, Reese said as he licked his paws. Damn, how can cats like their own fur? Why are you here, Reese? Arthur left the bathroom and sat on the couch. Do you have any information? Yeah, I saw two people next door making out. I need to tell you, these youngsters are having the time of their life. The guy used a cheeky line, he said. Reese, you're going to gossip about other people's love affairs. Arthur was always troubled by how he should treat Reese. He felt like he was talking to a 5-year-old kid. The thing is that Arthur wasn't that mature himself, but he needs to be if Reese was involved. I'm kidding, Junior. Even though I would love it if you had some fun here and there. Reese winked at him, making a lewd expression a cat would never make. Is this related to Hua? Arthur felt that something at play here. Did she set you up for his? No, of course. Your tail is swaying in circles that you're turning into a helicopter. Are you lying? I would never. Fine, just tell me if you found anything. I did overhear something. Reese nodded. There are students that went missing last year. Not many, just a few. However, they were never found, so it remained as a mystery. Do you think that the nether beings are involved? Arthur pondered seriously. Is this a good clue for us to chase? I mean, if even Girano didn't find anything, then it must be a dead end. That's true, but there's very little we can work with regarding this. I'll try to get the names of those students and we can ask the people who know them. Sounds like a plan. Arthur nodded his head. I still need to wait for my acceptance, so make yourself busy. This plan might be more successful than Reese thought because he didn't know that Arthur could detect Ender's existence. Chapter 227, Made It. After a few days of rest and preparing, Arthur left the dorm's room and headed downstairs to the cafeteria. He had to wait for a few days until the second test was over. He wasn't allowed to walk freely, so he had to keep Reese's company as they gathered information about the missing students. He saw students grabbing their food as he looked in the crowd for someone familiar. His efforts were of a little result as everyone was so different yet so similar in their unfamiliarity. He grabbed some food to eat and sat alone on a table. The students gave him odd looks, but he cared so little about it. As he was eating his cheese toast, he heard a clamor from behind followed by a crashing sound. As he turned around, he saw that the students have parted to surround a handsome young man in casual clothing. With a red nose and sparkling eyes, Jonah looked at him with such happiness that Arthur mistook himself as the man's long-lost grandpa. "Boss." Jonah rushed to embrace him, but Arthur was quick enough to dodge and take his food to leave the cafeteria. He threw the tray on the cleaning table and left as Jonah shouted from behind him. Arthur blended into the crowd before using his stealth rune. That way, Jonah lost sight of him and hopefully, no one noticed Arthur's appearance. He walked like an invisible man through the crowd of students. He left the cafeteria and found himself at the complex's training field. They were notified by the staff earlier that the names of those that passed would be posted on the water square's monolith. The city had 8 squares based on the 8 main elements: fire, water, earth, wind, darkness, light, lightning, and ice. These were the dominant elements among abilities and skills, although there were a lot of other elements that were as powerful and more unique. Some of them included the one used by healers, life element. As for the reason he ignored Jonah, it was because Jonah was the current first ranker. That's why the students at the cafeteria looked at him like he was some sort of monster. After all, he did beat the high-ranking monsters to get here. Arthur had no plans of being called boss by the first ranker. He did want Jonah as a friend for his potential and loyalty, but he couldn't deal with the hustle of being worshipped by him. He checked his phone and saw that it was still 9 a.m. However, he would need to find someone to take him toward Water Square. Arthur heard a whistle and he jumped backward. An arrow landed a distance away from the location he was standing on earlier. He looked up with a frown as someone approached him from a distance. Oh, it's a student. The pair of archers, who were a man and a woman, approached him with caution. "We're sorry, brother. We simply had difficulty recognizing what you are from distance. That's why you attacked me?" Arthur asked with a scowl. "Well, the arrow was just a warning shot," the pair said awkwardly. "Are you one of the students that are applying here? Do you want us to help you as an apology?" Seeing their sincere attitude, Arthur couldn't hold it against them. He was using the stealth rune, so it was understandable that they had issues identifying him. "Can you guide me to the Water Square?" Arthur asked, to which the two nodded vigorously. The two turned out to be a brother and sister, Kai and Rena respectively. They were both archers in their second year and they were having their morning duel. These two were more rivals than brothers. They competed about everything and especially anything related to archery and scouting. They guided Arthur toward the Water Square, a few blocks away from the district. On the way, Arthur couldn't keep his eyes on one place since at every corner, there was something new to be fascinated of. To Arthur's excitement, he saw a flying mecha makes its way above the buildings of the city. Kai and Rena scowled with envy as they introduced who was the owner of the mecha. The mechas department, a bunch of magic technology enthusiasts. Even though there were internal struggles between those that favored runes in mechas and those who didn't, the department is still one of the most difficult ones to get admitted to, even as a major field. "What do you mean?" Arthur asked with confusion. The two looked at each other and sighed. "This will be explained after you enroll. Everyone who had passed the second test would be admitted to Girano." "I know that," Arthur nodded his head. That's why he feared Jonah would betray him, since passing the test was equal to getting admitted. "Then you should know that the top 200 would be admitted to the special department, the Explorers. Those that are trained to go beyond the gates once they graduate. As for those that aren't in the top 100, they would need to choose another department, ones that don't focus on combat and dungeon explorations." "That's what you meant when you said as a major," Arthur was confused. "Are there other ways to get into the departments?" "Yes, the Explorers can enroll in minor fields. They can have classes at other departments if they manage to pass the exam assuaged by the department." "Oh, that's convenient." Arthur nodded his head. "Is that the Water Square?" Arthur asked when he saw a public area where water danced high above a giant orb floating in the sky. "No, the Fire Square," Kai said with dripping sarcasm, and Rena pinched his side. "Ouch. The monolith over there is what you're looking for." The names will appear at 10. Kai said as he rubbed his side. Thank you. Guys. You were a great help. I'll forgive you for almost killing me. It wasn't even a real arrow. Rena rolled her eyes. Stop being dramatic and hurry over there. The other students are gathering. Arthur smiled and bid farewell before he went toward the monolith. It was still 9:30, so he had a little more time before the announcement. He looked around and watched the people work in their stores, happy and content. Of course, there were always problems and people bickering, but it worked to add some liveliness to the atmosphere. Arthur sat on a bench and closed his eyes, waiting for the time to pass. He felt someone approach him and opened his eyes to see who it was. To his surprise, it was Emma. Mr. Linnon, nodded Emma respectfully. Arthur stood up and bowed in greeting. Miss Emma, Arthur felt weird that he was talking to her so formally. It's a pleasure to meet you. No need to be so tense, I thought we got over that stage. Emma laughed, but Arthur smiled helplessly. I fear that Prince Caleb would kill me if he saw me next to you. Before he could help it, the words left his mouth. He didn't even realize it himself how much it bothered him that Caleb threatened him at the ball until this moment. Not the best of topics to joke about, Sir Alexei Linnon. Emma seemed upset. The prince has nothing to do with who I associate myself with. I understand. Arthur was stunned before he nodded. I beg your pardon. If you seek my pardon, then drop the formal act. It still bothers me. All right, Emma. Whoa, take it easy there. Emma raised her eyebrows in surprise. You're either distantly eloquent or straight-out friendly, huh? She said with a hint of laughter. I can't help it, I'm not used to his too. Arthur rubbed the back of his head. By the way, may I ask what that is? Arthur pointed to a black ribbon tied around her wrist. This. Emma looked at it and the smile vanished from her face. It's nothing. Arthur was about to guess when he heard the crowd around them grow noisy. He looked around and saw that Principal Henrik was standing on top of the monolith. Beside him was an older man who was wearing white glasses and had blonde hair. The students flooded into the square until it was back to the full. Principal Henrik looked around before he snapped his fingers, making a few more students appear out of nowhere. Were they lost? Arthur snickered. I thought it was too disorganized, but I guess the college had its arrangements. Dear students, Henrik said with a crisp voice, making all the voices die down. You have already met me, this is my vice principal, Mr. Jared Voila. The vice principal nodded in greeting. In a few seconds, Henrik continued. You will be ranked accordingly. The interview that you had was to determine who is a good fit for each department. Henrik paused. And whether are you a good fit to be an explorer? The crowd turned noisy, but Henrik didn't say anything more. After a few moments, the monolith glowed as names appeared in sequence. 200 names were shining in golden as the others shone white. Congratulations to everyone, strive forward. Henrik then disappeared from above the monolith. Before Arthur could find his name, Emma grabbed him with a grin. We both made it. Chapter 228, say that again. Arthur's ranking was 165, above the ranking of the second test. He didn't know the mechanism for how their final ranking was decided, but he expected Raikson to be involved. After all, he was the one supervising the second test. As for the first ranker, it was a name that Arthur didn't recognize. Ray was the third ranker and Trevor was the 10th. Jonah didn't hold into the first ranker and was instead ranked 9th. There was also the fact that Ray was a battle maniac. And Trevor had made an alliance, making Arthur wonder if it had something with their leap in rankings. There were a lot of discontented opinions from some students who were replaced by those of lower ranking than them. However, Henrik shot them down by stating that a lot of factors were involved in deciding the final ranking. First was the written exam. Then came the ranking of the chains of fortune. Then came their performance in the second test as well as final ranking. The last factor was the interviews that all of the students went through. It seems that even though Ray and Trevor finished the second test after him, their ranking was influenced by their writing exam and their ranking on the chains of fortune. Arthur managed to rank 20 ranks higher than the second test, so he figured his written exam was just average. None of you shall be abandoned, Henrik said as parting words. All of you are going to be nurtured to be some of the greatest awakeners in the world. Please let your teachers handle your enrollment. He disappeared afterward with Jared Voila. The students felt their bodies be enveloped with mana before they disappeared. When Arthur opened his eyes again, he wasn't standing in the middle of several buildings. Students, you have been assigned to the Daybreak dorms. A teacher standing on top of a platform in the yard began explaining. For the Explorers Department, there are the two dorms, Daybreak and Nightfall. Each of you will be living separately and taking classes separately. There are many competitions between the two dorms that reward benefits in resources and opportunities. You will now be given a bracelet with a number on it. These numbers are your current ranking. The higher your ranking is, the more training resources you are given. The ranking changes based on your merits, grades, and battle points. What are merits and battle points? A student asked. Merits are achievements in your minor fields. As for battle points, they are awarded based on how you perform during dungeon raids and team battles. Are there other ways to rank higher? A brute and gigantic-looking asked. Yes, the teacher paused. Through official duels. If you win against someone of a higher rank, their battle points will be reduced and yours would increase. You won't be replacing their ranking, but you will rank higher. The crowd's atmosphere shifted as tension rose. However, the young male teacher was unconcerned and continued. You can duel someone once a week only and you can't turn down a duel for 4 consecutive weeks. So, we need to fight once a month if someone kept challenging us. Arthur worried for Jonah. After all, his strength didn't suit his ranking. The reason that Arthur had agreed to help Jonah, to begin with, was the potential he offered. The ability to make a doppelganger was helpful in Arthur's quest to find out about the academy. If he can be at the same time in 2 places, he would be provided with an alibi. When Arthur realized that Jonah can be ranked first, his plan further developed. Jonah was one of the higher rankers and this meant he would get to interact with the strongest and most influential characters. These factors combined made Jonah valuable for Arthur. However, the deciding factor was the loyalty he showed when Rakeson tested him. Grab your room keys from the reception. You'll find everything you need in your room. Classes start tomorrow, so check your schedule. Dismissed. There were 100 students gathered around the platform, so it didn't take a lot of time for Arthur to spot the giant human named Oliver. As soon as he saw Arthur, Oliver ran over. Brother Alexei. We're in the same dorm. Oliver was almost shedding tears of happiness. Arthur looked at him with suspicion. Why are you so happy? What? Oliver looked shocked. Isn't it because we're together? Yeah, but Nera isn't with us. You shouldn't be this happy. Arthur squinted his eyes as he looked up and down at Oliver. Did Reinhold threaten you? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oliver wiped the sweat gathering on his brows as waved his hand. Arthur sighed and didn't say anything. He turned and looked around to spot Jonah surrounded by a few of their classmates, looking troubled. Their eyes met and Jonah looked like he wanted to rush over as well, but Arthur shook his head and glared at him. Let's go to our room, Arthur said to Oliver, and he followed after. Ellen wasn't assigned to his dorm, but Emma was with him. She was surrounded by female students who were fawning over her. Arthur didn't want to give her more trouble, so he didn't go over. Everyone, please wait. A familiar voice called over and Arthur turned his head to see Ural on the platform. He was accompanied by a girl wearing gauntlets that each had a different mana core and a guy with glasses. The students turned and they grew noisy as soon as they recognized the divine swordsman. It was his final year at the academy, so it was rare for him to be here. I welcome you to Daybreak, the dormitory that you'll spend the rest of your years at. I'm Ural of the Sword, you might have heard of me before. Doesn't he have a last name? Oliver muttered next to him. Arthur also found it weird that no one called him by his last name even in the media. There have been no mentions of it at all. Divine Swordsman and Ural of the Swords were the titles he was usually addressed by. Arthur had already searched him online when he was compared to Ural after clearing the tower. There have been no mentions of his last name, and the top guild in the world kept tight lips about the subject. I'm the leader of Daybreak. That's why I ask every one of you, he scanned the faces of the students, to avoid doing anything foolish that would get us in trouble. The dorm with the highest points at the end of the year gets good benefits the year after. After that, Ural explained a few matters they need to be aware of, like curfews, rules, and where they need to go in case of emergencies. He wrapped it up quickly and asked the students to follow the girl next to him, who introduced herself as Jenny Lilso. She guided them with a blank expression and simply gestured at the reception where they would receive their keys. Freshmen occupied the east wing of the dorms while the south and north were occupied by the second and third year. As for the west wing, Arthur heard it was for training. He took his card from the reception and headed toward the second floor in the east wing. He placed his card on the door and it was unlocked, allowing Arthur to get inside. This room was bigger than the one he was given earlier and it had a separate office for Arthur to study at. On the bed, Arthur found a black box that had several items inside. One of them was the bracelet that he picked up and studied. He slipped his hand into it and it adjusted its size to fit Arthur's hand. Please provide the student's number and name. A voice asked him from the bracelet and Arthur was confused. He looked into the box and found an ID of him with the student's number on it. Then came a brief silence and then a hologram appeared in front of him. It was like a crystal clear screen that had several items like his classes, his arts, his students' points, and also a community where he can log in and talk to other students. Arthur found a physical copy of the guideline and a digital one. He closed the bracelet and set the box aside as he went toward the balcony. He stood by the rails and looked left and right. After half an hour of waiting, he saw a cat hopping across the balconies and heading his way. Did you find anything? Arthur asked after he allowed Reese inside. In his cat form, Reese nodded and jumped on the bed. I've gathered the list of missing students, Reese said. Arthur nodded as he took out a notebook from his subspace. He didn't trust to have this information at any other places. After he was done, he went to his schedule and found that there was a welcoming party for freshmen today. He took out some clothes and put them on to prepare. As he was about to eat, a knock came on the door. Arthur looked through the hole and saw nothing. As soon as he opened it, a hand grabbed his collar and pulled him. Don't think you've run away from me just because we're in different dorms, Trevor whispered in his face and glanced downward. Arthur was holding the dagger to his throat. Trevor's hand trembled as he glared at Arthur. Looking at him coldly, Arthur retracted his dagger and slapped Trevor's hand away. Listen, kid. Arthur spat each word slowly. I have no business with you. However, if you wish to make me an enemy, I won't be holding back. Trevor was fuming in rage as Arthur finished his words. He clenched his fists tightly before breathing out and calming down. He then gave a smug smile. I looked into you. A son of a whore and a disgraced bastard. Even your father doesn't recognize you. I bet he's too embarrassed to even acknowledge you as his son. You think you can challenge me, you son of a... Before Trevor could finish his words, Arthur grabbed him by the throat and slammed him into the wall behind him. Arthur glared in his eyes as Trevor wheezed. Say that again. Arthur threatened. Try to say that again. Trevor's mana began to run wild when Arthur snapped back to his senses. He threw Trevor to the side as he heard people rushing their way due to the earlier sound. Chapter 229, Punishment. Jenny, who led the students to the dorms, was the one who rushed in when Trevor and Arthur had their fight. She glared at both of them coldly before reporting the incident to the school. Trevor and Arthur were sent to the disciplinary committee. The committee's office was located on the campus, so it was a distance away. However, the two were picked up by the committee's members almost immediately. Ural has just asked you to behave yourself and you pull off something like this. Jenny glanced at Arthur coldly before she spat on the ground and walked away. The committee took both of them to the office where they were held in detention, a whitewashed room with only a table and 2 chairs on each end. Arthur was asked to take a seat until the officer arrived. After waiting for half an hour, the door swung open and a woman came in. She wore a uniform that was beige and had a few strips of red. Her hair was held in a ponytail that worked well with her glasses to give her a stern appearance. I'm the disciplinary enforcing officer of Gerano, Zoya Rayner. She introduced herself as she looked down on Arthur. Alexei Linen, she said with a crisp voice as she slid her index finger on the edge of the table. A freshman that was admitted just today. You were reported to have been in an unofficial fight in your dorms with Trevor Regran. She sat in the chair opposite to him and leaned backward. Tell me what happened. I was in my room when Trevor knocked on my door. He grabbed me by the collar to threaten me and then went on to slander my parents. And it ended that way. Zoya adjusted her glasses. No, I slammed him into the wall, Arthur answered calmly. You don't seem to be afraid of the consequences. Zoya tapped with her finger on the table. Suspension and expulsion aren't out of the question. We aren't a kindergarten. A lot of students in Girano have a political background. I've noticed that there were cameras in the hallway, which you must have already checked before you got here. Arthur interlocked his fingers as he placed them on the table. I'm not the one who started it, so I have nothing to fear. If Girano decided to be biased to whoever has a more influential background, then that means I made a mistake coming here. Ha, Zoya smiled as she leaned forward. Indeed, you're not the initiator, but you have also broken some rules. Do you know the identity of Trevor Reagan? No, Arthur shook his head. He's the youngest son of the Reagan Group, one of the leading cooperation in the world. They are the owners of several powerful guilds. Yet, you dared to make him your enemy. I didn't make him an enemy of mine, the circumstances did. Arthur furrowed his brows. Are you implying that you would side with him? Not at all, Zoya shook her head. I'm simply warning you. We try to protect our students in Girano. Yet, there's very little we can do on the world stage. Thank you, I'll be careful. Don't thank me just yet, you're also being punished. Zoya grinned and a hologram screen appeared in front of her. Her eyes scanned it for a moment before she tapped something and Arthur felt his bracelet vibrate. Finish this task before tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll be suspended from classes for the rest of the week. I have one more question, Officer Zoya. Arthur stopped her before she left. What punishment was given to Trevor? He was detained in his room for the next 3 days. Zoya smiled and began walking away. You have until then before troubles will come knocking on your door. Arthur furrowed his brows and opened his bracelet. He had a notification with a timer on it. He opened it and read the task's information. Gather the herbs in this list. Deadline, 21st of October. Time remaining, 12h, 22m. Warning, do not venture deep into the forest. Powerful monsters live there. There was a list included with the names of herbs, their shapes, and where they could be found. All of them were at a place called the Central Forest. Arthur sighed and stood up. He was escorted out of the building by a student who advised him to check his map for directions. Without delay, Arthur opened the map and started heading toward the forest. On the way there, he opened the community to see that someone has already uploaded a post about what happened. He saw that many people were arguing who was at fault and guessing what kind of punishment was enforced on the two for fighting. Arthur closed the community and headed to the forest. He had to make several detours around the city to get to the forest. It has been separated from the rest of the city by high walls and a barrier. When he reached the gate that separated the city from the forest, the guards asked for an ID. Along the way, Arthur got to see Girano City from the inside. This was a hub for awakeners of the world. From weapons to potions and monsters, everything could be found here. There were also several schools of martial arts, blacksmiths, auction houses, and even an arena. When he saw the forest, Arthur was flabbergasted by its size. After all, this forest was in the middle of the city, a few blocks away from the campus. Yet, from the varying kind of trees to the mixed shades of green, this forest was by no means any less than real forests. He was studying the list again that listed places for the herbs to grow in when he received a call on his bracelet. He frowned when he saw the name of the caller, Jonah Raver. What? Arthur sighed and answered. Boss. Jonah's voice was both urgent and relieved. Someone has just taught me how to call through the community, so I was only able to call you now. All right. Do you need something? Jonah paused. I read what happened at the community. Are you all right, boss? I am, it was nothing. Thanks for asking. Do you need any help? I can create a doppelganger to do the job for you. Jonah offered, intriguing Arthur. Can you do that? Arthur asked as he walked toward the location of one of the herbs. Wouldn't it consume a lot of mana? The mana consumed depends on the complexity of the item and the time it would stay. It will be a stretch to keep it a few hours, but I owe you a lot, boss. Jonah explained and Arthur smiled. If I ever need to, I'll make sure to ask you, Arthur said. Are you all right being the 9th ranker? Jonah seemed suddenly troubled. I am, it's not much. No one challenged you. 20 people did. Geez. Arthur sighed. How is that all right? Did you turn them down? Yeah, but I'll need to accept one in 4 weeks. Jonah's voice was slightly shaking. I think it's better to step down from this ranking. We'll figure it out. I need to go now. If we're not alone, don't try to interact with me. Let's keep our friendship private. Are you embarrassed by me, boss? I don't want to get entangled in the politics of the academy, Arthur said before he ended the call and looked around with a frown. After he had entered the forest, the atmosphere changed a bit. He looked around and saw greenish rocks. Underneath them was a white and black herb that Arthur used his earth manipulation to pluck without damaging. He didn't want to spend the whole day looking for herbs, so he used his detection rune. When he found out that monsters were also here, he used his stealth rune as well to avoid them despite most of them being weak. He then began looking through the forest for the herbs. It took 3 hours to get all of them, even though his task should have taken the rest of the day. After plucking a green mushroom that grew on tall trees, Arthur decided to head back toward the gate. He used his detection rune when he was standing on top of the trees to find a way back home. This time, however, he felt the presence of something other than a monster. It was a human. He frowned when he saw the person wearing a cloak that covered his features and kept hurrying toward the deeper parts of the forest. He remembered the note he read in his task and the information that Reese has given him about the missing students. If they were truly connected to the Enders, this person was suspicious enough to be a lead on this matter. Since he was using his stealth rune, Arthur wasn't found out by the person. There was also the fact that there were 2 kilometers between them. Arthur jumped from to another tree before he summoned his shadow. Chapter 230, Party, Suspicion. The farther his shadow was away from him, the more mana it consumed. With the tree's long shadows that were thrown over the forest by the descending sun, his shadow managed to track the cloaked person without being found out. The sunset came earlier than Arthur had expected it would. It took a moment to realize that A, he was in a different time zone, and B, he was high in the sky. The air was thinner and mana was richer, but Arthur faced little difficulty adapting to it with his mana and stamina stats. He followed after both the shadow and the cloaked person until he felt that it was too dangerous to go farther than this. Monsters roamed in the dim-lit forest, and the deeper he went into it, the stronger they were. His shadow kept following after the cloaked person as Arthur hid atop a tree, making sure his stealth rune was activated. He closed his eyes as he shared his senses with the shadow as it followed after the cloaked person. Despite looking unhurried, each time this person's foot touched the ground, he would already have crossed a distance forward. The only reason that Arthur's shadow managed to catch up was that it used the shadow and the person wasn't in a rush. 5 minutes before the shadow's time was up, the cloaked person slowed down near an unremarkable spot. He stood there motionless for a while before Arthur felt the space twist itself. A crack appeared in the space and the person slipped in without leaving a trace. Just like that, Arthur's target disappeared. He asked the shadow to scour the area for any leads, but he ended up with nothing. Arthur sighed and cancelled his shadow and turned to leave the forest. Suddenly, he heard a flap of wings from above. The sun has disappeared and the moon stepped up to replace it with its light. Arthur saw a giant crow that was as big as a car fly around the forest. As soon as it came above Arthur, it snapped its head toward him and issued a deafening sound. Night. Leave. With that, it flapped its wings again and flew away. Arthur felt his heart fill with dread when he heard those words. He frowned and used his rune, Dispel. Fear illusion has been dispelled. That crow had the skill to insert fear into people's hearts. Arthur looked at it departing and looking for other intruders before he turned and went back toward the gate of the forest. So, Geronimo hired a monster to enforce curfew upon the forest. Arthur felt amazed. Every day that he spends in this place, he comes across more mysterious things. He found his way to the gate using his detection rune. After showing his ID again, Arthur entered the city and witnessed its nightlife for the first time. As expected from a city of magic, there were floating lanterns traveling through the streets to lit up every nook and cranny. Vendors on the streets were selling all sorts of food and accessories. Can I have one? Arthur approached a vendor that was selling sauced hot wings that seemed delicious. The vendor looked at him with suspicion and glanced at the uniform Arthur wore. Are you a student? The vendor asked as he cleaned his hand with his apron, to which Arthur nodded. 3 wings are for 1 point. Points. Arthur was confused. As he was about to ask, a hand wrapped itself around him from the back. I'll pay for it, mister. Jonah said quick enough for Arthur not to elbow him. Arthur watched as the vendor took out a bracelet that was of a different color and Jonah clicked something on his hologram. After that, the vendor nodded and gave Arthur 3 wings. Carrying them in one hand, Arthur glanced at Jonah. I thought I told you to avoid me in public. Relax, boss, Jonah said with a grin. No one from college is here. Rest easy and relax. He said as he took one of the wings. Those are mine. Arthur smiled when he saw Jonah pause. But I'll let you eat it. It is said that he who feeds a dog goes to heaven. I don't believe in heaven unless it's a place on earth. Jonah laughed as he bit down on the wing. Most people don't believe in gods anymore. That's true. Arthur nodded. After the awakening of abilities and the feats of mana, the belief in gods almost went extinct. After all, why would anyone believe in gods if miracles happened regularly? The men you see on TV, labeled as the strongest human, can be also seen as a god in ancient times. So why are you here? Arthur asked as they began to talk. Rather, how did you find me? I asked one of the students that guided you to the forest about your task. I was over there waiting for you to come back. Jonah pointed to a bench. For how long? Arthur stopped walking. Jonah turned around and scratched the back of his head. An hour or 2. Hearing him, Arthur felt suspicious. What do you need? I don't need anything, boss. Jonah raised both of his hands in protest. Arthur can see that a few women around were stealing glances at him. In their dark silver uniform, the number 9 visible on his bracelet and his killer looks, Jonah was bound to attract attention. Then what is it? Arthur started walking again because he didn't like the attention they were gathering. I think you have already forgotten about it, but there is a party to welcome us today. It's in the central hall, right across the plaza where the statue of that beauty is. I didn't tour the campus, remember? Arthur said as he avoided the crowd. Indeed, he did forget about the party because of his task. Everyone is going there. Well, almost everyone. Jonah snickered and Arthur raised a brow. The person you fought with. Trevor. He isn't. I think he's rage-breaking stuff in his room right now. Ha, Arthur chuckled. He's going to be a bother. Yes, boss. I thought it would be best for you to forge some connections before he starts rallying students against you. Jonah pawned his chest. I thought I can help you with that. He pointed at his bracelet. It's the least I can do for you, boss. All right, I'll go. Arthur smiled. Stop calling me boss, call me Alexei. Boss Alexei. We have to work on that. Let me drop these herbs at the disciplinary committee before we go. Arthur patted the pouch on his waist. The music reached their ears before they were even close to the hall. Classic music, Arthur noted. It wasn't that he was expecting anything wild, but this was more like a ball than a party. Luckily, he found that no one wore their evening gown or formal suits to this event. Daybreak dorm wore their dark silver uniform while Nightfall dorm wore their dark blue uniforms. Even though Arthur hated that they were separated, it was indeed competitiveness-inducing. Both dorms gathered with their team as their seniors made toasts to them. Here's our 9th ranker. A loud person, that was standing with Ural and a few students, rushed forward to grab Jonah as soon as he spotted him. He had inadvertently pushed Arthur away when he tried to pull Jonah to the center of the room. Arthur smelled alcohol from this person, so he didn't hold it against him. Wait, senior. Jonah called out and pulled himself. I'm here with a friend of mine, Alexei Linen. Jonah introduced Arthur. As soon as he did, Ural's head turned in their direction with a frown. Arthur wanted to punch Jonah in the stomach for pulling him here and introducing him, but he was also expectant of gathering some intel here. With slow confident steps, Ural made his way across the room and stopped in front of Arthur. With a serious face and stern eyes, he asked the two. Are you the one who fought against the 10th ranker? Arthur sighed in his mind when he heard Ural's question. After all, he indeed caused a problem an hour after Ural asked them not to. Let's talk outside. Ural gave his glass to the loud person who was still holding Jonah by the arm and started walking out. Arthur obediently followed after him to leave the hall moment after he entered. He knew Ural was a good person, but he didn't feel like hearing a lecture from the leader of his dorm. First of all, Ural said as soon as they were alone in the plaza. "Why are you hiding your face?" His eyes glowed white as he looked at Arthur. This was another reason that Arthur didn't want to interact with Ural. Even though his artifact was a genuine one given to him by the tower after acing the first floors, Ural's ability was the bane of disguise. Divine sense. He was sure to pick on the use of disguise. Now, Arthur needed to find a way to get out of this situation. Chapter 231, Party, Cheaters Poker. The biggest question on Arthur's mind was whether Ural knew who he was, but it didn't look like it from the way Ural acted until now. As the swordsman stood still in front of Arthur, he didn't reveal any emotions that would suggest he knew of Arthur's identity. In both ways, that didn't change the fact that Arthur needed to lie his way out of this. If Ural knew the truth, he would come out as lying and would simply explain his reasons for faking his death. If he wasn't, then this matter would go to rest. Arthur ruffled his hair and acted confused and frustrated. "How did you know?" "I have keen senses." Ural didn't reveal his ability, confirming Arthur's doubts that this man didn't know he was Arthur Silvera. "Do you know of my past?" Arthur asked, probing. Ural paused and then nodded with a stoic expression. "I've read your background." "Pardon me for prying, I read all of my dorm's backgrounds to help accommodate them." "It's all right. The thing is, I ran away from my old life. Before, you know. I didn't wish that it would hinder me from starting over. That's why I used an artifact to change how I look. To fit in." Arthur didn't lie, per se. However, he did use the fact in the wrong context. He was indeed running away from his old life, one that Ural didn't ask what it was exactly. "I see," Ural nodded. "I believe you." Ural looked at the hall. "However, I would still advise you against making enemies in your new life. What you did was Trevor was. I know, I did wrong. No, I wanted to say you did the right thing. I've seen the footage from the cameras, he asked for it. Simply brace yourself for whatever comes out of this." "I'll keep that in mind." Arthur nodded his head. "So, you're not going to punish me or something?" "Why would I? That's not my job." Ural shook his head. "Let's go back inside. I only wanted to warn you that this academy isn't as peaceful as it may seem." Ural's eyes were unusually sharp. Arthur looked at his departing back as he wondered to himself. Why didn't Ural believe him? He had seen how bad at lying Ural was in the Apprentice's Cup. For anyone that hasn't met Ural before, they wouldn't know that Ural masks his lying by looking away. He did it effortlessly so, even. He used their conversation to direct Arthur's attention away. Arthur began walking after him as he wondered what this might cause. There was also the fact that Ural seems to imply that something was going on in the academy. Was it a warning or a threat? A probing? Arthur wasn't sure. Alexei. Arthur thought it was Jonah who called him over the crowd's noise, but he was stunned when he saw Oliver hurry in his way. Oliver's uniform looked like it was a combination sewn together. He clapped Arthur's shoulders with such excitement as he began to tell him how excited he was for being in the same dorm as Alexei. "Who's this guy, boss?" Jonah walked over from the crowd of seniors that were advising him. He looked down on Oliver, who was acting intimately with Arthur. "Ah, this is Oliver Belford." Oliver tried to look taller by raising his chest and standing on his toes. "Alexei is a brother of mine, who are you?" he snarled. Jonah looked stunned and glanced at Arthur, who shrugged. "I'm Jonah Raver, the 9th ranker." He adjusted his sleeve so that his bracelet's number would be shown. "Alexei is a great friend of mine, one with who I overcame life and death situations." Oliver didn't say anything and glanced at Jonah before turning away, ignoring him. Arthur had no idea why they were trying to outdo each other in their relationship with him, but he couldn't care less. He was looking at someone wearing a dark blue uniform as he chatted with Princess Nera, Prince Caleb. Around him were many people from the high class of society, with Aaron Volder included. The prince looked his way, clearly remembering the night Arthur made him trip as he came down the stage. He gestured toward the rest and the group headed in the direction of Ural and his friends. Ural. Prince Caleb spread his arms with a bright smile. It's so good to see you. How were your explorations? Nothing unfortunate, I hope. If my God's Blade Guild met an unfortunate event, yours would have been abolished years ago, Ural said with a light smile. Is that so? Caleb simply smiled as he pocketed his hands. I hope you're as good at cheating as you are with words. Arthur, Jonah, and Oliver approached them to join the crowd that formed around the two. 100 students against 100 students. There were only a few seniors around at the party and most of them were a part of the two leaders' groups. Cheating. What is he talking about? Jonah whispered to Arthur. However, the drunken senior answered in his stead. It's cheaters' poker time. The senior roared laughingly as the tension rose between the two. Before their confusion blinded them, Ural stepped up to explain the rules. Every table will have 6 players. 3 of each dorm. The dealer will be a teacher of the academy. As he said, the teachers came in wearing their formal suits and gowns, looking like a myriad of colors on a starry night. The rules are the same as poker hold'em. However, you can cheat using your abilities or skills. If someone from the other players finds out how you cheated, you automatically get disqualified. What do we bet with? A girl wearing glasses asked from Daybreak Dorm. Ural grinned at her and answered. Your college points. These, if someone doesn't know, are your livelihood. You use these points for everything. You get points according to your ranking every month. You can use them for training resources, meals, and equipment. So, everything is allowed if we don't get caught. Arthur muttered with a frown. Ural looked at him with a grin. Yes. This is another test of your abilities. Of course, you can choose to back away. However, gambling is prohibited unless it's official. These events are rare. As the students grew hesitant, the seniors didn't seem to care a lot. Ural, Jenny, and the glasses guy took their seats on a table together and Caleb joined in with 2 of Nightfall. Jonah, Oliver, and Arthur looked at each other. Alexei, what do you think? Jonah asked with hesitation clear on his face. I mean, I wouldn't mind spending a few points. I got a lot from ranking 9th. Bragger. Oliver humphed with displeasure. I doubt a peasant like you knows how to play poker. Not to mention, successfully cheating his way through. A peasant. Jonah frowned. You might be a nobility, but all I see is a fat pig. Don't call me fat. So, it's okay if he called you a pig. Arthur sighed inwardly as he looked at the tables with interest. He had never heard of such a game before and the mischievous, less mature side of him wanted to play. Furthermore, he'll be racking some points if he managed to think of a way to cheat. Stop fighting. Settle this through poker. Get closer. Arthur explained a few things to them before he took the lead with large strides, being one of the first freshmen to join a table. Jonah and Oliver looked at each other before following after him and sitting on each side. There were 3 more seats available. One of them was taken by Nera, who smiled and nodded at Oliver while shooting Arthur a disapproving glance. After all, he did steal those crystals from them. Reinhold sat beside Nera in a flash, also wearing the Nightfall's dark blue uniform. There was only one seat left and it was occupied by a meek-looking girl. As he took a good look at her, Arthur realized that he knew this girl. He had only met her once before, but she left a deep impression on him with her strangeness. She was the girl who was sleeping at the library in his former academy, Avalon. She somehow knew what Arthur was reading and began reciting the words he had in mind, startling him greatly. Hey, glasses girl. Look at me. Arthur said in his mind, but the girl was only looking at the deck of cards. Maybe she's not a mind reader like Seer and his father. What is her ability then? Arthur frowned. Get up. A commanding and arrogant voice came from behind them. Arthur turned to see Ray standing there, her white hair cascading on her dark blue uniform in a ponytail. She wasn't talking to the Daybreak team, but rather to Reinhold, who was stunned speechless. Ray, however, glared at him with her scarlet eyes. But I got here first. You can kick out this girl. He pointed at the girl with the glasses, who was fidgeting in her place. Ray glanced at her before turning at Reinhold and scowling at him. You think I do as you wish, bootlicker. She didn't hold back even against the nobility. 2 girls and 4 guys look unfair to me. Now get your ass out of that chair before I make you unable to live without one. With those words, Reinhold left in a fluster. Arthur sighed when Oliver pulled a face on Reinhold in mockery. As the 6 gathered, the female teacher, who was wearing an exotic dress that Arthur never saw the like of before, smiled and grabbed the deck. Fair play only, not. Hee hee. She revealed her white teeth as the cards began shuffling in her hand at a speed they couldn't follow. I won't be interfering in your cheating, so play to your heart content. If you guess wrongly 2 times, you're disqualified. Chapter 232, Party, Bookworm. As promised, the game was a standard poker game. Even before the hand was dealt, Arthur felt the mana swirl in the surrounding. Everyone was using their abilities. As he sat there studying the players, Arthur noted a couple of things in his mind. To win this game, you need to be perceptive of who's using mana and who's not. Another aspect was that you need to know the opponent's ability. Nara and Glass's girl didn't know that he had a clue about their identity. As for Ray, she was glaring at him in such a way that he knew she would bite him if she had the chance. He doubted she would care if Arthur knew her ability or not. To begin with, Arthur didn't know how would she win using her ability. As far as he could tell, her ability was mainly combat-oriented. However, that didn't exclude the possibility of her ability having other uses or that she had skills. As for Jonah and Oliver, they were his teammates. Jonah's ability was a perfect fit if they could hide it well enough. As for Oliver, well, he was a good distraction. The cards were dealt, 2 for each player, before a white light appeared in front of Arthur. The words 2 points appeared in front of him, signaling that he was the big blind. The points left his bracelet, reducing his 170 points by 2. As he understood it, there was a base of 100 points given to each student each month. Then came their ranking bonus, which was their ranking subtracted from 200 and multiplied by 2. Arthur's ranking was 165, so he got 70 bonus points. As for Jonah, he should have 482 points. Ray must have 494 points, and Arthur didn't remember the ranking of the rest of them. Their wealth was nowhere near enough, but Arthur was fine with that. He'd rather be a lucky or shrewd weakling than a strong top ranker. Well, I didn't do that good of a job at hiding my strength. That was a mistake that Arthur made, but he didn't want to mull over it. The right choice might have been to stay lower than that, but he would have made several compromises at the expense of his friends and his pride. Arthur peeked at his cards. A 2 of Rose and a Guardian of Swords. It wasn't a bad hand, only that it wasn't enough to guarantee a win. Their uniforms began fluttering as the wind that Oliver summoned rampaged around their table. The teacher and the others were annoyed as they could barely keep their hair still. Stop using your wind. We can see you using it clearly, Ray said as she held back her hair. And Oliver asked with a laugh. I'm not cheating. They said we could use our abilities. Ray turned to the teacher, but she only received a shrug in response. As her white scarf appeared and was about to beat Oliver to a pulp, the teacher raised her hand. No violence on campus. You will be punished if you violate the rules. The teacher warned, and Ray sat back down in annoyance as the wind kept obstructing her from sitting or seeing clearly. Arthur smiled as he held tightly to his cards. Now, however, they were different. There was no 2 of Roses, only an ace of a sword. What happened was quite simple. Oliver was a distraction. Jonah would copy whatever good card he had and places his hand on it, and Arthur would have Rucky replace the cards through shadow space. His plan was a bit faulty, as he thought of it on the spot. There was, after all, a 2 of Roses card lying around in his shadow space. The reason that he didn't trade his bad cards with Jonah's good cards was simple. He wanted a diverse assortment of cards. He could either get a flush or a straight using this method. Depending on the cards the flop, the turn, and the river showed, he would pull his cards accordingly. Of course, there was no way to communicate with each other without being spotted. That's why there was a margin of error. Some of the cards that Jonah would give him would also be unsuitable to the ones he had, so it wasn't a perfect plan. After everyone called Arthur on his bet as the big blind, the teacher dealt the 3 cards. The flop revealed a 6 of Books card, a 2 of Swords card, and an 8 of Swords. Arthur saw that Oliver's expression turned gloomy when he saw the cards. Arthur switched his ace with the 2 in his shadow space before Nera activated her ability. Arthur saw her eyes gleam as if he was standing naked in front of her. Nera, who was after Arthur, raised her bet by 10 points. As for Ray, Arthur noticed that she seemed disinterested from the beginning. He guessed that she wanted to fold. "Are you running away, Ray?" Arthur tapped on the table. "You shouldn't have taken Reinhold's place if you simply choose to cower away." Arthur provoked. For the first time tonight, Ray smiled when Arthur talked to her. She grinned until her dimples appeared, revealing her teeth. "You have a big mouth for someone who ran away in the second test." Ray waved her hand and the pot was increased by another 10 points. "Bring it on." Arthur didn't answer and simply smiled provokingly. As for the girl with the glasses, she looked with a bewildered expression at Arthur. In return, Arthur grinned. The girl was startled and looked down at her cards. She fidgeted before folding and losing her small blind. Oliver and Jonah both called on the raise and Arthur followed along. The teacher dealt the turn card and it was an ace of shields. This time, Nera checked and didn't raise. Ray raised, making both Oliver and Nera fold. It was only Arthur, Jonah, and Ray still left in the game. The last card was dealt, revealing a 7 of swords card. Arthur swapped his cards again and he waited for Ray to raise again. She did. Arthur grinned as he called. There were shouting and accusations, but Ray didn't have a concrete idea of how Arthur did it. What astonished Arthur was the fact that Ray was holding a pair of aces in her hand, making her have a 3 of a kind. When Arthur won with an ace-high flush, Ray caused a scene. Arthur saw that Nera was looking at him with suspicion since her ability told her that Arthur had a 2 and not an ace. The wind grew stronger and it smelt like a strong odor of raw meat. Using the chance that the weird perk of Oliver's ability brought, Arthur switched his 2 of rose with Jonah's card, who folded, and replaced it with his fake ace of swords. This way, the fake card would disappear in his shadow space as he won the game. The points were transferred to his bracelet as he saw Ray fuming. "Why are you playing this?" Arthur asked with genuine curiosity. "Your ability has no advantage here. Don't talk like you know me." Ray humphed and sat back down. Again. They kept playing until Arthur's points reached 300. He avoided being found out thanks to Oliver using his ability to distract everyone while losing. His strongest competitor, however, was the girl in the glasses. It seemed she always knew when he had good cards and would fold. When he didn't, she would raise. Arthur had the weird feeling that he was being read but he didn't know how. He then had the idea and took out a paper from his subspace and a pen. "Just for keeping notes about my winnings," Arthur said when the teacher looked at him with a questioning look. Arthur then wrote something on the paper and crumbled it. He then watched as the glasses girl's eyes widened and she crossed her arms in front of her and looked down. Bingo. Arthur smiled and returned the paper to his subspace. He then suffered the glare of the girl who looked like she was looking at an animal. Arthur simply wrote that the girl with the glasses had her cleavage shown through her unbuttoned shirt. It was a lie, of course. But her action made him understand her ability. She had the ability to know whatever was written around her. This was also the reason she knew what Arthur was reading back in the library. In this sense, maybe she wasn't sleeping but studying. Arthur had found himself a bookworm, someone who lived in the world of books. He had never heard of such a unique ability before and it was sure to shine later. The only bewildering thing is how did this girl, who had an ability that befitted a scholar, pass the second and the first test? No matter what method she used, Arthur knew he needed her. She was the best person to gather intel by simply being in the right place. Chapter 233, A Win, a Loss. As they kept playing, Ray finally stood up from her spot with a victorious expression. With a dramatic reveal act, she pointed at Arthur as one would point at a culprit. "I figured it out." "Figured what out?" Arthur shrugged. "That you're not fit for this game." He smiled inwardly at the 300 points he now had. "No, but how you cheated." "All right, go ahead." "You're disguising the cards," she said with triumph. "You're using illusions to convert them into cards that you need." "No." The teacher flatly rejected while Ray kept pointing her finger at Arthur. Ray's pale skin suddenly turned into bright red to her ears as she sat down with a pout. Well, that was a good guess. Arthur smiled. The reason that his method was hard to expose was how complicated it was. Jonah's ability was a complete mystery as no one, besides Arthur, saw him use it. Then came Arthur's shadow space skill. He used it in front of a lot of people, who might have taken it to be a dark essence skill for dodging. However, it was hard to imagine that someone can construct a space in the shadows to swap the cards. As Ray sat there with a blush that was so unlike her usual prideful behavior, Arthur saw that the girl with the glasses was still using her ability to know their cards. He, however, didn't choose to reveal it even if it was true. He would rather that her ability remains a secret known to fewer people than to win a few more points. After a few minutes, Nera was the first to leave the table. She elegantly, but upset, bid them farewell while glaring at Arthur. After all, Arthur caused her a headache by changing his cards all the time. Oliver fidgeted when he saw Reinhold try to approach Nera as she departed. Arthur sighed and smiled at him. Oliver withdrew himself as well and followed after Nera. Now that his distraction was gone, Arthur would have more trouble in cheating. Glasses Girl and Ray seemed more relieved now that Oliver, who was annoying the hell out of them, was suddenly gone. With only 4 of them left, Arthur and Jonah started decreasing their cheating. The best lies were those that were mixed with the truth. Arthur had the mind to try the detect rune, focusing all of his mana on the cards around the table. There were, however, a few problems in that. He had already revealed a way for the teacher and didn't want to reveal any more than that. There was also the fact that, unlike the subtle use of Glasses Girl's ability, the effect of concentrating his mana to detect the ink on the papers, he would be exposed. Yo, Alexei, you. Are you confident about playing without abilities? Ray leaned with her elbow resting on the table. It might take someone smart to win by cheating, but a genius to win using their skills. Why would I accept that? Arthur was taken aback. I'm doing just fine like this. Well, there's a side bet if you agree. Ah, is this about making me your slave again? Arthur leaned back in his chair. I like my freedom, so no thanks. You wish, Ray grinned. We'll bet on one demand. The loser has to obey the winner on one demand. Arthur went quiet. He couldn't say he wasn't intrigued to bet on this. Getting a demand from Ray was a huge asset if used in the right place. After all, he was here to investigate the Enders and find the artifact. He can use her in her plans. Any rules for that demand? Well, it can't harm the user in any way. Oh, and nothing perverted. What do you take me for? Arthur growled. I don't have any interest in you, even if I was that sort of person. That's nonsense. Ray laughed as if Arthur said the funniest joke in existence. Anyways, are you in or not? After all, we didn't conclude our last bet. All right, I'm in. Arthur grinned as he leaned forward. No more cheating or abilities for me. What determines the winner? Ray paused to think. She then glanced at the waiters bringing drinks to every other table and grinned. Whoever loses has to drink a cup. The last one standing is the winner. What does that have to do with skill? Win if you don't want to pass out. Ray leaned back with a smug smile. Arthur sighed and looked at the cards for a while and nodded. It's your funeral. The mana that surrounded both of their bodies disappeared as Jonah and Glasses Girl looked at each other with awkwardness. Jonah raised his hand and one of the staff came forward to answer his needs. This is going to be a long night, keep bringing some drinks to this table. What kind, sir? Any. Jonah sighed when he saw Arthur and Ray glaring at each other. Keep them coming. As the teacher dealt the cards, Arthur and Ray glanced at their cards and began raising the bets. Jonah simply left the table as soon as they started and the Glasses Girl seemed too frightened to keep playing, so she left to another table. The only two remaining on the table, beside the teacher, were Arthur and Ray. The hands were dealt. Arthur won first, then was Ray, then Arthur again, and then Ray. Their wins were even and their faces grew redder the more that they drank. Arthur, however, had great trust in his stamina. Unlike normal awakeners, Arthur had almost a perfect balance over his stats. The crowd grew around them as their shouting became louder and less coherent. Even for his stamina, Arthur started getting tipsy and dizzy. However, Ray was still standing even though they were in equal states. After that, Arthur couldn't remember what happened. The sun came in 3 segments to cover his face. Arthur groaned and rolled to the other side, but someone pulled the blanket from above him. "Wake up, boss." Jonah's voice came in an urgent tone, but Arthur couldn't care less. "Boss, we're going to be late." "I'll eat later." Arthur waved his hand and pulled the blanket over his head. "Boss, we'll be the one eaten if we don't go." Jonah pulled the blanket again with a tearful expression. As he regained reason, Arthur suddenly shot up from his bed and looked around. They were in his room and Jonah was standing in the middle of it while a fat cat sleeping on the side. "Where are we?" "Boss, it's your room. We came back here yesterday, remember?" Jonah's face brightened as he started pulling clothes from Arthur's closet. "Here, you need to dress up. Quick." "What happened?" Arthur took the clothes with confusion as he massaged his temples. His head was aching and his stomach turned. "Please, just wear these clothes and I'll explain everything on the way." Seeing him like that, Arthur nodded and did as he was told. They then ran out of the dorm as Jonah explained what happened yesterday. In summary, he won the bet. Ray passed out a minute before he did and thus, he won the bet. However, there was some collateral damage. He and Ray got so drunk but none of them refused to back down. That's why some teachers saw that it was fit to impart some wisdom and bring a conclusion to their conflict. However, Ray and Arthur simply dismissed them and called them names. "What do you mean names?" Arthur asked as he gaped. He never thought it would end up that badly. "Well," Jonah coughed as he scratched his nose. "Let's just say that some teachers have something against you and Ray." "Oh." Arthur was speechless. What kind of mess has he gotten himself into? He believed it would be easy to simply outlast Ray in a drinking competition. To his great surprise, she drank like a seasoned alcoholic with 3 kids and in a serious attempt to find a widow to marry. "Where are we going then?" "Our first class, boss." "Are you still asleep?" Arthur slapped both of his cheeks as he tried to focus. It can't be as bad as Jonah had pictured it. He would have a normal day and all things would be well. Then, he would investigate the cloaked person from the forest with Reese. As they reached the field that was mentioned in their schedule, Arthur was stunned to find many walls and mazes. The students have already gathered in front of a giant man that had each of his muscles as big as a man's hand. With gray hair and sideburns, the man placed his hands on his sides as he talked to the students. Arthur and Jonah tried to sneak from behind but they were spotted immediately. "Alexei Linen, is that you?" The man's voice was like that of a speaker on full blast. "Why are you hiding? Don't you want to see this gorilla man?" Arthur blinked. So, Jonah didn't exaggerate it when he said it was bad. Chapter 234, Diabolic Plan. As the eyes and whispers turned his way, Arthur tottered his way toward the teacher. He got a closer look at their teacher and he could see why drunk Arthur called him a gorilla man, even though he didn't appreciate it. This was an outcome outside of Arthur's expectations as he rarely drank alcohol. At this point, he hoped that the teacher would let him off with a simple lecture. "Why so quiet? You were chatty yesterday." The teacher flared his nostrils. "Or not." Arthur sighed as his expectations were shot down. Instead of making this problem bigger than it needs to be, Arthur bowed his head down. "I'm sorry for my actions yesterday. I'm not that used to alcohol and I got carried away." Arthur apologized sincerely and the teacher nodded in approval. "My name is Mr. Raymond, make sure to address me properly from now on." Mr. Raymond said with a wide smile. "I'll still have you as the first line of defense, hee." "What do you mean, sir?" Arthur furrowed his eyes in confusion. "As I was saying earlier, your first class is about teamwork. You see this maze and central building? Your job is to defend the flag from being stolen by the enemy." "Who's the enemy, sir?" Emma raised her hand and asked. The teacher grinned at her and pointed toward the end of the field. From behind the corner of a building, students walked over wearing their dark blue uniforms. With the teacher that dealt the cards for Arthur the night earlier, the Nightfall dorm gathered a distance away beyond the maze. The dormitory that wins gets 10 merits points and each student of it gets 10 battle points and 10 college points. Defend for an hour and it shall be your victory. Does that mean our ranking will change after this? A girl asked from the crowd. Exactly. Your ranking determines the resources you get and the training facilities you could enter, so it means strength. Mr. Raymond pointed at them. Strive for strength. He then added the last bit that felt like a punch to Arthur. And stay away from alcohol. The class laughed and Arthur felt tired all of a sudden. Oliver and Jonah walked over and patted both of his shoulders with a consoling gaze. Don't open the community for a few days, Oliver said with a serious face that he had never pulled before. For your sake. Whatever, Arthur shrugged their hands off. What did the teacher mean by the first line of defense? The patrolmen, Jonah explained as he pointed at the maze. Their job is to patrol the area, defend the exists, and alert their team of which entrance the enemy has used. What if they use one entrance? Arthur asked with bewilderment. Are we supposed to fight to the death? No, there is a monitor in our bracelets. If a person is stuck in a vital area with a certain amount of damage, it disqualifies them. Attention! Mr. Raymond called out for them. Anyone who heavily injures other students would have a 50 points penalty. Sir, a giant guy raised his hand. It was Dolly, and Arthur was surprised to see him on the daybreak dorm. What if we misjudge our strength? Then you're unfit to be an explorer. Mr. Raymond said with a stern face, scanning the crowd. It's as important to control your strength as it is to unleash it. I'll choose the leaders now. Mr. Raymond looked through his bracelet and called out a name. Alice Rogvo. Yes, sir. A neat-looking girl with a ponytail and glasses took a step forward. She reminded Arthur a lot of Roy, who he hasn't seen since the Apprentices' Cup. You're the second-ranking student, making you the highest-ranking one in the daybreak dorm. You're the leader of your year, and you would answer directly to the dorm's leader, Euro. Do you agree to take the position? You'll be awarded 10 extra points per month. I humbly agree, sir. It's good that you have manner, unlike a few others. Mr. Raymond nodded in approval with a side glance at Arthur. Arthur sighed inwardly and acted oblivious. He hoped the teacher would go, but it seemed he had taken it personally. They had 15 minutes to prepare before the invasion began. That's why Alice made no delay in diving the 100 students into 4 teams, each ordered to protect an area. Arthur was assigned to Team South along with Jonah. To his amazement, Alice made an excellent demonstration of leadership. In one swift execution, she organized the teams to balance out the power them. That's why Arthur, who had a low ranking, ended up with Jonah, who ranked 9th. I'm so lucky to have you around, boss. Jonah said when they were going to the southern wall of the fortress. In the middle of it, there was a silver flag. You're the 9th ranker, so act like it. Arthur punched him lightly with a smile. Let's work together to avoid being beaten. Well, I don't know about that. Jonah scratched his head when he saw Alice coming their way. She greeted them before she started explaining what they had to do. Alexei, you have been assigned to be a patrolman by the teacher. With 9 others, you'll be working in pairs of 2 to patrol the southern maze. If you see the enemy, one of you needs to delay them as the other relays the information. Alice explained and turned to Jonah. As for you, Jonah, you'll be assigned to the fortress. You have 14 men under your command, make sure to use them well to defend the southern wall. If you need reinforcements, call me. She began walking away without waiting for them to answer as she commanded the other teams, explaining their roles. Damn, she's really capable. Jonah whistled. I don't think I can do it. Have you played games before? Arthur asked. When he saw Jonah's nod, he continued. Treat this as a strategy game. Tankers to the front, mages to the back. The attacker should be on both sides. These kinds of strategies. Boss, I won't keep asking for your help. I'll make sure to do well. Jonah said with a confident smile. I see you as a friend, not a lackey. Arthur frowned. If you feel the same about me, then stop calling me boss. Call me Alexei. All right, Alexei. Hee hee. Jonah pinched his nose with a shy smile. Why are you blushing? Arthur was speechless. The rest of their team came over to the southern wall of the fortress and gathered around Jonah, waiting for instructions. Jonah took a deep breath and put his bravest front as he strode toward the middle of the crowd. We might be a temporary team, but we still need to work together. Listen to my commands and I will try my best to do well. Try your best. A guy with red hair sneered. I'm not taking orders from a peasant. I'll win this on my own if I need to. He then ignored Jonah and left. The rest of the students seemed anxious as they looked to Jonah and to the noble who just left. A few students whispered something and followed the guy from earlier, leaving Jonah. Most of those who did were nobles too. This will be difficult. Arthur sighed when he saw Jonah grit his teeth and clench his fists. He looked at the remaining students, who were 14 only, and started to formulate a plan. He walked toward Jonah and whispered in his ear. Jonah was confused and his expression turned to one of shock. He looked at Arthur as if he was looking at a madman. Alexei, that's insane, Jonah said with shock. Do you know that we might lose with one small mishap? What do you expect us to do with a fallen-apart team? Report what the nobles did to Alice and let's go through with this plan. Arthur simply shrugged. If you're willing to, of course. You're the leader here and I'll listen to what you command. Jonah went silent as he brooded. The plan that Arthur offered. With a resolute face, he nodded his head and opened his bracelet to report. Let's do the diabolic plan of yours, hee. Jonah grinned. Arthur shook his head and retreated backward as Jonah talked to Alice. Arthur felt someone walk over from behind him. He turned around and saw Dolly standing there with a smile. The two nodded in greeting and no other formalities were needed. What are we going to do about Firehead? Dolly looked at the group of nobles who refused to follow orders with worry. PFT, Firehead. Arthur smiled. Jonah has a plan, but the rest of us need to follow it carefully. All right, as long as you trust him. Dolly nodded his head. Arthur looked at him with an intrigued expression. You trust my judgment. I trust your character from the second test. You were willing to protect us even though we weren't on the same side. Dolly said without a pause. If we're in a team together, I can rest assured. Chapter 235, Luring. Don't expect I would keep protecting you just because you said this, Arthur said as he saw Jonah gather the rest of their team. My top priority is myself. Never was my intention, Dolly replied with a nod and the two walked over toward Jonah so that he could explain their plan. After a few minutes of briefing, a bell rang to signify the beginning of the invasion. Jonah led the forces in a manner that made them confused. To the team's horror, they left the fortress for the 8 nobles to protect as they went on patrolling. Ray thought about using her scarf to cloak her presence and infiltrate on her own, but the conversation she had with the teacher earlier made it impossible to do so. This class is about teamwork, do you think I would allow you to go on by yourself? Her teacher asked with a stunned expression. It's not like I will stop you, but your merit points are going to be reduced. Ray was upset with these restrictions. She planned on ignoring her teacher and going directly to the win. Wouldn't they get merit points as long as they won? Plus, her teacher continued. I thought you'd be more eager to take revenge on that boy. These words made Ray blink twice as thoughts raced in her head. Why hasn't she thought of that? Has the alcohol made her forget all about her loss? Thanks, old hag. Ray grinned and skipped away joyfully. The teacher stood there rooted as she sighed. Ray then started planning for her revenge. First of all, she headed to the highest-ranking scout and asked him, nicely, to locate Alexei Linin for her. Even saying his name made her mad. She has never been mad at anyone as they were all beneath her level, she looked on indifferently from higher ground. However, this Alexei Linin kept challenging her, starting with questioning her morals. Ha, morals. Ray laughed inwardly. What use would morals be when you're on death doors? Only strength is worthy of my attention. At first, she didn't dislike Alexei Linin at all. She thought he was interesting. A new specimen that was more interesting than the others. However, all it took was a certain look for her to despise him. When she mentioned the slavery bet to him, he looked at her with disgust as he asked her to leave. No one has ever looked at her like that, she was used to either respect or fear, and she couldn't tell which one she enjoyed more. Yet, despite being ranked 69th, he didn't fear her. He did try to avoid her, but his strength proved other than fear. She wanted to humiliate him for treating her like that. Yet, she has been anything but successful. Alexei Linin, Ray looked toward the southern end of the fortress they had to invade. I'll make sure you pay this time. Sadly, she wasn't the leader of her dorm's year. It was a hateful guy who looked as if he was sparkling. Gather up, everyone. The first ranker, Arlo Starley, stood in the middle with his chest puffed out like a peacock. The plan is this: we'll divide our forces into two. No need to tackle them from all sides, we can strike from two directions with greater power. Ray planned on taking the first spot from him as soon as today's classes were over, so she allowed him to enjoy his moments of glory. What if they flank us from behind? Reinhold asked after a few moments of thought. We'll keep two of our strongest protect the paths they can strike us from. They can delay them as we snatch the flag. Those two will be Ray and Joseph. Huh. Ray was momentarily stunned as she didn't hear right. You want me to be a guard? A laugh escaped her mouth. Do you have a watermelon instead of a brain? Forget it, watermelons are big. You have an egg. Miss Ray, please understand. Arlo implored. This is essential to the plan. We need you to hold that post until we secure our victory. You're wasting away my strength because you're scared of a what-if scenario. Have someone else do it. Ray crossed her arms in front of her chest. If that's the case, Arlo sighed. I'll have you dismissed from the class, he said as he stood heroically with his sparkly blonde hair and dark eyes. You can't do that. Ray paused. You're not a teacher. I can. Arlo looked at their teacher and she nodded, much to Ray's displeasure. She scowled at him as she took a step forward. I would love to entertain you, but I have no plans on getting in trouble with the disciplinary committee. Ray glared at him with gritted teeth as her eyes glowed scarlet. This brazen fool thought he could order her around. He got lucky to get the first rank, but he was now using it to dismiss her. Fine. Ray calmed down and said with a cold face. But prepare yourself for a duel after this. Don't run away at that time. The rest of the students were dumbstruck as they watched her leave. The bell rang to signal their start and Ray got the location she needed to guard in a message from that hateful bastard. Luckily, she was close to the southern area so she might run into Alexei to relieve some stress. As she went into the maze, it took her a while to find the area she was assigned to. It was a rough draft of the map done by the scout from earlier, but it was admirable. She leaned on the wall with boredom as she turned her white scarf into a fine thread that spread throughout the maze. Using it, she started sensing the students' movements from both dorms. As soon as she did, Ray felt something was amiss. She saw the students from that protected the southern area move using the routes to the far end of the maze. One of them was Alexei Linen. Are they dumb? That Arlo will take the flag this way. Ray frowned heavily. As much as she wanted to win, she didn't like the idea of Arlo winning easily. No, this is a trap. She remembered who was in the southern area, Alexei Linen. The man who managed to steal the crystals and cheat her of points yesterday without anyone knowing how. He's up to something. Ray decided to leave her post and head toward the sneaky group that was trying to turn around the main force of Nightfall. Led by Arlo, the group kept marching without a care in the world. Ray folded her scarf around her body and prepared to propel herself forward. Her scarf acted like a spring that pushed against the wall behind her to push her through the paths of the maze, straight to the group that sneaked behind. She found them easily and they warily gathered together when they saw her. With a smirk, Ray strode with slow steps as she addressed the man who was standing behind the group. Alexei Linen, you didn't think I would be fooled twice, have you? She said as Alexei, with his delightfully frowning face, came out of the crowd. Ray, Alexei sighed. I didn't think you would fall for it this easily. Stop bluffing, I know you're up to something. You want me to believe that you've taken 16 students just to lure me out? No, I'm not that dumb. Arthur laughed. However, it is indeed that I wanted to lure you here. Only that I didn't need 16, only your hate of me and 2 other people. As soon as he did, 13 of the students turned to stone statues before they crumbled to the ground. The only ones remaining were Arthur, a girl with ginger hair, and a thin guy with glasses holding a staff. Let me introduce you to my lovely teammates. Arthur took his time to explain. This is Molly, she can manipulate Earth. She kindly made 13 for my other teammate, Baron, to use his illusion ability on. Thus, creating 13 fake students for you to fall for. So, a bait to lure me and now you're explaining your plan. Ray asked coldly. I hope you don't think you can take me down with only you three. Not at all, I'm simply stalling for time. Arthur raised his hands in surrender. I just want you away from that path, and I have achieved my goal. Reinforcement from the eastern area has arrived. What about the fortress? You left only 8 students. A suitable bait to lure your team into attacking swiftly and in one force. Arlo won't fall for it. He won't, but he'll be confident in himself enough to think he can pull through it. You. Ray didn't know what more to say. She didn't look at him with anger, but with slight dread. How did you know I would come after you? She had screwed up. She allowed herself to get fooled, but she still wanted to know how he fooled her. Because out of every one of your team, you're the only one to acknowledge me and know what I can do. Arthur grinned. What will you do? Will you rush to help your team or would you take revenge here? Ray looked at him quietly and sighed. She then turned to leave without hesitation, only leaving a few words behind. I respect you, Alexei Linen. That's exactly why I'll make you mine. Chapter 236, Joining Nightfall. As he heard Ray's departing words, Arthur felt a chill down his spine. However, he got rid of one of the obstacles that would hinder him from completing his plan. Sir, I don't think I can keep it for long. Baron stuttered with a pale face. Oh, okay. You can stop. Why are you calling me sir? Arthur watched as the illusion that coated the staff wore off. I. Baron kept trailing as he panicked. Arthur could almost see steam rising from his head. He sighed and patted the young man on the shoulder. Have a bit more confidence, you have a useful ability. But it's not powerful, Baron whispered. Yeah, it's not powerful, usually. Arthur took the object from Baron's hands and weighed it down. But it was powerful today. This will determine whether we'll win or not. Arthur said with a grin as he looked at the silver flag in his hand. Are you sure Alice is okay with this? Molly asked with worry. Well, she thinks that Jonah has the flag. She thought it was a good idea to change the flag's location. It's a shame that we can't place it in our storage artifacts. This feels like cheating. Baron mumbled, making Arthur sigh. I don't think it's cheating, but it certainly feels like a loophole in the rules. They said we should prevent the flag from being stolen, not the fortress from being invaded. This is a class to teach us about teamwork, not a competition of strength. They nodded in agreement at his words. What about the nobles from earlier? Molly asked. Well, Arthur coughed. May their souls rest in peace. Let's go and meet the others. Dolly should be constructing our new fortress at the moment. The three then began sprinting across the maze and Arthur had to slow down for the two to keep up. Luckily, they didn't meet anyone on the way and they managed to make it to the location they agreed on. In the far corner of the maze was a space big enough to act as a sub-fortress. They had chosen this location and sent the other 13 people there to construct some defenses. Molly. You're finally here. We need to block these paths. Construct a wall here too so that they can't attack at the same time. Alexei, how did it go? Jonah stopped what he was doing and came toward them. Arthur grinned and gave him a big thumbs up. With a laugh, Jonah threw his arms around Baron and Arthur. Ha ha ha, they'll never see it coming. Saying it like this sounds like a bad omen. Arthur smiled. We still have a lot to do. Have you contacted Alice? Yes, she's luring the northern invasion to the fortress as planned. Then we have to help them out, Arthur said as he looked at the rest. I'll take the attackers with me. Contact me if something comes up. Maybe we should have told those nobles about the plan to lure the enemy into the fortress. Jonah ruffled through his hair. They'll hate us a lot. Jonah, they hate you already. This will teach them a lesson. Plus, we still need bait. We can't have an empty fortress. Truly, diabolic. Jonah sighed. Dolly and Molly will be staying here. Take whoever you need with you. I'll be staying behind as well. Jonah said with a helpless expression. Hey, Arthur nudged him. Your strength doesn't lie in attack power or defense, but deception. Change your mindset. Work smart instead of working hard. Jonah paused for a second as he thought of something and nodded. His face then brightened as he thought of something. I think we can guarantee our win. Arthur looked at him with a smile as Jonah explained his plan. He was glad that Jonah began to think of ways to use his ability rather than simply trying to overpower the problem. As Jonah constructed a plan of his own, Arthur took 5 students with him, with Baron included. The thin young man looked as anxious as he was earlier. Why did you ask me to come along? Baron asked as he rubbed his wrist. Arthur smiled and gathered the 5 students around him. We need you again, Baron. Your illusions might be weak because they need an object to work on, but they're precisely strong because of this. Change the color of our uniforms to dark blue. That should be easy, right? You mean? A guy that was standing beside Arthur, whose eyebrows made a 45 angle with his eyes, looked at Arthur with confusion. You want us to infiltrate the enemy? Exactly. Arthur smiled. Amid the confusion, it'll be our chance to approach the enemy's leader without being attacked. We'll eliminate him this way. Even if we can, why do you need 5 of us? Another dark-skinned student asked. To spread false information. We'll use this to cause chaos, allowing us to strike. Arthur then began assigning roles. We'll be in the fortress, so each of you will shout that enemy reinforcements are coming from a different direction. As for Baron, he'll stay with me as we head toward the enemy's leader. Is this your idea of Jonah's? The eyebrows guy asked. It's Jonah's idea. Don't worry about it and just follow the orders. The group agreed hesitantly, and Baron began using his ability to turn their uniforms into dark blue color. After they were done, they began sprinting toward the direction of the southern wall. They could hear the sound of battle going on, and Arthur was grateful for the sacrifice of those nobles. We'll make sure to remember you. As they neared the southern wall, Arthur's group encountered another group of students coming from the western direction, wearing dark blue uniforms. They looked at each other warily, and the eyebrows guy hurried to explain. Arlo has asked us to check for any reinforcements coming from the east. Miss Ray seems to have abandoned her position earlier. This was told to him by Arthur earlier. As for Arthur himself, he knew his face would be known after last night's event, so he hid in the back of the group. What? The man was shocked. We were sent by Joseph to inform Arlo that reinforcements have arrived from the west. What about your side? There's no one on this side yet. It seems the enemy didn't think of attacking from the east. Let's go together. The leader of the other group nodded his head. The 2 groups joined together and headed toward the southern wall. The other group led them through a separate path that was secured and rejoined with the main force. As they ran through the maze, Arthur asked Rucky to give him a briefing of the situation using her shadows. She came back with a report soon after. 4 paths led to the southern walls of the fortress. 8 in total, but 4 of them were a dead end. Currently, 2 of those paths were taken by the Nightfall class. As for the other 2, one of them was the one that Ray had abandoned, and it was filled with the Daybreak team. As for the last one, it was the one guarded by Joseph. However, the reason that reinforcement hasn't arrived yet was that they wanted him to be alone. The Nightfall door might have thought that they wouldn't focus 3/3 of their forces on one side, but that was exactly their plan. The reason for that was simple. There was no flag, to begin with. The fortress's central plaza was empty. That's what the Nightfall team is going to find. This was all due to Arthur's plan of fooling Ray into thinking he had tricked her. This way, he had smuggled the flag as Jonah and the others used the pathway left by Ray to pick another place for their fortress. They traveled slow enough for Ray to notice and come after them. When they stepped near the southern wall, they heard the sounds of battle like bells. The air whistled as flames burned and abilities were used. The shouts of Arlo giving out commands transfigured any other voices as the battlefield was brimming with chaos. Split in 2 and attack them. They have been using a lot of mana, they can't resist for long. Arthur was amazed when he heard that the wall hasn't been breached yet. It seems that the nobles were capable enough to hold their ground, as long as they put their hearts into it. Sir, Joseph says the path is clear. No reinforcements are coming from the west side. The men that led Arthur's group reported. Good, what about Ray? Have you heard from her? Arlo asked, and the men looked at the guy with the eyebrows. However, he began stuttering in front of Arlo. Miss Ray isn't on the eastern side, but no reinforcements are coming from there. Arthur stepped up with his head down. Arlo looked at him silently. "What's your name?" Arlo asked with suspicions clearly shown on his face. Chapter 237, A Sneak Attack. Earlier when Arthur met Arlo, he knew this man will find something odd about them. That's why he decided to use the reinforcements at the right time. He texted Alice directly and told her that it was the best time to attack. Since Alice knew of his involvement with Jonah's plan, she did as she was told. That's why, as he was trying to figure out Arthur's identity, an explosion rang from the eastern direction engulfing more than a few students, eliminating them. Ha ha ha. A man walked out of the flames followed by Alice and the Daybreak team. Their weapons were drawn out and their hair fluttering under the expanding air surrounding the flames. Nightfall, it's your death time. Did he mean time to die? There's no such word as death time. Arthur raised his brows at the anticlimactic appearance. Wait, wasn't this person one of the 4 leaders like Jonah? Formation. Arlo unsheathed his sword and shouted. The Nightfall team started dividing as they blocked the path of the approaching people. Arthur looked around in confusion as he had yet to spot Ray, who was supposed to be here after she left him. Her team didn't know that she left her position and the enemy has already used that chance to launch a sneak attack. He felt an ill-foreboding about her disappearance. As his mind raced with possible outcomes, he tried to think the same way as Ray would. We're surrounded. Another shout made Arlo grit his teeth as he issued an order. Just like Arthur had expected, Arlo was a prideful one that thought he could overcome any difficulties. Break into the fortress at full force. Split in 2. Defenders, protect the rear. Attackers, use every means to break into the fortress. The battlefield felt like it lasted forever as the magic rained and people screamed. Arthur pulled Baron to the back and used the stealth rune without him noticing Arthur's actions. As they followed after the team, Arthur tried to think of ways from Ray's perspective. What was Ray like? Prideful, competitive, and a sore loser. She was also a glutton who was crazily powerful. What does power bring? Confidence. If Arthur was Ray, he would try to make up for his screw-up. To do that, she would probably try something conceited but would retain her pride. She would go after the flag on her own. Arthur realized with dawning horror. He remembered how she stealthily sneaked up to him even though he had a high perception. They then followed after Arlo into the fortress as he breached inside. The fortress consisted of walls with no roof. It had 5 compartments with several entrances from the maze. 4 in each direction and a central one. As they entered the southern compartment, they found the defending nobles who have all been eliminated except for the guy with the red hair. He seemed exhausted and was panting heavily. He gathered his mana again as he used his ability but Arlo was already in front of him. With steps as light and precise as a machine, Arlo was able to cut across the fields in an instant. He then unfolded his palms as a rod of steel shot out from it striking the red-haired noble in the stomach, eliminating him. Light surrounded his body separating him from the rest as a voice told him he was disqualified. With a warning not to participate and leave the area immediately, the nobleman was out. Those with ranks lower than 30 should block their advancement. Arlo gave his command, which was quite offensive in a way for Arthur. The rest should come with me to get the flag. Arthur stealthily used the chaos to follow after Arlo to confirm his thoughts about Ray. As they entered the central plaza, Arthur heard the whistling wind as something passed from above them. His eyes widened when he saw the state of the plaza. As if a meteor has struck this place, the ground has caved in with many students from their team lying around groaning. Arthur looked behind him and managed to see a white flash pass through the sky. His heart was filled with fear as he realized that Ray had found about their plan of changing the fortress. What's going on? Arlo roared in shock. He looked around but he was surrounded by the Daybreak team. Yet, there was no flag to capture. You've cheated. It's not cheating. We are defending the flag. Alice came up from behind them with a smirk. It's all about teamwork, you see. You think you have cornered me? Arlo laughed. My team and I are more than enough for us to take you down. We'll look for the flag afterward. Arthur knew that his words were right. Being the first ranker out of 50,000 students made Arlo have enough to take them down. However, they needed to stall for time. That was why he had infiltrated their team. As they were getting surrounded, the Nightfall team gathered together and formed a giant circle around Arlo. You have chosen the wrong foe to take down, Alice Rogvo. Arlo's body started getting covered in steel that was an extension of his armor. You'll need a cannon to strike my vitals. Well, your face is one of them. Before his face was covered up, Arthur was already beside him. He saw Arlo's face change, but Arthur's fist was already connecting with his chin. It was a light punch, but the bracelet dazzled the crowd as the voice told Arlo he was eliminated. There was a stifling silence following the event that Arthur doubted these people were breathing. His uniform began to change color to silver and the Daybreak team began cheering for him. As he stood there, Arthur saw Arlo turn down to look at him as he touched his chin in shock. The punch that Arthur punched him was nowhere near enough to cause any damage. It didn't even make him dizzy, but he was stunned speechless by the unexpectedness of it. You. Arlo's hand trembled. You're the one who challenged Ray yesterday. Why are you? I'm sorry, sir. But I think the person you've just mentioned has already found out about our plan. So, I'll have to leave. It was then that rage clouded Arlo's face as he punched in Arthur's direction. However, Alice was already between them as she blocked the punch with both of her hands covered in water. The water began turning to ice as Alice smirked. First violation. Your ranking is going to take a hit for that. She smugly announced, making Arlo's face turn livid. He glared at Arthur with such intensity as if he wanted to rip him apart. I may be eliminated, but they aren't. 100 points for anyone who beats that bastard. Arlo shouted, and the Nightfall team's eyes turned into those of hungry wolves. Without delay, they all bounced on Arthur, but he simply slipped into his shadow and appeared beside the Daybreak team. He then waved his hand to Arlo and began running from the southern area. If Arthur's hunch was right, it means that the real threat was Ray. She had figured out their plan and she was already searching for the new fortress that had the flag. As much as he hated that he would have more encounters against her, he couldn't ditch Jonah at this point. Even though he had a plan of his own, Ray was sure to figure it out eventually. They were already past the 30 minutes mark and nearing 40. There wasn't a lot of time left for them to defend the flag. However, it would be more than enough time for Ray. Unless he stopped her. The reason that Arthur was keen on showing his potential while he had his strength had to do with the list that Reese has given him about the students. They all had several things in common. First, they were first years. Second, they showed some potential. Third, they were poor, either a commoner or from a rural noble family. Lastly, they had some conflicts with the nobles of their year. These factors combined made the situation dire at the academy. The nobles were accused of underhanded methods while the nobles retaliated for these accusations, calling them baseless. That's why Arthur decided to show these traits for him to be bait for the reason these students went missing. It was worth mentioning that every disappearance of these students made the position of Girano in jeopardy. That's why, from what Arthur heard from Reese, investigations were ongoing about the matter. Arthur believed that Ural was involved, thus he warned him and suspected him. It would also explain the words of the disciplinary officer, Zoya. His train of thoughts was cut off when he heard loud sounds coming from the direction of the fortress. With a frown, he bolted into it to find Ray standing in the middle of his fallen teammates. All of them were groaning with lights shining from their bracelets. All of them had been eliminated except for one, Jonah. He was standing in front of Ray while holding the flag. As soon as Arthur arrived, Ray turned to look at him. She smiled a thick and smug smile that suggested she knew what was going on. Ah, Alexei. You keep surprising me. Yet, this is going to be my win now. Chapter 238, Battle's End. Ray, Arthur walked slowly toward her. I thought you'd be helping your team, not running toward the flag on your own. I guess you don't know me enough. Ray smiled as her white scarf surrounded Jonah. If I did as you told me, I would be playing into your own hands. I knew you were up to something, but I had to know what exactly. Smart, Arthur raised his hands and started clapping with a smile. I still don't understand one thing. If you doubted me, why didn't you try eliminating me when we met earlier? Are you trying to stall for time? Yes. All right, it's because I didn't want to choose the easy way, Ray said with pride. I wanted to find out your plan and foil it. As if you can eliminate me, to begin with. Arthur's lips arched upward in mockery. I was the one to defeat the Great Knight before you intervened. Are you bitter about being beaten to a pulp? Ray grinned at him. If you think you can take revenge, go ahead and try. I'm bitter about betrayal and cowardice, you're a fine example of both. Arthur used his art to control his mana that started surrounding his body. You act high and mighty, but you're nothing more than an insecure kid trying to prove their strength. I'm not trying to prove anything. Ray scowled at him. I have no reason to prove anything to anyone. Isn't that why you rushed on your own to grab the flag? To prove you're not a failure who can't function in a team. I've seen that firsthand when we worked together against the ancient knight. You bastard. Ray gritted her teeth as her eyes turned into blood scarlet. Her hair rose like her scarf as Jonah looked out with worry at Arthur, imploring for help. Yes, I'm a bastard. Arthur shrugged. But that's something I can't control. You refuse to grow up from thinking that everyone is your enemy. Arthur provoked further as he saw the scarf retreat into Ray's possession. You have no idea what you're talking about. Ray's voice was muffled and Arthur flinched when he saw tears form in her eyes. Two red pools of scarlet glowing water looked at him with both rage and sorrow that he couldn't fathom. It was then that Arthur knew he had taken it too far. He thought these provocations meant nothing to Ray, but she appeared in front of him with her scarf turning into a glove. From the silk-like texture it had, the scarf crystallized into a glove that made Arthur feel oppressed with its power. With haste, he threw a barrier and used his iron-skinned skill to block with his arms crossed. Ray's fist came like a cannonball and Arthur flew away like a broken kite. He crashed into the wall that Molly built but didn't stop flying and crashing into the walls of the maze behind him. When he finally stopped, Arthur examined himself and found that his arms were bleeding but no fracture was made. Ray appeared above him with the eyes of a demon and her leg descended on Arthur like an axe. I guess I have no choice, Arthur frowned and breathed in. Using the back of his hand, he changed the direction of the kick and it descended on the ground to leave a giant gash in the earth. Before he could counterattack, Ray's fist was already inches away from his face and Arthur slipped partially into his shadow for the punch to go above his head. Without a pause, he punched toward Ray's chin but the scarf unfolded and blocked his attack easily. Their eyes met for a second and Arthur could see the signs of tears around her eyes. I'm sorry for what I said, he whispered and Ray looked at him silently, her eyes still blood scarlet. It was a few moments of stillness later that her eyes went back to their normal shade. Without saying anything, Ray walked away from him and Arthur had to take himself out of the rabble. She headed directly toward Jonah with her scarf floating on the tips of her fingers. I know how to work in a team and that's why I'm winning this. She struck toward Jonah who tried to dodge but couldn't do it in time. The moment that her attack connected, Jonah disappeared from the world along with the flag. There was another silence before Ray turned to look at Arthur with a blush. You fucker. Arthur coughed as he cringed. After the dramatic words of Ray, she fell into another trap of their plan. However, this wasn't thought of by Arthur. He had no intention of using Jonah's ability like this, it was Jonah's idea to run away with the flag and only leaving a decoy here. Even though he wished to keep Jonah's ability a secret, it was unrealistic for Jonah to follow his wishes. If Jonah didn't show his worth to the college, he would compromise his future. On the other hand, Jonah would feel useless. Where is the flag? Ray gritted her teeth and asked. Where is it, you shrewd piece of shit? I have nothing to do with this, Arthur raised his hands. I have no idea where it is at the moment. I'm not the leader and I don't get much information. You wouldn't tell me even if you knew. That's true. After all, we would lose. You want to win that much? Over a silly class. Ray looked at him coldly. I have my own goals. Arthur shrugged again. Winning today is one of them, another is to make enemies. He grinned. Well, you did one hell of a job at that. Ray laughed. Now, I'll beat you to a pulp until you tell me where it is. You have 10 minutes left. Arthur raised his bracelet and a giant countdown appeared in front of it. I think you should start looking for it. Ray went quiet and her mouth turned into a thin line. She looked around and the students that were lying around has already gone out of the field. She looked back at Arthur and studied him closely before turning away with a humph. As she took the first step, she tripped and fell face forward. Arthur stood behind her raising his hand as ethereal restraints worked to coil themselves around Ray. You. Ray's face turned livid as she glared at Arthur with a face full of dirt. How dare you? She broke the restraints easily, but Arthur was already creating more of them to stop her. "I'm sorry, but I fear that not even Arlo can stop your rampage," Arthur said with a smile. "Just lose this, you have already lost yesterday." "That's exactly why I'm not losing today." Ray shouted and broke the restraints as Arthur created them. After breaking a dozen or so, Arthur noticed that she went limp. "Hey, are you okay?" He approached her only to hear her stomach growl like a hungry beast. He looked at her face and she looked in pain. "Are you hungry?" He remembered her words that she needed to eat a lot. "Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. As your current captor, I disagree. I think I'll just eliminate you for now." "As if I would allow you to." Her scarf appeared around her body and her stomach growled louder. He heard her muffle a groan and he felt bad. Just like the time he felt bad for a wounded animal. "I'll give you something to eat as long as you promise to leave the flag alone." "You wish. Just say okay, we both know your body is weak at the moment. Do you want me to eliminate you? I'm sure it would decrease your ranking." "Fine," she said through gritted teeth. Arthur undid the restraints and placed a plate of barbecued steak, that he had in his subspace, in front of her. Ray seemed to be thinking of escaping, but the aroma of the meat made her stomach beg for food again. She gritted her teeth as she turned her scarf into a knife and cut through the steak. Arthur sighed and sat beside her as she ate. He looked at the sun sitting high above them to signal the approach of noon. They would have one theory class after this and they would be done for the day. Girano's curriculum is more intense than he realized it would be. Now that he had shown his strength, he would wait as the culprits behind the disappearances make their move. "Oh, I eliminated Arlo," Arthur mentioned, and Ray paused her eating and looked at him with wide eyes. "Impossible. You can't have done it that easily," she said with a smudge of sauce around her lips. "Unless..." "Yup, a sneak attack. I disguised myself as a Nightfall member and struck him when he was transforming." "Yeah, that transformation is dumb." Ray chuckled. "But you're one hell of a sneaky bastard. If you're this strong, why is your ranking so low?" "I sucked at my writing exam. I left most of the paper blank." "You could have just guessed. We tread the path of explorers, that of life and death. I can't choose things blindly. It would be worse than leaving it blank. At least I can learn things if I don't know." "Even still, you could have gotten a higher ranking than 165th, Ray said with her mouth full of meat. "You get a lot friendlier when you're eating." "I don't need to." Arthur stood up. "I prefer to be looked down on than to be placed under a microscope." The bell rang to signal the end of their class. Daybreak Dorm Year 1-1. They have defended the flag from being stolen. Every student needs to leave the maze now. Anyone with injuries can use their bracelet to issue an emergency call. An announcement came and Arthur turned to Ray, who was still looking at him while sulking. With a grin, he waved his hand goodbye. "I've won again." Chapter 239, Evidence. Daybreak Team won, causing a celebration for the whole dorm. When Arthur went back to the fortress, he found Jonah standing beside Alice, holding the flag with triumph. "Alexei." Jonah rushed in and gave him a bear hug. Arthur felt uncomfortable to be hugged with such affection, but he let it slide. He felt a stabbing glare and turned to see Oliver mumbling with a pout. "This damn peasant, thinking he's so high and mighty. I can do better, I can." "Oliver," Arthur walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Instead of treating Jonah in this manner, how about you accept him as a friend?" "Brother, I can't do that." Oliver shook his head. "Commoners know no honor or prestige, they're untrustworthy." "Do you trust me?" Arthur was silent before asking. He didn't realize that this stereotype about commoners was that mainstream among the noble class. Nobles were those that had a significant contribution in forming the kingdom in the past. Their ancestors were among the first to swear loyalty to the king and serve him. It has persisted until the modern day because it was fueled by the strength the nobles had, which was a deciding factor. "Of course, I trust you," Oliver answered without hesitation. "Then, you can trust Jonah as well. I've tested his character. If you overlook his background, you can see that he's not that bad." "Do you mean?" "Yes, give him a chance. Because I'm of a higher class. I need to be magnanimous, right?" A lord needs to befriend his people. Oliver nodded in an epiphany. I understand, brother. I didn't know you were so wise. No. That's not. Arthur was taken aback. How did he interpret his words as such? Before he could further explain, Oliver was already walking toward Jonah. Jonah was talking to Alice when Oliver stood by his side. Oliver was a few centimeters shorter than Jonah but still patted him on the shoulder. Good job today, Jonah, Oliver said with a proud expression and a nod. Jonah was stunned and so was Arthur. The words Arthur wanted to say were swallowed back. Maybe it wasn't that bad of a misunderstanding. Alexei, Alice walked toward him as Jonah and Oliver began chatting and bragging about beating the enemy. Thank you for your contribution. If it hasn't been for you to eliminate Arlo, we would have taken a long time to take them down. Don't mention it, but what happened in the end? Arthur asked as he was restraining Ray. Jonah contacted me saying he had the flag and that Miss Ray attacked the temporary base. Luckily, we were able to get to him before the enemy did. He wouldn't stop praising you, though. He's a bit modest. After all, taking away the flag was his plan. Arthur said with a smile and Alice nodded. Good work, we'll be celebrating in the dorm tonight. Make sure to be there. Alice then walked away. Their teacher, Mr. Raymond, came over with a giant smirk on his face. His mood seemed to be thrilled at their win, or it can be unrelated. Thanks to you guys, I won the bet against that hag. Mr. Raymond then laughed. 10 points for each of you. Check if your rankings increased and you have a 2 hours break before your theory class. Jonah and Oliver invited him over to have lunch together but Arthur refused and headed straight to his dorm. He found Reese still sleeping and nudged him. What do you want, Arthur? It's Alexei. I don't want to get confused from being called different names. Arthur sighed. I want you to follow someone around. Sure, I'm free. Reese stood up. Who is it? I don't know his name, but I've taken a picture of him earlier, Arthur said and took out his phone. In it, there was a picture of the spearman that Arthur encountered. He had taken it when he was getting back to the fortress earlier. You want me to search every room? Reese scowled and it was adorable in his cat form. Just look through the cafeteria. I don't think they're okay with unidentified animals, Reese said and stood up. He walked toward the balcony and Arthur opened it for him. I'll see what I can find. Arthur watched as Reese started jumping over the railings. As he did, he heard a sigh coming from downward. He looked over the railing and found a blonde head on the balcony directly below his. It was Emma, who he has only seen before they were divided today. She seemed to be down and was looking blankly at the sky. I have ice cream if you want. She flinched when Arthur called out. She turned her head and looked upward to see Arthur standing there with a smile. True to his words, he held a cup of chocolate ice cream. Are you the ice cream genie? Emma smiled. It's rude to sneak behind a sad lady. Even ruder to make her sad. Everything is all right. Arthur threw the cup and she caught it with a smile. Kind of, yeah. She opened the ice cream and took the spoon glued to the lid to eat. You wouldn't be eating that if that was true. Arthur rested his chin on his hand. I may not be a nobility, but I can hold a secret. I think you can. Hold a secret precisely because you're not. Emma smiled but hurried to correct herself. I mean, of course, you are. I know, but I don't consider myself to be one. I haven't done anything to earn it. Arthur shrugged. So, is everything all right? Well, Emma placed the cup down. You know I'm engaged to Prince Caleb. However, we became in different dorms. When we won today, he was mad at me too. That's unreasonable. Arthur was taken aback. Does he expect you to lose? I don't know, maybe I should. I'm reporting you to the dorm's leaders then. I'm kidding. Emma laughed. However, her smile disappeared with a helpless expression. It's not like I chose to be in a different dorm. She sighed. You don't need him to approve of you, Arthur said. He might be your fiancé, but you still got here by your strength. That's true, but didn't you get here through the scholarship? Arthur asked again. While all of us paid for tuition, they paid for you to be here. I've watched The Apprentice's Cup. Your runes were amazing. Thanks. Emma stuttered. They weren't amazing enough to prevent what happened. She sulked again and Arthur berated himself inwardly. Yes, it was a shame, Arthur said with a nod. Do you still believe that your friend? I don't believe, I know. Arthur sighed and didn't say anything. He knew Emma was in denial. Even if she was right about him being alive, she had no proof. I hope you find your evidence. She looked at him silently. I already have it. He's alive. She then went inside her room, leaving Arthur there, bewildered. What kind of evidence did she have? If that was true, then it was a must that he destroys. He has yet to gain enough strength to reveal himself. He needed more time. Time to kill monsters and time to study runes. The next day, Arthur woke up early. The rest of yesterday has been boring to him at least. They had a theory class where they took the Monsters' Bodies module. It explained common monsters and their weakness. As he was handed a textbook, Arthur estimated its weight to be about 2 kilograms. A giant monsterpedia that gathered illustrations of monsters and their weakness. This inspired Arthur to learn a rune about speed reading or information assimilation. After all, it would be quite useful in the long run. Today, he had a minor class day. Girano worked in the system to give students the ability to pursue other professions other than hunting and killing monsters and also the time to train on their own. He wore his uniform and headed downstairs. Sadly, Oliver and Jonah had different minors than him. Oliver was studying mechanics and Jonah was studying magical medicine. Yesterday at the party, Oliver didn't stop telling them about his dream of building the biggest flying ship in the world. He said he would build a ship that transcends space. As for Jonah, he said that he was simply interested in magical medicine. It was a new field of science where mana was used to treat illnesses and genetic deformities. How that worked, exactly, Arthur didn't know. As he reached the reception, Arthur ran into Emma. She looked a lot more cheerful than yesterday and the two greeted each other with a smile. Runes Research Department? Emma asked with a smile and Arthur nodded. Let's go together then. As they walked, they talked about yesterday's class and Arthur explained Jonah's plan. He had asked Jonah to keep it a secret that it was his plan. After all, taking out Arlo was enough achievement for him to be a bait. He didn't need to gather more attention. As they reached the Runes Research Department, both of them were amazed. It was an ancient building with fully black walls and windows. It was as if someone burned this place to the ground. As they were standing there in front of the entrance, an explosion occurred in one of the rooms and the flames destroyed the windows on the side. Chapter 240, Logistic Team. I knew this day will be a blast, Arthur muttered with raised brows. Emma was equally shocked as the two looked at the flames being spouted from the building. Activate the repair mechanism. Extinguish the fire first. The building began shining with runes as carbon dioxide extinguished the fire. To Arthur's and Emma's amazement, the building began to repair itself until it was spotlessly clean. I guess that's a common occurrence here, Emma said with a snort. The explosion or the self-repairing? I think they're linked. Emma began walking. Let's go. She opened the door and the two entered the building. Inside, it was a crowded hall where people wearing white coats rushed from one place to another. They looked young, characterized by their dark blue or silver uniforms that they wore under their golden-sleeved white coats. After the two asked for the registration office, they were guided toward an office to the left of the entrance where an old lady sat there. She was chewing on some fruit when Arthur and Emma knocked on the door. She glanced at them and gestured for them to sit down. The two took a seat and watched the old lady eat her fruit for about 5 minutes, questioning their whole existence. After she was done, she smacked her lips and looked at them. How can I help you, dear? My name is Emma Agard. I'm a scholarship student for the Runes Research Department. Emma showed her student ID. I was told I'd be on Professor Ma's research team. Oh. Emma, dear, I've expected you. How is your grandfather? The old lady brightened up. You know my grandfather personally? Emma blinked. I don't think I've heard of you. I was one of his girlfriends. The old lady smiled sweetly. And I don't mean his ex-girlfriends, the bastard had more than one relationship going on. Ah, I'm so sorry. Not at all, dear. He was quite handsome, so I knew it wasn't anything serious. There was this incident where we tied him to a tree and had lunch together underneath it. By we, you mean? Yes, the people he was going out with. The lady chuckled. It was a fun day, huh? She then glanced at Arthur, at last. You are. I'm Alexei Linen. Oh, you're the grandson of that filthy rich man. I'm an illegitimate son, Arthur hurried to explain. So, I don't know my grandfather. Expected. The lady smacked her lips. Men are animals. Arthur was taken aback by her remark, but he kept quiet. For you, dear Emma, you'll be assigned as a trainee in Professor Ma's research team. Make sure to make use of her knowledge. Thank you, senior. Don't mention it, hey. The lady waved her hand and turned to Arthur, scrutinizing him. Have your entrance exam. If you get accepted, join the 3rd logistic team. That's. Arthur's mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. I hoped I'd get some guidance about runes. Sure. The lady shut him off. The classes for first years are once a week, they'll be on your second minor day. But can we take other minor fields? Arthur asked, remembering the mecha he saw on the first day here. You could, but. The lady nodded before smacking the table, making a crack appear on it. Do you look down on the runic path, child? She roared in Arthur's face so loudly that his hair fluttered. He blinked twice as she saw her adjust her collar. Arrogant little child, that's why men are. The lady turned to Emma. Don't be like him, dear. He looks like a sneaky one too, so be careful. I know, Emma said with a smile. Please excuse us now, she pulled on Arthur as they hurried out of the room. As soon as they were out, Emma snorted before giggling heartily. Arthur was still stunned by what happened. And turned to look at her with wide eyes. She giggled to her heart's content before apologizing. I'm sorry, it's not that you get to see one of your grandfather's exes demolish your friend every day. You already consider me to be a friend. This is a bit too fast for me, I don't think I'm ready for such a responsibility. He said teasingly, but he paused when he saw Emma look at him with a frown. Why are you talking like that? Emma looked at him with both confusion and discomfort. Where did you? She didn't say anything more and simply walked away. Emma? Emma. Arthur called out, but she was already gone. He sighed and looked at the people rushing around him. He knew what he did wrong. He allowed himself to slip and act like himself, like Arthur Silvera. That's why she was confused and uncomfortable. It was similarly seeing your friend act to your dead friend, so it's obvious why she was uncomfortable. It would stir bad thoughts and suspicion. Arthur looked to the side and saw himself in the reflection of the window. He ruffled his blonde hair and felt how changed he had become. He was a different person now. That's why he shouldn't have approached Emma again. But can he hold himself back? Arthur asked around and found the examination room he was assigned to. Inside, he found a bored runes master that was reading a book. Sir, I have an exam. Get into the machine, he said with a wave of his hand. Arthur sighed and walked toward the machine. It was a chamber of sorts and he was asked to give out his ID. The machine scanned it and he was asked to enter. Once he was inside, runic encryption appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Arthur began to solve them. Like puzzles, they were thrown in his direction one after the other. He paused when the chamber turned red after he moved a runic line. He frowned and tilted his head as he saw number 1 appear in front of him. Instead of his earlier move, something else was done instead. Arthur noticed that the move proposed by the chamber was also correct, but it would result in an entanglement later on. It would take more time to solve if he followed this route, but he couldn't do anything about it. After solving 100 small puzzles, the chamber turned green. A paper was printed and Arthur grabbed it to find his score. 16/100. These were his mistakes. However, in Arthur's opinion, they were the mistakes that the system had. His ability was invincible in anything related to runes. He took the paper, that had his name and information alongside his score, to the men outside. What's your score? The man didn't lift his head from the book as he asked. Arthur knew how demanding the runic path was, but he would appreciate it if the men paid some attention. It's 60. This generation. The man closed his book, interrupting Arthur before he can finish. Back in my day, these encryptions were child play. Go to the logistic department. It's in the basement. The men kicked Arthur out of the room before he could say anything. He took his paper and threw it to the side too. Arthur stood there rooted with confusion. Was his score that bad? Or did the men simply misunderstand? However, there was a computer in front of the men that was connected to the chamber. He must have seen Arthur's result before he was out and simply wanted to brag. Basement it is, I guess. The lady told me I'd go to the logistic department anyway. Arthur went to the elevator and found a portal instead. First time. A man chuckled when he saw Arthur's face looking at the portal. I'm fascinated by it every day. It takes you to any place you want on campus, too. That's awesome. How can humans create these? Arthur mumbled. Beats me, we just doodle stuff and hope they don't kill us. The man laughed before speaking into the portal. 5th floor. He then walked into the portal and disappeared. Arthur looked at the sign beside the portal that listed every location's command. Logistic basement. Arthur entered the portal and came out of another instantaneously. He looked around the empty corridor and saw many students carrying boxes or files and running. Move. Move. After searching for a while, he found the 3rd logistic team. A tired young man was sitting in an office filled with boxes with labels on them. Hello, I was told to come down here to work, I just started today. Oh, a freshman. The young man looked up and nodded. I guess you did pretty badly, huh? I don't know. You're the clueless type, not that our job needs any brains. The man laughed. I'm Eric. Our job is simple, to deliver what's needed. He pointed at the boxes. You see these? These are supplies. Don't worry, the boxes are special themselves. When we get an order, we look for the materials in the order and take them upstairs. But, what about learning about runes? Eric sighed. Look, I'll be honest. It's a tiring job, but we get some benefits. Unless you can complete an artifact, you'll be stuck here. We get the evening labs for ourselves at night, but no teachers. We can use the resources as we wish, but with no guidance. And what if I create an artifact? Then congrats, you've graduated from the logistic team. But for now, it's time to deliver some orders. Eric pushed a tablet toward him. Chapter 241, Bothering. The Elmun Ash, 5 grams of it. Arthur read the first item on the tablet. What is this used for? Night illusions. Eric scratched his head. Most of these items are for high-tier runes. Do you mean that high-tier runes require different materials? Arthur asked with intrigue. Every single one of them. Basic knowledge, Alexei. Yes, Alexei. If you want to get out of the logistic team, you should do a better job at studying. Start with the library, it has many useful books. Now, get to work. Eric pointed at the boxes. Arthur turned to them and saw that they were labeled with the words Elmun Ash. As he packed a few orders, Arthur thought about the current situation. He knew that he did well in his exam, so it was a misunderstanding. However, it wasn't a necessarily bad misunderstanding. Did he need to work in a research team to learn runes? No, his situation was different. Arthur didn't need to understand the details about a rune to get better at other runes, he simply needed to learn as many runes as he can. Researching a single rune would stagger his growth. That's why the logistic team sounded like a perfect place for him. Although he would need to get work done as a logistic member, he would have the rest of the day alone. No professors, no one to watch him. It was perfect for him. Rather than graduate from the logistic team, Arthur began fearing that they might take it away from him. Maybe I needed to fake my test score, Arthur sighed as he carried the boxes toward the portal. The first delivery was for the 5th floor, a total of 5 deliveries. 5th floor, Arthur said and walked into the portal. When he walked out, he was in a glass-made hallway. He was able to see every room on the floor and the people working inside. Some rooms were dark as if the glass was painted. Lab 39, Arthur read his order and started looking for it. 35, 36. 39, Arthur stood in front of the black painted glass door and knocked. After a few moments, the door turned transparent. Logistic. The woman blinked from behind the door. Come in. She opened the door and Arthur stood there blankly. This woman was beautiful, but that wasn't it. He was shocked because he met her before. The youngest genius runes master, Julia Vinera. They had met during his exam in Kara City, and she didn't leave the best impression on him by siding with that guy. Ah, yes. Elmun Ash. Arthur regained his senses and walked inside, placing the box on the table he found. Oh, we meet again. A voice came from behind him, making him turn to see who it was. It was the gentleman from earlier, who looked as fascinated by the runes as Arthur. Are you new? Yes, as it is obvious. Arthur laughed politely. It is said here that you need Elmun Ash. Yes, leave it on that table. The man pointed toward a table in the middle where a single disc lied. From the disc came out a holographic runic line. It was a 3D runic structure, one that consisted of layers. Is it your first time seeing a high-tier rune? Julia came from behind him and stood beside Arthur. Well, it might be uncommon to hear about this before you get admitted to Girano, but high-tier runes consist of several other runes. For example, the man walked over. This rune is about night illusions. It consists of several underlying runes that control wind, darkness, light, and temperature. How is it an illusion of it is consistent with real things? Arthur asked as he remembered his encounter with Diamond. Well, the closer an illusion is to reality, the more complex it becomes. If it only affects the mind, then it's easily broken. Isn't this more like a barrier than an illusion? It's an elusive barrier, one that would be used in large-scale army tactics. The men smiled. Julia, however, seemed annoyed by Arthur's questions. Sir, you can't reveal the details of our work like that. She insisted. Relax, the logistic teams are crucial to us. We need to offer some reward somehow, right? The men winked at Arthur, making him smile. Leaving a polite nod, Arthur left the room. He hadn't expected to run into a familiar person here, but he couldn't say that it was that surprising. Julia was the youngest runes master, she'd have a place in Girano's research department. The only thing that bothered him is that Julia was kind of snobby. This brought him to the question of whether she was truly the youngest runes master based on her skills or connection. However, that didn't concern him at the moment. After all, he was a simple delivery guy. When it was finally 5 o'clock, the runes research department started growing emptier as the researchers went back to their rooms. Some of them went out with their colleague for dinner or other activities, but Arthur was different. I'll be showing you around today, the next few days you'll be on your own, Eric said as they walked out of the logistic department. We have 3 facilities. The runic library, the virtual realm, and the lab. You can use all 3 to study and test out before you go ahead and inscribe runes. What would the virtual realm do? It's a floor with virtual capsules to see the effects that runes produce. The capsules also have access to the online community, so you can play a few games in your free time. Games. Arthur was confused. I didn't think Girano would support this. They do, a lot. Eric laughed. In the Ray rank, arts become more and more important. That's why games are essential to training people. You must have heard about the latest plans to integrate virtual gaming into the educational system. Arthur nodded his head. C mentioned something similar the first time that they met. The fact that virtual reality has made several breakthroughs, so he was recruiting people from there. Well, it turned out to be a lie in the end. He was after because of Master's Ronin prophecies. However, Arthur was still grateful for the fact that Seer told him to lie to the Union. After he had seen the ruling class, he realized how a genius would be thrown into politics and be exploited. As for revealing that he can control runes, he would be eaten alive. I think you should start with the library. Okay, but what if I want to see a real-life demonstration of the rune? That would require that you borrow an actual artifact for studying. It depends on whether it was genuine or artificial artifacts. It would take a day to get the former, a week for the latter. Thank you, Senior Eric, Arthur said gratefully. Don't mention it, now go and graduate from this shithole. Hee hee, no way. Arthur laughed inwardly as he started walking away. He stood in front of the portal and said the library before walking in. He found himself inside a giant hill that was at least 100 meters tall and couldn't see the end. It was filled with books from bottom to top as they dyed a myriad of beautiful colors. Alexei. A voice called out to him. When he turned, he found Emma standing there with a smile. What are you doing here so late? I'm a part of the logistic department, so. Arthur shrugged. I'm sorry about this morning, I didn't mean to. It's okay, I think I overreacted for a personal reason. Emma waved her hand away. How is the logistic department? Do you need any help studying? Her sincerity touched him, but Arthur shook his head. He had decided to keep his distance from her, lest he reveals his disguise. As he was about to say something, a man walked from between the shelves and wrapped his hand around Emma's waist. Oh, are you done? Prince Caleb asked with a smile. Arthur stood there staring at the two, making Prince Caleb turn to him as well. You are. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Alexei Linen, Your Highness. I eliminated your first ranker today. Arthur said with a smile as he glanced at Caleb's arm. What brings you to the runes department? I'm accompanying my sister and fiancé. Are you with someone too, or are you alone? I'm alone, Arthur said, his mouth making a straight line. Figured. Prince Caleb smiled and pulled on Emma. Let's go, we'll be late for the evening party. That is. Emma looked troubled as she glanced at Alexei. Goodbye, Sir Linen. She said before the two left together. He's her fiancé. Arthur reminded himself as the two walked away. But why does it bother me so much that he's close to her? He wondered. No, he shook his head. It's simply because I can't trust him to take care of her. Arthur cleared his thoughts as he began studying his ether rune. Chapter 242, Horde. Etherealized attack rune has been learned. The messages came in to reward his tired self. As Arthur looked at the time, he found that he had only 3 hours to sleep before he had to attend his classes. From 5 p.m. to 4 a.m., Arthur didn't do anything but study in the library. He found the materials he needed to learn the rune he faced a bottleneck at for the past weeks. He closed the hologram screen in front of him and stood up to stretch. The fact that his stamina was high meant that he wasn't easily tired. So, even though he pulled an all-nighter, he didn't feel particularly tired. Before his classes, Arthur headed to the West Wing to train. Today, he had a martial arts class that would enable him to choose an art to train. As he entered the training facility, Arthur heard loud slams from somewhere. He looked around and found that one of the training rooms has been occupied. Arthur clicked his tongue and marveled at how dedicated these people were. He went over toward the training rooms, but a bright flash of light caught his attention from the occupied room. However, Arthur couldn't see what was inside because the glass has been blocked by the occupant. Should I sneak a peek? Arthur questioned whether it was a good option to pry on others, but he mocked himself when he remembered. That was the reason he was here. His hand glowed dark as a shadow appeared in front of him, slipping into his shadow. Arthur looked around and entered the training room to find an arena with a command panel beside it. He closed his eyes as he shared the vision with his shadow. The shadow slipped through the darkness and entered the room easily. Its eyes transmitted what it saw to Arthur, and that was of a girl training against a puppet. Her white scarf enveloped her like a cloak as it shone brightly. Through the shadow's eyes, Arthur saw the scarf turn into armor with wings. Ray stood there like a celestial fairy as she glared at the puppet in front of her. With a commanding tone, she issued an order. Ray Ranker, average. The puppet's eyes glowed as the mana it released grew more violent. With a step forward, the puppet took its stance as white fumes appeared from its mouth. Arthur watched with wide eyes as Ray disappeared from her spot and clashed with the puppet. The battle was brutal, making Ray look like a crazed beast. Her eyes kept glowing red as if she was a being from the underworld. The two clashed as punches were thrown. By the end of it, Ray was bruised all over her body and her scarf needed time to regenerate. Yet, she looked at the puppet as she yelled a single word. Again. Arthur watched on for a while before canceling his shadow. He stood in the empty training room and sighed. He had no idea why she was pushing herself that hard, maybe it was due to her loss to him. Either way, he had nothing to do with it. He took off his jacket and threw it on the floor as he walked toward the arena. After tweaking a few settings, a plate slid from the arena for the puppet to rise. Ray Rancor, peak. Dagger. Arthur pulled out his golden dagger from his subspace. The puppet materialized a dagger of its own as it launched itself toward Arthur. The two collided in the middle and Arthur felt his wrist ache. He loosened his hold on the dagger, allowing the puppet's attack to slide off as he kept going for its neck. The dagger was inches away from the puppet's neck before another dagger appeared to block it. The puppet now had two daggers and used one of them to block Arthur's attack. It then attacked with its other dagger, but Arthur dodged in the nick of time. As he pulled back, the puppet was already onto him. The rest of it was a high-speed fight, but Arthur kept being at a disadvantage because of the two daggers instead of one. It was time to use his new rune. As he used the rune etherealized attack, a copy of his dagger appeared beside it as Arthur was able to replicate his weapon. The weapon followed Arthur's will as it slashed toward the puppet, who blocked again with its sword. Suddenly, Arthur had an epiphany about his fighting style. He was a runes wordsmith, someone who used runes instead of fighting. If he wanted to fight, it should be in a manner that gave him the ability to fight. Cancel. The puppet stopped and returned to the beginning. Arthur breathed in as he used a different rune on his dagger. The dagger then floated in the air and circled him. It then began spinning, just like Arthur had asked it to. This is my style now. Arthur grinned as he used the telekinesis rune. With another wave of his hand, the ethereal version of the dagger appeared as well. With another wave, the dagger was in flames. This is how I'll be fighting. Arthur felt like a weight was lifted off his chest when he finally decided on a way to fight. With this, he'll be able to establish a proper training routine for himself. Further training wasn't necessary, he needed arts. As many of them as he can apply. He also needed to further evolve his telekinesis rune, evolve it to a degree that it's a second arm to him. He left the training wing and headed toward his room. As soon as he opened it, he found that someone was inside. Your boy is called Jaren Casella, and has left his dorm half an hour ago, Reese said as his tail swung. I think he's heading toward the forest. Why haven't you called me? Oh. I forgot that my paw has a dialing function. Beep, beep, beep. Reese shook his paw in anger. Go after him now. He seemed suspicious, as if he was preparing for something. There are 2 hours before the class starts. Then use your ability from before. Reese was referring to teleoperations. You can't teleport into Gerano, but most of its internal transportations are through teleportation. All right, Arthur nodded. Why do you think he's heading toward the forest? He was asking about how to get there. I think he grabbed a task from the Tamers department to go there. Reese paused and added. He spent most of his points on several herbal stores, which was odd. Without saying anything, Arthur disappeared from the room. When he appeared again, he was atop a shop's roof. He kept using his ability to travel to the forest and made it after 3 usages. Once he was standing inside the forest, he used his detection rune. He supplied it with the mana it needed to cover a large area around the periphery of the forest. Intruder. The fear crow cried above his head as Arthur used his dispel rune. He then used his stealth and camouflage, but the crow was on him. How did he escape the crow's attention? Arthur wondered before he connected the dots. The herbal stores, he must have a recipe that either repels the crow or hide his presence. This fact made Arthur even more suspicious. Luckily, he found Jaren before the crow called for the forest watchers. Arthur teleported again and appeared above a tree near Jaren's location. Arthur looked down quietly as he hid his presence. He saw Jaren take out a poach and dip his finger inside of it. He then walked to a tree and drew with his fingers symbols that Arthur couldn't understand. They weren't runes, but something more bizarre. The symbols carried magic energy within them, and Arthur noticed that their locations had a pattern. What is he? It was then that beastly roar shook the forest, making the leaves rain down, shaking the trees to the core. Arthur had to grab into the trunk as he looked with confusion toward the center of the forest. He used his detection rune and it revealed a giant anomaly in the middle of the forest, the direction that the roar came from. However, Arthur was too far away to know what it was. After the roar disappeared, the forest grew restless. 1,000 rumbling sounds came over as Arthur realized what was going on. It was a monster's horde traveling their way. Arthur spread his detection rune and noticed that there were a few people at the edge of the forest. People who made a living from hunting or simply gathering herbs. He looked down back at the spearman, but he was gone. He used his detection but he couldn't find him. He must have used a teleportation runic card. I need to warn the wall, but how? Arthur wondered to himself. Did this person cause this monster horde? But how? Looking upward, Arthur saw the crow flying at the periphery of the forest. He conjured a fire arrow and launched it at the crow, making it cry in anger. It gave another shrill cry that sent chills down his spine. After that cry, the alarm rang throughout the city. Chapter 243, Hunt. Arthur appeared in his room again, shortly after the alarm was issued. Without waiting any longer, he left his room to find the Daybreak dorm students gathered in the main hall. It was chaotic. Everyone, please calm down. Ural appeared with his group. Dean Henrik will be meeting us shortly. Given the circumstances, your classes of martial arts will be postponed. Ural then led the students outside to the central plaza where the Nightfall students were standing there too. There were so many that Arthur didn't find anyone he knew there. Hello, someone approached him, and when Arthur turned to see who, he found Ellen, looking as timid as usual. Hey, Mississippi. Arthur smiled. Too bad that we ended up in different dorms. I only passed because of you, Ellen said. But I don't understand why would you help someone you don't know. You reminded me of a friend of mine, just as stubborn. I didn't help them back then, so it's purely out of self-satisfaction. That doesn't mean I won't repay you, Ellen said with a resolute expression. Arthur sighed. Well, the only help I need is runes related. Arthur shrugged. Do you know anything about that? He saw Ellen smile for the first time. Yes. She nodded. I'm not that good myself, but I spent a lot of time studying them. I even got to the finals in the Runes Apprentices Cup preliminary rounds. That's impressive. Arthur raised his brows. He never knew about this. I guess I'll be making some progress. Heh, a friend I helped even became the champion. Sadly, Ellen's expression was proud at first before it turned sad. In the end, I wish I never helped him. Don't say that, it has nothing to do with it. Arthur shook his head. If you haven't helped him, you wouldn't be his friend. That's all that matters. Dear students. Dean Henrik interrupted their conversation. You have also heard the alarm. Arthur turned to look at him floating in the air. A horde of monsters started attacking the walls of the forest for reasons unknown. Since our college is responsible for protecting the city, we'll be organizing a hunt. He waved his hands and their bracelets buzzed. As Arthur opened it, a panel of information was projected in front of him. Emergency hunt, a class challenge. The dorm that kills more monsters will be the first to choose tasks this year. For those of you who don't know, field training is tasks assigned to Girano by the public. The dorm that wins gets to choose tasks first based on rank. Arthur didn't understand why this was important, but the tension rose once this reward was revealed. The two dorms looked at each with such hostility that sparks were produced. Thunder crackled above them as if signaling the beginning of the battle. Evan, I told you to stop creating visual effects. Ural turned to a guy who was raising his hands. Evan sheepishly laughed and lowered his hands, making the sparks and thunder disappear. Caleb, this will be another win for us. Ural folded his hands with a smile. You said in last year's dorms competition before you ran away. My teacher was injured. Ural frowned. You think of that as a win? Arthur remembered that Grandmaster Chiron mentioned something about Ural's teacher injury against a monster. Did that take place during the dorm's competition? And you think of yourself as the Daybreak dorm? Caleb scowled. A win is a win, no matter how you try to phrase. Today will be the same. Same as yesterday, a nice first ranker you've got there. Jenny laughed and the Daybreak dorm followed suit to laugh. Arthur glanced at Arlo, who was glaring at him with hate oozing out of his eyes and sighed. It seems today's hunt won't be that easy with Arlo targeting him. The students were then taken toward the walls where they met with the forest watchers. The monsters aren't many, 1,000 at most. We could have handled it ourselves, but the college has asked for this to be another training for you guys. You don't get a monster's horde every day. The watcher was a middle-aged man with a tattoo on his face. Another watcher stepped forward and used his bracelet and sent an app to all of the students. Arthur opened his bracelet and found a new app called Core Scan. This app allows your bracelets to identity cores. Remember, it can know if this core has just been obtained or not. If you try to scan cores that you already have, you'll be penalized by reducing your kill count. The other watcher explained. You may go ahead. He crossed his arms with a smile. If the monsters see a large group of humans, they'll run away. This will decrease our chances of hunting a lot of them, so we'll use the squad system. Can't we hunt on our own? Dolly asked. They shouldn't be that dangerous. There are a few true monsters, so we'll stick with the squads. Ural turned to the crowd and spotted Arthur. Alexei, you should join us. What? Why? It wasn't Arthur that protested, but Jonah. Ural pointed at Arlo's direction discreetly and lowered his voice. Do you think he'll forget about what happened to him yesterday? Ural made a point. It'll be safer for Alexei to join us for now. Arthur looked quietly at Ural, not buying what he was saying one bit. Ural believed in fair play and not interfering with other people's issues, so it didn't make sense that he wanted to help Arthur now. Is he trying to keep an eye on me? Arthur wondered, feeling slightly upset. After all, being with Ural meant pretending he was weaker than he is. Although that applied to everyone, Ural's eyes were special. If that's the case. Jonah hesitated. Would you keep protecting me for the rest of my years in Gerano? Arthur said to Ural. If Arlo wants to come after me, then let him. I don't need protection or babysitting. If you have another reason for including me in your squad, then I'll happily listen to it. Ural sighed and looked at Arthur quietly. Fine, but team up with Alice. As for the rest, make teams in 5 minutes. We don't have time to arrange a strength balance, so the arrangement would be as follows. A message was sent to all of them. For students per team, the ranking should be as follows. Leader, 1st to 50th, member, 51th to 100th, member, 101th to 150th, member, 151th to 200th. Arthur's ranking after yesterday's event was 163th, making him the last ranker on the team. He walked toward Alice, who looked at him with a smile. I guess I'm lucky today, Alice said with a smile. To be paired with someone as weak as me. Your definition of lucky is abnormal. Arthur shrugged. Don't stand too close to her, Linen. A voice interrupted their conversation as a man walked over. He had a serious and bowed to Alice. Young Mississippi. Rise, Sebastian. Alice sighed, clearly helpless. I've told you to not call me that in the academy. I serve you everywhere. Sebastian stood up. He then turned to Arthur with an icy expression. Your little stunt yesterday might have worked, but petty games won't last you long. Yeah, sure. Arthur waved his hand. Before he could say anything, Sebastian grabbed his collar. I won't tolerate your disrespectful attitude around the young Mississippi. Sebastian's face had a terrifying frown. One more misstep and you'll find yourself swimming in the ocean. Miss Alice, Arthur didn't respond to him. Does your servant have any insurance? I think he'll need to reattach his hand if he doesn't let go. You arrogant. Sebastian gritted his teeth in anger at Arthur's disregard. Alice pulled his hand away and he let go. I'm sorry, Mr. Linen. He's rash, please forgive him. Alice said with an apologetic expression. It'd be best, however, if you didn't threaten him. That wouldn't look so good on me. Very well. Arthur adjusted his collar. We need one more member. Oh, I already have someone in mind. She couldn't participate yesterday because her ability was unstable after the second test. She should be here any minute. Arthur frowned when he heard this. He felt someone approach them from behind and turned to see the familiar cold expression. Miss Alice, thank you for taking care of me today as well. The healer said that I was healthy enough to participate. Amelia bowed deeply. These gentlemen are. Even though her words were polite, she was cold and distant as Arthur remembered her. He knew she was taking the exam with him, but he thought she didn't get accepted when he didn't see her around. Now, however, it seems that her ability was unstable after the second test. The interview might have been conducted for her separately, making her a little late to show up. This is Sebastian Morgman and this is Alexei Linen. Hello, Mr. Morgman. Amelia shook his hand before turning to Arthur. Looking at her with a daze, Arthur took her hand as he shook it. Hello, Mr. Linen. I've heard about your plan yesterday, brilliant, but you might have made an enemy of one of the strongest students around. Chapter 244, Mayhem. Hey, Arthur shook Amelia's hand with a blank expression. You can't live without enemies, no matter what it is that you do. He said with amusement. The last time that he has seen Amelia, she was asleep after crying over his death. Of course, he attributed her tears over the loss of her strengthening. Yet, he didn't hate her for thinking about her future. They had a deal, not a one-sided charity. We need to go, Alice said to the others. The monsters are getting closer to the walls. The teams are leaving already. The three of them nodded and followed after her. As they went through the gates of the forest, they saw the mayhem that was taking place outside. Monsters attacked in waves as the students fought against them. Magic and abilities flew everywhere as the earth was turned upside down due to the strength of these superhumans. Let's be quick. Alice shouted out. Start hunting the weaker ones and skin their cores. We don't have time to skin every core we kill. Amelia. Then let only one person do it. Sebastian suggested while glancing at Arthur. Alice and Amelia hesitated and followed after him to look at Arthur. That's fine by me. Arthur shrugged. I just need to find Jonah quick, can I? To do what? Ask him to protect you. Sebastian sneered. Make it quick, we'll be waiting for you, Alice said and left with the other two. Arthur sighed and called Jonah. Hey Jonah, are you busy? I'm still making plans with my team. I'm in a spot since I'm the leader. What's up, Alexei? Meet me a distance away from the gate, I'll need your ability, Arthur said before he hung up. 10 minutes later, he was standing atop a tree, using his detection ability. If his team wanted him to be a porter for them, then they can have his copy do the job. As for him, he'll be investigating the reason behind this. He had seen Jaren use some kind of symbols to initiate this reaction. The question was why and how. He went back toward the place where he saw Jaren, standing on top of the tree. Unluckily to him, a team was down there hunting at the moment. Unluckier to him, the team was led by Arlo. Another member of that team was the person he was talking to earlier, Ellen. The fact that these two were together made Arthur feel ominous dread. As he had feared, Arlo was being harsh toward Ellen. He pushed her to fight against monsters she couldn't handle and only saved her when things looked bad. How did you get accepted into Gerano if you can't handle this? One of the teammates, which Arthur has seen in Arlo's gang, berated Ellen. Ellen seemed to be exhausted but didn't reply at his remark. Arthur knew why Arlo had her team up with him, it was because he had seen her talk to Arthur earlier. It was a low move to go after his friends, but Arthur couldn't help her now. She'd have to get through this on her own. However, it shouldn't last for long. Rucky, he called out. Yes, my lord. Do you need anything, master? Lilo answered too. Arthur sighed inwardly, recognizing the jealousy in Lilo's voice. Lilo, you know I can't reveal you. Hee, master is ignorant. Elusive dragons are called elusive for a reason. We have numerous abilities that keep us away from being seen. Let me prove it. Fine, Rucky, stay still. Lilo, go out there and send some monster this way. I want them out of here. Aye, master. With a cheerful reply, Lilo disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Even though he couldn't see him, Arthur could feel it traveling away without being seen. Same as your mother, Lilo. You're good at hiding. Arthur had a thick smile on his face for reasons he couldn't explain. The dragon mark was the only explanation he had right now for these feelings, making him consider Lilo the same as kin. A few minutes later, Lilo proved he didn't go out to disappoint. The monster came running from the area he headed to, straight to Arlo's team. It's a monster's wave. Arlo laughed. It's our lucky day. Or not, Arthur spread his detection rune from above the tree. "Oh, Lilo, what have you done?" 3 giant monsters came with the wave, frantic and crazed. They were all at the peak high tier. Once Arlo saw this, his face paled. The only people who can challenge a peak high tier monster are those that are the peak of the Ray rank. A winged tiger, a twin-tailed crocodile, and a giant tree monster were all running away from Lilo. The variety of these 3 made Arthur realize that whatever caused the wave of monsters was something that everything in this forest feared. Retreat. Arlo screamed on top of his lungs as he began running away madly, not caring for his team. He left his friends and Ellen behind and used his ability to push himself forward. Arthur wasn't worried about Ellen, since he knew what sort of ability she had. Bright light covered her body as a set of wings appeared on her back. She crouched and the wings flapped, leaving only an afterimage of Ellen. She was a speed manifester, a manifestation ability that enhanced her speed greatly. Sadly, her talent for mana was very lacking, making it impossible to use her ability to its full potential. As the team ran away, Arthur welcomed the monsters with a grin. His dagger appeared in his hand as the monster closed in on his location. He had delayed his leveling up long enough. "Lilo, can you sense if we are being watched?" "Master is helpless without Lilo, hee." Lilo replied with smugness. Arthur had no idea from where he got this personality trait, but he just let it go since he had hidden Lilo for a long time. Someone is overlooking this area. It was as Arthur expected since it was illogical that they would be left without being guarded. He sighed and was about to return his dagger to the subspace before Lilo's words made him pause. "I can elude them with my ability, hee." "What do you mean, Lilo?" "Maybe that servant of yours can answer that." Lilo's voice was playful. Arthur felt a headache, remembering Lilo was still a child. "Come on, Lilo. You know you're my favorite." "Hee, I can create an illusion to cover this area. They'll think that nothing is wrong." Hearing him, Arthur's grin returned. Lilo's mana covered the surroundings as a dome appeared around them and the monsters. With this, Arthur can hunt as much as he liked. "As a reward, you can fight with me today." Arthur jumped in the air and Lilo appeared underneath him. Lilo flapped his wings with joy as he carried Arthur and dived downward. "It's time to go all out." His dagger exploded with fire as his body was covered with golden light. Power rushed through his veins as he broke through his limits. When they were close to the monsters, Arthur jumped from Lilo's back and each of them took a monster. Arthur landed on top of the crocodile and stabbed with his burning dagger. His dagger collided with the monster's scales, causing flames to fly everywhere. The crocodile roared in agony and its tails whipped in Arthur's direction. Arthur didn't shy away and let go of the dagger that kept digging into the monster's flesh. With both of his hands and his release runes, he struck both tails at the same time. The flesh on his arms split as blood trickled down. This was a monster as strong as the great ancient knight, and Arthur was fighting it on his own. He heard Lilo's roar, but he knew the dragon was having the time of its life fighting against the winged tiger. This left the tree monster free to attack Arthur, and it did. Rucky. The shadows came out of the ground like tentacles as they began to restrain the branches trying to attack Arthur. At that time, the crocodile gave an angry roar as it began to thrash about madly. Arthur felt something under his feet move and saw the scales rise underneath him. They turned upward, pointing at Arthur, as steam came out of them. With another roar, the scales were shot out from the monster's body like projectiles. They were close to ripping Arthur apart, but he teleported to stand in front of the crocodile. The flames danced in his right hand as his other hand grabbed the crocodile's giant mouth. "I hope you have a strong stomach, otherwise this will hurt." Arthur pushed the crocodile's jaw downward as he pushed his flaming hand into its throat. Explode. The flames left his hand like a pillar, raging through the monster's body. The smell of roasted meat spread in the air as the monster was cooked from the inside. In a final struggle, it bit at Arthur's arm with its giant jaws. Chapter 245, Liquid Fire. As the monster's teeth tried to bite his arm away, Arthur hurried to use his barrier. The barrier clashed with the monster's teeth, stalling it long enough for Arthur to pull back. The crocodile bit down on empty air and looked at Arthur with hateful eyes. Its eyes began to lose focus as it slumped down, breathing heavily. Before Arthur could sense its life fade away, a giant tree branch attacked him like a spear. He jumped upward before it reached him and began running on top of the branch. The giant tree's movements were unpredictable, but Rucky worked to hinder it. Sadly, her stats were only half of Arthur's stats, making her unable to fight on her own against the tree. A branch whipped his way, but Arthur did a front flip, avoiding it without losing momentum. He kept running on the tree's branch as his arms were engulfed in flames. 3 branches attacked him from every direction. Arthur stopped using his fire rune and teleported far above the tree. As he rapidly descended toward the tree, it didn't hesitate to attack with every branch and root it can. Arthur could see that spikes were growing on the tree's surface, threateningly dripping with a dark green liquid. He clapped his hands and flames exploded around him. His body burned brightly like a meteor as Arthur pushed his mana toward his fire rune. The air stretched under the effect of his flames, making it harder to breathe. However, this was nothing to a superhuman. The countless branches attacked him as he threw his hands forward, creating a giant pillar of fire with him in the center. The pillar of fire descended on the tree as the countless branches began burning, but kept attacking Arthur. "Let's see who outlasts the other, monster." Arthur laughed as the fire condensed until it seemed like liquid lava. He wielded the pillar of flame and it burned the tree to embers. New rune has been obtained, Liquid Fire. Liquid Fire, a new rune was obtained due to the flexible usage of the fire rune. Combines the flexibility of liquid and the destructiveness of fire. As soon as this message appeared, his fire changed from its free plasma state into a liquid of destruction that cut apart anything that came in its way. Without hesitation, Arthur spread his 10 fingers. The fire gathered around them in threads of liquid fire that swayed like whips. As he fell downward, he brought his hands together and the 10 fire whips intersected and attacked the monster, cutting it to pieces while leaving scorched marks on its body. Arthur landed on the ground and rolled as the flames surrounded his body. He came to a stop and began gathering his breath. He heard the tiger issue its last roar as another message appeared in front of him. As he looked at the purple sky, caused by Lilo's barrier, Arthur tried to replenish his mana. All of the weaker monsters have escaped the moment the battle commenced. "Are you okay, Master?" Lilo's head appeared in front of him upside down. Its giant eyes blinked at Arthur, who simply smiled and patted its head. "Well done, Lilo." Hee. Arthur stood up and looked at the destruction they had caused. Dismembered body parts, roasted crocodile, and a headless tiger. Arthur stood up and used his absorb rune. Strength has increased by 3. Agility has increased by 3. Stamina has increased by 3. Each of the 3 monsters gave him 3 stats. With everything now peaceful and quiet, Arthur headed toward the tree. Jaren drew something on. Unlike a few hours ago, Arthur didn't feel any magical property to the shape drawn on the tree. He frowned and took out his phone and snapped a photo. "I need to find what this symbol means." Arthur looked at the circle with 5 slashes on its circumference and frowned. "But where do I look?" Beep. His phone rang and Arthur opened it to find Jonah calling him. As soon as he did, Jonah's anxious voice came from the other end. "Alexei. Arlo has met with your clone. You need to get back now." "Where are they?" "I'll send you the approximate location, but make sure no one sees you when the 2 of you swap." "I have a way." Arthur closed the line and saw the location. It was 3 kilometers in the direction Arlo and the rest ran in. He used his teleport rune and appeared above the tree near the location. As he looked around, he saw the 2 groups standing against each other with Arlo grabbing his sword. "This is against the rules, Arlo," Alice warned. "Don't expect we won't retaliate." "There was no rule about snatching cores," Arlo sneered as he glared at Arthur's clone. "You didn't seem to mind such tricks yesterday. Don't be petty. You two, get the girl and the guy. I'll take Alice. As for you, Ellen," Arlo grinned. "You'll take on that bastard." His sword pointed at Arthur's clone. Arthur sighed inwardly as he looked down on them. These people will always have an egotistical personality, thinking anyone that stands up to them was an enemy. It was a competition. He didn't understand why Arlo took it so personally. "This is against the rules." Ellen frowned. "I'm not going to participate in it." "I'm your leader," Arlo said coldly. "If you don't follow my orders, I can report you." As they were talking, the forest suddenly was filled with smoke. In the Runes Apprentices competition, Arthur bought a simple artifact that produced smoke. He gave it to Rucky so that she would use it to create a smoke screen. As for Lilo, Arthur asked him to cause a disturbance. Hearing the roars of the monsters, the two teams braced themselves and unsheathed their weapons. Using the moment of distraction, Arthur teleported next to his clone and patted it. His clone looked at him and handed him the bracelet before disappearing. Alice, we should leave this place while we can. Arthur stepped forward but Sebastian blocked his way. You've been leeching off us until now, you think you can give us orders? Are you an idiot? You want to fight them? Arthur was stunned. There's no gain in this, it's just child play. Anyone who threatens my lady deserves punishment. Sebastian unsheathed his sword. I'm not going to run away with my tail between my legs. You have a tail. Now. Arthur was speechless and turned to Alice. You consent to this? If we run away now, they'll look down on our dorm. Alice was also unwavering. Just because it's scary, doesn't mean you should run away from it. You've done nothing wrong, Alexei. Ice began covering her fingertips. You guys are morons, both of you. Arthur sighed. You bastard. Sebastian took a step toward him but Alice gestured for him to stop. If you want to run away, then do so. Alice looked at him in disregard. We're not going to stop you. I don't need to run, Arthur started walking toward them. I'll just deal with this annoyance as quickly as I can. He didn't want to fight them lest Ellen gets hurt, but he had no choice if these morons were too prideful to run away. A powerful gush of wind pushed the smoke away as Arlo took a step forward with his armor on. You can't be as sneaky now, bastard. Yeah, but it's not like I need to. The restrain rune was activated as the ethereal ropes coiled around Arlo's body in an instant. They kept multiplying as if there was no end to them. You this, you that. Does everyone has speaking difficulties? Arthur waved his hands to the people behind him. Miss Amelia, can you shock him for me please? Her ability is still unstable. Alice took a step forward. I'll end this. She clapped her hands as a giant snowflake appeared behind her. Never make a move on my dorm again. A giant spear flew toward Arlo who couldn't move his body and struck him away. His lackeys ran to aid him and help him stand, but he was coughing blood. Are you happy now? Arthur rolled his eyes at the three and started walking back toward the gates. Where are you going? There are still monsters left. Sebastian shouted from behind him. I've used all of my mana, you moron. Arthur didn't stop. It wasn't a lie either, the battle from earlier in the restraints now has bottomed out his mana. The new rune he got was especially mana-consuming but equally destructive. When he was back, he found Jonah standing beside the gate. You guys are done. One of my teammates got injured as soon as we started, Oliver took her to the infirmary, Jonah explained. Where are the rest of your team? Somewhere hunting, I don't care much. The hunt is over. Please go back to the front gate. An announcement deafened their ears, making Arthur and Jonah head back and find a place to sit. The team started returning one by one until both dorms stood in front of the gate. Arlo glared, Ellen nodded in thanks, and Emma ignored him as she was with Caleb, who also glared. How can I have so many enemies even though it's only the second day? Arthur sighed. Dean Henrik stood on top of the wall as he began announcing the results. Every kill has been counted, some counted more than others, Henrik said. Mid-tier monsters were 1 point, high-tier monsters were 3 points, and peak high-tier monsters were 5 points. As for the 2 true monsters, they were each worth 10 points. All that said, we'll announce the points each dorm obtained. 2 giant words appeared on the wall, one of them being nightfall and the other being daybreak. Daybreak dorm has obtained 903 points. The Daybreak dorm cheered as the number appeared on the screen. As for Nightfall, they have obtained 913 points. This time, the cheering this louder followed by howls of victory. The Daybreak students were downcast, their morale all-time low. Oh, Ural. It seems you're all talk but no result. Caleb stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. Once again, we'll be winning this. Excuse me, Dean Henrik. A voice interrupted the celebration and pulled all of the students' attention toward it. Standing in the middle of the crowd was a tall and handsome youth, who exuded confidence and arrogance. I have a few cores that I forgot to scan, can I? Jonah asked. That's against the rules. Caleb snarled. My teammate has been injured, so I didn't care about the cores at that time. Jonah shrugged. Sir. Very well, but unless you have more than 10 cores, it won't make a difference. I only have 3. Jonah shook his head. The Nightfall dorm began laughing hysterically. Do you think that would change anything? Go back where you came from. Sadly, even if they're high-tier cores, you'll still be 1 point short. Dean Henrik shook his head. That would be. He paused when Jonah took out the 3 cores. The moment that they were out, every student shut his mouth. Jonah proceeded to scan them with his device without any delay, and with each scan, the number on the wall increased by 5. 908, 913. 918, peak high tier. Chapter 246, Manipulating. Amidst the celebrations and toasts honoring Jonah, the man in question was anything but calm. He looked at the person who gave him the cores and asked him for this favor. Alexei, I know you don't like attention. However, too much attention to myself will make me a target. Jonah's heart was filled with worries. Lately, he hasn't been able to sleep at night because he kept training. He was always waiting for the day that people knew he was a sham, nothing more than an imposter. Jonah, Alexei turned to him, confident just like Jonah had always known him. The moment that you ranked first on the second exam, you have already become a target. But now, the Nightfall dorm will target me directly. Jonah paced around the balcony, refusing to stay still. The sound of music rang in their ear, but their mood was anything but joyful. You think that those noblemen like Arlo and the others would leave you alone even though you ranked higher than them? You're a commoner. Stop looking down on me. Jonah snapped before calming down. I'm sorry, I just. Jonah allowed his voice to trail. He knew Alexei didn't mean to, but his words reminded him of the fact that one day, no one would treat him with respect in this place. As soon as they knew he was a weakling, they would look down on him too. At least at the moment, he wasn't treated as a weak commoner. It's all right. Alexei stood up and patted him on his shoulder. Jonah looked into his eyes and was again reminded of how unnatural they seemed. He never saw them reveal any emotions. I considered the fact that you'd be targeted too, so don't worry. Ha, and you still asked me to do it. You could have said no. I can't say no after everything you've done to me. Jonah sighed. Alexei, I'm just scared. These people, they're abnormal. They are willing to hurt others as long as it retains their reputation. That's exactly why they won't lay a hand on you in the time being, Alexei explained with a smile. I know these people, they care too much about how others view them. That's why. Jonah wanted to explain, but Alexei interrupted him. That's why they won't challenge a person who can take down 3 peak high-tier monsters. Alexei turned toward the hall. They won't challenge a commoner that has a high chance of taking them down. That would ruin their reputation and endanger their status as the heirs of whatever the hell they were born into. You know this won't last for long. Jonah reminded. They'll take me down one day and I'll never see the end of it. Until that time, we just need to make you grow stronger. Alexei smiled. You want that, don't you? Jonah smiled and nodded. The curtains that separated them from the hall opened, allowing light to cover his back and Alexei's face. Jonah didn't know if he was imagining it, but he saw Alexei's eyebrows twitch slightly. Turning to see who it was, Jonah saw a girl with hair that was light azure. It was an unnatural color, but it worked perfectly with her beautiful features. Mr. Linen, the girl smiled. I think Miss Alice is looking for you, maybe you should head inside. Jonah then saw Alexei furrow his brows and nod. Thank you, Miss Amelia. With another pat, Alexei left the balcony. Jonah turned to return as well but found that the girl, Amelia, was still standing there, smiling at him. What you did there was amazing, Amelia said with a tint of admiration. I'm Amelia Cameron. She reached out her hand. A commoner like you. Nice to meet you, Miss Amelia. Jonah shook her hand with a smile. He was curious why would Alexei be bothered by her. It's nice to meet someone who isn't so different. You looked like you were close friends with Mr. Linen, though, Amelia asked with curiosity. He's different. Jonah shook his head. Is he also a commoner? Amelia took a step forward with her glass in hand. In the past, he also. I understand, I've seen his character. Amelia took a step forward. Suddenly, she placed her small hand on Jonah's chest. But I admire you more, you strived against all odds and accomplished something. Jonah's heart was beating rapidly as he looked into her eyes. It's not like he has never been approached by girls, his appearance was like a magnet. This time, it wasn't his appearance. He saw Amelia tiptoe to reach him but he didn't stop it. At that time, his mind was blank as he just allowed her to kiss him. Arthur drank from his glass while leaning in his chair. He had talked to Alice earlier and all she did was apologize for Sebastian's behavior. However, he was bothered by the fact that Jonah and Amelia stayed on the balcony alone. He stopped using his detection rune when Jonah left the balcony in a hurry. With a sigh, Arthur stood up and headed toward the balcony. As he stepped out of the curtains, it just so happened that Amelia was about to go to the party. She flinched and took a step back. "Mr. Linen, you've startled me." Amelia assumed her polite smile as soon as she saw Arthur. On the other hand, Arthur simply stared at her coldly. "What, am I not getting a kiss too? Should I abandon my nobility to get one?" Arthur asked sarcastically. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Amelia furrowed her brows. "Please refrain from saying such things." "Oh, shut up." Arthur shook his glass as he watched the champagne twirl inside of it. "I know what just did with Jonah, so don't try to fool me." "That's none of your business." Amelia's expression was icy cold. "It is, he is my friend. I don't care who he associates with, but I certainly wouldn't want him to be manipulated." "Manipulated, huh?" Amelia chuckled. "You have strange fantasies, that is." "I'm a commoner," you told him. "Your father has received his nobility title, a baron, 1 month ago. Since you're not a part of his family at the moment, you're still merely a commoner." Alexei stepped away from the door but Amelia was frozen still. "That doesn't mean I'm manipulating him. In a college such as Girano, the nobility is not a necessity, but a luxury. Society is a cruel thing. How would a disgraced daughter fit in such a place?" Alexei stood beside the balcony. "It's better to get the protection of someone powerful, a one-digit ranker at least, who is also easy to manipulate. Let's say, a commoner. Is that wrong?" Amelia bit her lower lip as her hand tightened around her glass. "Everyone seeks protection here. I didn't say it was wrong, but there is something low about manipulating a person's feelings, even for you. Ah, look who's talking. A nobility educating me about what honorable paths I should take to look after myself. Do you not know how privileged you are?" Amelia laughed coldly. "You have no say in what I do to survive. I'm nothing like a nobility, heh?" Arthur smiled. "But I'm better than you are. You look at the world with eyes of doubt, always assuming the worst. Maybe the reason for that is you would do these things yourself." With that, Amelia also headed back toward the party. Arthur sighed as he heard footsteps from behind him. "One in, one out. Is this a play?" Arthur was amused as he looked at Jonah, who was panting. "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you like her." I didn't think straight," Jonah said as he raffled through his hair. Arthur blinked thrice as he carried a blank face. What should I say to this himbo? Arthur had no idea. After the party was over, Arthur headed back to his room. There, he found Reese still sleeping. He made sure to accidentally step on his tail. Meow. The cat meowed and Arthur thought he might have made a mistake. "How dare you step on my lovely tail?" The cat spoke, making Arthur sigh in relief. "I've found something, this." Arthur showed him the picture of the mark on the tree. "Do you know anything about it?" "How would I know?" Reese lied down on the ground again. "Look for it in the library or something." "I will." Arthur checked the picture again and saw that the mark was fading a bit. "I guess Jaren didn't want anyone to find it in time." Arthur smiled. "You should try to live a little." Reese glanced his way. "You're obsessed with uncovering this mystery. How about you try to live like a college student?" "And do what?" "I don't know, drink a lot of alcohol and make love," Reese said while licking his paws. "I don't have time for that." Arthur started taking off his clothes to take a bath. I have things to do. That's how it was before you awakened too, Rhys said, making Arthur pause. Chapter 247, A Deal with Two. If abilities are created by the gods, then arts are the creation of humans. Abilities are the gates to use mana to impact the world, leading to external or internal phenomena that are considered outside of the norm. The bald old man told them in the lecture hall. Well, my art would disagree. Arthur thought with his hand underneath his chin. Beside him, Oliver was snorting. Yesterday's party seems to have taken a toll on him. Arthur didn't drink a lot, for obvious reasons. They were in a giant lecture hall, lectured by a man about arts. What's the required level for us to use arts? A student asked. Great phrasing. There's a difference between using and training, as using the art in battle requires liquefied mana. To say, you need to be at the Ray rank. However, since a large portion of you are only at the Neo rank, you'll only be allowed to train your arts. And what if we use it in battle? The same student asked. You'll damage your energy channels, making it difficult to advance to the Ray rank. That's a risk you'll have to face. Isn't it better to simply wait until we're at the Ray rank? Another student asked something that Arthur was wondering too. Well, it's better to damage your channels than to die. The old man said with a knowing smile. He then went on about the fundamentals of energy channels, the anatomy of the body, how to circulate, and other explanations that they would need during their afternoon activities. During the class, Arthur was half thinking about Rhys's words and the mark Jaren had left yesterday. Rhys's advice was irrefutable, as Arthur didn't feel any difference in his lifestyle after he had awakened. When he asked himself whether he was happy, Arthur couldn't answer. He was stronger now, he enjoyed fighting to his heart content, but that didn't make him particularly happy. It seems that his worries shifted from being starving due to poverty to death by his enemies. At the end of the day, every day was filled with challenges. Zzz. Oliver snored loudly beside him. The professor's sharp ears picked it up and he threw the marker like a dart toward Oliver. It wasn't particularly fast. So Arthur could have stopped it, but he didn't want to antagonize his professor. Ouch! With a "pa" sound, Oliver's head jerked backward. He looked around and froze when he saw the professor glaring at him. 10 rounds around the field. The professor humphed and resumed his lecture. Oliver rubbed his head with a pout. Well, I guess not everything is the same. Arthur smiled as Oliver mumbled under his breath, making the professor glared at him again. The class ended quickly and they were given a break before their afternoon practical class. The break was for lunch, but Arthur decided to spend it without Oliver. As for Jonah, he was invited out by Amelia. Arthur had told Jonah that he didn't like Amelia but simply knew that she wasn't that honest about her feelings for Jonah. His reply astounded Arthur, who hadn't looked at it from this point of view. Even if she's trying to fool me, she's the stronger than me. If I'm able to win her over before she realizes I'm weak, then I'll be the one fooling her. Jonah told him on the balcony. But what if she leaves you once she knows? Arthur asked. Well, that would prove her true motives. I'll still enjoy the care of such beauty, hee. Unless, of course, you. He laughed and kicked Jonah out of the balcony. Before their class began, Amelia asked Jonah out for lunch and he agreed. Truly, Arthur feared the politics in this place. He left the whining Oliver and headed toward the lecture hall of the Nightfall dorm. They were also coming out, and as soon as they spotted Arthur, they surrounded him with Arlo in the lead. What are you doing here, coward? Arlo asked while rubbing his chin and pocketing his hand. With his handsome appearance, he was friendly even to the Daybreak dorm members. However, Arthur kept embarrassing him, so his hate was understandable. When did the campus become yours? Arthur shrugged. I'm here for a friend. Oh, that little chick. Arlo grinned. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Who are you talking about? Arthur furrowed his brows. Little chick. That's not the person I'm friends with. What? Arlo was stunned. You were talking to her yesterday. They say that you two were together in the second test, too. PFT, ha ha ha. Arthur snorted and laughed heartily. Is that why you wanted her to fight me? Ha ha. Why are you laughing? Arlo and his gang got closer, surrounding him. You bastard, She's just someone I used during the test. To think that you thought I was friends with a commoner. Oh, foolish Arlo. Arthur smirked. Shut up. Arlo's mana threatened to explode, but Arthur didn't care. He took a step toward him and spoke inches away from his face. My real friend is right behind you, why not take a look? As soon as he said this, Arlo glanced backward and his mouth turned into a line. What are you ants doing to him? Ray stood there with a cold expression. It was so cold that the rest of them backed away instantly. Nothing at all, Ruru. Arthur said as he patted Arlo's shoulder. The latter stiffened and glared at Arthur. Don't think that this is over, Arlo said through gritted teeth before leaving with his gang. Only Arthur and Ray were left in front of the lecture hall. Before Arthur could say anything, she grabbed him by the collar and glared in his face. Her scarlet eyes looked especially cold today. Don't dare use that name again, I'll rip out your tongue. She shoved him away after she finished. With a glance at the surrounding, she turned and walked away. Follow me. Sure, Arthur smiled. One of the reasons that he was here was to meet Ray specifically, as he wanted to use his favor. However, the person he was looking for earlier wasn't Ray. The two went to an empty classroom. Arthur wanted to make a joke about being confessed to, but he was sure Ray's pride would kill him. Are you an idiot? She coldly said as she sat on the desk while folding her long legs in front of him. What do you think you're doing by provoking Arlo more than once? I know that I said we were friends, but I didn't think you would be worried about me. Arthur was genuinely surprised. Worried? Ray puckered her lips in a smirk. I don't want you to disappear like those before you. If that happens, I can't make you mine. You know about that. Arthur frowned. What do you know? Ha, Ray's smirk turned into a grin. Take it easy, the great detective. I'm not the culprit. Anyone can know that much from asking around. Why would you ask around though? Arthur didn't let himself be provoked. He leaned on a chair as well and his attitude worked well to poke Ray's nerves. I'm bored, that's all. We're on the third day of college. Yours, not mine. I've learned all these things ages ago. For your answer, I don't see why I should share my knowledge with you. You forgot that you owe me a favor. Arthur smirked and pocketed his hands. Fine. Ray gnashed her teeth and tightened her grasp of the desk until it broke. I've heard that. Wait. Arthur raised his hand. That's not my favor. You think you can fool me with a few information pieces? What? Ray blinked. You were. She then frowned. What do you want? Like I said before, nothing perv. Protection for 1 year. You want me to protect you? Ray's face brightened. If you become my slave, then I will obviously. Shut up about the slavery thing, what's wrong with you? Arthur looked at her with a frown. She flinched and glared at him. It's not for me, but to someone else. I'll send you their name later. I won't do it, Ray said coldly. All right, bye. Arthur sighed and got up to leave. You're not going to argue back. Ray called after him, bewildered. Arthur turned around with a smile. If you're someone who would go back on their words, there's nothing left for us to talk about. It's not like I'm pleading, it's something you owe me. I just thought more of you. Shut up. Fine. Send me their name later. With that, Ray stormed out of the classroom but then returned. Also, we're not friends. With that, she slammed the door. Arthur blinked twice before he walked out of the classroom as well. He then headed toward the cafeteria to find the person he was looking for. She was eating alone, as expected. As he passed by her, he slipped her a paper. He then ate quickly and left. He headed straight toward the library and waited. A few minutes later, Glasses Girl arrived. What? She asked while crossing her arms around her chest. It seems she still had a bad impression of Arthur. I have a deal for you. Oh, what's your name? That's the deal. She asked with puzzlement. It's Sarah. Same as my mother. Arthur noted. That's not the deal, I have something to ask of you. I know that your ability is related to books and anything is written. he said as he sat down on the desk, gesturing her to sit as well. How? That's not important. I need you to find the information about something in the library. Arthur took out his phone. Do you recognize this? He showed her a drawing he did for the mark. No, but that's absurd. There are a million books in the library. Sarah frowned. I can't look through all of them, my time and energy are. I'll offer you a 1-year protection. No offense, sir. But your rank is. Not from me, but Ray, the third ranker. That is. Sarah blinked. That is the person I fear the most, she said while rubbing her hands nervously. To be protected by her. Then, Arthur smiled. That would be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. She won't touch you, and she'll protect you from any bullying or harassment. You should know that a commoner girl here is. With this final bit of coaxing, Sarah nodded and took the drawing. With this, Arthur would simply have to wait for the results. Chapter 248, Ultimate Artifact Creation. The city of Girano was one of the busiest places in the world. Not only because of the college and the powerful awakeners that lived there, but because of a special program that allowed people to open stores and shops as long as they showed talent in their fields. That's why you would find weaponsmiths, armorers, brewers, tamers, and anything you might need. That's why Arthur skipped his practical lesson to head into the city and gear himself up. A great rune he had bought during the ambush in Runera was the ancient armor rune. Sadly, it was an armor that required a set of runes to operate, so using it as a temporary rune was less efficient than using the barrier. Arthur wanted to buy an item that would allow him to inscribe several runes on it. He also needed better armor for his stats amplification runes. Since arts wasn't mandatory, he can practice them on his own. That's why the professor didn't stop him. Poor Oliver, however, would be running 10 laps around the field. Leaving the campus's grounds, Arthur was greeted with the busy streets of the city. He passed through a few residential districts with bricked houses and rising chimneys before reaching a place called the Iron Market. As he entered the market, Arthur headed to Woodrock Street, the place known to have the best accessories in Girano. He wasn't only going for an accessory, but also information. He looked through the street for a shop called ABA's Repairs. The bell rang as he entered. There was a man of a thin build and glasses standing behind the counter. Welcome to ABA's Repair, the man turned to Arthur, examining him. Do you have anything that needs fixing? Well, no. Arthur looked at the items offered on the shelves. He noticed that although most of them looked old, they were usable. I'm here to ask about Jason. Arthur turned to the man, looking for any clues on his expression. A friend of his? The man asked with a sigh. I've told you since last year, I'm his relative, Arthur said as he picked up a sword, weighing it. I'm here to check if the investigators missed anything. The man sighed again. Jason worked for me after his finished classes. He said he needed money and he was diligent enough for me to hire him. Did you notice anything abnormal the day he disappeared? Nothing in particular, the man had a thoughtful expression. He left this place at 8 in the evening, there was nothing unusual except his tired expression. He had exams at that time, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. What about the days before that? Arthur asked with a frown. Was he tired as well? As I just said, it was the exam season. Every student in Girano appeared lethargic. The man waved his hand. Jason wasn't any special before he vanished. That's all I have to say. That's not all I have to ask. Arthur rebuked. Did you notice any changes in his personality? A change? The man was stunned. Not really, he was just. Rage fits. Arthur pushed again. Did he seem confused? No, he was mumbling all the time, but as I said, it was the exam season. Most students try to memorize their studies while they do other tasks. It's not weird. The man frowned. What's your last name? Are you his relative? He was getting suspicious. I am. That's how I know you two fought the night he disappeared. Arthur glared at him. He broke something here, so you reprimanded him. I guess you didn't say that to the investigators. No. That didn't happen. Jason told me he broke something before he disappeared. I want it. If you hand it over, I won't say anything. Arthur's face was cold, making the men hesitate. He retreated to the back and brought out a broken bracelet. It wasn't a fight, I just sent him home. If I had known that he would disappear, The men sounded regretful. He was a nice kid. I'm sorry for what happened. It's all right, I'll find him. Arthur grabbed a piece of fabric and wrapped it around the bracelet. He nodded at the men before leaving the shop. He found an alley where he examined the bracelet in depth. As he has suspected, he could see a black miasma around the bracelet. It seems the men couldn't see it or smell it like Arthur did, proving that his theory was right. The missing students had something to do with the Enders, the foul creatures of nothingness. Many questions were on the table. Where were the students now? What happened to them? Why did they need to kidnap the students, to begin with? This reminded Arthur of a place he's been to, the memories of the orphanage. He can either ask Srakesen about this or ask the one who survived, Euron. However, Euron didn't know that he was alive. He needs to go back to the prison of memories to find out. Getting inside is a problem, however. He can't walk in because the dungeon is locked. For now, he would have to retrace Jason's steps. To do that, he would need to learn a new rune. Arthur placed the bracelet in his subspace before going deeper into the market to look for items he can inscribe. He left the alley and walked deeper into Woodrock Street. He chanced upon a giant building that couldn't be missed. As he walked beside it, he heard noises coming from the inside. Girano's auction house, Arthur read the sign. I should find an accessory that would be a fit for my ancient armor. He walked inside with a bit of expectation. Welcome, sir. As he did, staff rushed to meet him. A handsome man in a uniform. Would you go into the hall or to the cabinets? What's the difference? Arthur asked in puzzlement. For some customers, they would prefer to have some privacy. That's why, for extra points, we can offer you a private cabinet. The man explained with a bright smile. The cabinets then, Arthur scanned his bracelet and his points were deducted by 5. The man led him through a few corridors and they reached a cabinet that overlooked an auditorium. In the middle of the stage was a man that had a table beside him. He used grand gestures to introduce the items on the table. All you have to do is to press that button to raise your bid. If you want to bid higher than the set amount, please use this other button to speak. The man explained before leaving the room. Arthur sat down as he picked up the plate of grapes and started eating. As he did, the man kept introducing the objects. A set of fire weapons. The men introduced the items and Arthur almost spat. He looked at the weapons with wide eyes. These were things that he created. The fine work the runes master did on these swords, despite being of a lower quality, allows them to amplify each other's powers. It has also been called weapons of pure fire, because of the high-intensity fire it produces. The bids were then thrown around, but they were in Girano points instead of actual cash. Arthur saw this set sell for 100 points, making his jaws drop. He remembers these items being sold for over 10 million, making the comparison in price jaw-dropping. He used his detection rune and tried to see who bought his weapons. Prince Caleb. Another shocking coincidence. However, that wasn't what Arthur was shocked about. This prince was sitting intimately next to someone while cuddling together. It is not Emma. Arthur frowned. His detection rune allowed him to sense every detail in the room, including their faces. With the high-density mana Girano had, his detection rune went undetected. This meant that this bastard is cheating on Emma. Arthur gritted his teeth. Even though he knew this person was rotting, he didn't expect him to cheat on her in broad daylight. Did she know about this? It can't be. Even if she wanted to become a queen. Our next item is one of practical and aesthetic properties. The host announced. The 1,000 Leaves Wrist Protector. Arthur's attention was pulled by the name. It consists of a string of 1,000 different leaves. This item isn't inscribed with any runes, because no runes master can inscribe on such small plates. That's why it would forever be an aesthetic accessory. Bingo. Arthur grinned. Is it finally time to make an ultimate artifact? His heart started beating faster due to his excitement. Before the bidding started, Caleb placed a bid of 10 points higher than the base 30. It seems he was trying to get it for the women he was cheating with, so Arthur had no plans to stand idle. He won't give up on such an item even if he wasn't facing this cheating bastard. Chapter 249, A Confession. A bid of 40 points. Can this item get any higher? The host threw his right hand in a grand gesture. Whoever wears this, man or woman, will be someone who has the spotlight. Another bid of 50 points. Arthur had a little above 250 points that he managed to take from Ray and the others. He had more, but he gave back Oliver and Jonah's share from the bets. However, he didn't raise the bet any higher. He simply watched as Caleb started to raise the bet against his competitors. In a matter of seconds, no one dared to defy him. A 100 Girano point. Anyone wants to go higher? The host, but there was no response. 1 call. 2 calls. 3 calls. He was about to shout sold when Arthur raised it. 102, a monotonous voice said when Arthur pressed the button. The base raising bid was 2 points, but none of these people had the thick skin to do it. 110. Caleb opened the speaker and spoke. His voice was static, making it unidentifiable. 112, Arthur pressed the button again with leisure. The host seemed embarrassed but called out for more bids anyway. 120. Whoever you are, stop acting childish. Caleb's angry voice was a delight to Arthur. With a smirk, he pressed again to raise to 122. Who is this? Caleb's voice was cold. I advise you against this behavior. He was threatening someone he didn't know, a bold move in Arthur's opinion. However, he was a prince, what did he have to fear? Arthur didn't care and kept raising it. When it got to a 152, Caleb didn't raise any more. Whoever you are, this is. If you're poor, then shut up. Arthur opened the microphone and talked. The hall was silent before it grew noisy again. There was a bang and the glass broke down, revealing Caleb from the other side. Since you're so bold, how about you reveal yourself? Caleb coldly looked in Arthur's cabinet's direction. If not, I'll come there myself. Are all royalties that unreasonable? Arthur was shocked. Someone outbids him and he starts trashing the place around. No wonder Ural, who was relatively nice, hated him. Isn't that Prince Caleb? Arthur spoke into the microphone. I had no idea that you'd be here, I'm very sorry. Wait, is that person your fiancé? Arthur said with a grin. He saw Caleb's face turn black as he gestured for the girl to leave the cabinet. I guess not, how bold of you. You've crossed the line. Prince Caleb placed his foot on the railing and was about to jump forward. However, 3 robed men appeared in front of him. Your Highness, please stand back. Any more of this and we'll report this to the college. A man interlocked his hands and bowed. I don't care. Then we'll have to stop you using force. The 3 robed men unleashed their mana and it served to suffocate everyone that was around. Please return to your cabinet. They were all at the demi-rank. Prince Caleb glared at them before dusting his clothes and issuing a smile. He then turned back and left the cabinet he was in. Arthur sat there with a smile as his detection followed after Caleb. He saw him talk to a few people who walked away from him. Sorry for the interruption. Haha, the host laughed awkwardly. Any more bids for this lovely item? No. He gave a pause. 1 call. 2 calls. And 3. Sold. Arthur had obtained the item for 152 points, which was expensive. He had bought a non-runic item for a price that was 50% higher than a set of weapons. Nonetheless, he was happy about it as soon as he received the item in his cabinet. After scanning the payment device, Arthur was handed the item over. He ran his hands over it with a smile as he felt the small plates. They were shaped as small leaves and held together in strings. He slipped it on and watched it shine bright green in the light. Wait, this is... Arthur frowned when he found residue mana lingering. His eyes shone golden as he sensed the runes on it. There wasn't a rune inscribed on it, but rather a rune has been used on them. A tracking rune, to be exact. Ah, Caleb. Arthur smiled. I guess we're not meant to be best buds after all. His finger shone black as he tapped the wrist protector. The breaker insignia worked perfectly to sever the connection to the rune that has been used. Arthur then threw the wrist protector into his subspace and got up to leave. He was sure that Caleb would find other ways to find out who he is, so he wasn't going to stand still and wait for him to come. As he walked out, Arthur went deeper into the market looking for extra supplies for his runic inscriptions. He knew that runes can be stronger if inscribed with proper materials, so he needed to prepare for his ultimate artifact. Arthur was walking in the street when he felt a vibration around his neck from the necklace that Miko gave him. He took out it and grabbed it. "Hello, Arthur." Miko's voice came from the other side. "I didn't know that you dyed your hair. Are you watching me?" Arthur looked around with cautious eyes. "I should have thrown away this necklace." "Don't be grumpy, it lets me know if you're safe. You act as if you care." "Where are you?" Arthur said, teasing. He kept looking around but there were many people. There was a pause before Miko's answer arrived. "I'm the only one that cares about your safety, it seems," she said in a tired voice, striking concern in Arthur's heart. "Let's meet in the tower in front of you." "That cafe?" "Yes, floor 23. She cut off the connection without waiting for him. Arthur sighed and walked toward the tower. When he got there, he told the reception that he wanted to head to floor 23. It wasn't that a single floor was a cafe, the whole tower was. It was a private space for rich people to make dealings. Privacy and security were valued in high-end transactions. Arthur walked through a portal to find himself in a garden. He looked around and found a greenhouse in the middle. Glass panels that reflected the artificial light replaced the walls. Inside of it, there was a single table with flowers all around it. A dress. Arthur was amazed as he walked in. Miko's blonde hair slid over her shoulder as she turned to face him. Her face was the same, but her scar had disappeared and her hair has grown longer. "Works as a disguise." Miko smiled. "Sit, my lord," she said in a teasing manner. "Such a noble gentlewoman, I might just fall for you." Arthur smiled as he sat opposite her. "Why, because I have no scar?" Miko held a playful smile as she asked him. "No, that's what I liked about you the most." Arthur sighed. "Now, we're just two strangers' faces sitting in front of each other." He caught a slight blush on Miko's face before it disappeared. "I'm sorry that I haven't contacted you until now," Miko said. "I needed to infiltrate the Tenera Palace." "Hazel's palace?" Arthur frowned. "Why would you go there?" "We think that they are planning something. Their forces have been raiding ruins left and right in search of something." "Did you find out what it was?" Arthur asked. "What about Hazel and Jean?" "I did uncover that whatever it was, it has to do with Girano." Miko paused. "As for Hazel, she is different." "What do you mean different?" Arthur clenched his fist on the table. "Arthur, power changes people. Not her. You don't even know her." Miko blurted out. "You think one kiss would make you two forever soulmates?" "It was just a kiss." "You knew." Arthur laughed in shock. "It's not that, she wouldn't have helped me if she was like you say she is. She used you." "Why would she need to use me?" Arthur blinked. "I was weak, barely a neo-ranker. She was stronger than I was. But you had my support." Miko sighed. "In the first trial, all of our powers were restricted. Did you know that Uro was also there?" He was the one to clear the tower." "Did you think a Vetus ranker would have problems in the trial?" "All of us had restrictions on us. You had me and Kira, both a force to be reckoned with to help her get her legacy." "Then why did you do it?" "The same reasons I failed to see Jin's betrayal. I wanted to believe in what you believed in." Miko crossed her hands. "Since I was little, all I learned about life was about assassination and lies. You were the first person to prove otherwise." "Even if you tell me that," Arthur composed himself, "I can't readily believe that she changed into someone else. I would never lie to you." Miko clenched her hands and Arthur saw them tremble. "Never." She looked at the table, hiding her expression. "Why?" Arthur asked with furrowed brows. He had no reason to ask something like that, but he felt like he needed to. Miko looked at him with her eyes tearful. Because I like you, a lot. Chapter 250, New Armor. Arthur was both stunned and nervous, so the words he chose as a response to Miko's confession were far from appropriate. How would I know if you were different from Hazel? He blurted out, realizing immediately that he screwed up. How would you? Miko looked at him with wide eyes. Ha, she gave a helpless laugh. Has Hazel contacted you since the trial ended? Has she ran around trying to protect you, warning you about anything that might happen? I didn't mean. You meant exactly what you said, Miko said before standing up. Girano is going to be thrown into something by Tenera. I'm sure that before that, you'll meet your beloved Hazel. I'll talk to you later. Before Arthur could say anything, Miko disappeared to leave him sitting alone. He had his hand raised and lowered with a clench. Why did I say that? Even if I thought of it, Miko is different. Arthur sighed as he stood up as well. She was the only one who kept helping me all this time. Now, I treated her the same as someone she hates. He left the tower and returned to the campus. He got to see Oliver running around the field alone, class over. What's taking you so long? Arthur started running beside him. Just use mana to finish early. The professor said I can't use mana, Oliver answered with his fat jiggling. I need to run 10 laps, and I'm hardly at my 7th. Oh, all right. Arthur ran beside him. Oliver, what would you tell a girl if she told you that she likes you? What? Oliver turned to him with, what Arthur assumed to be, wide eyes. Did someone confess to you? Is it Nera? It can't be, right? Relax, there's no way that would happen. Arthur laughed. I thought you didn't feel anything for her. Oh, of course not. It's just that I need to protect my friends. That's all. Nera would be happy to hear that people need protection from her, Arthur said sarcastically. I meant to protect her from you. What? It was Arthur's turn to look at him with shock. What's wrong with me? Well, Oliver stopped running and tried to catch his breath. You're not a dating material, simply. Why is that? Arthur frowned. Alexei, you're a good friend of mine. That's why I'm saying this. Just spit it. Arthur felt like smacking him in the head. You're not the most emotional guy on earth, Oliver said as he wiped his sweat. The only time I saw you happy or at least excited was when you were fighting. When did you see me fight? When Nera caught us, we watched you guys take down that giant knight. That's not the point. It feels like you're always holding back, not willing to interact with people. As if you're scared that by being happy around people, you'd give them the chance to rob that happiness. That's not true. Arthur shook his head. He didn't know what to say. He had never thought of this before. Was he incapable of making any real relationships with the people around him before he had awakened because he was busy? I'm not saying that you're a robot, I saw you get angry. I just never saw you try to get to know others. It's always as if you're just going with the flow. Oliver had a sympathetic expression. I still consider you as a brother, you're a good person. You still haven't answered my question. Arthur deflected the subject. Well, it depends on how you feel, Oliver answered. If you like her back, you'll know what to say. If you don't, you'll be confused like you are now. What if I have never seen her like that? Then you need to spend time together, Oliver said with a wink before resuming his running. Arthur left with a sigh. He returned to his room where he found Reese asleep. As soon as he closed the door, Reese woke up. It yawned before jumping on Arthur after he sat down. I want some food. Make your own. Sure, I'll have a reality show called Cat Chef. Reese smacked his leg with his paw. Make me some food. Fine, what do you want? Arthur gave in and went into the kitchen. Fishes. Do you like them or is it because you're a cat right now? I don't know. Reese entered the kitchen. Where were you? I investigated Jason's disappearance, I think I found something. I still need to look into the others. I might be able to find a pattern. You're helpless. Reese sighed. I just told you to live your life. Why are you so hellbent on uncovering this on your first 3 days? Whatever is going to happen, it's not going to be now. Would C think the same? Arthur asked as he took out some fishes from his subspace. He took out the chopping board to start preparing them. He sent me here on a mission. I know, but look at me. I'm here with you and I just laze around and use this body to look under girls' skirts. I thought you were into boys. I'm into both, Reese said. Beauty needs to be appreciated. And you think I should also appreciate beauty by peeking at girls' underwear? Arthur laughed as he lit the fire under the pan. Forget it, you do you, Reese said. Arthur was tired of hearing this, so he hurried to make Reese his food and left him to eat it. Once he was in his room, he took out the artifact and laid it in front of him. He then took a high mid-tier core and tried to inscribe on the artifact. Insufficient materials. Arthur frowned. He took out one of the materials he got at the competition since this was the time for him to use them. This material was called the Phoenix's Tears, a bottle of clear fluid that would enhance runes' inscription. Arthur dripped on a droplet on a leaf and brought the ethereal core closer to it. The two mixed and the inscription was complete. Always feels like a cheat. Arthur sighed at how easy it was for him to create genuine artifacts. He spent the hour inscribing runes on the wrist protector. By the time the material was over, he had created over 20 runes. Arthur slipped the wrist protector one and used the runes on it. The wrist protector unfolded and extended to cover all of Arthur's body like a one-piece armor. The armor turned from the golden color to green, following after the wrist protector it was inscribed on. This would allow Arthur to use it without the fear of being recognized. His mobility wasn't hindered by the slightest, but he felt dizzy at the sudden loss of mana. Always a greedy bastard. Where are my artifacts? Reese shouted as soon as he saw Arthur. I don't have them yet, what kind of artifacts do you want? Arthur asked with a smile as he made the armor disappear. Something that would compensate for my lacking physical qualities. So, an offensive artifact. Arthur held his chin. What? I mean my appearance. I want an artifact that would keep my skin healthy and my hair styled. Reese said with a serious cat's face. Arthur looked at him with amusement. This talk with Reese gave him another idea. He opened the community and looked up some guidelines. He only had 100 points left in his bracelet, making him a miser. He wanted to buy accessories to amplify his stats too, but he couldn't spend all his money. Looking through the community, he found a guideline about making money. He skimmed through it and realized he had two routes to take. A virtual store and a real store. He can either open one in the community and allow students from all departments to buy his items or open a shop in the city and sell his items there. Both ways, he would generate money while keeping his identity a secret. Of course, privacy was questionable if it was a real-life shop. However, he could open a virtual store and sell artifacts at the moment. To open a virtual store, he would have to sign up at CC, the community committee. He would also need to pay a fee of 100 points per year, which was astronomical to the current him. He found many shops that were run by students. Some of them sold items that couldn't be found easily in the world because their origins vary. There were Tamer's equipment from Theria and even magic guns from Orlon. As he was idly browsing through the stores, he heard some noise from below. It was coming from Emma's room, so he was worried. He closed the store and went to the balcony. Under the moonlight, he saw Emma's hair sprawled over the balcony's railing. Her body was trembling as she tried to stifle her sobs, but she was incapable of it. She was crying. Chapter 251, No Skill. For the first time since he got here, Arthur chose to leave Emma alone. She was his friend, but he already knew why she was crying. The event at the auction earlier must have reached her ears, that Caleb was seen with a different girl. That's why there was nothing he could do to make her feel better, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to. She chose this path. The next day, they were asked to gather in the stress facility. The name didn't exactly spell hope, so Arthur's expectations weren't much. As they got there, they found Mr. Raymond waiting for them. Today is about physical training, Mr. Raymond said with his hands behind his back. From now on, you'll spend at least 4 consecutive hours in these chambers every week. Whoever fails to keep conscious will have to redo it. He explained. Mr. Raymond took a few steps toward the doors that lined the walls. With a wave of his hand, one of them opened. This chamber amplifies gravity and mana as well as decreases oxygen saturation in the air. Your bodies will be pushed to their limits. The lowest difficulty will be set on the peak Neo rank. Any questions? Are there any rewards? Alice asked while adjusting her glasses. Mr. Raymond grinned and nodded. Look at that screen. He pointed at a giant screen on the wall. In a separate floor, the Nightfall team has their scores there too. Depending on your time, you will be awarded merit and Girano points. Their bracelets buzzed as they received a notification. There was a new task that they needed to complete. Hyperchamber. 4 hours, you may begin. Mr. Raymond then left them alone. Oliver stood beside Arthur as he groaned. I've run 10 laps yesterday, damn it. Just use mana, he didn't say we can't do that. Arthur shrugged. In such a high-density mana, using mana will make it even more difficult. Oliver sighed. Forget it, I have a date later. Let's just get this over with. A date. Arthur raised his brows. With how? He couldn't understand how someone can date Oliver. Hee, a woman of fine taste. Oliver waved his finger and entered the chamber. As Arthur was about to enter as well, someone called out for him from behind. The voice was familiar. Arthur turned to find Ural standing there with his, as usual, serious expression. He had a bad feeling about this. What's the matter? Arthur asked with a stoic expression. Do you need something? I've received a call yesterday. Ural took a step forward. A shop owner that described your appearance. Do you have a minute to talk about it? Arthur looked at his eye calmly, trying to see if he was using his ability. He wasn't using it, not now at least. Arthur nodded and followed after him to a secluded spot. You're an illegitimate child, making you a foreigner to the noble society. Ural leaned on the wall. You're using a disguise artifact. You showed abilities unbefitting of your rank. Now, you're asking about the missing students. If someone heard you, they would think you're a stalker. Arthur smiled. However, Ural's expression was stern. I told you, I'm investigating these incidents myself. Why are you getting yourself into this? Even nobles have gone missing. Your actions lead me to suspect that you know something. Ural squinted his eyes. Arthur stared at him as he thought about how he would get himself out of this situation. He should have changed his appearance before he talked to the shop owner, but that would lead to more issues. If the shop owner reported about a student that wasn't a student, this would be more suspicious than asking around. Do you know Jonah? Arthur asked, making Ural furrow his brows. A rising commoner, a proper student too. What of him? He is my friend, Arthur said. However, it's not like I can make him a noble. When I heard of the missing students, I knew he can become one. I wanted to solve this before he becomes a victim. I may suck at lying, but I can find out if you're lying. Ural's expression was cold. You're risking yourself through this, that's not something you would do for someone else. If I knew something, would I be asking around like this? Arthur raised his hands in surrender. I'm not an enemy, that's much as obvious. I simply want to find out the reason behind these disappearances. Ural looked at him quietly before nodding. He took out a card and handed it over to Arthur, containing a time and place. Make sure to be there, Ural said as he turned around and walked away. What's this? Arthur asked with confusion. The next meeting for the investigation team. Ural's answer left nothing but confusion for Arthur. First, he suspected him and now he trusted him. No, he's letting me in because he doesn't trust me. Arthur smiled as he pocketed the card. He walked toward the chambers and found that the screen's numbers were climbing. Beside each name, there was a score and the dorm's name. The current top score belonged to Ray, as expected. The score was a product of the difficulty and time, so Ray must have chosen the highest difficulty among the first years. Further down the list, Arthur saw a familiar name. Trevor Reagan. He must have been let out of his room, so trouble will be coming his way. Each student, if challenged, needed to have 1 duel per month. This allowed Trevor to bother Arthur with his request. Not willing to waste any more time, Arthur entered the chamber and started it. His breathing was normal and nothing changed other than slight strain on his muscles due to the gravity. Even though the air became thinner, it wasn't something that Arthur couldn't handle. He was barely sweating. Should I raise the difficulty? Arthur wondered. But that would raise my score. Arthur sighed in his mind. He would need to spend 4 hours not doing anything. He took out his smoke artifact and began to study it. He had forgotten about it, but it can be quite useful if used properly. Smoke creates a smoke screen using mana. It was a very simple artifact, but the concept behind it was weird. It wasn't a vapor, but smoke. Meaning there was a combination of more than one process to create it, but it was a simple rune. As he began studying the lines, his percentage started rising. With how simple it was, it didn't take him long to reach the testing stage. Mana left his body as the runes lit up. Smoke began filling the room, obstructing his view. After a long period of studying the runic lines, Arthur obtained the rune. New rune has been obtained. Task completed. He finished right on time to get out. Arthur opened the chamber's door, making the smoke escape into the floor. With how little the chamber was and how much he had used it, he made the whole floor turn into a foggy swamp. Arthur blinked twice as he heard the students' cries of confusion. He looked at the score and found that he was 102nd at the moment, which was good enough for him. Wait, doesn't this mean all the powerful ones will be here today? Arthur realized. That means I can search their rooms for clues. As a smile formed on his face, the chamber close to his opened as Emma stepped out. Arthur was in front of her and couldn't pretend he couldn't see her. Are you done? She asked as she waved her hand. What is this smoke? Yes, and I don't know. Arthur shrugged. Well, Emma looked around with a smile on her face. Are you busy right now? No. Arthur tilted his head. Why? I was going to the virtual realm to play the game everyone was talking about. How about you tag along? Game. Arthur furrowed his brows. What kind of game? Well, it's called Dungeons Exploring. I guess you know the rest. Emma stepped away before turning her head. Are you coming? The game was a virtual reality game about exploring dungeons and fighting monsters. It was a unique game in the fact that it didn't allow any use of mana or abilities. They also started with the same stats, making it a game of skill rather than strength. As he stood in front of the capsule, Emma explained. This game is popular in the community, as it rewards real-life items. It's also a matter of pride for awakeners to test their skills. When the game asked Arthur for a username, he entered the first thing on his mind. The fact that he made Reese fishes yesterday made him choose the name Catfish. As he was registered, he found himself in the middle of a giant plaza. After entering a dungeon and fighting against monsters without his stats or mana, Arthur realized a simple fact about himself. He had no skill. Chapter 252, A Duel. His lack of skill wasn't anything unusual, he was just shocked by how reliant he was on his stats, mana, and runes. As soon as those were out of the equation, he would be an amateur that relied on his instincts to fight. He had a good battle sense, his judgments were always on point, he simply lacked the technique to go beyond the simplest of moves. As he left the capsule, Arthur looked around and saw that Emma was still playing. He stood up and left the virtual realm before heading toward the library. He was new to the world of awakeners, that didn't mean he couldn't learn. It was the opposite, he had the infinity of the runic spectrum to help him. As he entered the library that all the runic knowledgeable accessible to him, he found someone he knew. Well, no wasn't an accurate word. He had only met the men twice before. Studying even if it's not your minor field day. The man, who he had seen with Julia before, was sitting on a desk and reading a book. You sure are diligent. Hello sir, Arthur greeted. It's a lucrative business, and I need the money. Not lucrative for you yet. The man smiled as he closed his book. Do you need any help to leave the logistic department? I would like to leave it through my efforts. Arthur lied with a smile. The man, however, didn't look convinced. Can I know your name, sir? Yuvin. The man smiled. Yuvin Perley. The last name sounded familiar to Arthur. As he tried to remember, his eyes widened. You mean you're related to the general? There was only one man with the last name of Perley. You have met my brother. Yuvin nodded. Ilya Perley is my brother, although we don't have a lot in common other than that name. I can see the resemblance, Arthur said in courtesy. General Ilya is a great man. No need to compliment him, I hate Ilya and he hates me too. Yuvin smiled. He tried to push toward the path of strength and ranks. I preferred runes, he didn't like that. Arthur felt uncomfortable hearing such personal matters. Brothers are there to annoy us. Arthur ruffled his hair. That's just how it is. Do you have one? Half-brothers, in Vernia. His answer was enough to end the topic. Yuvin thought for a moment. What's your secret, Alexei? He said with a smile. You're in the exploring department, set to be humanity's eyes beyond the gates. Yet here you are, preferring to study runes than to train. You refused my help, so it's not really about the money. Arthur could see the interest in his eyes. An interest enough that he knew his name. That means he looked him up after he had met him the other day. The interest was troubling for him. I'm simply interested in runes, just like you. That doesn't explain why you refuse my help. As a grandmaster, people line up for me to teach them. A grandmaster? Arthur became apprehensive. He was young, probably the youngest grandmaster he had met. I have trouble accepting help that I don't know the reason for. It's your eyes when you look at runes. We have the same eyes, curiosity. The urge to learn everything in front of you. To recreate the world. To be in control. Yuvin's eyes were deep. He was being sincere. Thank you, Grandmaster. Arthur bowed. Can you give me time to learn the basics before accepting your help? At least, I'll be able to make use of your guidance. All right, then. But I do have a question. Arthur interrupted. Is there a rune that makes you memorize books? He asked with an embarrassed smile. Yuvin Perley was an interesting person, but his curiosity was infinite. He took 3 hours of his time to explain to Arthur about the effect runes had on the mind. To sum up his answer, there were some runes like that. No genuine runes, but experimental runes that have been created by grandmasters. Arthur's world turned upside down when he heard this concept. He hurriedly asked what he meant by experimental runes, only to receive an answer that changed his opinion about the runes research department. Runes, even the basic ones, consist of runic lines that are designed to achieve smaller functions. The natural phenomena can be direct for runes, but what turns mana into these phenomena? This was the first idea he discussed. The research we do in this department involves breaking down these runic lines, understanding them, and then recombining them to create other phenomena. That's why there are a lot of runes that aren't safe to use, as they contain side effects. This was the second point he made. That's why the memorize rune that you spoke of was ongoing research for years. However, the amount of information that is transcribed to mana and then to electrical impulses of the brain sends the brain into an overdrive mode. Whoever would use that rune will either lose their short-term memory or simply become a vegetable. The more that Yuvin explained, the more that Arthur was hooked by this idea. To break down runes and recreate them. To understand how these runes worked and recombine them to work differently. Is that why the explosions are common here? Arthur remembered the first day he was here and asked. Yuvin laughed and nodded. Runic lines are a delicate thing. If you use the wrong one, the mana doesn't turn into a phenomenon and it tends to turn into free energy, hence an explosion. Yuvin explained. Are you sure you want me to explain these concepts to you? We can start with something easier, like how to inscribe and use your mana well. Grandmaster Yuvin, I wouldn't dare waste time on this. Arthur stood up and bowed. Talking to you made me realize how valuable your knowledge is. I'll ask for your guidance once I've learned enough. All right. Yuvin smiled in satisfaction. Asking about this topic rather than things like how much the artifacts sell for is proof that my judgment was right. Arthur simply smiled and excused himself. He had gone to the library to look for a rune that memorizes books, hoping it would help with his lack of skill. Knowing that it wasn't like that, he decided to head toward the general library for an art. After browsing through the available ones, free of charge, he didn't find any that helped him. Arts were techniques that used mana and body movements to achieve the maximum impact. They were either weapon-oriented, shields-oriented, or simply a bare-handed art. They're arts that improve the usage of mana and replenishing it, like the one that Arthur used. That's why he no longer used the breathing technique that Master Ronan taught him. Still, defense art fortifies the skin using mana but reduces mobility. That sounds like something masochists would prefer. Who uses this? He flipped through the arts and sighed when he found no flawless one. Everything gave him an advantage over a disadvantage. Arts aimed for specialty. He tried to look for some daggers arts, but they compromised defense and strength for nimbleness and flexibility. As he was reading one, someone stood beside his table. "I see you're living leisurely." Trevor smiled coldly at him. "How about we talk outside?" "Trevor, my brother from another mother." Arthur raised his hand in surprise. "I thought you were on a vacation. Did you have fun?" "Outside, now." Trevor didn't respond to his taunts and started heading out. Arthur ignored him and returned to his book. "If you care about your commoner friend, that is." Arthur paused. He turned his head toward the departing Trevor. There was only one commoner friend that Arthur had associated himself with until now, Jonah. With a sigh, Arthur returned his book and went outside. As he walked through the gardens, he found Trevor standing beside the fountain. "Alexei, you've chosen the wrong person to humiliate. I don't care about you outpowering me, strength is absolute even if you were a bastard. Yet time and time again, you were disrespectful. 310 for the villainy speech, a bit too emotional for me." Arthur shrugged. "You can't touch Jonah." "That's true, I can't." Trevor nodded. "I can't hurt him if he's in the academy." "Do you know who isn't in the academy, though?" Trevor's smile was cold. Arthur glared at him. "Are you threatening me with his family? For my Orlon country to touch a nobility from Vernia, that would induce a war. However, for a commoner, a knife in the dark is enough. Did you know that Jonah has a single family member, a little sister?" "What do you want, Trevor?" Arthur spat. "Is it that you seek an apology?" "No, but to humiliate you." With that being said, Trevor threw out his arm as a hologram appeared in front of him. Arthur's bracelet buzzed. "Accept the duel and nothing will happen to his family." Arthur looked at the notification with a frown. Without hesitation, he accepted it. However, Trevor was able to see through his thoughts. "If you withdraw, my threat becomes a reality." Chapter 253, Greater Courage. As soon as Arthur agreed to the duel, a giant ring formed around them. It was an array in the academy, preventing other students from interfering. "If I fight back, I guess you'll also carry on with your threats." Arthur was silent before a smile formed on his mouth. "Are you asking me to be beaten without fighting back?" "You can fight back, but I don't know what might happen to her." Trevor unbuttoned his sleeves. "Even though I have confidence in taking you down, I want you to know the difference between our statuses." The students began noticing what was going on and a crowd slowly formed. A 1-minute countdown appeared in the middle of the ring until the duel started. Arthur looked at Trevor silently as the Black Knight appeared behind him. He wanted to find a way out of this, but he didn't have the time to take action. "Alexei." Arthur glanced at the crowd and found that Jonah had arrived as well. He scanned the present people and found Ray also glaring at him with piercing eyes. "You don't want your friend to feel bad, do you?" Trevor smiled, talking in a low voice so that the others wouldn't hear it. "Make sure you put on your finest act, bastard." The shadows started to gather and scatter as Arthur felt Rucky's rage. They threatened to attack even without Arthur's command. "Let me kill him, my lord." Rucky's voice was furious, which made Arthur's heart feel warm. However, he commanded her to stand back. The countdown reached 0 in no time. As soon as it did, the knight appeared in front of Arthur. He raised his hands as the knight slashed his away. His arms turned metallic before they collided with the sword, making Arthur fly away like a broken kite. He rolled on the ground with his sleeves torn through, blood dripping. Before he could stand up on his own, Trevor appeared in front of him and kicked him in the stomach, making him fly upward. The knight was there to strike him down toward the ground. His body slammed to the ground, leaving a crater with himself in the middle. "Alexei. Just surrender." Oliver was banging on the ring's barrier as he shouted. Arthur was conscious enough to hear him, but he couldn't surrender just yet. He tried to defend himself as the attacks rained on him. His body received injuries upon injuries until he couldn't stand up anymore. Trevor stood in front of him with a smug and victorious expression on his face. "You should surrender unless you want to die," he said in a prideful stance as if he didn't want to hurt Arthur further. Arthur glanced at him and mouthed out the words, "I surrender." The ring broke apart as soon as he said the words and he received a notification of losing the duel. Trevor walked away and the crowd parted. "Are you all right?" Jonah and Oliver rushed to pick him up and he nodded. They walked toward the infirmary as the crowd looked at them with mixed feelings. "Coward," Ray whispered as they passed by her, enough for Arthur's perception to pick it up. He was taken toward the infirmary where he was given potions to heal him up. He was admitted to stay overnight while the others went back to their rooms. "Why didn't you fight back?" In the darkroom where he was resting, waiting for his wounds to heal, Reese the cat appeared and asked him. It jumped on his bed and snuggled beside him. "He threatened me to hurt Jonah's sister," Arthur answered calmly. "It was the right thing to do." "I see," Reese was quiet before answering. "You did well. I shouldn't have antagonized him, to begin with." Arthur sighed. These people wouldn't stop on anything to restore their pride. "It takes courage to fight for one's sake," Reese said in a melancholic voice. "But greater courage to avoid fighting for others. You did the right thing." "Maybe. Aren't you angry?" Reese asked with doubt. "You have the right to be. Anger isn't going to solve anything. Contact Seer and tell him to protect Jonah's family for me." "What are you going to do now?" "I'll wait." Arthur got up. "Everything has gone well. I have a conflict with more than one noble and I showed potential. It's time to be kidnapped." "What about Trevor?" "He got his revenge. He won't do anything for the time being." Reese nodded and the two spent the night like that. Arthur's wounds began to heal and he was discharged by early morning. They had theory classes that day. As soon as he arrived, everyone looked at him. Even though it was his dorm, their gazes weren't that friendly or concerned. "Why didn't you fight back, coward?" The red-haired noble, who had gone against Jonah at that time, stood up and glared at him. "Not only you made us lose face, but they also get points for their dorm. Is that the reason they are pissed at me?" Arthur blinked his eyes. "I guess we were only a group in name, never in heart." He shook his head and went to his seat without answering. While he was waiting for the lectures to start, Arthur started browsing through the community. There were many posts about what happened yesterday, mainly by the Nightfall dorm gloating students. Someone sat next to him and Arthur raised his head to see who it was. Oliver was eating a burger so early in the morning and he offered one to Arthur. "Are you all right now, brother? You need to eat something. I also went to the infirmary when I collapsed after the 10 laps. Their food sucks." "No, I'm fine." Arthur waved his hand with a smile. "Are you sure you want to sit here? I guess a lot of people hate me for not fighting back yesterday." "Screw them." Oliver gulped down his food. These people can't tell the difference between a good fart and a bad one. Arthur assumed this was either an insult to them or him, but he convinced himself Oliver was trying to compliment him. In the corner of his eyes, Arthur saw two people enter the lecture hall as well. Jonah was accompanied by Amelia as he walked in. He looked around and paused when he saw Arthur. He started walking toward him before Amelia pulled his arm and whispered something. Jonah paused and looked at her with hesitation. He then turned away and sat elsewhere with Amelia. "That vermin." Oliver spat. "No, he did the right thing." Arthur smiled. "If others saw him with me, they would think I was a leech. The hate would have multiplied." "Aha," Oliver rolled his eyes. "If that was his concern, then he should stand up to you when that happens." Arthur smiled and didn't say anything. The lecture started and so did the routine of his life. A week passed quickly after that incident. As Arthur would have expected, he was shunned by the others except for Jonah and Oliver. The first time Jonah ignored Arthur, he came to his room later on and apologized. He said that he didn't want to bring more trouble for Arthur. He was right and that's what he had asked from Jonah the first time they were together. After that, Oliver and Jonah would spend time at Arthur's room every night either playing or simply gossiping. As for his relationship with the others, it was worse than he had anticipated. He would hear people calling him a coward or a leech as he went on the usual. Their practical class that day was the same as the week before, only with their roles reversed. In the end, the Nightfall team won by constructing a giant barrier around the flag with a prolonged battle of attrition. The rest of the week was uneventful and Arthur began to see improvements in his control over his body. He had chosen the dagger's art until he gains enough legacy points to buy a better one. Ray started ignoring him too, as if her interest in him has been extinguished. She still held her part of the deal and protected Sarah, who called him a week later to tell him that she had found something. As Arthur left his lecture hall, he saw Trevor and the rest of the Nightfall team walking in the field. Unlike them, their arts training was today. After that day, Trevor ignored him. He got a message from Sears saying that Jonah's younger sister was in a foster home, sick and bedridden. That's probably why Jonah was taking the magical medicine, to find a way to heal his sister. His meeting with Sarah was later that night, so he decided to head outside the city for a while before he came back. He went to the city twice that week to purchase materials that might act as a replacement for the Phoenix's tears. Herbs, ores, and anything that was related to the rune ancient armor. By the time he reached the library, it was already nighttime. Arthur looked around for Sarah, but she wasn't there. After a while, someone entered the library in a hurry. Arthur was confused when he saw Jonah instead of Sarah. His face was pale and rushed toward Arthur as soon as he spotted him. "What's wrong?" Arthur asked with a frown. "Something bad happened." "I don't know if it's bad, but its aftermath is bad." Jonah was taking deep breaths. Arthur asked him to calm down. "Tell me what happened first." "It's Trevor." Jonah breathed out. "He's dead." Chapter 254, A Gaze. Even though it was night, the students were still outside their rooms. As Arthur made his way toward the Nightfall dorm, his thoughts raced about what Jonah, who he had left at the library, just told him. Trevor is dead. Arthur couldn't understand how something like this can happen. Jonah didn't know what happened, but he had heard from a few students who were rushing in the hallway. As he made a turn around the building of the Nightfall dorm, heading directly toward the entrance, a white scarf enveloped him and pulled him upward. He was about to resist when he recognized the scarf. The white ethereal manifestation pulled him toward the rooftop of the Nightfall dorm. In front of him stood the proud and aloof Ray. "Where are you going?" Ray looked coldly at him. "Is it true?" Arthur answered with a question. Ray looked silently at him and nodded. "Then you should know where I'm going. Do you think that just by going there you'd clear your name?" Ray took a few steps toward him. "Whether it was you or not doesn't matter, you're a suspect." She poked him in the chest. "Instead of coming here, you should arrange an alibi." "I didn't do it." "I don't care, nor does his family. Trevor might be an idiot, but his family is no pushovers." Ray turned around. "Go back and pray they don't tie you to this." "Was it a murder?" Arthur's question made her pause. "I don't know," she said while shaking her head. "He was found in his room, dead for unknown causes." Her heels tapped on the roof's tiles as she walked away. "Either way, it's none of your business." With that, she left him alone in the building. Arthur sighed and jumped, gliding toward the same spot he was picked up from. When he reached his room, he found several people waiting for him. "We need you to come with us." Zoya Rayner, the officer of the disciplinary committee, had her hand behind her back. She was accompanied by several people, who could each take down Arthur alone if they wanted to. "Is this about Trevor Reagan?" Arthur looked around. "I thought you'd be busy investigating what happened rather than arresting people. A higher-ranking officer has taken over the case." Zoya gestured with her hand, making her followers surround Arthur. "We'll be collecting testimonies in the meantime. Come with us." "It's not like I have a choice." Arthur shrugged. "Lead the way." "Not before you wear these." Zoya took out a pair of handcuffs. "Every suspect needs to, please understand." Arthur glared at her before offering his hands. As soon as the handcuffs were around his arms, he couldn't use mana anymore. He realized this was to prevent anyone from using unusual means to either hide evidence or simply escape. He was taken toward the disciplinary committee's building where he was left in a room alone. After an hour of waiting, someone opened the door. A man of high stature and thick mustache came into the room. He pulled the chair roughly and sat on it in front of Arthur. "Name," he said as he pulled out a clipboard with papers on it. With a pencil in hand, he glared at Arthur. "Alexei Linin," Arthur answered with a neutral expression. "What's yours?" "Huh." The man raised his head. "You think you get to ask questions? It's rude to interrogate someone without telling them your name. Also, rude to hide how you look like." The man's eyes widened as he looked at Arthur. He studied him closely before a grin overtook his face. His body then began evaporating and shrinking down. What was left after the process was over was a kid that looked no older than 13. His clothes also shrank to fit him better. However, he seemed discontent about his clothing. With a snap of his fingers, his clothes changed into those of a red suit with a blue tie. "It's the first time a student saw through my disguise." The boy laughed. "Since you can't use mana, what gave me away?" He was shorter than Arthur by at least 20 centimeters, making him less intimidating than he was earlier. He had black silky hair that reached to his ears and large blue eyes that were unnerving. "I have a higher perception than most people." Arthur shrugged. "Why would you hide your appearance, though?" "Tisk, tsk. You ask too many questions." "Shut up." With another snap of his fingers, Arthur's mouth was sealed. He tried talking, but it was as if his lips were glued to each other. "They call me Magi, short for magician." Magi revealed his teeth in a grin. "That should be enough for us to get started. Where have you been today?" Magi snapped his fingers again and Arthur's mouth was unsealed. "After my lectures, I went outside of the city to buy a few items. I then went to the library, where I was told that Trevor has died." Arthur answered truthfully. "And I went to the Nightfall dorm, but a student told me I should go back to my room. After that, I met Officer Zoya and she brought me here." Do you have any witnesses of your activities in the city?" Magi asked while checking his fingernails. "The shop owners. The thing is, I have an interesting piece of information. I hear you're the closest friend of the 9th ranker, Jonah. He has an interesting ability." Magi leaned forward. "You have the motives, he provides the alibis. It just so happened that the two of you met in the library." "I have no motives. Last Thursday, the two of you had a duel. From what I heard, he crushed you and made you sustain severe injuries. How is that not a motive? You think I would kill someone just because he beat me up?" Arthur shook his head. "Even if I can, I don't think I'm able to." "Lies, lies, lies." Magi shouted as he slapped the table repeatedly. "Many witnesses saw your dispute during the trial. Even if your ranking is low, you have the strength to stand up for him. Yet, you didn't. If it was me, I would have waited for Trevor to have a conflict with someone else before I do something. This way, it wouldn't be so obvious that it's me." Arthur glared at Magi. "Maybe that's what you want us to believe. Or maybe you had no choice, maybe it was a matter of self-defense. You had another conflict and things escalated. Bring out the monocle of truth." Arthur shrugged and leaned back in his chair. "I'm not afraid of being tested for the truth." Magi quietly stared at Arthur, as if looking for anything that would make him give in. However, Arthur's expression was calm because he didn't do anything. "You may leave." Magi waved his hands and stood up. Arthur was stunned as the boy started walking out. "That's the end of the investigation?" he asked with amazement. "Why wouldn't you bring in the monocle? It's either that you truly don't know, or you're simply asking to make yourself look innocent." Magi turned around with a frown. "The investigation will be ongoing. In the meantime, tell us if anything happens." "I doubt the Reagan family will sit still. You have the motive, the strength, and the ability to forge alibis. You'll be suspected no matter what." With that, Magi left the room. Arthur slumped in his chair as he sighed. He studied his handcuffed hands quietly as he tried to think of a person who might do this. Is his death related to me in some way? Arthur was confused. Can it be her? He can only think of one person who can pull this off, but she was the most rational person he knew. She wouldn't endanger him through this. At least, she was the most rational person before their last meeting. Now, he didn't know. He would need to meet her again to find out. After a few minutes, a junior officer came in to remove the handcuffs. He was sent to his room like all the other students. As he walked back, he felt someone's gaze on him. However, it wasn't only the gazes of the students who whispered and pointed at him in suspicion. It was something else, as if someone was watching him. Arthur returned to his room, but Reese wasn't there. He sighed in relief as he entered the room and changed his clothes. Even as was in bed, the gaze never left him. It was always there, monitoring his every action. This can't go on, or I might be found out. Even worse, they might find the artifact before I do. I need to meet with Sarah for her to tell me about the mark's origins and meet with Miko to know what's going on. He had two choices. To either wait for the investigation to end so he can regain his freedom or find a way to prove his innocence. Chapter 255, Investigating. Arthur's life in the days after was becoming less ideal by the day. The investigation has made the entire campus filled with tension, as a student dying was something rather uncommon. A person, who he believed to be Arlo, started rumors about the campus about him being the main suspect in Trevor's murder. This has made him isolated by both his dorm and an enemy of the Nightfall dorm. During his classes, Arthur was either targeted or isolated. Either way, he dealt with it using his restraints or by acting indifferent. He was still being monitored, so he had no way of meeting with Sarah or Miko. He might be able to arrange an inconspicuous meeting with Sarah, but Miko was an assassin. If anyone links him to that organization, he wouldn't be a suspect but a culprit. Reese seems to have realized the gravity of the situation, making him cease all contact with Arthur. The person who treated him in the same way, ironically, was Ray. She was the person who hated him the most, and it was probably why she kept challenging him at every chance she could get. That included duels, classes, and even while they were on their break. His winnings were more than his losses, which always drove her away with rage but determined to return. He started to diligently work on his skills before testing them in the virtual game. A bit by bit, he was improving steadily. However, his growth has stopped since he became monitored. Arthur had to find a way around this investigation. He either needed to find the culprit or to prove his innocence. Both cases, and to solve what the Enders were doing with the missing students, he needed to visit Rakeson. The only issue was that he had no idea how to go into the pocket dimension. That's why a week later from the death of Trevor, Arthur went to meet Ural at the address he gave him. It was in the cafe that he had met Miko, a floor set up as a giant office room with entertainments and refreshments on each side. As soon as he entered, most of the people stood up. "What are you doing here?" A guy with glasses, who always accompanied Ural, looked at him threateningly. "How did you get in here?" "Through this." Arthur waved, throwing the card Ural gave him. He turned to Ural, who was still sitting, and nodded. "You've asked me to participate in the investigation. That was before you became a suspect." Ural looked at him with confusion. "Why are you here since you know that?" "I can be of use if you allow me on the investigation committee," Arthur answered. "Like sabotaging our plans?" Prince Caleb stood up and coldly stared at him. "You think we're that stupid? If I was the culprit, why did Magi allow me to walk away from the investigation?" Arthur saw their faces change when they heard Arthur's words. "You've met Magi?" Ural asked with doubt. "How did you manage to get his name?" "He's a nice boy." "That word will cost you your tongue if he hears it." Jenny smiled. "But I guess you're capable enough to see his real appearance. I think we can let him in." "Are you mad?" Caleb glared at her. "He's a suspect. You have no idea what sort of schemes he's planning. A suspect isn't a culprit." Jenny shrugged. "It's also easier to monitor him in case something new happens." "We'll vote for this," Ural said. "Whoever thinks he should be included in." The committee raises their hands. The committee was divided between the Nightfall dorm and the Daybreak dorm. As the votes were cast, Arthur realized he was one vote short. "What do you have to offer?" Ural asked. He hasn't raised his hand yet. Arthur nodded and took out the bracelet he got from the shop owner. This was ruined by Jason before he disappeared. "I think it's an important clue." "A ruined bracelet?" Caleb laughed as he tapped on the table. "If we're going to search through all of their belongings, we'll never see the end of it." Ural, I believe you can feel that this bracelet isn't normal. Arthur took a few steps forward and placed it on the table. He then pushed it and it slid until it stopped in front of Ural. Ural stared down at it with a frown. Mana twirled in the surroundings as they gathered around Ural's eyes. His frown deepened as Arthur assumed he had seen the miasma. Ural lifted his finger and touched the bracelet, but his hand flinched. I see, Ural sighed. You're on the team. Ural. Caleb stood up abruptly. This is not your call to make. I vote for him joining us. It would be a tie. As the leader, I'm the tiebreaker. This is the end of it. Jenny will be monitoring him from now on. You think you can do this, peasant? A guy standing next to Caleb snarled at Ural. Just because you're. Before he could finish his word, a gush of wind fluttered their robes as a sharp force struck the guy and slammed him into the wall. Ural's finger was pointed his way as he coldly stared at him. When you're stronger than me, you get to decide, Ural said in a flat tone. Otherwise, you're more of a peasant than I am. After the display of strength, Ural turned to Arthur and gave his instructions. Answer to Jenny from now on. She'll brief you. Arthur nodded and Jenny stood up to leave the tower. He hurried to follow after her through the city streets. Where are we going? He asked as they walked through the crowd. What are the latest updates on the missing students? Shut up until I say otherwise. Jenny shot him down. Follow me, we have a score to settle. She walked angrily toward Woodrock Street. They entered ABA's repairs shop and Jenny was holding the man's collar before he could greet them. She pulled him from behind the counter and slammed him to the wall. Any other information you've been hiding? She grinned at him as he wheezed. The torture, which Jenny named interrogation, lasted an hour. During that time, Jenny would threaten or, politely, ask the owner for any information they might have missed. After that, they were heading toward the forest. As it turns out, the owner reprimanded Jason for his dirty boots on that day. It raised both Arthur's and Jenny's suspicion since the day which he has disappeared only had theory classes. This made them suspect the forest. Arthur was reminded of the cloaked man he had seen the day he enrolled, which proved the theory that something was going on in the forest. The forest can be dangerous today, Arthur warned Jenny, who simply glanced at him. For someone who killed Reagan's son, you're a bit too cowardly. I didn't kill anyone. Arthur refuted. And I'm not cowardly, I'm cautious. Does being cautious include not fighting back? Jenny said without a change in her expression. Even if you were to lose, you should have done better than that. Unless. She allowed her voice to the trail and didn't say anything further as the two walked toward the forest. Arthur debated what he should tell her and decided to stay quiet. However, she smacked him on his arm. Don't ignore me. I'm not, what do you expect me to say? Arthur rubbed his arm. The truth. Jenny spat. I don't vouch for cowards, weaklings are fine. If I fought back at that time, it would have been worse, Arthur answered and she nodded. The two walked through the gate and went toward the watchtower. After asking the guards, they were provided with the logs of the students' entrances to the forest. On the day of the disappearance, Jason went into the forest. Should search the forest? Arthur asked as they left the watchtower. Maybe we'll find some clues. He was hoping to find the place the cloakman went into. Not so cowardly now. Jenny smiled. But no, we need to report this to Ural. It seems most of the missing students had something to do with the forest before they disappeared. What's the next move then? Well, if I know Ural well, it's an expedition toward the deeper parts of the forest. Jenny grinned. This will be fun. She began walking away toward the city. Shouldn't the college do this? Arthur was confused. Unless. The committee isn't only a bunch of students, but we represent our households or guilds. Girano suspects that the missing students issue has something to do with their staff. There's a traitor. Arthur was stunned. How come they couldn't weed him out yet? It's impossible to do so. If you investigate anyone, you're offending their family or backing. This place is too political to function ideally. What about the monocle we were tested with? It doesn't work on the same person twice. That's its biggest flaw. Jenny shrugged as Arthur fell into deep thought. Isn't there a guardian spirit for Girano? Chapter 256, Field Training. There is, only that it's rarely encountered. Jenny glanced at him with suspicion. I didn't think you'd be so knowledgeable. My older brother mentioned it. Arthur nodded, lying with a straight face. The guardian spirit of truth, only the headmaster gets a chance to meet them. And a few lucky ones. Jenny walked back toward the cafe. The champion of each year gets to meet the guardian for a reward. What kind of reward? Arthur furrowed his brows. Enlightenment, they say. The reward is the knowledge that would make you a master. That's why everyone cares so much about the ranking. But there was no mention of a championship when the ranking was introduced. Arthur hurried after her. Does that mean the ranking isn't the deciding factor? Ugh, you ask too much. Jenny stopped and pointed at him. The top 50 people compete at the end of the year for the championship. That's why ranking is so important. That will be all for today. I'll report back to Euro, you can go back to studying. Before Arthur could ask anything else, she was on her way back to the cafe. He sighed and turned around to head back toward the academy. Even as he did, the gaze never left him. It was at that time that he remembered Lilo's ability to elude his enemies. He helped Arthur before, so why couldn't he do it now? Lilo, can you create a barrier like last time? Zzz. He was sleeping and Arthur chuckled. He used his mark to wake him up. What is it, master? Lilo woke up and Arthur repeated the question. Yes, I can. But there are certain conditions. Like what? The barrier is immobile, so you'll have to stay in one place. It's also limited in range, depending on the illusion you'd wish to create. If someone enters the barrier, it'll be broken immediately. That's no problem. Arthur sighed in relief. I'll need you to set up a barrier later, so rest before you do that. Arthur sent a text to Sarah to set up a meeting in the library later that night. As he returned to the academy, he saw many students chatting excitedly about something. Sadly, everyone avoided him at the moment. He had to look for Oliver to tell him what was going on. Field training. Oliver exclaimed excitedly. Every year, Girano receives many requests to either uncover mysteries or conquer the remote dungeons. The college allows us to take part in them as training. Are there any rewards? Other than fame and prestige, what do we even need? Oliver said but continued when he saw Arthur unconvinced. We get Girano points and merit points based on our accomplished tasks. Arthur nodded absent-mindedly. I still don't see why everyone is so excited. They can hunt in dungeons all they want. It's because this is one of the few chances we have to hunt in the academy. Oliver shook his head. Students aren't allowed to leave in their first semester unless it's on the field day. Most people use that to have fun outside. I guess you don't know what Girano's students' privileges are. Privileges on the outside world. Arthur furrowed his brows. Yes, explorers' badges. They're allowed to go everywhere and act as the law. They're even higher ranked than most police officers. Wouldn't someone abuse this? Well, that's why there was an interview. Those who would abuse this authority would get eliminated. Oliver slapped Arthur's back. Rejoice, for there are a lot of women after explorers. Arthur smiled and didn't say anything. The two walked together toward the cafeteria where they ate. As they were eating, they received a notification with the list of tasks. Arthur skimmed through the list and found that they have been categorized for places and ranks. They were ranked from F to A to S and he couldn't accept any task about the E rank. There was a note below that explained the tasks' rankings depended on their ranking. So, he couldn't accept rankers that were unbefitting of his strength. He didn't mind, however, as he didn't care about these tasks more than the ability to head outside. He filtered the places he can go to and chose the Yalvran Union. There was a single task in his home city, Kara. As he read the task's contents, Arthur grinned unknowingly. This incident was still on his mind, so it was finally a chance to look into it. Help investigate the undead incident in Mountain Range Rivero. You will be reporting to the Golden Warhammer Guild and the Yalan Kingdom about your findings. It seems the Pigs Guild couldn't keep the incident from the eyes of Girano. That's their guild. Golden Warhammer. Arthur read the details and signed up for the task immediately. What? Oliver looked at him with amazement. You took that boring tasks. Why didn't you take a dungeon break task or something? It would bring you fame and also experience. I want to take it easy. Arthur then looked up for the field training day. It was in a week. He would have to make preparations to either strengthen his goblins and Kira or move them away from harm. Arthur left Oliver in the cafeteria and headed toward the library. This late at night, not many students would be there. Coupled with the fact the field training has started, the library was almost empty. Arthur sat and waited for Sarah, who approached and sat a table away from him. They stayed that way, reading, for an hour before he asked Lilo to construct the barrier. What did you find? Arthur stood up and sat next to her. As nervous as ever, Sarah took out a book from her storage ring and handed it to Arthur. Mythical Creatures Worshippers, Sarah told him the title of the book, which was in a foreign language. It's on page 147. On the page, Arthur saw a mark identical to the one Jaren had made. Beside it was ancient writings in a language he couldn't speak. I've translated the page, here's what it says. Sarah offered the paper. It's about religion in Theria. They worship mythical creatures and study how to communicate with them. What about this mark? Arthur took the papers and started reading through them. It was indeed about religion in Theria, the biggest one even. It was about creatures that are revered as gods and their companions being considered prophets. The mark is for worship. It resonates with the mythical creatures in the area. They are drawn as a form of communication. They are mainly used to reach out to those creatures. That's it? Arthur asked with a frown. There's no other functions for this mark? None at all. Sarah nodded. Am I mistaken? She asked with nervousness. Arthur shook his head and thanked her. He left the library, breaking the barrier, and headed toward his room. When he was there, he started reading the translated papers in depth. It was as Sarah had said, a mark to communicate with creatures. This proposed more questions than answers. What did the Enders plan to do with these marks? Was there even a mythical creature in the forest? Even if there was, what would they need it for? He thought he was getting close to an answer, but there were only more questions. The Enders were after the key, so this creature might know something about it or in possession of it. Even though it was late at night, Arthur left his room and headed toward the runes research department. Even at this time, the rune masters and students were all over tweaking their runes or studying their lines. Arthur headed toward the library and started looking through basic teleportation books. Even though there were no books that offered the different versions of this rune, there was plenty of information on how they worked and how to create a teleportation circle. Arthur wanted to move his goblins either to another place or to his fortress. He also wanted to create an artifact or a circle that would let him travel from his fortress to his dorm. These needed teleportation circles. He started reading the explanation on how the runes exactly worked. In a book called Basic Space Runes, he read how space was morphed into something tangible and manipulated. For teleportation runes, the main aspect of space manipulation was folding. These runes were specialized ones that would act to fold space and compress it between 2 points, allowing the creation of portals in between those points that would instantly teleport people from one point to the other. As for circles, they were different in the way that they allowed more space to be folded. Storage artifacts were different, as they would act to expand the space. These two were opposite to each other. That's why their principle was intertwined with one another. These concepts were novel to Arthur, making him stay all night to study them. Chapter 257, Opening a Store. The circles he had created before were not real circles. They were an imitation of a circle, something that was akin to triplets or quads bicycles. They would work individually to reach a certain goal. For real circles, they were more complex. Rather, they were one entity instead of divided runes. Saying that higher-tier runes were a collection of simpler runes wasn't that wrong. For the current Arthur, he couldn't create temporary circles. He can't use more than one rune at the same time actively. He can use heal, which was a one-time activation, and then use detection. However, he can't use the heal rune while he's using detection. That's why if he wanted to teleport his goblins and Kira, he would have to create permanent circles. Either artifacts or runic cards, he would need a medium to create the circles. As he read about the teleportation circles, he found that they weren't simple at all. There were a set of techniques, materials, and patterns he needed to follow while creating the circle. He borrowed a few books from the library as he returned to his room. As the book was scattered, Arthur tried to formulate the perfect circle for his teleport rune. Every rune would work in different amplification circles. Amplification circles enhance the function of the rune. Instead of one icicle, there would be 2, 3, 4, or 1,000,000. This type of circle was the most common and the easiest to create, as the links were similar for every rune. He tried to focus, but his mind kept wandering back to the book Sarah had given him. He knew he couldn't have answers to it, but he couldn't help himself. What if the Enders were eyeing the artifact while he was busy studying? Chaos, mayhem, and as they call it, doomsday. His ray rank wouldn't be enough at all. He needed to level up. To absorb the essence of monsters quickly and break through the next rank. A plan started to formulate in his head. He needed to corner Jaren, but that might backfire. The only reason that he left him alone until now was that he didn't want to alarm the Enders about his existence. If he wanted to do something to the spearman, he needed to get the truth out of him. He needed to make it worth it. The Enders wouldn't be able to react if he struck their plans from every side. The 2 days after that, he had time off. So, he went to the training wing to work on his dagger skills. While he was bench lifting some weights, someone stepped on his foot. Arthur wasn't particularly hurt, but as he looked at the person who did it, he found the red-haired nobleman looking at him with disdain. "Do you have something to say, weakling?" he said with a grin before walking away toward his group. Most of the students were in the training wing today since it was their time off. Seeing this interaction, most of them ignored it. Ray was also there, coming out from a puppet chamber. Their eyes met and she looked at him with dissatisfaction. She always berated him for ignoring the insults everyone threw his way. After becoming a suspect, he was thrown into a spiral of hate that he couldn't get out of. He was either treated as a despicable person or a coward, he couldn't decide which was better. I had already taken a beating from Trevor with a smile, Arthur sighed in his head as he looked at the departing narcissist. If Jenny said the truth, I would need to raise my ranking to the top 50 for now. Arthur stood up and walked toward the nobleman. The group looked at him with hostility and he stood a few meters away from them. "What's your ranking?" Arthur asked. The nobleman showcased his bracelet. The number was 109. Arthur had no idea how he can challenge Jonah, who was 9th while being 100 ranks worse. Arthur used his bracelet and issued a duel. "Is it a duel?" The students started gathering around them as they saw this scene. The red-haired noble glanced at the crowd and back at Arthur. "Have you gone insane, bastard?" "No, but it seems you've become a coward." Arthur shrugged. "I'm giving you free points. Are you too scared to pick them? I'll show you the difference between us." The nobleman sneered. "I accept this duel as the heir of the Grolin family, Philip." Philip proudly announced as the rest backed away. A dome shone from their bracelet and surrounded the two of them. Arthur almost snickered as the guy mentioned his family. How conceited can one get? Strength rules. Arthur watched the countdown approach 0. Philip Grolin waved his hands as his muscles ripped and his eyes became red. It was a berserker ability, enhancing his physical strength. 3, 2, 1, the countdown was over and Philip bolted toward him like a cannonball. The students cheered as Philip struck with devastating strength. Before the punch could connect, Philip froze. Arthur sighed and moved away from the punch's direction as he circled the restrained noble. "Bastard! What have you done?" he roared through gritted teeth. Arthur kept walking around him. "Returning the favor, Sir Grolin. I heard you were from Elio's empire. This explains your lack of courtesy. Let me correct that." As he finished those words, Arthur's fist was sinking into Philip's jaw. Boom. Bang. There was a booming sound as Arthur's fist connected, followed by the sound of Philip being slammed to the barrier. Blood leaked from his mouth and nose as he fell to the ground. Arthur didn't stop and walked over again. He pulled his hair, allowing their eyes to meet. He saw rage and also confusion. "Remember this, dear classmate. You got beaten by a weakling," Arthur said with a smile before smashing Philip's head to the ground. The ground broke underneath as Philip lost consciousness. The barrier broke as Arthur's points started skyrocketing. From his previous 159th ranking, his ranking rose to 133rd. Even though he beat the 109th, he needed more points to reach that rank. The wing was quiet as all cheering ceased. The students looked with shock as Arthur walked away from the unconscious Philip. The bracelet Philip wore started beeping as it sent an emergency alarm to the infirmary. Stop! Philip's friends rushed forward to help him while others tried to obstruct Arthur's way. He looked at the men blocking his path as he felt the notification of a duel ring in his bracelet. I challenge you to a duel. The men declared. I'm the son of. Are you an idiot? Arthur looked at the man's bracelet. His ranking was 112. I just beat the crap out of someone outranking you and you challenge me straight away. Heh. The men smiled. I'll show you that no puny tricks work on me. Your ability was simply a mismatch to Philip's. Do you dare? Arthur looked with raised brows at the men, imagining him saying he's just kidding. As for the matter of refusal, Arthur wouldn't waste good points if they came his way. After all, he needed 100 points to open a virtual shop. Fine. Arthur smiled and accepted the duel. Another dome rose and prevented the others from participating. At least you'll go to the infirmary together. I'll rip that mouth apart. The men threw away his jacket. Know my name, for I am. I don't care. I'll probably just forget about it. Arthur shrugged. Shut up and come at me. You'll be begging for forgiveness soon, Vernian. When the countdown was over, Arthur restrained him. The men smiled and mana left his body. A circle appeared as a monster was summoned. A giant spider with countless legs earned a few cheers and screams from the crowd. Let's see how you restrain my monster, the men smiled. Attack him, Hannah. The spider, named Hannah for some reason, screeched as it launched itself toward Arthur. The spider's giant body fell on top of Arthur as the crowd cheered. When there were no movements, whispers emerged wondering if he was dead. The men smiled with smugness as the shadows danced behind him. Arthur rose to the surface as the man's friends shouted their warnings. You should learn more about your opponent. Arthur smiled as he sent the men flying toward his spider with a punch, knocking him out and ending the duel. The crowd was both excited and confused about what happened. Arthur sensed a lot of hostility from the nobles, but he didn't care. His eyes met Ray's and he saw her smile again for the first time since they began fighting. Let's fight. Her lips mouthed and Arthur had shivers remembering her fight against the puppet. Before he would be pulled into an unnecessary mess, he ran away as the crowd parted ways. His ranking has risen again to 118. Arthur smiled as he saw that he had secured the necessary points for his plans. Without hesitation, he entered the community and created his new store. Chapter 258, Hidden Gems Store. His virtual store was of the cheapest kind, a small store. As he chose the type and paid, he was presented with several options. He needed to choose a name, a category, a selling method, a slogan, a quality check agency, and identification. For the name, Arthur named it Hidden Gems. He chose the artifact category and then chose artificial ones. He was torn between direct selling and bidding, so he chose the bidding system with the direct selling option. He would estimate the price. The item would go for and include the option for customers to pay the price to buy it directly. He made the starting bid half the price of the selling option and moved on to choose a slogan. A hidden gem is better than a flamboyant ore. Arthur wrote whatever occurred to him and then listed the Runes Research Department as his agency. He read somewhere that he can send his artifacts anonymously to the department to appraise them before it's sent to the community. As for the identification, Arthur simply used his student's ID number and it was accepted. Even though no one would have access to this information, he was still uncomfortable sharing them. However, he needed the points. The outside world's cash was useless at the moment. If he wanted to create better artifacts and buy better gear, he would need to get Girano points. Arthur returned to his room despite the student's stares and hostile gazes. If he was only hated for not fighting back, his strength would have solved the issue. But if he was a suspect of killing a student, his strength becomes a threat. As he entered his room, Arthur asked Lilo to construct another barrier to keep the gaze off him. He took out the items he bought the day Trevor died and took out the cores he had. For neo-rankers, the artificial artifacts he was about to create were more than enough. With how efficient his runes are, even an artificial one would be like an extra skill. The inscribing moment was always a relief to his stressed-out mentality. He was doing the thing that no one else can, and it gave him a sense of fulfillment. As the days passed, the students grew antsy over their tasks. The fact that this week's practical class was about the party system and exploring dungeons. Unfortunately for Arthur, the exploring was done through virtual reality. He couldn't level up like this, so he had to team up with a few students who ignored his existence. The investigation was still ongoing. The day before, the college released a statement that no evidence has been found yet. They only mentioned that the cause of death was internal bleeding, but there were no signs of trauma or injury. The fact that no conclusion has been reached bugged Arthur greatly. The rumors about him being the culprit kept resurfacing as soon as they died down. With the resources that the college has employed, he didn't understand how they couldn't find the culprit. He had become the outcast, and not even in a way that made him kidnappable. The gaze never left him, making him the worst target to be kidnapped. As they walked through the dark dungeon as a team, Arthur stayed to the back as support. He was grouped with 5 other students who he hasn't met before. There were 2 commoners and 3 nobility excluding him. He was shunned to the back, and even though they discussed the signs of danger, none of them asked for his opinion. This practical test would award the people who complete the dungeon first, but there was very little chance of that with his group. That's a dangerous route. Arthur used his keen senses for existence and felt the monster lying ahead. Even though this was a virtual reality, the existence energy was very faint compared to the real thing. There was still contrast between nothing and something, and contrast between something alive and inanimate. That's how he was able to tell there were monsters ahead. There are no trails here. The archer looked at him with doubt. I think it's a safe route. The other one is longer and darker. Even though he was dismissing Arthur, he was still polite about it. Arthur simply shrugged and looked at the leader, the highest-ranking person among them. He was a tribesman from Theria with tattoos over his face. He looked at Arthur and sneered. "We do not respect those who bully the weak and bow to the strong," he said with a thick accent. "We go this way." He discarded Arthur's idea and kept moving forward. "You really can't win everyone. For me, it seems you can't win anyone." Arthur sighed inwardly as he followed silently. If this was the case, he wouldn't intervene until the last second. They went deeper into the dark path that was filled with gravel and stones. Tree roots came out of the walls and went into other walls, making it increasingly difficult for them to pass through. As he was walking to the back, Arthur saw something move on the ceiling. It was subtle, but he could feel its existence. It stalked them until the leader was trying to go from under a root before it attacked him. 2 pairs of arms wrapped themselves around his neck as he let out a startled grunt. He took his sword and stabbed blindly upward. One of the stabs managed to strike the monster, making it issue a scream and reveal itself. "It's a climber corpse." The archer shouted and started firing arrows at it to save the leader. However, he couldn't pinpoint its location because of its ability to blend into the surrounding. As the leader started wheezing, the monster suddenly went stiff and fell to the ground, wiggling. Its long legs and arms were tied together by ethereal ropes that originated for Arthur's location. "Are you okay, leader?" Arthur asked as the Therian man looked at him with a tired face. The VR capsule opened and Arthur rose from the chair. He picked up the items he had virtualized and left the VR training room. Most of the students had started to come out, and as expected, Ray's team came on top. Then came Arlo's and Alice's teams. As for Arthur, his team's ranking was 19, just average. Since there were almost 34 teams, their ranking wasn't that bad. As he stood there, the leader from Therian walked over to him. "Thank you for earlier," he said curtly. "How did you know there were monsters there?" "Well," Arthur smiled. "It was time for some self-promotion. I found a virtual store in the community that sells these detection cards. It detects life forms around you, making it incredibly useful." "Oh." The man looked intrigued. "That's very convenient." Runic cards, however, are more expensive than artificial artifacts in the long term. It's a small shop. One card is priced 3 points only." Arthur shrugged. He saw the man's eyes brighten. He leaned forward with excitement. What is its name? Every day, countless stores emerge in Girano. That's because not only students from all departments can create one, but even residents of the city. The residents can also purchase items from these stores, although the students got a discount for the items. Many mercenaries were living in Girano. They had a part-time of protecting the city against any issue that may need their strength. They can also use teleportation circles to go anywhere they need to in the world. These people needed these stores to supply them with survival items. That's why adventurers loved Girano and their stores. There was a whole community of raiding stores that would allow people to know what they're buying. John was a journalist browsing through the community for his next article, eager to spread the word about good deals or promising stores. However, there was a lack of these things as of late because of the rising prices of the items. This happened after the peace treaties between the Ilios Empire and Runera City failed due to the last events a few weeks ago. There was a statement about limiting the supplies to the kingdoms in fear of another war happening at the moment. Until a treaty has been signed, the prices of items would be high for their actual value. That's because runes were involved in every industrial field, from either equipment or simply weapons to gather the resources for these fields. On the other hand, Girano was a great place to buy these items. Unlike the outside world, the currency in Girano was unified. You can't exchange money from the outside with the point Girano used. You can only offer services that would win you points. Through these services, Girano was able to create an environment for innovation. These innovations needed Girano's approval before they were industrialized, making the most of Girano's profit from science. As he was stressing over the current issues, a single review caught his attention because of the Explorer badge next to the name. This means the student was from Girano's Explorers Department, one of the elites in the world. The review was simple and uneventful, but it had 5 out of 5 stars as a rating for a nameless store. It mentioned the great prices this store had and the need to resupply as quickly as possible. John thought this man was an idiot, as he was giving away a good store if this was true. He entered the virtual store in question and the words hidden gems appeared in front of him. Chapter 259, Black Armor. A day before his field training, Arthur opened the store to find multiple reviews and requests for resupply. The runic cards he placed, at an astonishingly cheap price, were all sold out. He created 2 cards. The heal cards, which were the more popular ones, and the detection cards, which were the less expensive ones. Even though the heal rune wasn't that instantaneous, the fact that it doubled the natural healing of the body was indisputable. Stamina was the stat that governed regeneration and healing. Doubling that amount of healing for awakeners was something only high-tier potions could achieve. For normal humans, this card wasn't that helpful. For awakeners, this card was crucial for survival. Arthur priced it at 10 Girano points and they were sold out instantly. Since he was creating the Heal I card and not the powerful Heal 3, he didn't need any extra materials to inscribe. As for the Heal 3, it used mana to accelerate healing. This meant that it needed to be combined with a powerful agent to work. As he walked toward the runic department, he heard a group of students chatting among themselves. He strained his ears when he heard them talk about a virtual store. Did they resupply yet? No, it's still empty. Damn it, I should have paid more attention since the field training is starting soon. Have you read the article? It said that this store has just started working, so it should be resupplying soon. It's also verified by the runes department. I'm guessing a family specialized in runes is finally entering the arena. I don't know any family specialized in healing runes, that's usually the expertise of. The students walked away, leaving Arthur with an inflated ego. He opened the community to read the article about his store. Hidden gems indeed. This was the article's title, making it quite the clickbait. There were many views on it and a lot of people commented that the prices were either a publicity stunt or a madman giving away his possessions. From this single set of cards, he had made 130 Girano points in a few days. He walked toward the runic department and dropped off the box at the inspection office. These were the new cards that would be listed in the virtual store. He went toward the logistic department and took the package upstairs. As before, he met Yuvan Perley like last time. Yuvan welcomed him into the lab before showing Arthur a card. One of the inspectors in the runic department bought this because he was amazed at the runic lines, Yuvan said with genuine interest. As Arthur looked at the card, it was too familiar. Whoever that inspector was, he had bought one of the cards after he did his job. Arthur didn't care who bought it, but he didn't want to be transferred from logistic to research, as that would take away his time and energy. What's special about it? Arthur asked, acting oblivious. The lines are so finely made. This person is either a genius or a grandmaster. You can see that there aren't any excessive lines. This is the most basic form of the rune. Can't you find him? Arthur asked with apprehension. However, Yuvin shook his head. The college is very strict regarding these matters. Many times, people were targeted because of the items they sold. Nonetheless, it's interesting to see this person appear in Girano. Yuvin's words made Arthur leave the lab with relief. Since his identity shouldn't be an issue, he wouldn't hold back. As he went to the library after he was done working, Arthur's bracelet buzzed. His items were approved by the agency. As he was about to sell them, Arthur saw the many reviews demanding a supply and thought of an idea. Arthur removed the instant selling option from his items. This would make them last longer, thus increasing his popularity. It would also bring him more money, even if it wasn't by a large margin. He took out another book about teleportation circles and began reading it. With his perception, his reading and comprehension speed was a lot faster than it was for him before. As he was reading, words appeared in front of him. As soon as he saw them, Arthur grinned. A rune has evolved. Teleport 3, teleport anywhere in the surrounding space in a 10-kilometer radius. Again, he tripled the distance he can cross using his rune. A trip that would have taken him an hour before would now take him 20 minutes. Hello. Someone walked up to him and said nervously. As Arthur turned to them, he saw Ellen with her small frame and doll-like face. She was hugging a book that was almost as wide as she was. I don't think talking to me is a good idea, Arthur said, concerned that she would be bullied again because of their interaction. I know, but I'm going to be your assistant. What assistant? Arthur was shocked. There was a task in Kara as an investigator's assistant, Ellen said and hurried to explain. I'm from there, so I wanted to visit my family. It then clicked that Ellen would obviously choose their hometown as well. However, he didn't know there was another task for an assistant. Do you really need to go now? Arthur tried to persuade her otherwise. Associating yourself with me right now isn't ideal, you should know that. I know we aren't friends, Ellen said blankly, making Arthur stop talking. Yet, I need to visit my family. Has she heard my conversation with Arlo? Arthur looked at her silently and nodded. She must be trying to visit her mother. Ellen excused herself and left Arthur alone in the library. He sighed in the realization that this trip wasn't going to be as smooth as he hoped it would be. Even though he doubted Ellen would hinder him, he still preferred traveling alone. He returned his book and went toward the city. On the way, he received a notification that his bidding auction has ended. He made 200 this time instead of 130, this was the limit of what people considered as a good bargain. With this, he had 330 for his gear. He went toward Woodrock Street and entered the biggest armory in it. It was a place called Invincibility, a brand that made top-tier armor. As he walked in, Arthur was fascinated by the different array of armor inside. Light, heavy, partial, chainmail, and all sorts of designs that would enhance different aspects of fighting. Welcome to Invincibility, how can I help you? I'm looking for light and durable armor. The best you have. The bests are priced at 1,000, they include a multitude of runes that would enhance your combat and lifestyle in the wilderness or dungeons. Arthur looked around. No, I want a runeless armor. Follow me then, sir. The attendant was respectful given Arthur's status as an explorer student. He guided him toward a section of armor that had no runes inscribed on them. The armors were all light and shiny. They were thin but also looked very durable. As Arthur looked around, he was captivated by the armor on the back. It was a light armor with a breastplate, pauldrons, armguards, cuisses, and greaves. It was matte black with no light reflecting off its surface. How about this one? Arthur asked as he felt the mana stick to it. The attendant followed his gaze before shaking his head. This armor is a deformed product. The attendant looked wary of Arthur's status as a student. It was created from compressed cores after they were drained, giving it durability and lightweightiness. However, it's impossible to inscribe this item because of the magical properties it has. The more that he introduced, the more that Arthur felt challenged. If there was an item that can't be inscribed by normal means, didn't that make it tailored for him? "I'll take it," Arthur said without hesitation. The attendant was shocked and tried to convince him otherwise, but Arthur was ready to pay for it. "Sir, you can return it if it's not to your liking." The attendant resigned in the end and sold it to Arthur. It was priced at 300 points, but Arthur didn't care. He took the armor and headed back toward his room. Lilo complained when Arthur woke it up to construct a barrier but did it anyway. Arthur took another one of the materials he had obtained from the competition. It was an ancient tree's branch with 6 leaves that were called Galax leaves. They were full of mana and were perfect for Arthur to use for his amplification artifacts. He took out the pieces of the armor and started inscribing strength and agility runes. This time, as he used the leaves instead of the cores, the process was more difficult. The ethereal core grew unstable as Arthur tried to maintain it. It threatened to explode, but he used whatever means he could to maintain it. Sweat poured down his face as Arthur placed the core on the pauldron. The runic lines started seeping into the armor until they covered it in dark green engravings. By the end of it, Arthur's face was tired. The process was more delicate than he had imagined because of the armor's mana affinity. When he was done, he watched with fascination as the rune grew stronger. This strength 3 should give him 20 points, but Arthur got a 25 increase when he used it. The magical property of the armor and the high-end materials allowed it to give a tremendous boost in stats. It was only 2 hours before he had to leave that Arthur finished his inscriptions. He wore the armor as he saw the changes in his stats. Chapter 260, Not There. Level, 37, 4%. Legacy points, 9, stats points, 8, strength, 196, plus 75. Agility, 192, plus 75. Stamina, 182. Abilities, Beginner Runes Wordsmith, 58%, Usable Runes, 24. Skills, Lesser Mana Breathing Skill, F, 65%, Poison Strike, F, 39%, Camouflage, F, 26%, Earth Manipulation, E, 69%, Bladeless Windstorm, D, 22%, Shadow Space, D, 19%, Monster Claws, D, 42%, Iron Skin, D, 43%, Wings of Wind, C, 2%, Goblin's Bond, Unique, 90%. Arts, The Art of Creation, Part 1, Basic Dagger Art, 21%. His strength and agility reached a whopping 271 and 267 in one go after he wore the armor. At the moment, this was the most he could amplify his body. He followed the principle of divide and conquer, albeit differently. His body couldn't stack runes, but his organs can. Instead of amplifying his whole body, he amplified whatever tissue the artifact covered. The 6 items that he engraved were the limits of what his body can handle at the moment. This wasn't a game, stats couldn't be raised infinitely by wearing a piece of armor. As he stood in his room, he admired the black surface of it. He put away the armor and left his room, heading toward the explorer's facility. There, he was given a uniform and a badge for his task today. He would be leaving in an hour toward Yalin using a teleportation circle. From there, he could take an airplane or a train to Kara and start his 5 days field training. He was briefed on the task beforehand. 3 weeks ago, the mountain range was swarming with undead legions, proving there was an undead lord around. A higher form of creature that kept summoning the undead and using them to kill more creatures. This cycle had to be broken by killing the lord and then clearing the undead, but a strange phenomenon happened. Unlike the usual snowball effect, the undead stopped increasing in number about 3 weeks ago. This would have been great news usually, but the unknown was always more feared. The cause of this dwindling might be a sign of a bigger disaster. That's why the Union has asked Girano to investigate it, assigning it to one of its students. Even though they can investigate it themselves, Girano has a much higher success rate than most intelligence agencies. Furthermore, everyone wanted to befriend the next generation of leaders. The explorers are considered the pioneers of humanity in this turbulent struggle against monsters. That's why this was a good way of establishing connections and getting in people's good books. Arthur left the college and took his badge toward the teleportation halls where the teleportation circles were inscribed. He showed his badge to the men behind the glass and he nodded before giving him a ticket. As he took the ticket, Arthur heard someone run behind him. He found Ellen also holding her ticket and looking at him as she gathered her breath. "Well, I guess there's no way to change your mind." Arthur shrugged and led the way. Ellen followed after him silently. Even though they got closer during the entrance exam, the gap grew larger now after she heard Arthur talk about her like that. Arthur knew she heard, and he also knew that she can conclude why he said those things, but it was still as if a wall has been built between them. The teleportation was as fast and nausea-inducing as usual. As he felt like traveling a great distance in a second, Arthur found himself standing in a different hall. He could feel space decompress itself after the teleportation, making the surrounding unstable. He left the hall with Ellen only to stop on the doorsteps of the hall. Standing in the middle of the street was an alluring figure with white hair and red eyes. She wasn't looking at them but at the tower in the distance. As if sensing their stares, she turned to them. "Do you want your eyes plucked out?" Ray snarled with hatred at Arthur. "What are you doing here?" Arthur asked with furrowed brows. Could it be that she followed him? "Don't think highly of yourself, I'm not here for you." Ray sneered and pointed at the tower. Her disgusted face was overtaken by a grin. "I'm here to conquer that." "Is that your task?" Arthur sighed in relief. "Well, then we'll get going. Bye." He started walking away to get a cab that could take them to the airport. He could feel Ray's glare on his back as he entered the car. He sat down with Ellen beside him with relief overtaking his heart. This was the first time that he felt the gaze disappear, making him finally free to do what he liked. From the airport, the plane took them directly to Kara. As soon as the plane landed, Ellen hurried to leave the airport without Arthur. She's probably going to see her mother. Arthur thought to himself with a smile as he missed his mother. He looked around and found a bathroom to hide in. From there, he teleported more than once until he was standing in the garden of Master Ronin's villa. At that moment, Arthur felt nostalgic. The peacefulness of the garden brought back memories of the time he first trusted his legacy. The only reason that he had trusted Seer at that time was his legacy. Now, he had come a long way from that clueless person. The garden's door opened to reveal Melania's surprised expression. Her expression quickly turned to hostile when she couldn't recognize Arthur. "Wait, it's me. Arthur." He raised his hands quickly as he took out the artifact and turned it off. His face and hair quickly changed to how they were. "Haha," Melania laughed. "I almost split you in half. What brought you here?" "I thought you were studying in Girano." "I am having field training." "Is my family still here?" Arthur asked as he looked around, seeing no one. Melania shook her head and went inside. "They moved away shortly after you left. The money that you gained from the competition, 15 million, was more than enough for them to buy a proper house for them. Runera's protection made even the royal family think twice before they can lay a finger on them." "Can I have the address?" Arthur asked as he followed inside. She was already holding a piece of paper and handed it to Arthur. "Your mother wrote it. I guess she knew you'd be back. You should have contacted them earlier." "It's risky." Arthur took the paper and read the address. It was a walking distance from here. "I'll be leaving. Give my regards to Master Ronin and see," Arthur said before leaving. He resumed his disguise before he walked toward the house. As he walked through the streets, he enjoyed the mundane theme the neighborhood had. Away from the danger and chaos of the world, this place enjoyed a serenity that Arthur missed. Arthur reached the address and found a villa with a wide garden. Green grass and plants surrounded it as trees modeled the front yard. A kid bumped into him while he was standing there. He was holding a red ball with a crooked tooth. As he looked at Arthur, he said with a scared tone, "I'm sorry, mister," he said before running away to the house next to his family's. Arthur realized this was their neighbor's kid. "I need to leave now." Arthur realized this place might be protected by Runera's agents. He resumed his walk before finding an alley where he teleported from to the inside of the house. He was in a guest room on the second floor. His disguise wore off as Arthur deactivated the artifact and went downstairs. He heard the sound of sizzling meat and chatter from the kitchen. Using his detection rune, he found the two people he dearly missed. "Hello, Mom, Oren." Arthur walked in and stood by the door with a smile. His mother and brother paused and turned to him with shock. His mother's hands trembled as tears streamed down her face before rushing to hug him. "My boy, my little boy. You're here," she cried as she hugged tightly. His brother was right behind her, smiling sadly as Arthur patted his mother's back. I'm here," Arthur reassured. "I'm sorry for being late." "No, it's all right." His mother broke the embrace as she shook her head. "I'm fine with knowing that you're all right." "I am," Arthur nodded with a smile. "How about you two?" "We're fine. Thanks to the money you left, we don't need to work." "I'm still going into dungeons and training with Melania though," Oren interjected. "I can't just sit idly," he said sheepishly. "I bet you're only going because it's with Selena," Arthur teased playfully, making Oren's face turn red. Arthur and his mother laughed as the three went over and sat on the kitchen table. His mother started serving them lunch as Arthur learned how their lives were after he was gone. He felt slightly heartbroken when he realized how their lives were changing when he wasn't there to see it. His brother was growing up as his mother was growing older. Yet, he wasn't there with them anymore. Chapter 261, Goblin's Lord. He had to leave his family shortly after as the task wouldn't solve itself. With his black robes of the explorers with the silver uniform underneath, Arthur gave out an air of authority as he walked toward the train station. He could have teleported straight toward the mountain range, but he felt slightly nostalgic as he arrived at the train station. Seeing his robes and the badge, that was shaped in a J sign, pinned to his chest, the people whispered and looked at him with reverence. A kid who wiggled free from his mother, who tried to grab him, came rushing toward Arthur with a figure of a mage with a staff. Mister. The kid said nothing else but simply showed Arthur his toy with his eyes glistening in admiration. The mother rushed to grab him, but Arthur smiled and raised his hand. With a tap on the toy, it levitated from the kid's hand and started circling him. The kid tried to follow it with his eyes as his mouth was agape. "Careful, it might fly away." Arthur patted the kid's head as the toy landed in his hands. Arthur nodded toward the apologizing mother and left to catch his train. The incident that has just happened made Arthur smile for the rest of his way toward the mountain range. This was the first time he enjoyed this type of admiration, which he held toward awakeners as a child as well. The people respect awakeners because they protect them, Arthur thought to himself. However, for how long can that protection last? When he reached the mountain's range station, he found Ellen waiting for him. He nodded and she followed after him. The two started walking toward the mountain range together where a camp has been set up by the Golden Warhammer Guild. The place has been cleared from civilians or adventurers alike, making it look like a military post. As he was about to enter the camp, two guards obstructed him with their spears. "What business do you have here?" one of them asked curtly. "This area is off-limit. I'm a Gerano student." Arthur showed his badge. As soon as he did, the guard's face was drenched in sweat. I am sorry, sir. I didn't see that at first." The guard started stuttering. "I'm sorry for my rudeness, It's all right, man. You're doing your job, that's all." Arthur patted his head, making the man's face flush and salute him. "Thank you, sir. Can you lead the way?" Arthur smiled and the guard nodded before starting to lead him into the camp. As they walked toward the largest tent in the middle, the guild members looked at them with both fear and wariness. It wasn't only because of their status as explorers, but also because most Gerano students were nobles or influential people. They reached the tent in the middle of the camp, who Arthur has spied on before. The guard guided them inside where several men were seated around a table. "Welcome, sir." The pig was the one who welcomed him with open arms. "My name is Norman Konevsky." This would be the first time Arthur took the time to look at him probably. With a bowl cut and raised nose, this guy looked like the person who'd steal from kids. "Glad to meet you, I'm Alexei Linin and this is my assistant, Ellen Dervo. We're here to help in the investigation." Arthur shook his hand and introduced himself. However, the men laughed. "No offense, sir." One of them coughed. "We realize the formalities here. One first-year student won't be much of a difference, no." The man stroked his beard. "You can enjoy your time here until this matter is resolved." "Aha." Arthur furrowed his brows. He knew that his existence wouldn't be appreciated, but maybe this was normal. Either way, he wouldn't mind it. After all, that meant he would get to work on his plans. As he was about to agree, Ellen sprung up to answer. This matter is Girano's responsibility. If anything happens, wouldn't be the one held responsible. Please stop such nonsense and allow us to do our job. Her righteous word made the men upset, but they couldn't refuse it. After a moment of tension, the men who talked earlier tried to shift the atmosphere. Of course, I was simply saying some pleasantries, the men said with a smile. We'll be honored to have you here, please let the guard take you to your tents. Arthur wasn't upset by Ellen's interference, but surprised. This was the first time he had seen Ellen take the initiative, and in such a confidential manner too. They left the tent and followed the guard who took them to their 2 tents. On the way, Arthur tried to satisfy his curiosity. What was the reason for that? He asked, and Ellen turned to face him. Unlike her usual self, she had a serious face. This place is my hometown, I'm not going to take shortcuts in protecting it, she said before going into her tent. I guess that's kind of true, but is it that serious? He wondered as he went into his tent. The guard told him that their next exploratory expedition would be early morning. He sat in his tent and asked to not be disturbed. As he was left alone, he used his teleport rune and left the camp. With another few uses, he found himself in an empty plot of land. He walked forward and the scenery started to change in front of him. Instead of a desolated land was a village that was bustling with life. Like a different world, the village looked nothing like the lifeless forest. Cocken. A goblin saw him and rushed forward to prostrate itself to Arthur. Soon, most of the village saw him and rushed to offer their greetings to him. A howl came from a distance as Kira came rushing toward him. The ground shook with how big he had gotten, and Arthur realized that he had evolved to the peak mid-tier while Arthur was gone. Kira started licking him with his giant tongue and Arthur started laughing. Marrow came forward and was also different from before. Instead of the chubby face was a clearly defined jaw. Marrow had gotten 2 feet taller than before, and Arthur realized he was at the low-high tier now. I guess I'm not the only one who got stronger. Arthur smiled at them as he patted Kira's giant mouth. Seeing him this big, Arthur remembered the trial of the Holy Crown. Kira was now as big as he was back in the trial. This made Arthur's heart drown in worry. Whatever was going to happen, it'll be soon. He walked around the village and saw that new goblins have been born. Arthur was amazed at how fast these creatures reproduced. Marrow came rushing after a while with a few goblins following after him. They were all of the mid-tier. There were 5 in total, making Arthur break into a grin. These were the 5 that he had strengthened when he was here before. These were the first goblins to be fully strengthened since they were infants. Arthur's help made their potential explode. In a short while, they reached the middle mid-tier. Seeing these results, Arthur was eager to strengthen the new goblins as well. He gathered the newly born goblins and started creating a bond with them. There were 20 toddler goblins, making his progress soar. Before he knew it, Arthur's skill evolved. The skill Goblin's Bond has evolved. New skill has been obtained. Goblin's Lord, unique, 10% you have the obedience of your goblin's subject. Understand goblin's language. Every month, you can evolve a goblin to a higher subspecies. Once a day, you can summon a goblin permanently. The goblin will be of the middle mid-tier. Arthur's eyes glammed as he read the description. He looked toward Marrow with a gaze that made the goblin tremble. Marrow was his most loyal subject and his strongest too, after the death of Nero. If any of the goblins deserved to evolve to a higher species, it would be the Marrow. He asked them all to wait for him outside as he took Marrow inside the house. Sir. Marrow looked at him with fear. Arthur's eyes widened when he understood what Marrow said. He turned to him with shock. You can understand me. What? God can. Talk our language. Marrow said the same rubbish he said before, but it started to make sense to Arthur. There was a word he said that made the hair on Arthur's body stand up. The goblins have always called him a certain title, Cocken. Now that he understood their language, he realized it didn't mean boss as he had imagined before. It meant God. I'm not a god. I'm your lord. Arthur reprimanded with a flushed face. This is not important right now, I'm going to evolve you now. Marrow looked at him with shock. He fell to his knees as tears flickered in his eyes. "Cocken, I'm not worthy of your kindness." "I am." Arthur's head buzzed with Marrow's rubbish. As far as Arthur cared, Marrow was simply being his experimental subject. He directly used his skill on Marrow and the change began immediately. Marrow started evolving. Chapter 262, Hobgoblin. The change happened noticeably, beginning with white mana leaving Arthur's body and penetrating Marrow's chest. As if he was shot with a bullet, Marrow fell to the ground while clutching his chest. Ag! He gave a pained scream as a dark green substance oozed out of his skin. He then started vomiting the same material as Arthur watched. I should help him. Arthur hurried to use the amplification rune to boost his stamina and then used the heal 3 rune to heal whatever damage that would happen during the evolution. His mana was eaten up as the screams died down to turn into labored breathing. A vapor then started leaving Marrow's body and it started to shrink down. Marrow was almost half of Arthur's height taller. Yet now, there was barely a foot between them. As the vapor cleared away to reveal Marrow, Arthur was stunned by the changes. One short horn protruded from his forehead, gleaming dangerously in the light. His face turned from the barbaric appearance of a goblin into a more humanoid form, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence. "My lord." Marrow kneeled on the ground as he shouted with fluent Yalvaran language. Arthur's eyes buzzed with how loud he shouted. "You can talk now." "What?" Marrow looked at him confused before seeming to inspect himself. After a few moments, he seemed to have realized. "Almighty God, you have given me the skill intraspecies communication and enhanced intelligence." Marrow's eyes were full of tears as he looked at Arthur. Hearing his words, Arthur felt envious. If he could give such skills, wouldn't he use them himself? "This is something you've had. It's a bloodline skill." Arthur circled him as he studied him with curiosity. "A monster that can speak. Only powerful were thought to be able of such a feat, but here you are. What's your species?" "I." Marrow looked at his own hands as he tried to think of an answer. "I am a hobgoblin." "How do I know this, my lord?" he asked with confusion. "It's inherent, it seems." Arthur nodded at him. "A hobgoblin, huh?" He smiled with satisfaction. "How strong are you right now?" "At the peak high tier, my lord." Marrow pounded his chest in pride. "My strength has increased with the evolution." "Of course, so did my loyalty." He hurried to explain. "I know." Arthur smiled. "I can feel that." He had the strongest bond to Marrow at the moment, even with how approximate their strengths were. "From now on, you're the leader when I'm not around. Take care of your brothers." Arthur patted his head. "Yes, my lord." Marrow had tears in his eyes as he nodded. After strengthening a few goblins, Arthur went back toward his tent. By the time he was over, it was already dark. As soon as he reached the tent, someone called out for him from the outside. "Dinner is ready, sir," the guard said, and Arthur affirmed his understanding. He left the tent shortly after and headed toward the giant clearing where tables have been placed. "Sir Alexei," the man, who was the magic gunman that shot toward Arthur before, shouted. As soon as Arthur arrived. "Let's drink together." Before such a busy day, that would be unwise. Arthur smiled warmly and looked around. He found Ellen to be missing, probably chose to eat alone. "It would be great if I know what we're facing tomorrow." Arthur sat down. "Of course." The gunman slammed the cup on the table. "In our recent investigations, we have." "I'll take it from here, Aaron." Norman came forward and sat close to Arthur, serving him food. "After all, I'm the host of Sir Alexei Linen," he said with a courtesy smile. "I know what you truly are, brat." Arthur thought but simply smiled in gratefulness. He nodded, allowing Norman to explain. "Ahem." He cleared his throat. 3 weeks ago, we found that the undead monster's number was dwindling. That was bad. I mean concerning. He corrected. We started investigating the cause behind it, and our findings were abnormal. Even though their number was decreasing, their level of organization was the same. And that's an indicator of an undead lord. A contradiction. Arthur swallowed the food and added. Yes, exactly. As expected from a Gerano's student. Norman started to suck up to him. That's why we tried finding the Lord, but all we found was an abnormal phenomenon. What do you mean? Arthur placed down his fork with a frown. We found a stable fissure, Norman said with a grave expression. The monsters that came out of it were all below the true monster's rank, so we are not worried. The only worrisome matter was the Lord's existence, but we have enough manpower to take it down. Are you going to investigate the fissure tomorrow? Arthur's heart held an ill-forbidding. That should be dangerous. It normally is with fissures, but it's simply a separate space if it's stable. You can think of it as an intersection between the two worlds. That's a dungeon, not a fissure. Arthur corrected. By definition, yes. Norman nodded in agreement. Yet this fissure didn't need a dungeon break, the monsters can roam freely out. This made it a fissure. We have already analyzed the mana quantity, it should be safe. That's the reason Gerano sent us, to report on this phenomenon. Arthur nodded in understanding. Very well, let's try to solve this, he said before standing up and returning to his tent. As he was undressing and getting ready to sleep, a soft voice whispered from behind him. Bang. Arthur turned instantly and slashed with his dagger. Before the sharp edge of the dagger reached the newcomer, he stopped his attack. His actions generated a gust of wind that made the curtains and mattress flutter. In front of him was the smiling Ray with her white scarf covering her body. Always so paranoid. Ray smiled as she pushed the body of the dagger away with her finger. Arthur retracted it with annoyance written on his face. That's what happens when everyone is out to kill you. He thought inwardly. I thought you weren't here for me. How would you explain yourself now? He returned his dagger to his subspace. Not everything revolves around you. Ray came out of her cocoon. What would the sun say? Ha, Arthur snorted. Being in my tent has nothing to do with me. You'd make an excellent lawyer. I'm bored, that's all there is. Ray shrugged. I heard there would be an undead lord here, so I came along. You can't just come along. Arthur frowned. This is my task, leave. Unless you want me to report back to the school. You're so boring. Ray scowled before heading outside. I'll be hunting to my heart's content, stop me if you can. She left without saying anything else. Arthur sighed. Her words gave him an idea. Why was he waiting for tomorrow? His only chance to hunt and level up was through the night. He took out the demonic mask from his subspace and wore it. It was time to hunt the remaining undead. The next morning, Arthur came out of his tent to find the guild's members ready to leave. He ate breakfast quickly before being joined by Ellen. Are you okay? Ellen asked when she saw him absent-minded. Arthur nodded and didn't say anything. He hadn't slept at all last night and simply hunted his way to level 38. His legacy points were now 13 while his stats points were 12. We need to leave, Sir Alexei. Norman came, fully geared in armor. Arthur glanced at it and found it to be fully inscribed. He was wearing his armor too, but it lacked in aura compared to Norman's armor. Hee, I'm something of a rune apprentice myself, Norman said with pride. Well, I guess he passed at that time too. Damn Julia and her selfishness. Arthur nodded and stood up. Ellen followed after him. The troops were numerous, almost 50 strong. Judging by their life force, Arthur found that 3 of them were of the middle stages of the Vetus rank. The rest were all Ray rankers. This was a full-fledged army, and a lord that can summon only high-tier undead shouldn't be an issue. They started heading deeper into the mountain range on foot. Arthur didn't need to do anything, and all of the monsters were taken care of by the guild members. On the way, Norman tried to brag about his father's guild. It took an hour of walking and Arthur restraining himself from slapping this pig that they reached a spot where they could see the fissure. What is this? Arthur hadn't found this place yesterday because he focused on the undead groups instead. Between 2 mountains lay a giant dome structure that looked like a perfect half-sphere with a smooth surface. As if the outer space of Earth has been stolen and sewed, this place looked like nothing Arthur has ever seen. Chapter 263, A Muted World. Is this the fissure? Arthur asked and Norman affirmed. Arthur has seen a fissure before, but it was nothing like this. Fissures were like raging black lightning that sucked everything and disrupted it. Everything. A crack in the dimension itself. For some reason, the undead monsters are of lower numbers than we have expected, Norman said with a frown as he called out for his scouts to give instructions. Well, that's probably because I cut them in half with liquid fire. Arthur thought as he saw the scouts disappear to see the surrounding area. We can go in now, they'll report any abnormalities, Norman said and gestured for Arthur to follow. It's quite dark inside, so be careful, Sir Alexei. I'm starting to like you, Arthur said, making Norman grin in victory. However, he missed the sarcasm because he didn't think Arthur knew his true nature. The guild army marched toward the fissure as the undead grew and more frequent. At one point, an undead knight appeared, but it was taken care of easily by one of the Vetus rankers. You might want to record this, Norman hastily suggested as the battle ensued. Showing the good side of the guild to Geranno would prove beneficial in the long run for the guild. Being praised by such an institution would bring more customers their way. I'll make sure to mention that in my report. Arthur nodded as he opened his bracelet. He read again through the tasks update that he received early this morning. Last night, he reported the stable fissure to Geranno, saying he would confirm its existence by himself. They sent an update mentioning the need to monitor the Golden Warhammer Guild as well. These guys are profit hoarders. This phrase summarized the information Geranno sent. The investigation was to solve the mystery of the undead while ensuring the guild did its job without slacking off. They started marching again after the undead knight was defeated. As they approached the fissure, Arthur was more convinced this was nothing a fissure was supposed to be. The black surface of the dome was smooth without any irregularities. The undead monsters were cleared away and it was time to enter the fissure. Are you okay? Arthur asked Ellen when he saw the frown on her face. She nodded and didn't say anything. Seeing her like that, Arthur decided to stick next to her. The first warrior disappeared as he walked into the dome. It was soon their turn. As soon as they entered, it was as if they arrived in a different world. A giant graveyard that was piled with bones greeted their view. There was no light, only the artifacts the guild members held in their hands to illuminate the surrounding. The bones lined the ground they stepped on. Arthur felt the bone beneath his feet crack as he stepped on them. As he looked down, he saw that what lied beneath the bones was even more bones. They were endless. This is truly a dungeon, Arthur said, but no sound came out. The realization then dawned on him, the place was scaringly quiet. There were no sounds, even as the bones cracked beneath him. The panic spread throughout the people inside, but it was only visible through their actions. Arthur patted on Norman's shoulder, flinched, and gestured for the team to leave this place. Norman looked around with hesitation and looked at his consultant. They looked at each other before nodding. Norman was the first to try to leave the fissure, but as he kept walking, there was no end. There was no wall that they had entered from, there was only the endless expanse of bones. We're trapped, Arthur realized as he looked around. The space that we entered wasn't as big as it was on the outside, it's a fissure. The moment that this fact was known to all, the panic was clear on their faces. There was nothing like being trapped in a place with no exists, and especially an eerie graveyard where no sound was produced. This was a muted world. After panic was confusion. If they couldn't communicate, how would they fight together? How would they detect an incoming enemy without hearing it? Arthur was tempted to use his detection rune, but the glow of the rune itself would give him away in such a dark setting. It took only moments for the guild to work out a solution. The mages stood in the middle while the warriors surrounded them. They formed a circle where every guild member faced a direction. Norman, Arthur, and Ellen were in the middle. While being the weakest, they were also the most important people in the team. Even with such protection, Arthur didn't feel safe. The silence was keeping him on an edge, but this wasn't the main reason for his worry. This place reeked of their stench, their power, but he couldn't pinpoint the source. The unknown was dreadful. The circle began to move slowly, heading toward a random direction. They couldn't even hear their breathing, driving them almost insane. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Arthur finally saw a change. A distance away, several bones started to shift and roll. Without his high perception, he would have missed it. He turned Norman's attention towards it, where he turned the consultant's attention too. Soon, everyone was looking at the moving bones in the distance. Arthur felt something move underneath him. The bones started shifting like a wave and rising, making everyone lose their footing and roll. Arthur used his skill to stay hovered. He grabbed Ellen and looked at the gathering bones that have gathered to form a giant creature. Two flames lit in the darkness, resembling eyes. A giant fish-like creature that was made of bones looked at them in the silent word. It was as big as the mountains that surrounded the fissure, making everyone's faces go pale. Without roars or screeches, the fish lunged itself at them the same way a wave would roll toward the highland. There was chaos as everyone tried to grab into a haven. Arthur's mana was draining, but he tried to hold on, to fly higher, but a wave of bones slammed into him and separating him from Ellen. Ellen. Arthur tried to reach out to her, but she fell into the sea of bones where there was no resurfacing. He looked up to find the giant head of the fish above him. It felt as if a mountain was falling on him, tip first. Loathsome parasite, Arthur said, despite producing no sound, and retracted his right hand until it was above his right shoulder. Liquid fire gathered in his fingertips as he was ready to use his rune. The fish descended above him as if the world was ending. He was about to slash with his hand when a white scarf wrapped itself around his body and pulled him away from the fish's descent. Before he knew it, he was being pulled into the sea of bones far away from the fish. His body slammed to the wave of bones and they broke as a result. After a few minutes of enduring the pain of being slammed into the bones, he reached a tunnel where he rolled on the ground. His body ached all over as he raised his head to look at the culprit who pulled him. So much for not being here for me, Arthur thought to himself with a weak smile. I don't even know if I'm happy to see her or simply annoyed. Before he could stand up, Ray was grabbing him by the wrist as she slipped a ring on his finger. A bit early for us to get married, Arthur thought inwardly. Shut up. Ray's voice boomed in his mind, almost making him faint. Food. I've been here since last night. She then began to shake him and Arthur took out a meal from his subspace and gave it to her. She started eating it right away as Arthur looked at his ring. A telepathy rune, he concluded. Yup. This place isn't the best to hold a conversation, idiot, Ray said as she licked her fingers. That was delicious. What do you mean you were here since yesterday? Arthur stood up as he looked around. They were inside a tunnel made of bones, one he couldn't see the end of. After your ungrateful attitude, I went around playing around, Ray said as she patted her belly. Arthur was amazed at how fast she finished 500 g of steak. I found a giant black dome, so. Of course, you went inside. Arthur sighed inwardly. Why did you pull me underground? I guess your brain has yet to understand this simple fact. If you stay above ground for a long while, the bones will form that fish and try to kill you. It's better to stay underground. I see. Arthur started walking through the tunnel. It's time to find Ellen and leave this place, as soon as possible. Chapter 264, What Plan? Where are you going? Ray asked as she followed after him. Do you think you'll find and exist as long as you roam aimlessly? No, I'm sure that the exit will come running to me when I sit around idly. Arthur went through another forked tunnel as he answered. I've looked everywhere for the past 12 hours, nothing. Just endless tunnels. Ray shrugged. We can try to go above ground, maybe we'll find something different in the belly of the beast. Love the sarcasm. Arthur stopped walking and looked around. The walls were the same, bones stacked on top of each other until he couldn't see anything beyond them. Let's go back. What? Why? Ray was stunned. You're wasting even more time this way, she protested, but Arthur was walking ahead without looking back. With frustration, she followed after him. After walking for a while, Arthur stopped. He turned and looked back to make sure it was as he thought. Now what? Where is the other forked tunnel? Arthur pointed at the place it should have been. It's not there. Maybe it's simply further ahead. This place looks the same. Ray looked back with shock. No, I'm sure of it. Arthur shook his head. The tunnels are changing. This is why the world has no sound. It's to hide this fact from whoever takes refuge in this place. That's why there won't be any exits unless you go and fight that fish. Are you saying that something is controlling the tunnels? Ray asked, making Arthur roll his eyes. She glared at him to prevent him from throwing any sort of sarcasm. Yes, there's a mastermind. It's probably the Lord we're investigating, but that doesn't make sense. Arthur frowned. Why now? What do you mean? He has reappeared again after 3 weeks of inactivity. Did we trigger something somehow? Or was he lying in ambush for us? Arthur smiled. Interesting. You're one quirky fellow. Ray gave him a side glance. What do you want to do now? Find the others. Arthur shrugged. That would be hard with the changing landscape. Arthur tried to teleport inside this space, but it was futile. The fissure's structure made it impossible to compress the space to form a portal. It was the same idea as space being a fabric, with the fissure's space being taut. Good luck with that. Ray was silent for a moment before she said blankly. Are you not coming along? Arthur asked with furrowed brows. He had expected her to stick to him like glue after she pulled him underground. I know none of those people, why should I care about their fate? Ray's eyes were emotionless, only logic pooled in them. What about me? Arthur asked with amusement. Don't you care what might happen to me? He sounded cheeky, but he was doing it to tick her off. Ha, Ray grinned. As far as I care, you can die somewhere and rot away. Okay. Arthur nodded. Well, have fun trying to find the exit. As for me, I'll look around for the others. As he said that, he took out a kebab skewer and started biting on the meat. He started walking away as Ray looked at him with piercing eyes. As he was about to take another bite, a hand snatched the skewer from his hand. Arthur, speechless, looked at Ray who was nibbling away at the meat. She didn't meet his gaze and was too busy eating. If they were able to hear sounds, he was sure he would have heard her stomach growling. She's a full-fledged glutton. Arthur thought inwardly, cautiously turning off the telepathic connection. As she was busy eating, Arthur decided it was time for the detection rune to shine. He pocketed his hand and used the rune to look into the surrounding. His mana, as thin as air, spread evenly everywhere. As it came into contact with the bones, it was unable to penetrate them. These bones are anti-magic, Arthur said with a frown. How were you able to pull me into this place? When the fish forms, the place becomes rigged with holes, allowing entry and exit. I used my scarf to pull you through one of the holes. Ray answered. It's useless to try to leave, as going against that fish is suicidal. You may thank me for saving you. If I knew it had such anti-magic properties, then I wouldn't have done that, Arthur said helplessly. Thank you. He said sincerely. Ah, yeah, that's all right. He watched as Ray fidgeted. For the first time, Arthur saw a side of her that wasn't purely arrogant or self-centered. I just wanted to eat. Of course, you wouldn't allow me to be grateful for long. Arthur sighed. Let's leave this place. Unless someone enters the space, we can't leave, Ray said with a frown. Are you that dumb? You have a way of pissing people off. Arthur's eyebrow twitched. Prepare your scarf. He said as he touched his shadow on the ground. His mana drained as a shadow was formed. The shadow traversed the shadow dimension and appeared above the ground. As soon as it did, the place started to move. Even though there was no sound, the bones were shifting in front of their eyes. Soon, a hole formed on top of them too. Reveal the dark sky above them. Let's go. Arthur started levitating and Ray looked at him doubtfully. We can't sit around and expect to find an exit. Her scarf unfolded as it pushed her upward. Arthur took the lead and left the hole, returning to the surface after flying for a few moments. What was in front of them was the giant fish colliding against his shadow, killing instantly. Ray surfaced from the hole before it started to close down on them. Run! Arthur sprinted as soon as the fish started to turn in their direction. Ray followed right after as she asked coldly. What's your genius plan now? What plan? Arthur was confused. If we want to find the rest, we need to look above ground where the structure can't be changed. Using ourselves as bait is the only way for the others to get out as well. Brilliant plan. We'll see its fruition as ghosts, you dumb piece of shit. Now. Arthur smiled. I thought you were a fan of competitions. Go on. Let's split, Arthur said as he glanced at the fish chasing after them. Whoever finds a way to deal with this fish is the winner. What's at stake? Ray asked with a competitive smile, and Arthur knew she was hooked. What's more exciting for a battle maniac than an impossible challenge? Would you become my slave? Arthur was silent for a second. Even though he hated such a concept, he has to accept that this person was different from him. I'll be your follower, and the same goes for you if you lose. Hey, that's good enough for now. Ray grinned. Deal. Now, let me show you the reason I wasn't worried about this place. The transformation happened instantly as they split. From the corner of his eye, Arthur could see the scarf solidifying around her, turning her into a celestial fairy. "Oh Father, grant me your blessings," she recited in prayer. The last thing that Arthur has expected from her at the moment was a prayer. "Grant me a fraction of your powers." For some reason, her mana boomed and exploded around her body. Her scarf turned into armor as the two wings flapped, making her soar through the skies. She turned into a bright meteor that drew white arches in the night sky. Like a supernova, the bright light dyed the sky as the darkness was shed away by it. Damn, Arthur's heart trembled. This nutjob is too overpowered. His grin couldn't be restrained as excitement flooded through him. But I'm sorry, his body started glowing golden as the bones broke beneath him. This product of the Enders can't be defeated by someone other than me. Existence is unfeeling, not designed to serve or destroy life. It has no physical body, yet it's as real as everything and it's everything. No one can deny it and everyone needs to bow down to it. He recited as he summoned mana from existence itself. Space started cracking around him as his body was flooded by mana. As his powers increased drastically, so did the damage to his body. His release rune was in full swing as it burned his mana to amplify his stats. The black armor left his space as it surrounded him, increasing his stats further. This power demands to be released. Arthur crouched and sprinted toward the fish, leaving a mess of broken bones. His view narrowed until there was nothing but the giant bony fish. The landscape merged as his body reached incredible speed. He saw the bright flash of bright descend toward the fish at the same time as him. He knew that he was showing Ray his true powers, something he avoided doing for good reasons. However, there was no other way for them to leave this place with the Ender's mana-eating abilities involved. He was the only one capable of stopping them. Chapter 265, Controlled. The giant creature had the head of a fish but the body of a snake, or an eel, to be more precise. Two giant flames burned in its hollow sockets, looking at Ray as she approached it with wariness. Like a meteor descending from the cosmos, she slammed into the monster's skull with her fist covered in a gauntlet. Pain shot through her arm from the impact, but the monster showed no signs of weakness. Break! She roared inwardly as her mana gathered around her fist and exploded. As if struck by a mana blast, the monster swayed as a giant crack appeared in its skull. Damn it, Ray bit her lips as her wings carried her away. Even though its skull was broken through, the monster wasn't harmed otherwise. Her body started descending as her mana reserve approached being depleted. At that moment, she saw a golden light shoot across the sky. I knew he was hiding his strength. Ray thought as she saw Alexei flex his arms. The sleeves disintegrated under the effects of the power surrounding his arm. However, even that amount of power can't kill this monster. Ray felt helpless. Yet, Alexei seemed unfazed by her failure, as if he had expected it. His face was terrifyingly scary as cracks began appearing on his skin. It's as if he's breaking apart. A normal person would see this as scary, but for Ray, this was a beautiful spectacle. We seek power to not break, but to wield a power that can break you apart, such an irony. Her heart skipped a beat. He tore through the distance between himself and the monster in an instant. His body arched backward as he punched toward the monster's body. At first, she thought that she was imagining it. Yet, her ears were unmistaken. The moment his fist touched the monster's body, there was a resounding boom. The muted world was unmuted for the briefest second. It was then that the monsters gave a pitiful scream that sounds like a bottomless growl. Its body was torn apart by Alexei's punch and the man, who looked like an omnipotent god, tore through the monster's body until he appeared from the other side. He did it. Ray held her breath as she looked at him soar through the sky before doing a flip and stopping midair. But he isn't close to being done. At that moment, Alexi's mouth arched until a grin was painted on his face. She knew that grin, it was of power and excitement. Like a golden sun, Alexei flew until he was above the monster. Then arrived his descent. At first, he was free-falling. His body began to accelerate until he became nothing but a golden blur. The monster was still breaking apart after its body was torn through. It opened its mouth toward the sky as energy gathered in it. This energy wasn't something that Ray has ever witnessed before, it was nausea-inducing. As if it seeped the life out of everything around it without being destructive. The energy gathered into a giant black sphere before being spewed toward Alexei. Ray focused her eyes on him and was able to make out his expression. He was still grinning. He spread his arms as if he was welcoming the deadly energy before clapping. That single clap broke space apart as it left her ears ringing like a thunderclap. A thin line of light formed from the point his hands met. The line elongated until it looked like he was holding a giant needle. The line then descended upon the energy sphere, splitting it apart easily before continuing toward the monster. Like a fruit that was cut by a knife, it was effortless and smooth. The line cut apart the monster's body in halves to reveal a figure inside of it. Ray's pupils constricted when she saw that what lied inside the monster was a human. It seems as if Alexei shared her shook, judging by his expression. However, Ray also saw terror in his eyes. She couldn't understand why did he fear anything while wielding such powers, nor did she understand his next actions. He waved his arm and all the power surrounding his body disappeared. He flew away from the person inside the monsters and landed on the ground. "What are you doing?" Ray landed next to him and asked, the world regaining its sound. "Do you think an enemy stops being an enemy if they're human?" She was genuinely frustrated. Alexei didn't answer any of her questions and silently gazed at the figure. For the first time since she had met him, he seemed lost and confused. His eyes carried unimaginable sadness within them. "What happened to you?" He looked at the figure and asked. "Who did this to you, Ori?" The same tired appearance, the same lifeless eyes. Yet this time, Ori, his former club member and someone who taught him about runes, was nothing that Arthur could recognize. He wasn't inflicted with the Ender's powers, but with something that Arthur couldn't recognize. The Ender's energy was there, but it seemed to be controlling Ori rather than Ori controlling them. Even with the question thrown at him, Ori didn't respond. He looked like a lifeless puppet that mechanically moved toward him. "Can you hear me?" Arthur tried, but Ori didn't answer. Ray was silently standing beside him, as confused as he was. How did this happen? He asked himself. Ori was never the type of person that would fall for the Ender's promises. He was a good person. With his heightened senses, Arthur could sense that Ori wasn't a fallen being, but was being controlled by the powers of the Ender. "Do you know him?" Ray asked. Arthur wanted to deny it since it would link him to his old persona, but the ship has sailed. "Not personally. Either way, he seems to be preparing to attack." Ray turned to Ori, who was walking toward them with the Ender's energy covering his left side. "Do you want me to kill him?" "Don't dare." Arthur glared at her with killing intent. "Stay out of this," he ordered, and Ray looked at him silently before nodding. He tried to calm himself down and think of a solution. After a few moments, he realized he only had one option. He could only try to save Ori from whoever was controlling him. Ori walked toward him with the energy running amok. Arthur started walking toward him and Ori raised his hand and slashed with the corroding energy at him. Raising his hand, Arthur grabbed Ori's hand easily. His golden mana exploded at the same time and the two energies clashed against one another. Each one of them tried to eat the other, vying for dominance. In the end, the power of nothingness could never displace the power of existence. Ori's body was surrounded by Arthur's golden mana as a pained expression appeared on his face. "Ack!" Ori screamed and grabbed his head in agony. "Make it stop," he pleaded, and Arthur felt hurt to see him this way. He infused more mana into his body to get rid of the connection completely. Ori's screams became louder until he fainted. Arthur's mana receded as he felt the connection disappear. However, Ori showed no signs of waking up. "Try hurting him," Ray suggested, and Arthur tried to wake him up by pinching him, but there was no reaction. "He's a vegetable now." Ray shrugged. "Carry him with your scarf, gently." Arthur laid him down and stood up. Don't order me around. You're my follower now, are you not? Arthur looked at her calmly. Her face was defeated, but he didn't see a lot of opposition. She bit her lower lip and spread her scarf under Ori. The scarf then levitated and carried him. What are we going to do now? Ray asked. The sound is back, so we should be able to find the others if we look around enough. I think we would be too late. Arthur looked around the wasteland. Isn't it odd that no one has surfaced until now? They should be able to. Do you think that something happened to them? Ray shrugged. I think assuming that just because we haven't seen them yet is a long shot. The moment she said that, a high-frequency sound rang through the wasteland. A giant black pillar shot through the sky as dark clouds formed around it. Yup, definitely nothing happening. Arthur exhaled. He looked at Ori silently. We need to bring him along. If a monster appears, I'll take care of it. Protect him, please. All right. Ray didn't protest and agreed readily. Arthur smiled and didn't say anything. His body was still heavy from his earlier use of his art of creation. Even though that arts were unique ways to handle mana, giving awakeners another set of uses, they could strain the body if they were unbefitting. They started traveling toward the black pillar of light as Arthur tried to understand how his friend ended up in this state. Chapter 266, Bony Castle. They traveled the wasteland together while anticipating any monsters that would appear. However, there was none. The only enemy was the distance between them and the pillar. Originally, Arthur thought that the tunnel's underground changed to keep him inside, but what if it also moved him farther away from the others? If this was true, then this fact implied something bewildering and yet dreadful. They tried to separate Arthur from the rest for some reason, and Arthur could only think of one. Whoever was behind this knew of Arthur's connection to creation and his ability to eradicate the Enders. This made Arthur run faster, but his tired body needed recovering. There was also Ray carrying Ori, as the scarf needed mana to be used. She didn't complain at all, but Arthur knew that she couldn't travel faster after her earlier display of power. To be honest, Arthur was shocked that she could break that monster's skull at all. After all, it should have the properties of anti-magic. Yet, Ray used physical force only to break its skull. As they were walking, they heard another scream as the bones started gathering to form another creature. Arthur's face paled at this as he was still recovering from earlier. Quick, carry him on your back. Ray shouted and Arthur didn't think twice before doing as she said. He carried Ori on his back as Ray ran over to him and spread her scarf. The scarf surrounded the three like a cocoon with Ori on Arthur's back and Ray standing close to him. The scarf slid underneath their feet as it started to levitate and move. The scarf then grew transparent and Arthur was able to see the monster beyond it. As soon as they hid, the monster lost sight of them and fell apart into smaller bones. Where do I buy one of these? Arthur was amazed at how versatile it could be. He suddenly felt a ticklish as a breath of warm air blow on his neck. He turned to see Ray sweating and breathing heavily. Are you all right? I am, now shut up. She said, breathless. It seemed she was pushing her limits by hiding all of them. Arthur stared at her silently and placed his hand on her abdomen. What are you doing? She panicked and looked down. Don't resist, Arthur said as he sent mana toward her energy center. His mana wasn't differentiated, meaning it could supply all awakeners without causing a conflict of energies. Take your hands off. She shouted, visibly shaken as she tried to remove his hand. However, she stopped when her body started glowing and became rejuvenated. What is this? She asked with her mouth agape. A little help to my lackey. Arthur smiled. She met his eyes and he could see the amazement in them. Is there anything you can't do at this point? She sighed. Giving me your mana would just be counterproductive. If we met any of those giant fishes, we would. It's all right, I have a high stamina. Arthur wasn't worried. His stamina resembled that of tankers as it allowed him to recover faster. As for his mana, his art allowed him to replenish it faster than any arts he could get his hands on. Ray nodded and looked down on his hand. She seemed reluctant to leave it there, but she didn't say anything. Like this, they continued their trip unbothered by the other monsters. It was half an hour later that they arrived at their destination. The black pillar of light pierced through the sky of the wasteland of bones. Beneath the pillar, they found a castle of bones standing imposingly. "I don't think there are any other monsters here," Arthur said as he looked around. "Their existence could threaten the castle." He looked at Ray, who had gotten used to the help he offered. Arthur removed his hand and the mana supply was cut off. Ray flinched but didn't say anything. As the scarf unfolded, they landed again on the bony ground and Arthur placed Ori on the scarf again. Looking at the castle in the distance, it was surrounded by roaming undead. From skeletons to undead monsters, there were hundreds of them roaming around the castle. "We need to take care of them." "Yeah, but that would take a while." Arthur looked at the castle with worry. "There's something wrong going on," he said with unease. "What do you mean?" Ray asked with confusion. "They're screaming for help." Arthur could hear their cries clearly from inside the castle. "They are ceasing to exist." He could feel their existence fading. "We need to go, now." Arthur waved his hand as purple mana left his body. In front of him appeared Lilo, stretching its body before letting out a deep roar that shook the heavens. Its majestic aura made the undead look their way with unease. Ray backed away at the sudden appearance of the dragon while looking at it with fear. "Come on." Arthur jumped on Lilo's back while offering his hand to Ray. She looked at him with both shock and suspicion. "I'm showing you all of this because I trust you. I know that I've hidden a lot of things, but I need you to trust me." Ray looked at him silently before waving her hand. Ori was carried to Lilo's back where Arthur grabbed him and placed him in front of him. Even now, he was unconscious. "I can jump on my own," Ray said before she jumped and landed gracefully behind him. "I need you to protect Ori once we're there," Arthur asked of her. The only reason that he has shown so much of his powers now is that he could feel something familiar from within the castle. It was the same feeling he had when he saw Euron in the Sea of Memories. The Enders were trying to invade his body and take over his existence, and his screams were similar to what he was hearing now. Whatever the thing that was going on inside of the castle was a repetition of the past. If this was the reason that Ori was like this, then it would mean that Ellen was also in danger of the same fate. Lilo flapped his wings and they soared into the skies. They rose until they were above the castle before Arthur placed his hand on Lilo's head. "Let's blast it open, Lilo," Arthur said as he started using the art of creation. The dragon mark on his hand started glowing as his mana seeped into it and then into Lilo. Hee, this is fun, master." Lilo roared in delight as it opened its mouth preparing a mana blast. The sphere of mana turned golden as Arthur's mana seeped into it as well. The sphere sank into space as if the latter was a piece of fabric. "Alexei Linen, what exactly are you?" Ray's voice came from behind him. "I'm starting to suspect that you aren't just a rural noble's illegitimate son." "Well," Arthur smiled as the mana blast grew bigger. "I'm just a nobody." The mana blast was released and it tore through the skies in a golden pillar. And struck the castle's roof where the black pillar was leaving it. The mana blast collided with the castle's roof causing a shockwave to push them backward. There was a giant explosion as the castle's roof started to break down revealing the hall inside. Lilo rose farther making Arthur see what was inside. A giant black circle was drawn on the ground with several bodies lying around it. It was the source of the black pillar and to Arthur's dismay, the people lying on the floor were the guild members he had arrived with. "What is this?" Ray muttered in disgust at the scene. Every guild member was bleeding dark substance from their orifices while their eyes were white. "Is this some kind of altar?" "Exactly," Arthur nodded as he looked at them, searching for Ellen. He found her after a few seconds lying in the center of the circle with her eyes closed and her face covered with black tar. "Lilo, dive." He commanded Lilo and they entered the bony castle through the hole in the roof. Without waiting for Lilo to land, Arthur jumped and landed in front of Ellen's body. "Ellen!" he shouted as he cautiously looked around the hall. However, it was dark inside as the only light came from the glowing of the circle. He was surrounded by darkness. Seeing that he couldn't be assured of his safety even while being cautious, Arthur ran toward Ellen and rested his knees beside her. He grabbed her shoulders as he tried to shake her awake. There was no response. "Ellen!" Arthur called out as he placed his fingers on her neck to feel a pulse, but there was none. She wasn't breathing either and her skin was cold. "No, wake up." Arthur injected her body with mana as he started compressing her chest to bring her heart beating again. Chapter 267, A Black Mask. Arthur couldn't remember how much time he kept injecting mana or trying to resurrect her. He fell into the what-ifs and despair of losing a friend of his until Ray pulled on his shoulder. "She's gone." "Shut up." Arthur slapped her hand away as he kept trying. He wouldn't believe that someone he knew for so long can die like this, with not even a ripple in the world. He had always thought of death as something grand, a thing that you can't help but see, even if you don't like it. It shouldn't happen this easily. What's the meaning if it did? "Alexei," Ray said to him again, but Arthur didn't answer. His movements turned slower and slower until he retracted his hands and rested them on his thighs. They were shaking. It was unrelated, but as he looked at his hands, he found the situation laughable. With all the stats he gathered, with all the powers he gained, he could never escape from being a human. His eyes blurred as he turned to look at Ellen's pale face. She was with him a few hours ago, as silent and as quiet, but she was there. Yet now, she'll never move again. She was the person who helped him the most in the Runes Club and probably the first friend he made in a long time. He tried to help her, but where did that lead her? If he hadn't helped her to get into Girano, she would have been alive now. Arthur knew he couldn't have possibly known, but it did little to lessen the guilt he felt. If he had paid more attention to her, she wouldn't have died away from everyone who cared about her. "Alexei," Ray called out again, an urgent tone in her voice. Arthur snapped out of it and turned to look at the figures who started standing up. "They're coming back to life. They were dead a moment ago." The guild members, men, women, mages, and warriors, rose to life around them. Arthur turned back toward Ellen, but she was still unmoving. "Is she safe from being controlled because I disrupted their ritual?" Arthur looked at the guild members who didn't resemble Ori in any way. They had no Ender's power trying to control them. He couldn't save them using his mana of creation. They were already dead, unlike Ori. "Should we make a run for it?" Ray suggested as the people around them started taking out their weapons. "There's no place to run to, this space is theirs." Arthur stared at Ellen silently as he caressed her shoulder gently. "They are here, hiding behind their army of undead." It then suddenly clicked. This wasn't the first time that Arthur has seen this phenomenon. He had seen it before with Juan. The person he was in a dungeon with at the time of his awakening has turned into an undead when Arthur came to the mountain range after his breakthrough. When he was alive, Juan was a powerful demi-ranker. It was also the reason he looked down on Arthur so much. However, when Arthur met him again, his strength decreased significantly after he turned into an undead. If Arthur's guess was correct, then Juan fell after the serpent broke down the floor and ended up in the mountain range the same way that he did. However, he was dead at that time either due to the serpent's attack or because something else killed him. Finding Juan's body, the undead lord turned him into an undead. Juan then met Arthur and received his blissful rest at last. "They aren't as strong as they were," Arthur said as he placed his hand on Ellen's body, making it disappear into his subspace. When he stood up, Ray looked at him with furrowed brows. "I can't leave her here. The moment something dies, it becomes eligible to go into his subspace. This way, he wouldn't have to leave Ellen here." His grief started to morph into something more dangerous. "The bastards are still here." Arthur clenched his fist. "Whoever is behind all of this is still here. If we want to get out, we'll have to find them in this castle. Rise." He threw out his hand and a shadow formed beside him. "Keep an eye on the castle from the outside. If someone leaves, report to me." The shadow disappeared instantly. Ray looked at him with widened eyes, but he couldn't care less at the moment. All he could feel was cold rage about Ellen's death. He still couldn't accept it, that someone he cared about could die so easily. What did she die for? He wondered. He could still smell their stench, one of the bringers of chaos, the Enders. They were still here. "Let's take them out," Arthur said as he raised his finger. Ray has already seen more than enough for her to suspect him. It didn't matter if he held back now. He couldn't hold back here. Even though these were undead with almost half of their strength gone, there were still 3 Vetus rankers in their midst. There was also an army of dead Ray rankers. "You were supposed to protect me, now you are the ones to bring me trouble." Arthur sneered coldly. His finger started glowing a bright orange hue as condensed fire spilled out from it. His liquid fire formed into a rope that stretched as fast as Arthur waved his arm. "Take them out," Arthur told Ray as the rope of fire whipped toward the undead members. As soon as it came into contact with their bodies, chaos ensued. The undead started howling as their flesh began to turn into charcoal. They ran in every direction and used their shields to block the fire. There was a whistle as a bright flash of light tore through the darkness. Arthur ceased using his liquid fire and hurried to construct a barrier. However, he was too slow in transition between the two runes and the light struck him in his chest. Arthur grunted as he took several steps back. The flesh on his chest turned black as blood oozed out from it. He raised his head at the undead standing far away with a gun in his hand. The undead gunman fired several more shots, but Arthur was able to construct a barrier in time. The bullets bounced off his barrier as they couldn't break in. "Take him out, Lilo," Arthur ordered, and Lilo flapped his wings. It flew close to the ground in the direction of the undead. It turned ethereal and passed through all of them. The gunman shot several mana bullets at him, but they passed through Lilo's body. Seeing the futility of it, the gunman was about to flee. It sluggishly began to run away, but Lilo caught up to it in no time. Using its front claws, Lilo pinned the gunman to the ground as mana gathered in its mouth. "Lilo, retreat!" Arthur shouted in alarm as his senses screamed danger. He used his dragon mark to enforce the command, and Lilo flapped his wings. At that moment, an arm stretched out from thin air and slashed the place where Lilo was standing. The slash sent a vertical ray of black substance that ate away everything in its way while heading toward Ray and Arthur. Ray tried to block it with her scarf, but Arthur hurried to construct a wall of liquid fire. The two forces collided as a rupture in space was all that was left. Arthur retreated several steps back while squinting his eyes to see what had come out from the darkness. The arm wasn't human, but something like a shelled resembling of a human arm. It had white lines covering it from fingertips to the shoulder. The body of the newcomer slowly revealed itself as a cloak appeared, followed by a black mask. The newcomer was fully disguised, but Arthur's hair stood up as he felt his existence. There was only a single figure that has appeared, but it was enough to alarm Arthur to no end. "What are you?" Arthur was stunned as he muttered out. This was something that he has never felt before. The Enders, but also an existence. Usually, the Enders were a gap in existence. They held no power of existence, that everything held in different degrees. That's how Arthur could recognize their existence. Now, Arthur was confused. The figure in front of him was neither an Ender nor a creature, but he had both qualities. Furthermore, the creature's existence was more powerful than a human's body should have. The creature didn't answer, and the black mask silently stared back at Arthur. There were no eyes nor a mouth, there was nothing. It raised its hand again and slashed out, sending another ray of force that tore through space. Arthur couldn't hold back anymore and activated his art of creation. His body started glowing golden as he summoned his mana to block the incoming attack. Chapter 268, A Fissure in Rivero. As the two forces of creation and nothingness collided, the mana began to grow volatile as it rose in tides and waves. A vacuum was created at the point of collision that made the mana condense around them until it threatened to explode. Mana explosions usually happen when space can't handle the mana that is condensed inside it. Like a balloon that bursts, the mana that results from this will decimate everything in its path. "Lilo, take Ray and flee," Arthur shouted as his arms were lacerated by the waves of mana. This destructive energy was nothing that he had seen before, violent and keen on destruction. "I'm not leaving." Ray's scarf surrounded her body as it began morphing into armor. Arthur turned to face her with gritted teeth and she met his eyes. "This is not something you can handle. Your ability is useless against it," he yelled at her. Ray looked at him with confusion that Arthur couldn't understand. "Your eyes, what's wrong with them?" Ray asked, making Arthur realize that the change in mana was starting to affect his disguise artifact. "Trust me and go with Lilo, now." Arthur realized he couldn't allow her to stay here. Ray looked at him silently before shaking her head. "I'm fighting," she said, stubborn. "You have no obligation to protect me. I'm trying to protect the last bit of my disguise." Arthur wanted to shout, but he simply took out his wrist protector. It shone green as Arthur equipped it. Without pause, his mana rushed toward the wrist protector. Blinding light covered the surrounding as a green ancient armor with stirps of golden appeared around his body. His body was covered from head to toe as Arthur only left 2 holes to see through. This way, Ray wouldn't see his real appearance. She wore her armor as well. Lilo gave a defiant cry as it turned ethereal as it flew upward, charging a mana blast. The creature was still standing there silently, but Arthur's heart was getting more dreadful by the second. He could feel existence weakening in the surrounding. Whatever was to come was nothing good for them. Even now, he was still doing his all to stop the rambling destructive energy from crushing them. His chest burned as his muscles contracted under the devastating pressure. What is this shit? Is this the result of the experiments they did all this time? The missing students and the orphanage? If it was, stopping the Enders will be harder than he had imagined. This power was above what he could handle at the moment. That's why Arthur clapped his hands and sent a wave of creation mana to crush the destructive wave. Surround it. We need to stop it. Arthur shouted as the 3 of them ran in different directions. Lilo dived from above it as Ray and Arthur circled it, attacking simultaneously from both sides. Luckily, the creature turned to face Arthur rather than any of the other 2. Even though it could kill the other 2 easily, Arthur was the most threatening and it couldn't ignore him. It raised both hands as the black matter pooled into them. It began to stretch until it was a shield in front of it. Even as it did so, the surrounding existence was still declining. At this rate, a fissure is going to appear here. Arthur realized as he struck with everything he had. Wait, this is a separate space. A fissure would mean. His fist collided with the darkness and broke through it as the mana blast and Ray's attack followed. The attacks rained on the figure but they couldn't reach him. Space began expanding around it as the attacks disappeared. The fissure is happening. Arthur tried to hold on but the power of the expanding space pushed him off his feet as he flew away. Everything began expanding as a wave of mana exploded, blinding the area. Arthur felt like his body was going to tear apart and used his mana to protect himself. His body started traveling through a tunnel-like space at unprecedented speed as the scenery began to change around him. This is... Arthur realized in horror as he glimpsed the tower in the distance. Is the trial of the Holy Crown. His heart shook as he saw the monsters run away and space gets displaced. Like a painting that got smudged, the scenery began to change in the trial of the Holy Crown as a new land appeared. Arthur looked below and saw the expanding area of the mountain range appear in the trial of the Holy Crown. A black giant figure of a wolf appeared in front of him with scars over his body. Kira. Arthur stretched his hand in a futile effort but the scenery kept changing. Kira got further away from him as Arthur tried to grasp but there was nothing to grab. He understood everything now. The reason that the mountain range was in the trial of the Holy Crown was because of the fissure. It had displaced the space as the 2 worlds merged, sending the mountain range toward the trial of the Holy Crown. Arthur's eyes teared up as he thought of the suffering Kira would spend in the trial. His body kept falling until space began to stabilize. He opened his eyes as he began to fall from the sky. The scene in front of him was one of hell. A giant portion of the mountain range has disappeared, replaced by the wasteland of bones. Joe's pub was gone and everything that resembled a mountain range. The bony castle appeared in the Real as Arthur fell downward. He looked around and spotted the purple figure in the distance. Ray was riding Lilo as the 2 raced toward him. Arthur stretched his arm and Ray met him midair and pulled him towards Lilo's back. Are you injured? Ray asked with worry but Arthur simply shook his head. What happened just now? Ray looked at the mountain range with fear. A fissure has taken over the land, Arthur answered as he looked at the bony castle. It's still there, that creature. He could feel its existence. From the hole that Lilo has created in the castle came out the masked figure. It looked around and spotted Arthur. It stared at it calmly before disappeared into thin air and disappearing. Did it teleport away? Ray asked. No, it slipped into the nothingness. What the hell is this? What is this? He racked his brain for an answer but he couldn't understand this creature. Suddenly, a siren came from the direction of the city. Both of them snapped their heads toward it as Arthur's guts flooded with fear. Lilo sensed his emotions and flapped its wings toward the city. Ray turned to him but Arthur has already used his teleport rune. He used it more than once until he was standing on the top of a building at the center of the city. What he saw made Arthur freeze. All citizens must evacuate. A dungeon break of avarice has occurred. All citizens need to head to shelters and the temple. The broadcast ran through the city as destruction engulfed it from every direction. Monsters rampaged and destroyed everything in their paths. Citizens lied dead on the ground as kids roamed the streets crying. Arthur's heart was seized with terror when he saw that the neighborhood Master Ronan and his family lived in was destroyed. He used his teleport rune and ran toward the direction of the mansion. When he got there, he found houses demolished to the ground. He ran toward the mansion but stopped when he saw a hand lying underneath a fallen wall. It was a small hand, bloodied and misshapen. Arthur removed the wall through telekinesis and found the kid that he met a few days ago dead beneath it. With pain tearing through his heart, Arthur turned toward the mansion and used his detect rune. It was empty. He looked around and saw that the neighborhood has been cleared. Where are they? Arthur's heart could rest easy until he found them. He took out his artifact and contacted them. As soon as he heard their voice, he sighed in relief. Hello. Oren's voice came. Arthur, is it you? Where are you? I'm by the mansion, I'm all right. Where are you? Is our mom okay? Arthur realized that the relief brought to him made him tired. We're fine. Master Ronan came over to us suddenly and said we should go to a shelter. The break happened at that moment. Oren answered and Arthur realized he must have seen a prophecy. There's a kid over here, he's dead. Arthur reported. I think it's the neighbors. Oh God, oh God. They were looking for him. Oren's voice broke. Arthur shook the thoughts away. Stay in the shelter. Take care of Mom. Arthur said before he bid farewell. He needed to find the creature before any more causalities occur. At that moment, Arthur felt a movement behind him. He looked back and saw that the kid was standing up. He has turned into an undead. Chapter 269, Fallen Beings. The kid stood up with his hand dangling backward and his eyes white. Arthur realized that whoever was going to die was going to turn into an undead. This fact made the matter of finding the creature a top priority. Arthur restrained the kid and walked over calmly toward him. Being dead was better than living as undead. No one knew if they felt anything, but it was better to rest forever than wander. He sensed the core that was beginning to form in the kid's body and shot a string of liquid fire to destroy it. The kid gave pitiful sounds before falling. M.O. MMY. The kid managed to say before the spiritual parasite left its body forever. Arthur closed his eyes as several figures landed next to him. Identify yourself. The temple guard held a sword to Arthur's neck as he demanded. Arthur's badge appeared in his hand and the guard looked at it with suspicion before confirming it was genuine. I'm sorry, sir. He retracted his sword. This kid. Arthur pointed. He has turned into an undead. His eyes were still looking at the ground. I expect that he won't be the only one. You should burn the bodies before they're infected. Impossible, the mana in the city isn't enough for a parasite to manifest. The guards looked at him with doubt. Arthur simply shook his head and sighed. I can vouch for this as a Gerano student. You can confirm it too, it won't be long before the city is thrown into chaos. Arthur then stood up from his place and started to walk toward the center of the city. Where are you going? Please head over to a shelter. The guards tried to warn him but Arthur didn't listen. He could feel it, the existence of that creature. It was in the direction of Avarice Dungeon. Arthur disappeared from his place and appeared on top of a building. The city was in ruins and the monsters were destroying the streets. While he was standing there, he felt the approach of Lilo from a distance. Its body dived through the skies toward Arthur's location. With a flap of its wings, it stabilized itself. Ray was on its back and the two landed behind Arthur on the building. Is it a dungeon break? Ray looked with a frown at the city. This doesn't make sense, there haven't been any breaks after the DGD. Dungeon Growth Detection, a cutting-edge technology that monitored the mana of the dungeons to estimate their breaks. The Awakeners Union made sure that no dungeon could reach a dungeon break, even if it had to pull experts from all over the world. Avarice should have over 2 years left before it breaks, it was that creature's doing. He caused the break. Arthur answered as he looked in the distance. We need to stop it. We tried, we failed, Ray said with a frown. This is not my battle and it shouldn't be yours either. Let's leave this to the Yalvarin Union. It became my battle the moment it attacked my city. Arthur gritted his teeth. If I leave it to cause dungeons breaks, what would happen to the city? To my family? To Mr. Tate? You can leave if you want, I'm going. Lilo, let's go. Arthur said curtly and jumped from the building. Lilo flapped its wings and met him midair for Arthur to ride on its back. Arthur soared through the skies as he felt Ray's gaze on his back. Even if she came along, all she could do was damage prevention of the city. As he approached Avarice Dungeon with its ancient structure, Arthur could feel the creature in the sky above it. He spotted them the moment he was close enough to avoid any buildings. They were standing on top of Avarice Dungeon's foyer, the giant building Arthur came to months ago. Yes, the creature wasn't alone. Several cloaked figures were standing beside it. Arthur's odds kept dwindling at every incident, but there was no backing down. This creature has killed his friend and almost killed his family. Arthur needed to kill this anomaly before it grew into something that would threaten every nation in this world. The group of cloaked people turned toward Arthur. Except for the creature, Arthur realized they were all humans by seeing their hands. Fallen beings. Arthur spat from behind his armor as Lilo hovered a distance away from them. The group looked at him silently as the creature in the middle spread its hands. One of the group's members looked at another and nodded at him. The latter stepped up toward him as mana exploded from their body. Arthur realized he was at the peak of the Ray rancor, a lackey no less. The person, who looked to be a man from their height and shoulders, spread his arms as two giant hammers appeared. The men jumped toward Arthur and smashed with his hammers from both sides at him. Arthur commanded Lilo to turn them ethereal for a second and the two hammers collided against each other, the damage rebounding toward the men. He coughed blood and fell to the roof again in a pathetic state. It must haven't held back when it attacked Arthur, making him injure himself in the attack. The rest of the group shook their heads as another person stepped up. They disappeared and appeared above Arthur as a palm struck him down. Arthur blocked using his barrier, but he felt like a mountain was crushing him. Both Arthur and Lilo fell toward the roof and crashed as the fallen being continued their attacks. Die! A feminine voice shouted as the figure struck again and Arthur crossed his arms to block it using his armor. Lilo's ability wasn't limitless, as it couldn't be used for a long time. Before the palm could strike his arms, a white light collided with the woman and sent her flying. Ray hovered midair with her wings flapping and her body covered in white armor. You're a moron. An idiotic piece of shit that has crap instead of a brain. Ray looked down at him. However, you still have your uses. You're my follower, Arthur said, even though he was glad that she was here. He couldn't waste any more time on these people as he could feel that creature creating another fissure. I'll leave this one to you, Arthur said as he stood up and teleported toward the center of the group. You're one of them. The person who seemed the leader shouted with rage after he saw Arthur's teleportation. Kill him. Other than the Hammer's warrior and the person fighting Ray, there were 5 more people with the leader. All of them lunged toward Arthur, but he simply constructed a barrier. He punched with his arm loaded with creation mana and space started compressing under its might. The attacks rained on his body as his barrier and armor took the damage and negated it enough for Arthur's fist to reach the creature. His fist sank into the creature's abdomen as it was sent flying through the sky. As the attacks arrived to kill him, Arthur disappeared with minimal damages inflicted. He appeared in the direction the creature was heading to. His mana raged again as he used as much as he could in this attack. The creature looked at him, but it didn't stop what it was doing. Why is it refusing to protect itself? Would it rather die than failing to create a fissure? Arthur was confused. The creature was still using the Ender's powers to close the gap between the two worlds. As if I'll let you. Arthur shouted in rage as he punched with all of his might. At that moment, the group's leader appeared and redirected his punch. His mana exploded and destroyed several buildings in its path. The leader didn't pause and slapped at Arthur's side. In the split second, Arthur raised his arm to protect him. A distinctive crack resounded as Arthur's forearm broke, causing unimaginable pain to him as he flew away. He smashed into a building's window and broke through several walls of it before he came to a halt. As soon as he opened his eyes, the man was in front of him again. He punched Arthur, who teleported toward the top of the building. As Arthur appeared on top of the building, he immediately looked for the creature. It was hovering midair with its arms stretched out. It was still creating a fissure. The floor broke underneath him as the men shot up from below toward him. Arthur teleported away toward the creature as he tried to punch him with his other hand. Like a relentless spirit, the men appeared in front of him again. Like before, Arthur's barriers and armor broke as he was sent away flying while he coughed up blood. He smashed into the railway of a flying train that made him fall toward the ground. He crashed into several stands of magazines and newspapers before his body stopped at a wall of a shop. Die, vermin. The man was already there again, ready to deliver another attack. Before it could reach Arthur, a figure dressed in ancient clothes appeared with a broken sword. Space began to crack as the sword and fist collided. Chapter 270, A Dragon Rider. Arthur opened his eyes to see the white robes fluttering in front of him. Even with a mask over his head, Arthur recognized Lee easily. It hasn't been a while since the two of them met, but Arthur was happy to see him given the circumstances. The force generated by their collision pushed on Arthur like a colossal mountain. He gritted his teeth as he used his rune to teleport toward a high-rising building. Lee and the leader exchanged several blows, their force evenly matched. Cobwebs covered the ground as their mana exploded and destroyed the surrounding. Arthur didn't sit idle to spectate but used his Heal 3 rune to restore his broken bones. His current mana 145/279 and healing his arm took away another 30 points. He was lucky to have hunted the day before he went into the fissure, raising his mana significantly. The battle on the ground reached a stalemate as the empty roads were destroyed. Arthur looked around and saw that the group was again protecting the creature. Ray and Lilo were each taking on a different opponent. 4 left. I can't take them on in my current state. I need to. As his thoughts were trailing, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Arthur was startled and turned, ready to throw a barrier. However, what he saw made him pause his actions. You've grown more paranoid, newbie. Wearing her mask, Ivy waved her hand toward Arthur. The rest of them were also wearing their masks and robes. We know you're hiding your identity, she said, standing in the middle of the group. But we thought you might need some help over here. Help? William sneered. This guy needs some therapy after getting his ass beaten like that. That would leave a stain. Shut up, jackass. Hua snapped in an unusual attitude. Before the two could fight, Arthur cut in between them. Haha, Arthur laughed heartily. He didn't realize it until now how much he missed their bickering. I guess it's my job to drag you into messes like these now. No, C shook his head. I was the one to send you on this mission. You're simply dealing with the aftermath. You mean? Yes, there are greater powers at play here. Kara is simply a beginning and a sacrifice. C didn't explain further and simply waved his hands. I'm sorry to say this again, but we'll leave that to you. He pointed at the creature in the middle. It seems that C couldn't hide the fact that Arthur was the outsider anymore. If anyone could foil the plans of the Enders and the 7 families, it would be him. Arthur nodded as he took out a potion from his legacy inheritance. He drank all of it as his mana was replenished. Arthur stood up as mana exploded from within his body. As violent as before, the mana replenishing potion the legacy provided was more akin to elixirs than potions. Arthur turned toward Mistletoe's members. I'll be counting on you. Arthur nodded gratefully and their bodies exploded with mana. A domain was created and it enveloped all of them. Arthur felt mana strengthening his body in the domain. Hee hee, you have yet to see it all. Ivy laughed when Arthur looked at her. This buff was her doing, her mana being the versatile entity that it was. Zaz also spread his hands and the mana enveloped them. His domain worked its magic and everyone teleported from their location toward an opponent. Arthur was teleported toward the sky, right above the group of people. His skill allowed him to float and witness Hua's domain arrive. The torn-apart buildings and abandoned cars started levitating as they surrounded her. She raised her finger and they all stopped moving above her, ready to crush whatever came in their way. This was the power of the domain, a power granted to demi-rankers to use mana in the surrounding space as if it was their own body. This was the ultimate amplification of ability toward a larger scale. A set of chain explosions occurred as William snapped his fingers. The final target was one of the group members surrounding the creature. Let the war begin. William laughed hysterically as every ability appeared on the world. The opponents didn't use their abilities for some reason, making Arthur suspicious of their identity. Stop them. The leader of the group shouted and the war began. As Arthur looked down on the creature, it paused its actions and looked upwards. They looked at each other, both of them wearing their masks. As if in prearrangement, they moved at the same time. The creature seemed to know that it couldn't ignore Arthur's existence anymore, not with the dangerous mana he wielded. Arthur dived toward the creature as the creature flew toward him. The mana of creation made the surrounding air shake as booms resounding around Arthur's body, his body shining golden. The creature's body was surrounded by a blossomed black rose of darkness that carried it upward toward Arthur. Like tongues, the petals retracted themselves in preparation to strike Arthur. Like a sun crashing into the world to be met with darkness, the two powers met in the sky. A pause arrived as the forces ate away at each other. The power of creation ate away the Ender's powers as the latter turned his powers into nothingness. That's the sole function the Ender's powers had, to turn things into nothingness. As for the power of creation, it turned nothing into something. The process of these two powers interchanging and creating existence and obliterating it made the world around them begin to grow more destabilized. Arthur realized a tad too late that if this went on, the fissure would arrive faster. Allowing a fissure to form here would turn the city of Kara into a dungeon, something that would endanger his family too. Arthur gritted his teeth as he pulled back his powers, allowing the black rose to strike in his direction unobstructed. His teleport rune carried him toward space next to the creature. Arthur struck using his release rune and a bit of creation mana to make sure it would be effective. The creature blocked his attack with its shelled hands, striking back at Arthur. The two exchanged several blows as they raced through the sky, one golden and another black. Arthur was struck in his chest as he struck the creature in the abdomen. He was struck in the face as he struck the creature in the face. A blow landed on his shoulder while he grabbed the creature's arm to kick it in the face. The kick struck the mask, making a loud crack resounded. The creature's body exploded with dark matter that enveloped Arthur's and the creature's bodies. As if I'd let you. Arthur's body exploded with golden mana he punched. The creature did the same and their fists collided, resulting in a giant shockwave that sent Arthur's body away, crashing to a building. He started coughing up blood as he saw the creature's black matter explode. Space began to expand just like before. I'm too weak. Arthur gritted his teeth until his gums bled. He picked himself up but he realized that his mana was near empty. I need power. More. Arthur demanded as the art of creation began to circulate. However, at that time, his dragon mark started shining until it covered the world in a bright purple hue. Lilo appeared by his side as it allowed its head to touch the back of Arthur's hand. Use me, master. Use the power of dragon riders. Arthur was confused until Lilo's body began dissolving and merging with his. He lost the ability to breathe as an ethereal Lilo merged with his body. His arms grew claws as a pair of wings appeared on Arthur's back. Arthur breathed in at last when the transformation was completed. He looked at his hands in shock as they have resembled Lilo's claws now. No time to admire me, master. Lilo's voice appeared in his mind as Arthur's attention was brought back toward the creature in the sky. The fissure was beginning to form. With a thought, Arthur's wings flapped and he was next to the fissure. He turned ethereal and passed through space until his fist connected with the creature's mask. A punch after punch landed on the creature's body as each time it tried to counterattack, Arthur would strike it faster than its attack could reach. With desperation, the creature grabbed Arthur's arm as it began to corrode it. Arthur grunted and sent several kicks toward its body but it refused to let go. The two began to fall toward Avarice Dungeon as the battles around them were in full swing. The two crashed into the building and straight toward the dungeon. After the dungeon break, the barrier separating the dungeon from the world broke and allowed the two to fall straight into it. Even then, the creature refused to let go of his arm. Arthur gritted his teeth and grabbed the creature's arm. He circulated his art and his eyes started to bleed. The creature gave a shrill cry as its arm was torn apart. The two got separated and each rolled in a different direction across the dungeon's floor. Chapter 271, Angst. Arthur opened his eyes as the dust began to settle down. He coughed and stood up while grabbing his corroded arm. His mana started expelling the Ender's powers from his arms but it was extremely slow. A figure was standing across the settling dust cloud with an arm torn away and black matter bleeding out of it. Even though the unique quality of existence gave it more impact on the world, it made it vulnerable to physical attacks. The law of equivalent exchange: to draw out such power you need to make the necessary sacrifices. Arthur smiled from behind his armor. It's time that you fall here. His body started turning ethereal as he disappeared. The creature looked around to find him, but Arthur wasn't there anymore. Whatever traces he left as a person were negated by Lilo's ethereal ability. Befitting of the elusive dragon, Lilo could stay hidden for years if no one stumbled upon its lair after being pursued by an Astraranker. As Arthur was planning his next attack and recovering, he felt the place starting to shake as a hissing sound resounded in the dungeon's first floor. The creature looked back toward the door of the first layer as a presence appeared behind it. The shaking grew stronger until Arthur could see the two giant eyes he knew so well. A large slash was on its eyes, done by Faye months ago before he awakened, confirmed Arthur's fears. The dungeon's boss was finally coming out into the world. The city was still in a state of chaos as the temple tried to fight against the draconic lizards, Cerberuses, golems, and zombies. If the boss reveals itself, the city would be obliterated. Lilo, let's soar. Arthur turned and flapped his wings, carrying him away from the boss. As if it had sensed his presence, the serpent hissed and lunged forward, destroying what was left of the dungeon. No as lucky as Arthur, the injured creature tried blocking the monster's charge using a pool of black matter. The serpent hissed as its scales started corroding rapidly, but the creature was left in a much sorrier state. Receiving the charge of the boss, the creature soared upward and left the dungeon the same way he entered it, crashing through the ceiling and into the world. The creature's mask had many cracks in it, threatening to fall apart at any second. Urgent and desperate, it tried to accelerate the fissure further even though it was still soaring through the skies. However, Arthur appeared above. With an axe kick, Arthur struck the creature in the abdomen, making it cough black matter that seeped through its mask. The creature was sent shooting downward toward the avarice serpent. At the last second, the creature raised its hands and clenched his fist. A giant sphere appeared above his hand. The ball sank into space and a vacuum was created. Everything began shifting as the ground began to shake. A strong gravitational force was created around the sphere of incredible mass. This included Arthur's body, and he began shifting downward toward the creature. The creature's body remained unaffected, suspended midair. Arthur's body started descending against his will. Seeing no escape and the serpent's head destroying the foyer and emerging into the world, Arthur gathered the remaining of his mana into his fist and waited for the perfect timing. The two figures approached each other. The creature's remaining arm turned from a fist into a palm. The dark matter gathered in his hand like a blade that waited for Arthur's descent. Once again, the powers of nothingness and creation were at each other's throats. However, Arthur didn't wait for them to collide. He punched a second before the two powers collided, causing a mana explosion to engulf the creature. There was a high-pitched scream from the creature as Arthur grabbed through the mana explosion. His arms were lacerated heavily as he grabbed the creature's shoulders and pulled it closer. Arthur's punch landed on its face, breaking apart its mask fully. As he got to see what lied underneath the mask, Arthur's senses screamed in danger as he felt the serpent gather chaotic energy in its mouth, prepared to launch it in their direction. The pieces of the mask fell apart to reveal half a face. Pale skin that looked almost transparent, large black eyes, and the familiar doll-like features. Arthur's mouth gaped slightly as the first syllabus left his mouth before the sonic attack arrived. L. A high-pitched sound rang in his head as his ears began to bleed. The force started pushing him away as the sound shook his entire body. His grasp on her shoulder loosened as the two of them flew away. In his dazed vision, Arthur tried to reach out to her, but her body kept getting further away. Before he lost consciousness, a single question kept repeating itself in his mind. "How are you still alive, Ellen?" He was in his old shabby house and it was empty. He didn't remember what he was hiding from. At some point, the door was knocked. He opened it and found two bracelets on the ground. He picked them up and they had three initials. A-E-O. Arthur, Ellen, and Ori. It was the bracelets they had given him. Arthur had kept it hidden in his subspace after he changed his identity. He looked around but the streets were empty. Then came a light hum from the kitchen. Arthur frowned and walked toward the source to find Ori cooking as he hummed and danced. Ori. Ori turned to him with a smile. Wait just a bit, it'll be ready in a minute. No, why are you here? Arthur asked, but judging by Ori's confused face, he knew he didn't have an answer. Even Arthur didn't have an answer as he couldn't remember anything. Clack. The sound of dishes touching a surface came from behind him. Arthur turned to find Ellen arranging the dishes. He walked over to her but he couldn't see her face. Say, Arthur. She asked him in a distant voice. If there was something you need to do, no matter what, how much would you go for? It's not a question of how much I would go for, but how much it needs me to go for, Arthur heard himself say against his will. If I want something that badly, I think I'll do anything for it. The world then grew silent as the room dissolved and he found himself on the island in the second test of Girano. On a snowy field, Ellen was fighting against the spearman. As one of her attacks struck his chest, Arthur felt a wisp of energy invade his body. It was the Ender's powers. That's what he felt coming out of Jaren at that time, making him believe he was one of the fallen beings. All along, it has been Ellen and the signs were clear. He simply chose to not see them, because the thought of someone close to him being a fallen being didn't even occur to him. The scene changed again and he was on the campus. He saw himself talking to Arlo, telling him how Ellen wasn't his friend while laughing. He stood a distance away from the group. From his place, he could see the figure of someone standing beside the window of the second floor. She was clenching something in her hands. It was a black crystal. No, Arthur said, but the scenery changed again to leave him in the muted world. After Ellen was thrown into the wave of bones, she landed underground before heading toward the castle. As she did, she controlled Bones to redirect the others into the castle. When she reached the empty hall, black energy seeped from her body until it created the black circle. When the army of awakeners arrived, they were helpless against her powers. She ate away their mana easily and took away their life. Every time one of them died, the black circle sucked away their life and Ellen grew stronger. When the last of them died, she stood in the circle huffing. Arthur was standing in front of her but she couldn't see him. Tears were streaming down her face as black matter left her body to materialize something ethereal. Her body fell limp as if she had shed it away. The creature, a hybrid of the Ender's powers and Ellen's existence, was standing there after it was over. Ellen looked at her morphed arms and legs and threw a cloak around her body and wore the mask. It was then that the ceiling broke and she slipped into the nothingness. Arthur saw himself dive down toward her body. He turned toward Ellen but everything was getting distant. Was this truly what happened or was he simply connecting the dots at last? Arthur didn't know, but he felt something unusual. It wasn't anger or grief, but angst toward his world. Why did Ellen need to do all of this? The light was arriving as his consciousness was being pulled back to reality. Someone was shaking him and so did his subconscious world. It was time to face reality. Chapter 272, Hesitation is Defeat. The world was shaking as he opened his eyes. He was surrounded by white walls. As his eyes focused, he found that it was the white scarf. He turned his head to the side and saw Ray's back as used the white scarf as a barrier. Arthur looked at her back silently as the world shook. Why are you protecting me? He was confused, truly. They weren't that close but she kept saving him. Huh. Ray turned to look at him. The side of her face was frowning. You're awake. Have you turned nuts? She was still as menacing with her words as ever. Arthur turned his head away from her as he tried to stand up, but his body didn't move. The whirling wind stuck his bare skin. His armor was gone. Are you not surprised by my appearance? Just by how ugly you look like. Ray's voice was unfazed. You are Arthur Silvera, right? Your Highness knows me. Arthur smiled weakly as the ground shook. I don't think this is the best time for hellos. I'm no princess. Ray's voice was amused. Of course, I know you, I signed your assassination order. She turned toward him with a grin. Arthur met her eyes and knew she wasn't lying. Yet here you are, protecting me. Your fake death changed my opinion about you. You're not a threat. She turned back. The real threat right now is that. Arthur looked beyond her body as the scarf turned transparent. They were hiding in the middle of a ruined building while the city was being flattened. The serpent had grown 2 more heads to fight against a single figure. It was the president of the Union, the same white-haired man that fought against the fortress. "Is he related to you?" Arthur asked as he saw the similarities in them. "I've met too many abnormally strong people with a similar appearance. It's the secret of my Shan theocracy," Ray answered with pride. "He's simply a traitor." "I never knew you were from there," Arthur said blankly. "I guess you made sure no one knew." He started standing up. His body has been recovering for a while. He clenched his fist and pain shot through his body. He stood up behind Ray as he looked around the battlefield. The 2 powerful entities were exchanging attacks even now. The Astra-Ranker's eagle was taking care of 2 of the heads while the president was battling the 3rd. "Where is she?" Arthur looked upward and saw a giant black circle in the sky. He looked at his body and his wings were gone now. Lilo was unconscious. "Do you need me, my lord?" Rucky asked, and Arthur summoned her. He commanded her to aid Ray before walking out of the barrier she constructed. "Where do you think you're going?" Ray asked with a frown. "Your body is barely functioning at the moment. You're too caring, Ray." Arthur smiled as he stretching his arm and a demonic mask appeared in his hand. "If you keep this up, I might mistake you for a friend." "Hey," she sneered. "You wish, peasant." Even at this moment, she refused to admit it. Arthur didn't mind it, as it made things easier for him. Their countless bets against each other needed enmity, not friendship. He donned the demonic mask as his body began levitating. He reached out toward the barrier Jizo had constructed and demanded power again. "You might not survive this time." A message appeared in front of him and Arthur smiled. He reached beyond the legacy's warnings. "You don't need to do this." This was unusual, as the legacy always pushed him toward fighting the Enders, saying they were the bringers of doom. "Yes, I do." Arthur was unfazed as the ground beneath him began unpeeling itself under his authority. "Never a fool again, remember." Jizo's emotions flooded into him. Cynicism and doubts emerged in his mind, but Arthur shoved them away. "Try to mess with my head again, you'll see how fast your legacy ends." The building's framework began bending in his way as the wind danced around him. "You need this legacy. You need this power." "No, this power is mine, to begin with." Arthur reached out toward the black circle in the sky with Ellen standing in the middle of it. His body disappeared from where it was and he reappeared above the magic circle. Ellen looked at him with sharp eyes that he has never seen before. It was resolution. She hasn't fallen into a mindless puppet, but she was working toward her goals as well. "I'm sorry, Ellen." Arthur's voice reached out to her and made her body tremble. She looked at him with widened eyes, black tears pooling in them. Arthur knew what she was thinking about. "I'm sorry for leaving you. You had no one, you were alone." Her tears began falling, as black as the darkest nights. She grabbed her head and let out a muffled scream that made the black matter frenzy. Arthur looked at the countless streams of destructive energy that were heading his way. "But this madness needs to end." He grasped with his hand and flung it to the side. He coughed blood as the chains of existence appeared in the world. Arthur raised his hands as the celestial chains made all life forms stop moving in fear. The giant serpent stopped its fight with the amplifier and the 2 looked at Arthur with fear. The undead, the golems, the monsters, and the temple guards looked toward the sky. The chains were golden in color and surrounded Arthur's body as if protecting it. Their might demanded absolute obedience from the world of mortals. The monsters were retreating away as humans stood rooted in awe and fear. Arthur's eyes were shining so brightly that they appeared like golden flames dancing in the darkened sky. His body refused to move as the power flooded in, destroying it rapidly. He could feel his soul weakening. He gritted his teeth and brought his hand down. The chains attacked the Ender's darkness and Ellen started screaming in pain as the black circle started getting destroyed. "Don't." Ellen's voice was weak as she whispered, but it was enough to make Arthur's resolution flatter. "Stand in my way." She shouted as the black rose blossomed again and the 2 powers ate away at each other. As soon the 2 powers clashed, Arthur's chains began turning the nothingness into the power of creation, just like what it did to everything. The black rose started disappearing under Arthur's powers. Space grew destabilized again, as Arthur would have expected. It was now a race between the Fisher's arrival and Arthur's success in stopping Ellen's plan. His hands and legs started trembling as blood stopped reaching the muscles. His vessels were being ruptured and his skin was turning a dark shade of red beneath his clothes. Arthur reached out again despite the excruciating pain and clenched his fist. Space bent at his will and he appeared in front of Ellen despite how unstable space was. "It's time that you stop, Ellen." Arthur's hand was covered in creation mana. "Please, stop." However, Ellen didn't stop. Even with her arm torn apart and the weakening of her powers, she kept closing the gap between the two worlds. Arthur gritted his teeth. "I'll kill you if you don't stop now," he shouted, almost pleading, but she didn't listen. Arthur closed his eyes in agony. He knew he was doing the right thing, but why did it tear him apart so much? "I should take responsibility." Arthur opened his eyes and met Ellen's black eyes. Not toward her, but to the world. To everyone she killed and would kill if her plan works. Arthur took a step forward. Cracks appeared beneath his feet as he rushed toward Ellen. With her morphed hand, Ellen slashed again and the giant slash traveled toward Arthur, aiming to end his life. Arthur swung his arm and slashed the attack apart as he kept moving forward. His heart was aching as he remembered the times the two of them spent together. Arthur turned his hand into a giant blade of golden mana as he soared through the sky. Ellen kept attacking but Arthur tore the attacks down like paper. "This is the end, Ellen." Arthur's mana turned into a shell that surrounded his hand. It looked similar to Ellen's arm, only golden in color. He thrust toward Ellen's chest as soon as he was standing in front of her. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Ellen tried to block with her remaining arm but Arthur's attack tore through it. She gave a pitiful scream as Arthur's hand dug through her chest. Arthur needed to destroy her core through his mana. As he was about to unleash it, black tears fell on his arm. He flinched. "I'm sorry, Mother." Ellen closed her eyes weakly as tears streamed down her face. Arthur's mind shook and he lost control over his mana. Hesitation is defeat. Arthur coughed blood as his mana backlashed. Ellen opened her eyes and pulled his hand out from her chest as she screamed. Her hand started disintegrating as soon as it came in contact with Arthur's creation mana. "I'm sorry, Arthur. This is the only way to save my mother." Ellen smiled weakly. "I missed you." Her remaining arm blew up. Arthur blinked as Ellen screamed. She had sent all of her remaining energy toward her arm, causing it to turn into creational mana. The destabilization caused by Ellen's sacrifice was the last nail in the coffin. Arthur's body started to be pushed away from Ellen as soon as the fissure began. Arthur tried to close it down with his remaining mana, but this one was different. He looked at Ellen who was staring back at him with a tired face. She held a thin smile of victory as she got further and further away from him. "We'll meet again, Arthur. The only question is when." Arthur didn't understand what she meant but he was helpless to do anything now. Arthur looked at the scenery and he was in the tunnel again. However, he saw two scenes at the same time. As if a video was being played in reverse, Arthur saw the destruction of Kara being undone. As for the other scene, Kara was merging with a giant forest. It was a moment, but also eternity. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.